Chapter 1. The Bell of Minden's Hall. The westlands of the Olshari wilderlands are a remote region, filled with a robust people, brave and strong. Yet they are a peaceful folk who have seen little of the feudal struggles of the eastern duchies. Apart from issues of dynastic dispute or the occasional territorial disagreement, there is little for them to fear in their rich mountain freeholds. Rode Brother Ostus, wandering the wilderlands of Ulshar. I awoke with a hangover to the unpleasant and unwelcome sound of the village bell. You'd expect a bell to tinkle merrily. There was no merriment in this toll. This bell was a locally produced, crudely forged iron affair that lived in a rickety, rough stone bell tower in the middle of the tiny mountain hamlet that was my home. It had a forlorn, off-pitch ring that you could hear for miles throughout the vales. This close, with this much of a hangover, it sounded like a particularly sadistic demon pitifully calling my name. Min, Min, Min. For a bare, confusing instant, I thought I was back in the jungles of Therese during my stint in the army, except that I wasn't pouring with sweat. A misty mountain chill enveloped me instead, and the smells weren't the pungent aroma of rotting vegetation and continual rain, but the relatively clean smells of mountain grass and damp thatch afire. As I emerged from sleep, my mind still foggy from the previous evening's excesses, I finally realized that the demon of my dreams was actually the bell, and I blearily realized the implications. The village bell only rang when there was a fire or other emergency requiring everyone's attention. I groaned miserably into my warm, welcoming pillow, preferring the smell of the sweet mountain herbs and goose down to the odor of burnt thatch as I struggled to marshal my resources. If there was a bell, I reasoned, that meant an emergency, and almost every emergency would call for the assistance of the trusty village spellmonger. That was me. I needed to go to work. Damn it. Once that thought occurred, my feet, still in my boots, it had been that kind of night, swung over the side of the bed of their own accord, and hit the floor in a manner that was entirely offensive to my head's delicate condition. My feet had better sense than my head, it seemed. An emergency at this time of night was almost always a summons for fire duty, or some medical issue, or a missing favoured goat, or something else important to the local peasants. I had spells for that. I encouraged my protesting head to work properly as I rose and shook myself awake. I could smell smoke, so it was probably a fire. The fire would have to be one of the close-by farmsteads, too, I reasoned, because I had spells on the village as a whole to prevent such things within the bounds of the hedgework. But which farmstead? I tried to clear my head for a moment and summoned the energy to do a simple detection spell. It took a moment to happen. Magic and alcohol don't mix well. This sort of spell is easy, and it doesn't take much energy, thank Ishi, because at the time I didn't have much. It's the sort of minor spell or cantrip I did all the time, and fire is a lot easier to detect than lost goats. I held my hands about 2 feet apart, and a rough mental map of the village swam before me for my inspection. It was an image in 3 dimensions. It could only be seen by employing mage sight, and it was a spell that had become a familiar tool during my 6-month tenure in the rustic mountain hamlet of Minden's Hall. The preparation had been intensive. It had taken weeks of constant study when I had first set up shop, walking every inch of the tiny village and meeting every person who lived within. But when I was done, the resulting map the spell manifested was as complete a representation of the village as I was capable of crafting. Fire is the easiest element to detect, and my wards were a point of professional pride. I'm really good with fire spells, so there should be no fire. While my protection runes were loosely wrought enough to allow for some flame, else nothing inside the village would ever get cooked, the wards should have quickly extinguished any serious enough unauthorized fire with the intensity necessary to burn damp thatch, unless something had pushed through my wards. That thought sobered me another measure, and I wisely decided to investigate a bit before plunging headlong into the night. My stomach lurched unpleasantly as I studied the spell, and it only got worse the longer I took. My inspection of my wards in mage sight was clear. There were several areas of excitement that should not have been there, had my wards remained intact. Before the dire implications of that really set in, I heard the first of the screams, a high, panicked, girlish voice that stopped abruptly. I had heard screams like that before, in the jungle villages of Farisi, thousands of leagues south of here. A scream of fear and panic and terror, of being woken up in the middle of the night to the sight of violence and blood. The first time I'd heard it, it had been when I'd helped raid a village of peasants whose lords were on the wrong side of the war. You don't forget that sound. My feeble brain knew it was unlikely to be bandits. The village of Minden's Hall lays within Beauval Vale, as peaceful a domain as I'd ever seen, high in the western Minden Mountains, and remote from the trade routes that bandits were traditionally attracted to. Any self-respecting bandit wouldn't starve here, but he wouldn't prosper. There just wasn't enough coin in a primarily barter economy. The local people had little more than cheese and cattle to steal. Professional soldiers or unemployed mercenaries were also unlikely. It wasn't unknown for mercenary companies between engagements to occasionally sack a village out of boredom and need for loot, but there weren't any mercenaries closer than the next barony, or the town of Tudry, leagues to the east as far as I knew. I quickly dismissed the idea of an inter-house war as well. The local lord, Sire Coucy of House Brandmount, was a kindly, mature nobleman who didn't seem to have any enemies that I could tell. He and his younger brother, who held the smaller portion of his domain, got along like brothers were supposed to. Nor was the distinguished old knight engaged in a feud. His borders were unthreatened by his noble neighbours. That left two possibilities. A peasant uprising, which seemed just as highly unlikely. I'd never seen peasants so pleasantly free and content as those in Beauval. Or, oh crap, there was only one other reasonable possibility. I cursed savagely and reached for my weapons belt as the mage map dissipated from my attention, and I was suddenly very much awake. I hadn't touched my weapons harness in months. The last time was to move it from the foot of my bed to a peg on the wall, and I hadn't even bothered to draw my sword back then, a slender, utilitarian army-issue mage blade. I drew it now and then pushed it back into its scabbard. It was even getting a little rusty. A spellmonger in a remote mountain village just doesn't have occasion to use a war mage's tools. That's why I was way the hell up here in the middle of nowhere in the first place. As impressive as a war wand or mage blade might be to the rubes, as tools they were rarely useful for removing warts, discouraging rats from nesting or finding lost livestock, which is how I spent most of my professional time these days. If I'd had my way, the harness would have stayed on the wall until the spells faded away and the leather rotted. But the leather slipped easily over my shoulders, and I could feel the tingle of magic from the war wands, like I was back in the army again. I hated that feeling. I moved out to the country in the first place, anticipating a long, boring, prosperous existence, capped with a peaceful and dignified death in my sleep, surrounded by my adoring, weeping descendants. I'd had enough excitement in battle for 2 lifetimes already, and I'd come to Minden's Hall seeking boredom by the fistful, not ringing bells, burning thatch, and screams of terror. As I buckled the belt, I shouted into the darkness for my apprentice, my head painfully regretting rousing him even as I did it. Tyndall was a good lad, a local boy I'd discovered working in a stable when I'd first arrived here. He was quite talented at the art of magic for his age, but he was completely inexperienced at this kind of thing. Indeed, at 14 summers, he was completely inexperienced in most things. But I knew that if I didn't put his idle hands to work doing something useful, he would feel obligated to rush outside to defend his village, and probably get himself killed in the process. And since I had just started getting him trained up decently, that would be a horrible waste of an apprentice. Considering his weight and size, he was also at least as drunk as I was. A local farmer, Goodman Tilleb, had paid me 3 big earthenware jugs of the local hard cider for enchanting his scarecrow to repel cornworms as well, and I had quite generously shared the take with Tyndall. 3/4 of a jug had passed our lips, and inspired a long and witty debate about a subject that I could not seem to recall, although I clearly recall being witty about it before sleep took us just a few hours before. We were paying for it now. Tyndall sputtered and waved pointlessly at the air before the wiggle of my toes succeeded in bringing him back to the land of the conscious. He rose from his cot, still dressed and wearing his boots, I noted, his eyes bleary with sleep, but with expressions of confusion, excitement, and fear vying for victory on his face. "The bell?" he asked unsteadily. "Is that the bell?" "Tyndall, get up!" I whispered harshly. "But quietly." He smelled the smoke too. "Fire? There's a fire?" he asked, his eyes swimming with confusion and alcohol. "Not a fire. Not a serious one, at least. I checked. But fire is involved. Something is happening outside. Something unpleasant." There were more screams in the distance, to helpfully punctuate my report. They did nothing to help my poor head. But it was time to go to work, so I got to work. Damn my commoner's work ethic. I crept over to the window and cautiously peered down from the second story of my shop, out into the uncobbled dirt track the locals insisted on calling a street. I saw menacing shadows moving through the moonless night, and heard growls, shrieks, and more muted screams peppering the cool, damp air. I employed the mage sight spell again, which had the useful effect of letting me see in the dark, though not nearly as well as real daylight did. I could see the shapes below were moving with organized menace, creeping quietly from house to house, weapons in hand. There were a lot of murky shapes down there, lurking in the darkness. I counted 10 before I stopped, and from the screams there were many more. I repeated my earlier curse in a whisper, and fell back before any of them could see me. I had to think. "The village is being attacked," I pronounced. "We'll have to do something about that." Tyndall was crouched nearby, wide-eyed with a fear that was magnified by drunkenness and compounded with confusion. I nodded reassuringly to him, and he relaxed a bit. Then he got nervous again when I pulled a spare war wand from a sheath behind my back and tossed it to him. He caught it automatically and stared at it as if it were a foreign thing. "It has 4 charges. If you need to defend yourself, just point it and say the command word, Gerestra. It's Cormiran for camp follower," I explained. "Nothing you can't handle. But you're going to have to mean it if you want it to work. Don't hurt yourself with it. Can you use a bow?" "Huh? Attacked? Who is it? What is it? Bandits?" he asked, alarmed, ignoring my question. He crawled over to the window and peeked out himself, but without my stealth. That was not the smartest thing to do. I should have stopped him, I suppose, but I was too busy getting myself armed. I shook my head as I crept over to one of the trunks I kept along the walls of my chamber. "Not likely," I responded in a quiet whisper. "We're too remote for any serious bandit, or even an amateur, much less a band of them. I think it's more likely that it's—" "Goblins!" my apprentice shrieked, far too loudly, his voice breaking unexpectedly and his eyes white with fear. He had reached the same conclusion as I by the simple expedient of looking out the window. "Master, a whole army of them, at least 30. They're attacking everyone and burning—" "Keep your fool voice down," I commanded reprovingly, "and get away from that window. Goblins might be poor shots and unused to archery, but your fat head will be too big a target to miss." He dropped down below the sill, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with fear and excitement, and his knuckles white as he clutched the war wand with renewed energy. "Can you use a bow?" I repeated, as I took my short bow out of the trunk and began stringing it. The boy nodded, wide-eyed. I figured he could, but I'd never asked him. From what I had seen, the Bovoli peasants as a class were well acquainted with the bow, if not universally adept. Most lads up in the mountain reaches spent their summers among the pastures, keeping the cows in order and keeping the wolves at bay with some variation of the long wilderlands bow. There was some incredible hunting this deep in the wilderlands, if you like that sort of thing, and the famed wilderlands longbow was a notoriously powerful and accurate weapon in the hands of someone who had the strength and skill to wield it. I handed him my recurved war bow, much shorter and lighter than the local standard, and pushed the quiver after it. He seemed a lot more comfortable with it than the war wand.
"Goblins!"
he repeated, shaking his head, his young voice a dazed, disbelieving whisper. He hung the quiver at his waist and strung the bow. Yes, I agreed grimly. Goblins. Around most places in the west, particularly the wilderlands regions of Ulshar and Castal, the peasants called them goblins. In other places, where their race interacts with humans, they're known as scrugs, hairy folk, almost commonly mountain folk. To the ancient Imperials they were known as the Casadalain, the low people of the west. They called themselves simply Gurvani, the people. Standing no more than 4 or 5 feet tall, these little furry black creatures live a crude, tribal existence, traditionally inhabiting caverns or crude settlements in remote mountain valleys or stony barrens in the western wilderlands, like the one I lived in, and to a lesser extent the mountain chains of the northeast, the Kulin Range to the east, and the jagged central peaks of the Parisian Peninsula to the south. They will sometimes move into arable land no humans are using, to practice some very primitive horticulture, but they hunted and gathered and mined more than farmed. Goblins do not favour grains as much as meat. Ordinarily they keep to themselves, rarely leaving their vales and caverns except to hunt and trade, or for serious goblin business, whatever that might happen to be. Mostly they leave us bigger and stronger humans alone. Occasionally, however, some tribal leader will get them roused up enough to stage raids against human settlements for cattle and swine and loot. Very occasionally, a strong enough leader has risen to lead confederations of tribes against humans in force, and they knew how to fight, after a fashion. The series of conflicts, known locally as the Goblin Wars, which ended almost 200 years ago, was the last time that sort of thing had happened. Since then, they hadn't been much of a threat to anyone. Most folk in the East consider them little more than talking animals, if they think of them at all. Despite popular opinion, however, goblins are easily as intelligent as humans, and some even have a surprisingly strong talent for magic. I had witnessed the power of Gurvani shamans the duchies had allied with a few times in the mountains of Faris, back during the campaign. They weren't slouches when it came to practicing their own type of magic, and some were as deadly in battle as a human war mage. I prayed to Isha and Brigga and Trigg that I would not be facing one tonight, hungover and tired and unprepared. The Gurvani style of magic is crude by ancient imperial standards. So are the iron maces they carry. Both are also extremely effective. It wasn't that I wasn't confident I wouldn't prevail against a shaman. I just wasn't in the mood. I just wanted to go back to bed or throw up, the cider in my stomach protesting all this vigorous activity. I threw my mantle over my harness, and then I took only a few more moments to locate the box of knives, darts, and daggers that completed my arsenal. I kept imagining my training ancient was screaming in my ear as I did so, yelling about how slow I was and how many people were dying because I wasn't moving my arse with more alacrity. I tried to ignore that bitter memory. No one likes the ancient who trains them, and the rising pain in my head, and focus on what I was doing. There was no time to distribute my weapons properly, so I pushed a sack of iron spikes into a belt pouch, tucked a dagger behind my back, and tossed a gaudy 1.5-foot-long Farisi war knife I'd acquired as a souvenir to Tyndall. He looked nervous and scared as he automatically caught it, but he was ready to follow his fearless master into the night, where the screams were picking up in frequency and volume, and the demon, disguised as an alarm bell, was ringing ever more frantically. It occurred to me that an apprentice who was frozen with fear and ill with drink would be little use in his first fight, and likely be among the first casualties if I sent him to war thus handicapped. There isn't much I can do to bolster the resolve of someone else before battle, outside the magical equivalent of a pep talk, but I could at least mask more of the symptoms of his drunkenness. I grabbed his face, looked deep into his eyes, summoned a little more power and whispered a charm over him. His eyes came into focus and colour returned to his cheeks. I included myself in the charm and immediately began to feel better. It didn't exactly get rid of our hangovers, but it did make us not notice them so much. I added a spell of alacrity for myself, on the premise that I would need quick wits and sharp reflexes before dawn, while the magic influenced my apprentice. Tyndall looked relieved. He was still scared. Brigger, so was I, but he was less likely to pass out now. When I turned toward the door, I once again realized that I was a bit drunk myself as the room swam. I was just feeling better about it. I almost took the time to do a more thorough job on myself, but I didn't want to waste any more energy than necessary. This wasn't the first time I would fight hungover. I kind of think it gives me an edge. I could be fooling myself, too.
"Thank you, Master," he said gratefully. "What should we do now?"
Tyndall asked, his voice breaking and his eyes darting around wildly. I looked at him oddly.
"Goblins are attacking our village. We go fight them, of course,"
I said as I threw open the door to the stairs below.
"Let's go."
As I left the bedroom, I held out my hand and called my staff, and it floated obligingly to me. It's a built-in spell that takes hours and hours to do, requires a ridiculously expensive piece of yellow knot coral to work, but the effect is incredibly impressive to the average ignorant peasant. Most magi carry a staff. It's a symbol of our profession, much like our silly pointed hats, and most spellmongers keep a useful array of spells hung on them for emergencies. Being a former war mage, mine had more nastiness than most, including a number of useful defensive spells. I hadn't bothered to refresh them recently, and wondered idly if the spells were sour yet. Like bread, magic can go stale. I could always hit someone over the head with it, I decided. The two remaining wands on my weapons harness were far more deadly than my staff. I took just a moment to make certain they were there and at the ready. One slim willow wand, about 14 inches long, stained dark with linseed oil and sweat, and covered in carefully inscribed runes, was capable of launching at least a score of slender bolts of magical force, about the size of an arrow with similar effect, against which few mortal armours were proof. The thick oaken wand on the other side of my belt could deliver a massive wave of force, akin to being struck by a kicking horse, and could do so 24 times before it was exhausted. I hadn't used either one in over a year, but the magical tingle I felt as I drew the willow wand from its scabbard told me that time had not dimmed their effectiveness much. If magic can go stale like bread, then war spells are more like hard tack than a soft loaf. We paused by the door to gather our wits and draw weapons. Tin clumsily knocked an arrow, and I took an instant to caress the cloth-wrapped hilt of my mage sword. Slasher, I had named it, across my shoulders and adjust the harness. I noted that 6 months as a well-fed village spellmonger seemed to have caused my harness to shrink a bit, something I could reflect on later. Then I opened the door and we pushed outside to defend our home. All was chaos. I've been in better organized riots. People screamed in terror at shadows, and the shadows screamed fearlessly back. Fires were starting to erupt from a few of the homes, despite my carefully laid spells, as people panicked and spilled lamp oil or dropped torches in flight. And something was still pecking relentlessly against my warding spells. I could feel it. As we burst through the door and into the street, wands blazing and arrows flying, we did not hesitate to start fighting. I elected to toss my staff like a spear into the back of the head of a passing Govani, his club raised angrily to the height of my heart. There were others around us. I grabbed the wand as I felt an arrow whiz past my shoulder. The willow crackled and hissed in my hand as it sent 2 invisible bolts into the furry pelt of the next goblin I saw, half turned in surprise at our sudden and unexpected appearance. Nor was he alone. Tyndall's first shot had caught one in its narrow jaw, a painful and annoying but not mortal blow, and he was screaming like an injured child at the shaft protruding from his cheek. He dropped his weapons while he clutched his small hands at his spurting wound, which made him an easy enough target to finish off. The third goblin looked at me, dumbfounded, surprised by the sudden assault. He and his mates were crouched over the body of someone on the street before we interrupted, probably looting it. I hope that's all they were doing. The Gorvani had been known to occasionally eat human flesh. I took 2 steps toward them and nearly slipped. When I glanced down, I saw the body of Goodman Horlan, a local cheese buyer and merchant, separated by a few feet from the top of his head. I had skidded in his brains. It took me a moment to realize, and by that time, luckily for me, my body had already taken control before my stomach could react to the mess. Army training was good for that. I had helped Horlan unload a few blocks of salt just this morning, discussing a fee he owed me. Now I was treading on his brains. For some reason I was really angry about that. Our invaders proved just as angry, as a few more darted from the shadows and attempted a countercharge toward us. Automatically I dropped the willow wand and drew my blade as I called my staff back to my hand to throw a defensive spell. Nothing serious, just a "you stay away" type of thing. It's not a battle staff, after all. But even non-combative wizards like to enchant some common offensive and defensive cantrips in their staves in case of bandits, beggars, or irate clients, if they're wise. Being a former war mage, mine were just a little more thorough than most. My spell at least slowed them down long enough to let me draw my mage blade. It wasn't enough to stop their charge, not really, and they came close enough so that I was soon fighting hand to hand. My sword clanged on the iron haft of the first goblin's little weapon, and before I knew it, I was face to face with my small, black-furred attacker. The specimen in front of me was about 4.5 feet tall, naked save for a leather belt and iron ornaments, covered in a coat of thick black hair that was glistening in the firelight with fresh human blood. His face was full of fangs and rage as he growled savagely at me, and his eyes glowed like a madman's. He gripped a roughly forged iron mace in his furry little fingers, which he threw over his shoulders as he stopped my blade. A skillful twist brought it toward my face in a swift overhead swing. He was clearly intending on braining me as he had my late neighbor who owed me money. Slasher, 38 inches of enchanted, government-issued, high-carbon alloyed steel and mediocre enchantment, stopped his attack in turn, and for a few seconds I remembered everything my swordmaster ever told me. Or at least my muscles did. With a twist of my wrist, I passed the razor-sharp tip cleanly through his throat. I felt a wave of revulsion roll over me as his blood, darker than a human's, but no less red, hot, or sticky, splashed over my hands and clothes. It occurred to some part of my brain that less than 5 minutes ago I had been peacefully sleeping. This was not my preferred way to wake up. I gave the blade a horrible twist to make sure he wouldn't wake up, and we were out of immediate foes. 3 Gravani corpses lay between Horland's body and his head.
"Where do we go now, Master?"
Tyndall asked, looking around frantically with dazed eyes. There was blood and black hair on the long Farisi knife in his hands. "The bell tower," I grunted commandingly, scanning the area with mage sight to be sure there were no more goblins lurking in the shadows. "We'll take action along the way as needed, but we head for the tower," I decided, if for no other reason than to silence that God's-damned bell. The tower was the village's rally point for fire or other disaster, and that's where all the able-bodied men should be gathering, called by the frantic ringing. It still hurt my head like a demon, and I wanted to put an end to the annoyance. Tyndall nodded and followed me as I plunged into the darkness. Bodies were starting to litter the street I saw. I passed a few more former neighbors and a few more former goblins as I headed toward the next spot of commotion. The problem was, even with mage sight working for me, These little bastards were sneaky. They kept popping out of nowhere, and had I not been prepared, careful and lucky, I would have had my head bashed in, or at least a kneecap, more than a few times. I slew 2 more Gavani with slasher from behind, and smashed another one between the eyes with my staff. He rushed me while I was stabbing his comrade, while Tyndall put an arrow into a 4th before we ran into the first live human we'd seen, Goodman Miklo, the village barber. He was holding a wooden stool in one hand and a butcher knife in the other, as he fended off 2 of the creatures, his back to his shop and a savage, desperate grimace on his face. A 3rd goblin on the ground at his feet told me that he had been luckier than poor Goodman Horlan. I couldn't help but notice that he fought pretty well for an untrained barber, but I knew that he couldn't hold out for much longer against the pair, who were swinging those little clubs in a flurry against his stool. He had a wife and 3 young daughters to protect, though, and I knew he'd go down in their defence before he'd retreat if I didn't intervene. Besides, we'd need his medical skills for the wounded, if any survived the night. I decided it was a pretty good time to announce my presence with authority, the way they taught me to at War College. War Magi love that sort of thing, as the sudden appearance of a spell-casting warrior can affect the morale of both sides of a conflict. I raised my staff, and sent a very pretty and barely destructive wad of magical sparks at Miklo's 2 attackers. It's a flashy, bandit warding spell I'd hung on the staff almost 2 years ago. Seconds later, the unprepared Gavani were writhing on the ground in agony, while their nervous systems fired randomly. It would only last a few seconds, but it was enough time for Miklo the barber. He didn't hesitate. He carefully stabbed both of them through the neck with his knife, and then smashed the 2nd one in the head with his stool for good measure when having his throat cut didn't stop his movements. "Well struck," I complimented him automatically. Miklo stared at me in wonderment as he surveyed the dead bodies, the bloodied stool still in his hand. He was a barber, no stranger to blood, but not blood extracted by violence. I nodded reassuringly, made sure he wasn't wounded or going into shock, and encouraged him to join me. He nodded firmly in return, relieved once he saw someone else was in charge, and said something to his family behind the door. I heard the heavy bar being lowered behind it. Miklo stooped to pick up a longish curved blade from the twitching Gavani's dead hands. Despite the smaller handle, it was longer and had more heft than a butcher knife, which he passed back inside to his terrified wife. Poor Miklo moved as if through an unreal dream, his face blank. I've seen that look before, the expression of someone who has never seen violence suddenly thrust into a violent situation. I wore it myself once. I stopped long enough to put a cantrip. That's a small, simple, easy spell like lighting a fire or heating up water or something that you've practiced so often that you can almost do it in your sleep. That would make it nearly impossible to open his door. "To keep your family a little safer," I explained when he asked. "Let's collect some more of our folk and head for the bell tower," I ordered. Miklo hefted his new dagger and battered stool and followed dutifully behind Tyndall. We collected Goodman Brunnen, who we found standing at the door of his harness shop, with a long cheese knife, freshly stained with dark blood, held menacingly in his hand. Brew wasn't in a daze. He was fighting mad. He holds a reputation in Minden's Hall for hard dealing and a quick temper, and he was full of both tonight. He happily joined us, and we continued toward the village's bell tower. We saw plenty more bodies of both species along the way. I stepped over them as casually as I could. I'd learned to cultivate an indifference to casualties in Faris, and continued on, while my fellow villagers took turns crying and vomiting when they weren't fighting for their lives. I let Tyndall try to comfort them. I was searching for more allies, and found them. Astol the saddlemaker joined us next, armed with an antique rusted sword, and then the 5 of us took on a large knot of the invaders who were just leaving the house of Jowdy the Jolly. They had blood on their fangs, and I didn't want to think about what they had been doing to the friendly family inside the silent home. My imagination of those events inflamed my attack. we blindsided them with a force and ferocity one might not ordinarily expect from normally peaceful mountain villagers. I had to stop my little band from continuing to pointlessly punish the Govani corpses and encourage them to move on to more productive work. There were others to be slain that night. No need to linger over the dead of either species. We couldn't waste time on idle vengeance, any more than we could waste it running up to the castle to ask for its protection. This was our home. We made for a woodshed behind a cot, which gave us the illusion of cover and the time to pause for a moment to get our bearings. I could hear all of my men breathing heavily from the exertions of the fight, and the growing cloud of smoke, as I again brought my mage map into view, and noted that the largest concentration of the Govani was actually around the bell tower, where we were headed. There were plenty of stray goblins between them and us, but there were plenty of people, too. If we could convince the latter to battle the former, we might stand a chance by the time we arrived at the stone tower. 2 more villagers came up behind us, and were almost accidentally shot by Tyndall while we waited. Goodman Gurus and his son, Guzdal. Both held powerful Wilderland's bows and carried hatchets at their belts. They slapped the others on the back and turned to me, for whatever reason, clearly expecting orders. So I gave some. No one told me not to, after all, and no one seemed to be actually in charge. But I kept it short and simple. "There are 2 more around this corner," I reported, "then 3 in the house beyond that. We go as a group, and we don't leave anyone behind. Archers shoot over our shoulders, and pick your shots. Rally anyone else you see to us. Keep your eyes open for shadows. Let's go." The next 10 minutes turned into a frantic, confusing running, house-to-house battle, and thankfully we were victorious in each encounter. As a group, we were starting to outnumber the little bands of 3 or 4 who were raiding and pillaging. Better still, along the way we picked up another 4 men who were willing to fight. All of a sudden we were a military unit of irregular light infantry, and I found myself elected captain. I was admittedly the most qualified, but I dearly wished someone else would come along and take over. But while we were winning the individual engagements, my men were taking wounds that real soldiers would have avoided, like Guzdal hacking into his own leg accidentally with his hatchet, and Bru's hand getting opened up by a goblin's rusty iron dagger. We were almost feeling victorious about the evening as we approached the commons, but then, by the light of our burning homes, we saw a horrible sight. The bell tower was the scene of the real siege, though it was more riot than an organized battle. There were about 100 Govani tribesmen in the square, throwing stones and javelins at the handful of people who'd managed to make it inside the rough stone building before getting cut off. As a fortification, it was a poor choice. It was only 3 stories tall, of undressed local stone, and there wasn't room inside for more than a dozen folk, if they were really well acquainted. But it was also the only reasonable choice, as it had stout walls and a thick oaken door, bound in iron to keep the village urchins from ringing the bell out of mischief. At least one of the besieged was hanging on that bell rope for dear life to summon help. Mothers screamed for their children, children screamed for their parents, and some screamed for their lives, as goblin maces smashed at the knees and feet of those brave or desperate enough to try to escape. Occasionally, the men would throw the rocks and javelins back down at the invaders, and someone with a bow in the tower was making good use of it, but mostly the villagers just hid and screamed in terror. My little band halted by the edge of the village square, and I motioned for them to take cover behind a barn, while I took stock of the tactical situation. I had never expected to use that term again, but my time in the service of the duchies had made me automatically think of such things at a time like this. It was amazing. I hadn't been in a pitched battle in 2 years, yet it all came flooding back to me as if I'd just mustered out. The constant looking around, the attention to arcane detail, the purposeful extension of awareness. All of the War Magi's tools came to me so easily. Too easily. Well, at least I was in command this time. I had maybe 6 or 7 men and a few boys, mostly with improvised weapons and no combat experience. Oh, each had trained in the village militia, of course, but in this remote province that was as much social ceremony as it was training for war. These men were shopkeepers and artisans, not warriors. They were running on fear, anger, and adrenaline, which are not the best ways to approach the pragmatic realm of combat. Several of them wanted to go ahead and attack the large band of goblins right then, but I urged them to be calm, and Ishi's tits, they actually listened. While attacking the foe in the rear sounds glorious in theory, the goblins outnumbered us significantly enough that our glorious gesture would be futile, and as short-lived as we would be. Even war magic couldn't turn the tide against such odds, not by myself. I could drain my wands and staff at the brutes, and there would still be more than enough of them to defeat us. The best we could do was pick off stragglers and wait for help. Help I was dearly hoping would be forthcoming. The local lord of the valley, Sire Kusi, had built his castle only 3 or 4 miles away, and the bell, which continued to ring desperately, could be heard from there. True, he and all of his gentlemen men-at-arms would only add 12 defenders to the fray, but they were 12 well-trained, well-armed, and mounted Wilderlords. Compared to the few shopkeepers and craftsmen I was leading, that was as good as an army. Wisdom dictated we sit tight and wait for reinforcements. Only nobody wanted to be wise that night. People were getting hurt and dying. "That's Lida!" Guzdal shouted, spotting a girl he fancied, screaming on the second-floor window of the bell tower. He started toward her automatically, but his father restrained him before I could. "Enough, lad," the elder whispered harshly to his son. "We'll get them all back proper, if we keep our heads. Rushing in there will just get you and her killed. Let's wait and see what the spellmonger has up his sleeve," he said hopefully. He wasn't the only one who was eager for that. I was kind of curious what I'd do myself. "What should we do?" Astol asked in a whisper. Confused faces looked around for an answer, and then they all looked to me, the relative stranger with the sword, for leadership. And hells, I didn't know what to do. While I was trying to figure it out, we were joined by another small group of 3, local farmers with pitchforks and axes, and again a moment later by 4 more with mauls and picks and other improvised weapons. They were making all manner of unlikely suggestions for taking the attack to the enemy, and I foresaw a lot of stupidity and quick deaths as the likely outcome. If left to their own devices, the untrained men would get themselves killed. It was time to be a leader. "Pick them off," I said confidently, smiling and trying to look bloodthirsty. "Astol, you take 3 axemen and go to the other side of the barn. Snipe at them until they notice you and pursue. Kill any of them that tried to get around our flank that way. In fact, I'm going to try to lure a few your way. When they get to that side, come out screaming like Korbal himself was chasing you. The rest of you wait until they turn, and they will, and then hit them from behind. Hard," I emphasized, hoping my desperation would sound like confidence. It sounded like a good plan to them, only because they knew nothing about warfare. Still, any plan, even a poor one, was better than this chaos. I stuck my head back around the corner and reactivated my mage sight to see them in the dark. Most were clustered around the bell tower. A few were guarding strategic points to head off any stragglers, but a few were just standing around, watching. I picked out a small group of goblins on the edge of the larger mass, slightly separated from the others as they guarded the gateless entryway through the hedge that surrounded the village. Just the sort of unit who would be looking to respond to organized resistance. They looked bored with what they were doing, so I gave them something else to think about. "The rest of the archers with me," I commanded, rounding up the few bowmen, including Tyndall. "Listen carefully. I'm going to count to 10. I imagine you all can count that high. On 3, step out into that space between the barn and the house. That will give you a field of fire on the largest group of them, the ones guarding the gate. Try to keep to one straight line. On 5, knock arrows. On 7, fire. On 9, you turn and come back here. Very simple. Ready? 1. It was basic volleying, using a wall of arrows to more devastating effect than picked shots. Not the sort of archery these men were used to, but easy enough to figure out. As I chanted the numbers, my archers performed more or less as they were supposed to, although their timing was not the best. Still, they managed to send a flight of shafts at our foe at the same time I opened up with both wands. At least half of them hit, from the screams. By 10, we had retreated to safety in good order, and awaited a reprisal. Sure enough, a band of 10 or so dark fairies loped across the commons toward our position. When they were out of sight of the rest of their brood, Goodman Astol and his axemen leapt out at them, bellowing at the top of their lungs. Half the crew panicked immediately and turned to flee. The other half was paralyzed enough by the confusion to get caught by the mob of villagers at my command. They might have been novices at volleying, but they knew how to hunt. The archers didn't let anyone escape. 10 down. 10 times that many left to go, I said, grinning. All right, let's see if we can do that again. This time, fire, and then charge with hand weapons, quietly. We only want a piece of them, not the whole army. I'll lead. The rest of you do what you did last time. With that, I sheathed my wands and brandished my staff as I slipped around the corner. Now, my staff is not a war staff, as I have said. It is a perfectly ordinary magical tool that is very useful for making a light in the dark, judging the depth of puddles, and impressing the locals with my mystical wisdom. One doesn't go to war college, though, without picking up a little of the rampant paranoia that flies around so liberally there. While the tool wasn't a full-fledged war staff, I had put a few special enchantments on it. The current situation justified my efforts. I had the perfect spell. This spell was fairly subtle, and I was unsure if it worked on Gavani, but it was worth the attempt, and I honestly didn't have any better options. Upon my silent command, it releases a tendril of magical energy that gets into the target's brain and tells them, "Hey, there's something over here that needs to be looked at." It's technically a distraction spell that we used in the jungle of Faris to eliminate sentries, or remove pickets from their posts. As it turns out, the goblins were just as susceptible as the Farisi had been, and a largish clump of 8 or 9 got caught in it. In moments, they were shuffling towards the far side of the barn with what I expect were the Gavani equivalent of blank looks on their faces. Just what we wanted. I took my place with the main force and waited. As the last of the Gavani passed the edge of the barn, all 3 axemen launched themselves at their backs. Astol in the lead with his rusty old broadsword. It was enough of a distraction to break the distraction spell, but by that time the goblins were whirling confusedly, trying to figure out just why they were there in the first place, which gave my belligerent shopkeepers and artisans an opportunity to lay into them. We managed to slaughter all of them with only 2 minor injuries. The townsfolk were elated at the victory, and I had to keep them from cheering too loudly, lest they alert other foes we were behind them. I would have felt better about it if we had taken care of more than a drop in the bucket we were faced with. But our melee attracted attention from both the Gavani and a few other straggling townsfolk, which was helpful. The archers picked off another 3 goblins as they tried to figure out what was happening, and we collected 3 more men, another one with a bow, who had been on the other side of the tower. That heartened me. With our smaller numbers, more missile weapons would be welcome. Which got me thinking. Astol, good work. Now, take your axemen and as many volunteers as you can find, and make your way around to the other side of the bell tower. These fellows will show you the way. Kill anything that has more hair than you do. That brought a round of laughs and catcalls. Astol was a hairy man. Once you get to the far side, take up defensive positions, behind buildings, through windows, whatever. Just make sure your backs are covered. Collect whoever else you can along the way. You, Archer, Goodman Henier, stay here with Tyndall. I'll need you 2 to cover me. When your men are in position, Astol, give a shout. I'm going to get these bastards riled up, and then I'm going to scare the shit out of them. Make ready to slay as many as possible. Astol nodded like he knew what I was talking about, when I wasn't particularly certain myself, and started picking volunteers. Nearly everyone wanted to go. That was fine. My whole point of sending off the erstwhile task force was to get them out of the way and keep as many of them as possible from getting hurt. A few stayed with me, and we kept ourselves busy by ambushing whatever Gavani nosed around the side of that barn. The archers and I took turns sniping, they with their bows and me with my war wand, while we waited. Eventually I heard the shout from Arstal, and I prepared my spell. It was sheer bluff. My war wand was running out of power, and my staff only had a few useless enchantments left on it. But the rank-and-file Gavani aren't too bright, as a rule, and I was counting on this. I had the archer, Henir, a lad of 16, the son of the town weaver, tie an oil-soaked cloth to an arrow, and send it sailing to the near edge of the invaders' siege. It stuck there, unnoticed except for a few curious goblins, and burned pitifully. The poor quality oil we'd tapped from a lamp wasn't letting it burn very bright or very long. But it lasted long enough. I summoned as much power as I could, draining every reserve in my staff, and fed oxygen to that little flame until it was consuming the entire arrow and the leaves, litter and debris around it, just what I was looking for. I started altering the flow of power to craft an illusion. Before 3 deep breaths had passed, a fire giant, 9 feet high, had sprung into life behind the Gavani troops, lighting their hairy backs with a bright yellow flame. It was a crude illusion. I was expending control of detail for size, but it was effective. Fire is the easiest element to sculpt, after all. One moment the tribesmen were wailing against a few miserable peasants in a rickety stone tower. The next, they were being attacked by a flame demon from some forgotten hell. The light from my illusion illuminated the village square and banished the shadow, and for the first time I saw the true numbers of the invaders. Somewhere around 150, I guessed. As most Gavani bands numbered a few dozen, this was almost an army. Though I was nearly at the end of my power reserves, it was a fairly simple cantrip to add a loud voice to the fire giant. Unfortunately, I knew only a few phrases in Gavani, none of which were appropriate to the occasion. But I also knew that many of the little buggers also spoke a debased dialect of the language of the tree folk, with whom they were known to trade, and I happened to know a few dramatic phrases in that tongue. "Salavadu nestu kala," I shouted through the spell, my voice amplified by the cantrip. "I come as death to defilers of my people." It was a line from the tree folk epic Kaladabu, which I doubt any of the Gavani had read. Hell, few humans outside of my profession or the scholarly nobility had read it. It doesn't translate well, as the tree folk only use writing to humour us. Mostly they just memorize stuff that's important. The effect, however, was beautiful. The tree folk language immediately caught the attention of every goblin who hadn't already been staring at my spell, and they suddenly looked concerned, if not frightened. One Gurvan, with more courage than sense, ran at the demon with his little axe, swinging mightily. He overextended himself and landed in a heap on the other side, his fur smouldering from the encounter and his iron helm askew. A few javelins passed through the figure, leaving it likewise undamaged. It's hard to damage magically flaming plasma with iron. I willed my creation to take a step forward, knowing that it wouldn't last much longer. But the attack on the bell tower had all but ceased. The mass of black, furry faces looked up at the illusion in terror, and a few openly broke and ran away as I added a few more visceral growls through the spell to intimidate them. "Send a few shots at the front of the group," I whispered to Henir. He nodded and launched 4 arrows in rapid succession against them. 3 hits, one probably fatal, and the other archers were taking advantage of the distraction with similar effect. Seeing the giant and their fellows falling from the ragged volleys was enough to convince a few more to run toward the hedge. But I'd hoped for more. The rest stood near paralyzed by the sight. I could almost feel their fear preying on their minds, encouraging them to run away, back to the holes that spawned them. I wished that I knew a spell that could do that, without the dramatic expenditure of power I figured it would take. Gurvani prefer to fight when they have the clear advantage, and the confusing response to their raid had made them doubt themselves. But there always has to be a hero in the crowd. A large Gurvani, clothed in black leather armour, which was unusual, and wearing some befanged animal skull for a helmet, leapt in front of the crowd, and yelled something in their gibbering tongue. I didn't know exactly what, but I guessed it was something along the line of, "Don't run away, you cowards! It's only a fire demon!" Like I said, I don't know much Gavani, but there were enough treefolk cognates to give me the gist. Tyndall took the opportunity to put an arrow into his thigh, just as I struggled to make the flame man reach down and grab the leader. To his credit, he did not bolt from either the arrow or the fiery giant. He swung his war club bravely at the thing's head instead, ignoring the sudden pain from his punctured thigh as he passed his weapon through it. For a moment, it might have worked. He had the attention of the Gavani and was proving that a little illusion was nothing to be afraid of, even if arrows were. That picked up their morale. They started growling and chanting and waving around their weapons, even as their war leader's pelt began to burn. I was expending every last ounce of energy I had to keep the illusion going, and was about to run out. The fire giant was losing stature and cohesion as it ran short of fuel and arcane energy. Between the effort and my hangover, I was feeling about as poorly. Collapse wouldn't be far behind. Then the cavalry rode over the hill. Literally. The Will-the-Lord Knights of Sire-Coucy had arrived in the proverbial nick of time, some 24 strong, stout lances and long swords flashing in the light of my fading illusion. Just as my fire beast dispelled, the first horseman, Sir Kay, the castellan of Beauval Castle, I recognized by the badge on his broad shield, rode bravely into the midst of the goblins, skewering the leader on his lance with deadly efficiency. I watched with professional respect as he dropped the spear with the still writhing Gurvan on its tip and drew his sword, while his warhorse reared and began stomping on screeching, furry bodies. I'm not a knight, and never wanted to be one. I'm smarter than that. But it was undeniably impressive to watch a man work his trade like that, especially when he was saving my ass. The rest of the troops, each bearing the white bull on a green field on their shields and banners, followed closely behind in a rough wedge formation. Seeing their salvation at hand, my stupid villagers, eager to participate in the coming victory, decided to wade into the rear of the invaders' chaotic formation, swinging their farm implements as effectually as possible. I considered drawing my own blade and wading in, but I had seen enough blood today. My body and mind were exhausted, and ideally wanted a nap. That's when it got my attention. There was a feeling I'd had since I'd arrived at the square, and it suddenly got stronger. I eschewed mage sight and just tried to reach out with my mind, and sure enough, I felt something. There, at the far end of the mass of fur, blood, and bodies, was a single Gurvan who seemed undisturbed by the rout that was taking place in front of him. Instead, he was waving his arms like he was swatting flies. Sighing tiredly, I reactivated my mage sight, and he lit up like a beacon. A shaman, and by the amount of magical glow he gave off, I could see he was a potent one, perhaps the most powerful one I'd ever seen. Powerful enough to make me reconsider the whole nap idea. That at least explained how the Gavani managed to sneak through the wards that surrounded the village without detection. I'd placed the wards myself, and they would have been sufficient against your average bandit, but not much more. I had not thought we needed a more rigorous defense against a real magical attack. A good shaman, or even halfway decent hedge mage, for that matter, could cut through the ordinary wards like harp strings, if they're good enough, just by throwing power at them until they overload and collapse. This shaman was at least that good, and I could tell by the obscene amount of power he was drawing that he was preparing a nasty surprise for Sire-Coucy and his iron-clad boys. It was time for some action, I realized. The cavalry were fighting against the warriors, but ignoring the shaman who was muttering, not murdering. This was a job for a war mage. "Henir, Tyndall, quickly! Loose every shaft you have against that one goblin. There, the tallest one. Don't wait for the command. Just do it, boys!" I shouted as I prepared myself. Their arrows were probably going to be ineffectual, I realized, but it was possible that they could distract the shaman long enough for me to do something useful. I had just a few arcane tricks left up my sleeve. My war wand was effective against non-magi, but magically defending against such a straightforward attack was pretty easy if you knew it was coming, and the shaman could not have failed to realize the basic nature of its attack. I could counter, if I had time and had something nasty prepared. But I didn't, and I didn't. Anything potent enough to finish him off would require real power, and lots of it, I realized, and I had blown almost all of my reserves on that fire giant illusion. It dawned on me that the only thing left to do was... Shit! I'd thought I'd never have to do this again when I'd retired. When most people think of a war mage, those who actually do think of such things, that is, they think of a regular wizard throwing spells in combat. That much is true, of course, but our training at the War College was a lot more extensive than that. We learned wards to guard camps, spells against detection, scrying spells to scout the enemy from a distance, and a lot of other war magic useful on the battlefield. We were also taught how to be effective combat soldiers in our own right, to keep from needing infantry bodyguards while we were in battle, and to give us more of an offensive punch when we attacked. In particular, the arcane war masters at Rilancourt had taught us certain special spells that we could use on our own bodies, to make us more efficient for the kind of hand-to-hand fighting that could break out at any time in a combat situation. The techniques are complex to learn, mentally exhausting, and sometimes physically painful over time. Not everyone's body and mind could take the stress of basic war magic. But once you learn the spells, they become second nature. Most war magi who aren't masochists only use them if absolutely necessary. Now seemed like a good time to indulge. I said the appropriate mnemonic trigger words, drawing on every last spark of power left at my command, and suddenly everything around me was in slow motion, as if the combatants and their victims were mired in glass. In fact, it was my perceptions and my reactions that had speeded up. My head hurt from the effect, and my stomach desperately wanted me to throw up what was left of last night's cider. But I didn't take notice of my body anymore, except in passing, when the war magic spell was activated. I was more than mere flesh, for a few glorious seconds. Pain and fatigue became something to note, not something to suffer. But the spell wouldn't last long. I had to take advantage of it. I dropped my staff and sprinted towards the shaman, moving 3 times faster than I could possibly have hoped to, unaugmented by the spell. Slasher came to my hand automatically, adding the little power stored in the blade to the magical field that fueled my body, and a wordless battle cry erupted from my lips of its own accord. I noticed in passing one of Hennia's arrows in flight, hanging in the air like it was taking a leisurely stroll. Few among the foe even noticed me as I raced among them toward the shaman. A Gurvan warrior who tried to interpose himself between me and my prey raised his club high over his shoulder. But then Slasher slashed. I left him behind me, clutching the stump of his hand in shocked amazement, while I faced the real threat. The shaman saw me coming, of course. No doubt his own mage sight was up in this chaos, and I would be difficult not to notice. He shifted his beady gaze toward me, even as he prepared to release the spell he had hung, a defiant grimace on his scarred black lips. I guess he thought I was either a knight with some spark of talent, or a hedge mage with a sword, but he definitely did not expect or knew how to contend with a fully trained veteran war mage, or else he would have shifted his spell to a defensive one. They taught us in War College that the all-out offensive attack has a better chance of succeeding than a more cautious approach in such situations, and I was testing that theory with my life. I could feel the power surge from his hand, and couldn't help stealing some to keep my own spell going. He seemed lousy with it, and as he jutted one fist at me, the arcane power leapt from one hand to the other. Quickly tapping into that unguarded stream was easy, particularly because he wasn't, or didn't know how, to defend against the effort. That gave me enough of a jolt to follow through with my attack. When the power rushed over me, I realized too late that it was far more than I'd ever been able to manage. My reserves weren't exactly full, but I felt better than I had since the damn bell had awakened me, well enough to eliminate this ugly goblin. As I slid to a stop near him, with a twist of my wrist, I sliced at his left knee, right shoulder, left side, and his neck, in rapid succession, while my other hand worked a distracting little flash cantrip to keep him distracted from defending properly. It was a partial success. He blocked the first blow with the haft of his club, and part of the second, as I circled around his body with preternatural speed. He was still trying to block the third in precisely the wrong place when my thin mage blade passed horizontally between his shoulders and his head, severing the neck neatly. He died before he was aware of the fact, and as happy as I was about that, suddenly I was faced with a dilemma. Magical power that is summoned and not used can either dissipate slowly, or it can release explosively, depending upon the vessel and a host of other factors. That was what had killed the Mad Mage of Fariste during the final assault during the war. He had built up power, tremendous power, to counter our attack during our siege. Then Auril Pratt, half mad in his grief and resistance, had been deprived of his release mechanism at an inopportune moment, and it overloaded his brain. At least that's what the gossip said. But there are important laws in magic, laws which can rarely be violated. All of that power must be expressed somehow, and in the absence of a powerful mind to control it, magical energy can be volatile. When the Mad Mage finally blew apart against the greatest war magi of the day, he had taken a good portion of the tropical citadel with them. When I realized just how much power the Gurvan had summoned, I knew that I was in a similar position. It was also likely to take out me, most of the surviving goblins, all of Sire Kusi's cavalry, and probably half the village, unless I could channel it away somehow. It was happening too quickly for me to form an apis, or other thaumaturgical construct to absorb the power. I had to channel it. I still had the remnants of the fire illusion hanging around, and that seemed to be the most convenient thing to do. So I sent it all into one big fire illusion spell and directed it straight up. The result was spectacular. A fountain of fire nearly a mile high and 12 feet across, bursting at its apex in the biggest firework I had ever seen. It lit up the entire village like it was daylight, and it could be seen for miles around. It was so terrifying to the normally nocturnal Gurvani that those who were not already retreating bolted and ran as fast as their hairy little legs could carry them. Me? I collapsed in a heap next to the recently living body of the shaman. I stayed there, catching my breath and waiting for the spell to diminish, until Sire Kusi himself, jingling with every step in his armor and spurs, shook me back to consciousness. "Excellent job, Spellmonger," he said, a grin dividing that grey-white moustache and beard, when I regained my senses. "We've got them on the run. My knights are chasing them back to their damn holes. But that would have been difficult going without... whatever it was you did. Well done." I stared up at him for a moment while I tried to make sense of what he said. This seemed to be an occasion that called for a grand and noble gesture. I had just been honoured by the lord of the domain, after all. It seemed a good place for ceremony, a gesture, or at least a few thankful words. When speech was available to me again, I managed to mumble, "Thank you, my lord," before I bowed, and vomited used cider and bile on his boots. Chapter 2. My History, and a Frightening Discovery. Once upon a time, in a tiny village called Talri on the bank of the great river Burin, in the riverlands barony of Varun, the duchy of Castol, a great and powerful mage was born unto a common man and his wife. I'll spare you the suspense. It was me. The place I grew up was a nice, quiet little river village, where most of the people farmed or fished. A few sold goods and services to those who farmed or fished, and even fewer lived off the taxes paid by those who sold goods and services to those who farmed or fished. It was a pretty little village on the west side of the river, only 6 miles from the looming castle Talri, where Baron Lethar made his home. My father had the baking license for the river village of Talri on Burin, and was viewed as a master of his craft by his colleagues as far away as Dretzel. His bread was always smoother and tastier than any the farm women made. His pies were counted as having no equal, and the fruit and honey cakes he made for holidays were the stuff of legend. He supplied bread not only to most of the village and the barges that travelled the river, but the Baron's castellan also sent to him for special dainties that the castle bakery couldn't produce as well as he could. He was particularly good at berry pies, and as a kid I made a small fortune selling reject pies out of the back of the shop to my peers. In any case, due to my father's incredible ability to take flour, eggs, yeast, milk, and such, and transform them into the best breads in the 5 duchies, he thrived. He married my mother, daughter of the miller in Poom Hamlet, upriver 50 miles or more, got his master's license, secured a grant from Baron Lethar, and began a long lifetime of raising bread and kids in relative prosperity. As his fame and recognition as a baker increased, so did his fortune, until he had the 3rd largest house in town, a small stable of his own, and the exclusive right to make sweet pies and pastries for a 5-mile radius of his shop. He was blessed with a beautiful, hard-working wife and many children, all girls. When my eldest sister was born, my mother says he was as excited as any new father. When my sister Letha was born 2 winters later, he feasted his neighbours on her name day and spoke expectantly of the son his wife was sure to birth next. 6 years and 3 more daughters later, he had become something of a town joke. With each new, pink, healthy daughter my mother presented to him, it added to his despair. Don't misunderstand. He was a doting father to all of his children, loved each of my sisters dearly, and never once griped about their dowries. But he wanted a boy to pass his craft to. He envisioned a dynasty of great bakers. He tried everything to hear my mother tell it. He consulted the Baron's wizard, the local hedge mage, itinerant witches, birth sisters, and every granny within 20 miles, seeking a surefire way to ensure male conception. He went so far as to sponsor a festival in the village to Trig, the mother goddess, ostensibly to celebrate my eldest sister's coming of age, but in reality as a means of begging her priestesses for a boy. After a decade of non-stop procreation, I finally arrived. My father was so happy he could have burst. My mother was just relieved. 6 healthy children is a lot to expect from a woman. Not that she minded the attempts. I get my lusty nature from her. But by the time I came along, she was ready to lapse into the role of grandmother. They named me Minilan, after my maternal great-grandfather, and proceeded to spoil me only as a boy with 5 older sisters could be spoiled. My childhood was cushy, comparatively speaking. My sisters took turns babying me and torturing me, depending on the sister, her mood, and the position of the stars. Mamma was strict but benevolent. She had raised 5 spirited daughters, so I didn't get away with much, and Dad tried to be stern, but usually ended up being as indulgent to his only son as he was to his daughters. He did make me work hard, though. Running a bakery is hard work in the best of times, and no hands ever went idle. Father worried initially that the overdose of female attention would soften me, but by the time I was 5 it was clear that I was as sturdy as hardtack, and had the spirit of a spicy pepper roll. Dad relaxed. He had his air. Until that fateful day. When one of the village men shook me awake the next morning, I had been dreaming about Tulry and my parents. The sun was well on its way toward noon. Tyndall was snoring beside me, almost as tired as I was from an evening's work that had not ended until dawn. It was a mark of how exhausted I was that I had not responded to the wards that should have alerted me to his presence the moment he crossed my threshold. "Begging your pardon, Master Minilan, but Sire Cousy and Sir Kay would like to see you. They're in Mickett's barn," he said when I finally came downstairs. With that, the villager, whom I didn't recognize, a thick man wearing a brown woolen cap and tunic that was the unofficial uniform of the Bovali peasants, turned and left. He also wore a thick leather coat over his tunic, and carried a 5-foot spear like it was a hoe, so I assumed everyone was still on alert from the attack. I glanced at my snoring apprentice and decided to let him keep sleeping. There was no reason we should both be falling off our feet. I quietly picked up my weapons belt and tiptoed down the stairs, where I took a moment to put myself in order. I put on my business cloak, a dark blue woolen mantle that I had paid a local lady to embroider with stars and moons and all sorts of meaningless arcane symbols. I also grabbed my hat, the standard four-pointed affair that had been a fashion rage 300 years ago. It was now the unofficial headgear for professional spellmongers and other magi. 3 of the points were smaller than the last, and were sewn to the conical centre. I felt a little silly wearing it, but the more important the man, the sillier the hat, my father always told me. I grabbed my staff from where I had dropped it last night, and decided I was ready to meet the lord of the land. I tiredly tripped over the threshold as I left the shop, so I stopped and hung a cantrip that would make me appear alert, awake and refreshed, in utter contradiction to the way I felt. It used nearly every scrap of energy that a few hours of sleep had restored, but I couldn't appear before His Excellency, Sir Coucy, Lord of Beauval Vale and Liege of Brandmont, looking like a wastrel. I was greeted along the way with solemn nods and grateful smiles, and even a bow or two. There was a new respect in the eyes of my neighbours, thanks to my efforts in the attack. Several made a point of thanking me. Yea, I'm a hero, I thought dully, trying to ignore the wailing cries of those who had lost family in the night, or the moans of the wounded where they suffered from their beds. I saw several men who had fought the previous night, and made a point to nod back to them. They were the ones who deserved the praise. It's easy to take a man who has been trained to fight and put him in danger. It is much harder to rise to the occasion when the toughest fight you had ever been in had ended with a mug of cider and nothing more serious than bruises. The 30-odd victims of the Gurvani had been a severe blow in a hamlet so small, but they carried on as if it was the day after market day. The stoic mettle of the Beauvali impressed me. Many of these sturdy mountain people were going about their business as if nothing had happened at all. A knot of men-at-arms in the livery of the Lord of Beauval Vale, a white cow on a green mountain, were loitering around outside, and I nodded sagely to them as I passed. I was surprised when they snapped into a loose approximation of attention. I just didn't warrant that kind of thing. I saluted automatically, and then grinned self-consciously at myself when they returned the courtesy. It had been a while since I had done that. Lord Coucy and his dour castellan, Sir Kay, were inside, puffing away on their pipes while they looked over the stacked bodies of the raiders. There was a nasty, cloying odour of death, blood and burnt hair that was truly nauseating. Live Gurvani smell fairly pungent, and death does little to help matters. I understood immediately why they were smoking so early in the day. I bowed to the gentleman before quickly moving to light my own pipe. "Master Minilan," the Lord of Beauval said around his pipe stem in his high, reedy voice, "my thanks for your expert work last night. Had you not rallied the people and applied your magics as you did, I would have found Minden's Hall a smoking ruin and been shy several tenants here this morning." He bowed his silvered head in a gentle salute, revealing the beginnings of a thin patch in the centre of his pate. The Lord of the Vale was a short man, but well-muscled, and he had seen at least 50 summers in this valley. He had sharp, penetrating eyes that held equal measures of intelligence, wisdom, and wit. He was also an adept warrior, good with a lance or sword, and an excellent combat leader. When I had first met him during the Parisian campaign, he also proved an excellent drinking companion, in addition to being a competent officer and a fierce fighter. His men, mostly doughty archers and tough country knights, likewise impressed me both in battle and in camp. He had brought 200, mostly peasants, retrained as infantry or archers. He had brought more than half of them back from that hellish province, which is more than many commanders from that bloody campaign can say. When I took him up on his invitation to settle in his remote little valley, I became even more taken with the man as a liege. He proved to be a good overlord in peacetime, as well as being a good war leader. His people didn't quite love him, but they did accord him far more respect when he was out of earshot than most nobles warranted from their subjects. In the 6 months that I had lived here as village spellmonger, I had witnessed him dispensing judgment and making shrewd decisions that convinced me that he had the best interests of his people and his lands in mind, not his own aggrandizement, a rarity among the nobility anywhere. Sir Kay, on the other hand, was a tall, hulking, sulking, bitter-faced man of 30 summers or so, a distant cousin of Cousy's from Gans. Sir Kay was typical of many of the country gentleman knights of the Alshari Wilderlands in most ways, but he had a flair for organisation. He was an excellent manager of his lord's estates, despite his famously sour disposition. He hadn't accompanied Sir Coucy to Ferris. Someone had to stay home and tell the peasants what to do, I guess, and I could see now why Coucy had been so jovial on campaign. He may have been an excellent castellan, but having Sir Kay around was much like being a teenager under the eye of a matronly and disapproving aunt. "It was my duty and pleasure to serve, my lord," I said, lighting my pipe by flashy cantrip, and then bowing. That sort of thing impresses the layman, you know. "I am only sorry I could not have saved more of your people." Almost 200 of his subjects were dead, and twice that many were egregiously wounded. "I blame them, not you," he grumbled, kicking a black furry corpse with his pointed horseman's boot, causing his spurs to jingle. I winced when I noted that there was still a large, splotchy vomit stain on it. "Particularly that witch doctor. He was quite potent, it seems, to do so much harm so quickly, though not as tough as our spellmonger." Coucy laughed, slapping me appreciatively on the back. I didn't think it was that funny. "He was the most powerful mage I have encountered since Ferris, my lord," I said seriously. "You recall we encountered the Govani in the jungles of Ferris?" I said. He nodded. He never tired of mentioning the war and the grueling campaign, although he saw it a damn sight more loftily than I recalled. "Their shamans were good, but not nearly that good. That shaman was handling far more power than any single mage in the duchies. I cannot tell you where he came by it. Perhaps he was just abrim with talent, but that kind of power would have almost classed him as a master mage." I trailed off as a horrifying thought suddenly occurred to me. "Ferris. Quickly, where is his body?"
"Over there," Sir Kay grunted. "The men wanted to start lopping off heads for warning spikes, but I insisted that all bodies be thoroughly examined first." Probably for loot, though he was too darn noble to say it. Kay likes being thorough, but he's also utterly incorruptible, when anyone is watching. "Excellent," I muttered absently, and began the unsavoury process of hunting through body parts and disemboweled, furry little corpses. I was looking for one particularly gruesome limb. Thankfully, it didn't take me long to find it. I pulled the leathery black fist, severed midway between elbow and wrist, from under a pile of other discarded body parts. The cut was clean and sharp, which meant it was most likely the one I was looking for. The axes of the villagers and the lances of the horsemen made wounds far less neatly than Slasher. Carefully, I pried the stiff, cold fingers apart. At the centre, as I expected and feared, was a centimetre-wide stone of bright milky green, like an emerald, only far deeper. It was smooth around most of its diameter, but had a rough backside. I exhaled slowly and backed away a step. Sire Coucy and Sir Kay had crowded around me, and when I stepped back they jumped as if bitten by the thing. Then they relaxed when it didn't do anything in particular. Of course, if they knew what it was, they would have headed for the horizon as fast as their feet could carry them. I never wanted to be a wizard. Indeed, the thought had never occurred to me. My plans around adolescence centred on finding some way to get Hetty, the miller's daughter, alone, and up her skirts, and eventually inheriting the shop some day, and baking bread for the rest of my life. Noble goals, these. But fate, or luck, or the gods had other plans, and about the time I started growing hair in unlikely places and cracking my voice, things just started happening. I began learning the basics of professional-class baking as soon as I could knead dough. I had a perfectly common boyhood for the first 12 years of my life as my father's apprentice. Nothing more extraordinary than fights and stolen kisses ever happened, and if I blackened more eyes than I received, it was probably because I ate too many cookies and was strong from toting too many bags of flour and cutting too much firewood. You might not appreciate just how much firewood a good-sized bakery requires on a daily basis. Dad's ovens were huge.
Between the needs of the castle and the village, and the regular contracts for journey bread Dad had with barge captains, he had 2 large ovens that rose above the roof of our house, and 1 small one that was still pretty damn big. They were rooms unto themselves, large enough for a man to crawl into to clean, and guess who got that job? They dominated the rear of our house, great pregnant-looking domes constructed of wicker and river clay. Dad had painted them the traditional red, of course, and you could see them for almost a mile downriver. Every morning he, or one of his apprentices, would get up long before dawn and start the laborious process of feeding the fires, banked the previous day. Every 3rd day, someone, always one of his apprentices, rank hath its privileges, would climb in with a broom and spade and excavate the mounds of ash before they relit the fire and began stacking wood upon it. It took half a cord of wood to reheat the large ones back to baking temperature, and another half to keep it going all day. We used a lot of wood. Dad employed 3 families of woodcutters to supply him. I started toting wood from the shed to the ovens as soon as I was old enough to walk. At first, it was fun. Then it was work. Then it was torture. By the time I was 12, I had lugged whole forests of trees into the gaping maws of the ovens. While I didn't know it at the time, my magical talent, or Rejara, as the old Imperials call it, was starting to come out. It was little things at first, things I didn't even notice back then. During hide-and-seek, I could always find everyone, no matter how cleverly hid, or hide myself so well that I'd never be found. While playing ball games, I always knew when and where the ball would be before it got there. Perfectly normal childhood magic, the kind that every kid everywhere thinks that they can do. But in late winter of my 13th year, things came to a head. I'll never forget that day as long as I live. I had spent most of the night fuming about a fight with my youngest sister. Ura and I had always been at odds, largely because we were closest in age. In truth, she was no better or worse than my other sisters when it came to alternately teasing and spoiling me. But Ura had a temper, and she often took it out on me when she was fed up at being the youngest girl, but not the youngest child. We fought often, over stupid things, and sometimes it escalated beyond reasonable sibling rivalry, and came to blows and nasty tricks. I don't remember what the particular offence was, but I do recall that she got away with something big, and blamed me for it. As a result, Dad had given me punishment detail for 3 weeks. In our house there was only one punishment: feed the ovens. That particular day I had gotten up way too early, gulped the cup of hot milk, and stomped out into the late fall chill to begin my torture. I fumed at Ura the entire time. I stomped my way back and forth between the shed and the ovens, a journey that I had long ago calculated to be 23 steps both ways, and on each trip back I held almost as much wood as I could carry. Every step of the way I cursed Ura under my breath. Not a good idea in front of the oven, which is also a shrine to Brigga, the fire goddess. In Boval they call her Brina, other places Briga, but in Tolri she was Brigga. But I was pissed off at my sister and figured the goddess would understand. By trip 6, it took 9 trips for enough wood to get the fires started. The exercise had warmed me up. By trip 8, I had loosened my jacket, and my boyish curses had become audible. At the end of trip 9, I stacked wood as if every piece was aimed at my sister's head. I had worked myself into such a frenzy that I didn't even realize that I had started a fire. With magic. I stood and gaped in horror as the dry poplar and oak sputtered into flame. In moments, a roaring fire was making my face uncomfortably hot. Smoke poured out of the oven's mouth, as it normally did. The fire was spreading evenly from place to place. It was a perfectly laid fire, but I knew for a fact that I hadn't started it. The spill I would have used was inside the house on the hearth altar yet. Had Brigga heard me, I wondered, horrified that I might have just doomed my sister to a premature and fiery death? I dropped the rest of my wood and started to run away, when I ran smack into my father's rotund belly. I looked up at him with tears in my eyes, and he looked down at me, concerned. "I saw the whole thing," he said softly. "Get your cloak on and go out to the shed. to my workroom. There are some things you and I need to discuss." I nodded, and then remembered my chores. "What about the oven?" "I'll get Ura to do it. She should be up by now anyway. She'll never catch a man if she stays lazy like that." I grinned at him, relieved that he wasn't angry at me. I grabbed my heavy wool cloak and trudged outside to the woodshed. When you think woodshed, you probably think of a tiny shack, just big enough to store a half a cord or so. Perhaps if we were a simple farmstead. My dad burned so much wood that he required a huge shelter for it. The entire right side of it was full of firewood, while the left side held my dad's workbench and tools, as well as a few extra bags of flour and salt and such. Behind that was Dad's workroom. Mama may have run the house and shop like a duchess, but the shed was my dad's domain, a place of refuge from his wife and family when he craved solitude. I was almost as shocked by the invitation as I had been by the magical fire. Dad's workroom was forbidden territory, inviolate, his inner sanctum. It was where Dad kept his records and did his accounts. My father was proud of his literacy and secretive about his money. I found out later that he kept his secret recipe book there too, the one he claimed didn't exist, in a brick-lined safe under the floor. Mama never even went in there. To be caught anywhere near it was grounds for a switching. An invitation within had never been extended to any of my kin that I knew of. I waited outside until Dad showed up, not able to bring myself to enter alone. He didn't speak, just laid a fire in the tiny stove and poured water into a small tin kettle on top. 2 mugs were set out, and I could smell the crushed kaffir leaf in their bottoms. "Well, son," he finally began in his deep baritone, "it looks like you broke the egg basket on this one." "Dad, I don't know what happened." "I think I do, but I'll need a little help to explain it." And with that he reached up on the top shelf and took down a small, pint-sized earthenware jar. I knew about that jar. Just about every kid's dad in the village had one of those jars, stashed somewhere where their wives wouldn't find it. It contained a very powerful distilled liquor that Opa the woodcutter made to supplement his meagre income. Regular spirits were available to the folk of Taldry, but they were taxed heavily. While Opa's brew was untaxed and therefore illicit, I don't think the Baron or anyone else minded his discreet trade. Opa brought a new pint every week when he made his regular delivery. Sometimes when Dad had friends over, he'd take them out back to show them something in the shop, and they almost always seemed friendlier when they returned. He pulled the cork and took a deep sip, then handed it to me. I was in shock. This meant I was a man, by the unsophisticated standards of village artisans, and I swallowed repeatedly before I could bring myself to take a drink of the liquid fire. I coughed and sputtered, but Dad expected this, and was ready with a cup of water. When I had calmed down and warmed up significantly, he had me tell him everything I could about the event. When I was done, he took the jar back and stood up, sighing. I sat there silently and watched him putter around, looking behind books and under papers for his pipe and herb pouch. I found watching him comforting. He seemed so calm, and the shock of the earlier event was starting to fade into a dreamlike unreality. Armed with pipe and pouch, he sat back in his chair and began the ritual of packing it. He also began telling me about my family, on my mother's side. Mama's people were from Poom Hamlet, 20 miles upriver and inland another 6. But they weren't from the Castali Riverlands originally. They had relocated there about 5 generations back, from someplace up north, around the Colleen Mountains. Family history said that they were nobility. Legend said royalty, from some long-forgotten petty kingdom in Wenshire, on the outskirts of the Majocracy. The name Manuforthan was somehow attached to the legend, though if that was the name of an ancestor or the name of the kingdom, no one was sure. What was whispered, though, was that our ancestors had been mage lords, potent magi, who had left the borders of the imperial lands in the east to strike out on their own, away from the power of the Archmage. When the Narasi tribes that were my father's ancestors swept down from the steppes on the decadent imperial lands, Mama's ancestors had fled south. Some of them fled to Poom Hamlet, where they settled down, forgot about magic and ran the mill. Dad had never thought anything might come of it. All of Mamma's kin seemed normal enough, except my Uncle Clo, but that's just the way he is, having intermarried with Narasi over the generations until there was no trace of their imperial past in their features. No one else seemed to show any signs of magic in their blood, but the possibility was always there. Dad explained it had always been there, but he and Mamma hadn't taken it seriously. Until now. "What in six hells is it, spellmonger?" Sire Kusi demanded at my gape-faced stare. "It must be magical and deadly. You look as though you've seen a ghost." We were among the pile of bodies the surviving peasants had gathered for disposal, with their dead kin and neighbours arrayed respectfully on one side of the barn, the black and furry foes piled up unceremoniously on the other. As soon as it was light enough to do so, I had tracked down the corpse of the shaman, and then spent more time seeking his shattered hand among the stiffening limbs of dead Gavani. The little black fingers still clutched it tightly in the rigour of death, but I had pried them open and revealed his treasure. "Not far from it, my lord," I answered, breathlessly, my heart sinking a foot a minute. "That, sire, is something I haven't seen since the Parisian campaign. It is something that most wizards live a lifetime and never get to see. The one I saw there was half this size, and in the hand of a master sorcerer." "Is it an enchantment, then?" he asked, having no real idea what he was asking. I answered him as he wanted. "It is all enchantments, my lord," I whispered, "and it means trouble for your domain. And my livelihood, but that wasn't what I was focused on. I had bigger things to concern me than my clients. Indeed, my worst possible fear was realized. The Imperials called it Irianite. My people, the Narasi, called them witch stones. It's a type of green amber, found, it is said, in some mountain streams in the Kulins and Mindens. But this innocuous-looking little translucent rock was mightier than the foundations of the strongest fortress. It made a dent in my mind, like a magical fire whose flames warmed the part of me that does magic. These stones were once only nearly mythical devices. Now they were almost unheard of. Historically, they were extremely important. Witchstones were the source of power that propped up the ancient and creaking Marjocracy for centuries against the onslaught of my barbarian ancestors, after all. And for centuries, it took little more than that. Irianite magnifies a mage's natural expression of magic 1,000-fold or more, providing an abundant font of arcane energy to those attuned to them. No one knows how or why. The few specimens that have popped up have presented an irresistible lure to the magi who found them, and all study on the matter is a closely held and highly regulated secret under the bans on magic. But the barest amount of that translucent green stone was enough to amplify the powers of the dullest mage. A simple flame cantrip, such as I use to light my pipe, can be turned into a raging inferno with a witchstone. Spells that would ordinarily take hours of preparation and concentration could be done with little effort. Or so I had learned. Wars had been fought over the stuff, a lot of them, and recently. The Mad Mage of Faris had killed thousands of soldiers and sailors from the duchies with a mere sliver of it. To see that green pebble in a black and furry hand made me so frightened my bowels turned to water. "This is going to complicate things," I said in a voice that was almost a whisper. For those of you who weren't fortunate enough to get an imperial education in the art and science of magic, and I assume that is most of you, the story of Irianite is intrinsically intertwined with the history of the Marjocracy, and, by extension, that of the 5 duchies, and of all Calador itself. The Marjocracy evolved on the lost island of Purwin, a mountainous subcontinent located somewhere in the Eastern Ocean. It was alleged to be the birthplace of man, though there are other places that claim to have human settlements at least as old, and most legends say we were spawned from the void above. But when we arrived, we knew little of magic. The tree folk taught us. The first archmage, Cordan, legend has it, united the various tribal magi of Purwin under his banner at the city of Nomawi, and fighting against the original despotic rulers there. While he was consolidating political power, he also established in writing the basic principles of magic, convened the first Privy Council of Magi, and founded the first Imperial Academy of Magic. He also fought a successful war against his competitors, using his cabal of Magi liberally against them. Eventually, through war and negotiation, he dominated the other non-talented factions on the island and handed his successor a tidy, unified and well-run little kingdom. He is also, hagiographically speaking, credited with receiving from Iranisha, goddess of magic and science, the three great gifts of Purwin. The first was the periodic table of the lesser elements, the Parada, in Old Purwinese. The second was the 20 principles of magic and the physical world, the Perinsi. And the third was the basic symbolic system for shaping and channeling magic, which are still in use to this very day, the Padu, for those taking notes. What exactly he did with these gifts is still debated in the rarefied chambers of academia and religion, but whatever he did, the man got results. For almost 1,000 years, human civilization flourished on Purwin. Dynasties of Arch-Magi ruled, often benevolently, over the island and its associated mainland colonies. Masters of politics and diplomacy as much as magic, they ruled by guile and wit, shrewdness and calculation. They ruled with the backing of the Dabersi Guards, the elite war magi who were the Archmage's personal army. They ruled by maintaining control of the sea lanes against the pirates of Faris, who were troublesome even when they were a loyal province of the Magocracy, the corsairs of Cormia, who didn't much like the old Magocracy, and the navies and leviathans of the non-human seafolk, who had little enough use for humans at all, transgressing in their sea lanes. But mostly they ruled because of magic. Using Irionite, few non-magical forces could stand up to the Arch-Magi. Where did he get it, or the knowledge of its use, when humanity had no previous understanding of the art? The most accepted historical theory implicates his alleged involvement and research with the treefolk of the continent. That ancient race had contact with the coastal colonies that later grew up to become the Greater Magocracy, and then the 5 duchies. It is said that they even helped establish humans on the continent, lending their expertise with plants and soil to us to make the land a viable home. The first Archmage was said to have been shipwrecked near one of their settlements in his youth. Some stories say he stole the first 9 witchstones from them. Others say that they were given to him. Either way, the first Archmage of Purwin, Cordan I, reigned and ruled with those most potent of artifacts in his hand. Later he placed all 9 in the emerald staff of the Arch-Magi, and that just made him and his successors more powerful. The 9 stones of the staff weren't the only witchstones to be used by the Magocracy. Over time, new stones were discovered or obtained by other means by prominent families of magi, but compared to the powerful array of them in the staff, even these wonders were relatively powerless. The staff could do all sorts of wondrous things, such as raising or quelling storms, useful for controlling the sea lanes, and laying waste to enemies with bolts of black fire, handy for quelling the occasional rebellion or coup attempt. It was said to have had a voice of its own, and was free in offering wise advice to the reigning Archmage. In some cases, the legends and histories hint that the staff itself played an active role in the scheming politics of Purwin. The power was put to the test many times, including the construction of the twin towers of Namawi, the creation of the spire of Purwin, changing the course of the river Illinois, and the reclamation of the San Prinzo Bay from the sea, some 3 centuries after the first Archmage died in office. That last one was notable because of both its scope, which was godlike, and its failure, which was catastrophic. For 4 short years, Kefan the Damned, the 32nd Archmage of Purwin, basked in the glory of his greatest magical achievement, growing the island's limited arable land by almost 1/3. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and eventually nearly the whole island plunged back into the depths, leaving only a tiny archipelago of mountain tops to mark the site of the great civilization. After the inundation, the spire of Purwin, an ancient grey tower that had been built on the highest point of the island, was the only remaining sign that a civilization ever existed there. When the survivors regrouped on the mainland, the staff had been recovered, and the first archmage of the later, or greater depending upon your view of history, magocracy, began the long, slow process of unifying the coastal colonies and rebuilding them into a shadow of Purwin's lost glory. Erionite became the means by which the barbarian hordes, my ancestors, were held back. Irate non-humans and rebelling peasants were kept in line, and politics were dominated. The palace of the Arch-Magi was built in Remes using Erionite. It was also the means by which the first of the Mage Wars were fought. If the old Arch-Magi of Purwin had used the stones to unite an empire, they were used by the Mage Lords of the later magocracy to nearly tear one apart. Noble houses of Magi had conserved their own stones and taken advantage of the loss of Purwin to build their own bases of power. A score of feuding houses, descendants of Purwin's displaced nobility, spent 200 years or so laying waste each other's holdings in an attempt to grab power from whomever was perceived to have had it. For a time, the stones were plentiful, it seemed, and nearly every mage of any significance had one. Factions allied against other factions, while entire villages were destroyed in the orgy of bloodshed. Great magical weapons of devious and deadly design were used to wipe out whole districts. It was a dark time in history, broken only once the sitting Archmage, an impotent snot of a mage lord named Sinfonir, quit sitting on his hands and began using the staff the way it was supposed to be used. He finally put together enough of a coalition to defeat his opponents, then brought his allies to heel. He made all Erionites the property of the imperial house, and had it collected from friend and foe alike. In an act of great charity, according to the official historians, or of great desperation, according to his critics, he had the bulk of it taken to sea and dropped ceremoniously into the depths where Purwin once lay. That made him enormously popular with the common people, who were tired of magical death descending upon them without notice, and extremely unpopular with the nobility, who were almost powerless beside the strength of the staff. But it did bring peace and centralized authority to the land. 400 years later, that peace and stability was abruptly overthrown by the invasion of the empire by my ancestors, vicious horseback barbarians from the steppes of the north. Our priests were no match for the imperial war magi, but we had a huge army, inspired leadership, and faced inept military commanders and a relatively weak imperial army. Too late did the Arch-Magi realize their folly, and the last few did their damnedest to defend their tattered empire. The remaining stones on the emerald staff were cannibalized to create Androbus, the great sword of the empire, a last-ditch attempt to save magocracy. It failed, by the way. The sword was lost when the imperial capital was taken by King Kamaclavan and his 5 sons. The brutal oppression of the imperial nobility and all things magical began almost immediately after the creation of the 5 duchies. King Kamaclavan's attempt to divide his realm to his heirs equally. He instituted the bands of magic to control the arcane forces, founded the Royal Censorate of Magic to oversee the conquered mage lords of the empire, and nearly oversaw them out of existence. The empty staff still sits today in the old palace at Remes, guarded by the monks who live there now, a gilded and bejeweled and utterly impotent relic of more powerful days. Since then there has been no Erionite to speak of in the 5 duchies. Few modern magi have heard more than legends about it. Those who have dared to use it are quickly destroyed by the ruthless war magi of the Censorate. Much of the lore about it was lost during the invasion. While it is rumored that some of the old imperial families managed to preserve some within their secret cabals, the green amber itself was nearly mythical until a decade ago, when the mad mage of Faris used a tiny chunk of it to start sinking ducal warships and upsetting the lives of thousands of ducal citizens, myself included, in a nasty little war. Now, a goblin shaman had gotten a hold of a witch stone more than twice as large as the Varisian fragment. The Gurvani didn't have all of the noble and idealistic restraints on its use that the Majocracy or Faris had, and even less reason to like us after the Goblin Wars. If there were more stones like this from where the shaman came from, there would be more trouble. A lot more. Trouble we were not prepared to handle. I tried to explain what I had found to Sire Kusi and Sir Kay as well as I could, but the understanding a country knight of the Wilderlands has for such esoteric matters is minimal. Kusi looked thoughtfully at the stone, while Sir Kay prepared to dispatch scouts into the mountains, searching for any more signs of Gurvani activity. Very carefully, I reached down and scooped up the stone in a cloth. What little is known about the stones suggests that they have a kind of sentience of their own, or at least a magical connection with their wielder. It seemed imprudent to allow my bare skin to contact it. I carefully wrapped it and tucked it into a pouch on my belt. Kusi looked confused and disturbed, as he should have been. "What is such a potent implement doing in the hand of a goblin witch-doctor? Surely those beasts don't know its power." I shook my head. "My lord, the Gurvani have inhabited these hills long before our ancestors came here, and it is said that the reason that the duchies, and the empire before them, have produced so many magi, while other lands have but few, is that the forests and mountains where these creatures live have some magical essence that flows downstream with the rivers, and thus invigorates the natural talents of our people. I grew up on the riverbank myself, though there didn't seem to be anything particularly special about it. Yet, despite all his power, you slew this one without too much difficulty." He said it as if it settled the matter. "No, my lord, I slew him because I took him by surprise, and he was not expecting a trained war mage to attack him, only helpless villagers running in fear. Had I been a second later, or even a little less aggressive, he could have erased this village from this valley like a child stomping on an anthill." Sire Kusi looked down at the shaman's corpse with new respect, and not a little fear. He sighed heavily. "I feared that the goblins had been stirred up. There have been signs. It happens every few decades or so. Usually a few raids are sufficient to convince them to keep within their holes and away from our frontiers. I never heard of them attacking in this strength, nor this deep into our country. What is your advice, Master Minalan?" asked Sire Kusi calmly, as if we were discussing the cattle over a beer in the market. "I would like to think that this is a mere raid for food or treasure, but the evidence here doesn't support that," I said. "This looks more like a war party scouting our defences, not a chicken-stealing adventure. It is unlikely that this was an isolated event, as much as I would like it to be so. My lord, if the Gurvani are on the move, and they have more of these witch-stones, then all of your people are in peril. I would look strongly to their defence." That settled the matter in the lord's mind. "Sir Kay," the old knight snapped. "My lord." "Prepare the castle for siege. Send word to my brother to do likewise at Brandmont, and dispatch riders to the towers to make ready. Summon the militia to service, and break out the armory for immediate drill. Have sentries posted at each village, and send a message to the lords of Prisan and Gans, informing them of the situation. They will send word to Count Ramoth and the Duke." "Aye, my lord." And just like that, we were at war. "Minalan, I am going to ask you to investigate this matter on your own. You seem to know what you are doing," he added, with restrained confidence. I couldn't disagree, except for the part about me knowing what I was doing. "Yes, sire, I shall begin at once. I shall take the stone back to my laboratory for further study. Perhaps some answers may be gleaned from it, and under the circumstances I feel a trip to the north of the valley would be wise." Kusi looked startled. "You mean to involve the tree folk?" "The tree folk are involved only in what they want to be, my lord," I reminded him. "I merely wish to put a few questions to them and take advantage of their wisdom, if they allow. Their long acquaintance with the area might prove useful." "As you wish," the knight said, slowly, scratching his bald pate. "Though I don't know what kind of help they can provide." The dismissive and somewhat wary tone intrigued me. The Lord of Beauval Vale largely ignored the colony of non-humans in his domain. They weren't in the habit of paying tribute, after all. Something. Perhaps some clue. They are wise and have long haunted these vales. If they will treat with me, they may shed some light on this. I dearly hope so, or we are likely all doomed. Chapter 3. The Shard of Erionite. The use of Erionite shall be limited in the extreme. No unqualified mage shall seek to explore the mysteries of this most potent of devices, save that they are fully trained and qualified by the censorate to do so. Improper use of Erionite shall impose the harshest of penalties upon the transgressor. The Bands of Magic. I sat and I stared at the little green stone like it might bite me. It didn't. It persisted in lying there on the little pillow of silk and pretending that it was just an innocent, pretty little piece of harmless rock. I knew better. I took a deep breath and let it out. Erionite, the stone of fable. It is at once the most dangerous and most useful substance in the world. It is said to be rarer than diamonds, more precious than gold, more powerful than any known magical component. It had been mentioned in universally reverent tones by my instructors at the academy. My own experience with the stuff was less than helpful. All I can remember about Erionite was that miserably stormy night in Faris, when my unit raided the palace of the Doge, fighting against his professional army and his sorcerous lackeys. I still wake up screaming, dreaming about that night. Auril Prak, the mad mage of Faris, had used a piece of Erionite in crafting the deadliest magical weapon since the Magocracy, and he wasn't prepared to come quietly. He hurled bolts of death at us that blew holes in the streets and started raging fires so hot that they burned the masonry. He made the heads of my squad mates explode and sent huge chunks of ruined city flying out to smash our siege engines. Had it not been for superior planning, pure desperation, and more luck than we were probably entitled to, it's quite possible that that little green chip of stone would have defeated us. The one in front of me was twice its reputed size. It had been taken from the hand of a simple goblin shaman. I stared at that damn stone for hours before I got up enough courage to probe its arcane depths. I'd done what research I could first, of course. I am a thaumaturge, among other things, after all. I knew the basics of the study of the science of magic, so I approached my investigation like a school project. It hadn't taken me long to exhaust my tiny library for references on the subject. I had learned a little more than I thought I would, which only made me more afraid of what we were facing. Jarrick's Metaphysical Reality had a small listing for Erionite, and said it originated in the loamy meadows of mountain valleys of the Minden Range, where I was standing, although it was often found more rarely in the Collines. Apart from a few minor pieces of folklore and obvious lies, the sage of Sherbrooke had little else to say on the matter. Koval's Talismans and Sigils had a more complete listing, and included an account from an even earlier epoch that declared that the Magocracy had stolen its powers from the Guvrani and the Treefolk when they came to this land. Koval made some astute speculation that the powers that they stole were in the form of Erionite gems, and mentioned a few lost and obscure references that I wasn't familiar with to support his claim. Lister's Magical Miscellany described a little of the stone's use in the Magocracy, including some theories about their origin. This last entry was by far the most helpful, and the most frightening. Lister wrote of several accounts of the stones being used for phenomenal feats of magic, including the destruction of whole towns, freezing of rivers in the middle of summer, animating armies of the dead, that sort of thing. Lister's theory about the origin of the stones was interesting and made a great deal of sense. Erionite was not a mineral, he contended. It was an organic substance. He theorized that it was a type of amber, possibly from the sap of the Kellasarth tree. Kellasarth, as Lister explained, is an evergreen shrub whose berries are rich in a substance that was named Kellan by the sages of antiquity. Kellan has the effect of temporarily increasing the expression of potential magic talent in a mage, which is why a distillation of the berry is sometimes used in the early days of an apprentice's training, if he is having a hard time producing power. Sometimes the distilled essence will allow the pathways used for magical work to open up more fully and less painfully than if left to develop on their own. It has been used to varying degrees of success to treat a few of the rare magical ailments that our profession is hazard to. The book also mentioned that some mountain peasants eat the raw berries before orgiastic fertility rituals, as it increases their awareness. That last one I doubted. I had been in the mountains for over 6 months now, and if someone was having orgiastic fertility rituals, they had failed to invite me. Prolonged use, however, can be addictive and toxic, causing madness, gradual degeneration of nerve control, and eventual death. That part wasn't in dispute. There is even a fringe element of my profession that perpetually seeks to discover a way that Kellan can be used safely. They haven't had much luck, and you can find the poor, palsied bastards hanging around the academies sometimes, begging their wiser colleagues for money for more research. Kellasarth was not uncommon in the lowlands, where it often made a fragrant and decorative shrub around manor houses and old imperial buildings. When found there, it usually isn't potent enough to produce Kellan in any quantity. And while it is a bit sappy, I couldn't imagine a single bush producing enough sap to solidify the kind of volume I assumed it would take to form a witchstone. Botany is not my strong suit, but the Kellasarth shrubs I had grown up around simply don't get that big. However, in the few months I had been in the mountains, I had noticed that the Kellasarth grew much larger and more robustly at this altitude. Until now it had merely been a curious footnote of botanical lore for the book I would someday write in my dotage. If those more robust Kellasarth trees produced a significant amount of sap, then it was only logical that the magical properties of the plant were present in stronger quantities, enough to produce a kind of amber, perhaps, over a few centuries. It also explained why the rivers that were spawned from these hills produced a bumper crop of magi in the valleys below. Particles of erionite or Kellasarth sap would have washed away into creeks and streams with the rain. Water runs downhill. People drink water. Therefore, Kellasarth particles became infused in the tissues of future magi, like me. It was a compelling theory. The Gravani had inhabited these mountains far longer than humans, and they must have come into contact with both the tree and the rock, I reasoned, the same way that we had. Despite prejudices to the contrary, the average Gurvan is not any more or less stupid than your average human peasant. In fact, from what the lore masters at the Academy taught us, there is evidence that the Gurvani once had a vibrant, if primitive, kind of nascent civilization in the lower valleys, before humans showed up and shoved them back up into the hills. I knew that there were ruins of pre-imperial structures that seemed to be of Gurvani manufacture, and not the far more sophisticated Olka Alon. While their magic differed greatly in form from imperial or tree-folk styles, it has proven to be potent in the past. It was almost a certainty then that the mountain folk had knowledge of erionite, and were now using it. That begged a couple of pressing questions. Was this raid a fluke, a one-time occurrence by an opportunistic leader? Did this particular tribal shaman luck onto this mammoth chunk and decide to vent his rage on our village? That seemed the most plausible story. But why now, and why here? The shaman was dead, and I didn't know a lick of necromancy to ask him. Too many questions, not enough answers. But they had to be there, and I had to find them, quickly. So I stared at that little chunk of pretty rock, and I tried to muster up the courage to delve deeper into its mysteries. I studied plenty of thaumaturgy, the science of magic, technically, and knew how to begin, at least in theory. After 5 hours, with sweat pouring off me like rain, I finally gave up. There was just too much I didn't know about it, and what I did learn was tantalizingly incomplete. As far as I knew, there were no magi who specialized in this field of magic. Hard to do when it's prescribed by law and punishable by imprisonment or death. In fact, as far as I knew, I had in my possession more erionite than any single mage in the 5 duchies had ever had. Me, a village spellmonger in a backward little mountain hamlet. I needed help, magical help, and Inarian Academy and all of my professional colleagues were leagues and leagues away. Not that they would have been any more help than my rustic neighbours when it came to figuring out the mysteries of the Shard. Most of my old masters hated even mentioning the stuff, feeling the unseen eye of the censorate on them. Indeed, there was only one place I knew of where I might get knowledgeable advice on such short notice, but that would mean a short journey, one I had been eagerly anticipating since I arrived in Beauval Vale. "Tyndall!" I hollered finally, not tearing my eyes away from the stone. I didn't have long to wait. The boy was rarely out of earshot. "Yes, master," he said, eagerly appearing at my elbow. "Pack our things. Cloaks, supplies for 6 days, travel clothes, blankets, then run over to the stables and have Karis saddle up Traveller and see if he'll rent a horse for you as well. Then find one of the village boys who wants to make a penny by running a message up to the castle. You got that?" "Pack, horses, message. Got it. Good lad," I said, taking down a piece of parchment and an ink pot from the top shelf. Trying to remember my best court manners, I penned an ass-kissy letter to the local lord, explaining what I was doing, out of courtesy. "To Sire Coucy, House of Brandmount, Lord of Beauval Vale, Liege of Brandmount, I bid you greetings. My most gracious and puissant lord, after due and serious consideration concerning the object which was discovered in the hands of the goblin shaman, I have come to the conclusion that, indeed, further research will be necessary to ascertain the nature of the threat with which we are faced. To this end, I shall depart from the village of Minden's Hall this very morning with my apprentice on a journey that should last no less than 6 days, and no more than 9. During my absence, I beg that you station at least a brace of your good gentlemen here, lest a similar misfortune befall the village before my return. While I think such an attack is unlikely, it is nonetheless a prudent course of action under the circumstances. I also urge you to continue your preparations as if for war, for I fear that this raid was but the beginning of a conflict that could embroil all the lands along the western march. Drill the militia, make a good store of provisions and arrows against the necessity of siege, and take especial care to patrol the frontiers of your lands against a similar incursion. I will do my best to discover the nature and the extent of the threat to our peace. May Trig and Lewin bless your reign. Master Minolan the Spellmonger." By the time I had completed the message, sanded the ink dry, rolled it into a tube, and sealed it with my overly gaudy but impressively mystical-looking seal, Tyndall had returned with a boy of about 9 in tow. "Horses are saddled and ready, master. Your bags have been packed. This is Ulni. He will bear your message to the castle." I handed it to him gravely. "Do not show this to anyone," I said, seriously, "and defend it with your life against goblins. Do you hear, lad? Make certain that it finds its way into the hands of Sire Coucy, or one of his trusted ministers. Fail me, and I shall turn you into a chicken." The boy's eyes became as big as dinner plates as I fixed him with my best serious stare. He nodded vigorously, took the tube and the penny I offered him, and ran off like demons were chasing him. As soon as he was out of earshot, I had to laugh. "Was it really that serious a message, master?" "No, Tyndall, or I would never have trusted it to a boy of his age. But if he thinks it's that serious, he will make certain that it finds its way there. Now, while you load our baggage, I'm going to get some other items we might need." "Yes, master. May I ask where we are going?" I considered. My own masters, back at the academy, would have scornfully reproved any apprentice who had the temerity to ask such a question. I liked Tyndall's native curiosity, however. It made for a good mage, and I never was much for pointless discipline anyway. Pretending to be infallible just wasn't my style. "I can't figure this thing out, so we're going to ask for help from the Ulka Alum." "The tree folk?" he asked in an excited whisper. "The very same. Now move quickly, and we can camp on the other side of the road tonight." With a grin so wide it nearly split his head, he complied. Let me tell you about where I lived. Beauval Vale sits just behind the first ridge of the great Minden Range, which runs north to south along the western edge of the Five Duchies, in the depths of the Alshari wilderlands. It is a smallish valley, only 14 miles long, north to south, and 6 miles wide at its widest point, but it is deep and sheltered and abundantly fertile. The small Roe River runs like a spine through its centre, fed by innumerable mountain streams, and it eventually empties at the north end of the valley through the Moor Pass and into the Morafal River. The sheltered nature of the place kept the vicious Minden winters from being prohibitive, and the fact it was so easily defensible from aggressive wilderlands neighbours kept everyone secure and happy. Beauval is a valley of beautiful green meadows and heaths, of pleasant groves and beautiful streamlets, and it has a lot of cows. That's where it's got its name. Beauval means Valley of Cows in one of the ancient tongues of the pre-Dutchy tribesmen of Alshar. The sweet grass, the altitude, and the livestock produce an abundance of rich milk and cream, and the particular mixture of moulds in the air up here allow the Beauvaulis to produce a very tasty and delicate cheese that is in high demand in the east. That's the valley's chief export. There were 6 villages or estates worthy of the name dotting the valley. Minden's Hall is the second largest, next only to the small town of Hymas. The Vale's only real municipality sat on the shore of the small lake of the same name that the road turns into before it continues its northern journey. Sire Coucy's castle lies 3 miles from Minden Hall and 4 miles from Hymas, at the southern end of the valley. To the far south is the estate of Widdicombe, and to the north there was another smaller, older fortress called Brandmount, Sire Coucy's family's ancestral home, which protected and was served by the village of Malin, a tower guarding the Moor Pass called, of course, the Moor Tower. Duke Joris II of Alshar granted his family the valley over a century ago as a reward for the Brandmount service in his wars with the Duchy of Caston, where I'm from, and the Goblin Wars. Since that time, the Brandmounts have been virtual kings of this secluded little land, enjoying more power over their folk than most lowland barons do. Indeed, counting the smaller pockets of fertile land in the hills around it, the Beauval Vale was at least twice as large as most lowland domains, even if it didn't have near the population. All told, there were only about 6,000 or 7,000 people making their living farming, hunting, fishing, and making cheese here. Of course, they weren't the first inhabitants of the Vale. At the extreme northwest end of the valley, up a little hollow ringed on 3 sides by steep mountain cliffs, is a forest grove that is the home to a reclusive clan of Olca Allen, the Treefolk. The Beauvaulis had little interaction with this remnant of that once great race. They settled in the more fertile cattle country in the southern end of the Vale, but it was known to happen. The diminutive arboreal race was legendary to the local peasantry, and any encounter was seen as a sign of favour. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would venture out of their forest enclave and wander across the fields, playing their tiny flutes, or singing with voices like crystal bells as they hunted birds and small animals with their bows. It was considered a sign of extreme good fortune to spot one in your fields, and some farmers even went so far as to leave little offerings of milk, which I knew the Treefolk did not drink, or cakes, or such, to try to lure them. They seem so childlike, standing just above waist-high on a grown man. Yet their large, soulful eyes and pale skin make them seem wise beyond the abilities of mortal men. Legends about them interacting with humans eye to eye seem to be misplaced, because I'd never seen one over 4'10". No doubt those tales were crafted by those so enamoured of the species that they wished to grant them a larger stature. The Olca Alon also have forgotten more about magic than any human ever will know, including Erionite. To children they were granters of wishes and playful spirits. Tyndall, little more than a child himself, was eager to meet them for the first time. He asked me 100 questions before dusk about my few brief encounters with them, and he dragged out of me every scrap of information I knew about their habits, which wasn't a lot. We know that the Olca Alon were related distantly to some of the other non-humans: mountain folk, Gurvani, river folk, Hoyal Bimi, and iron folk, Kazarai, stone folk, Karshaki, and others are all probably kin, but probably not the sea folk, or the human-looking enough but damned strange valley people. Yet apart from stature and build, they resembled the other races very little. They are purported, however unlikely, to be immortal. They are certainly extremely long-lived, by human standards, with lifespans measured in centuries, not decades. Their long, nimble fingers seem out of proportion to the rest of their bodies, and their greenish-black hair and slightly mottled skin gives them the ability to fade into the foliage and virtually disappear. I suspect their magic may aid in that. They are beings of innate mystery and wonder. Their very presence inspires a religious-like awe in most people. Magi are even more entranced, since the simplest Ulka magics are surpassingly elegant compared to the imperial method of doing magic. In fact, the Ulka Alon enclave in the northernmost reaches of this valley was one of the things that initially attracted me to Boval. Every wizard dreams of learning from the Ulka Alon. The treefolk are unparalleled masters of magic. Their music-based arcane style is almost incomprehensible to an imperially trained mage, even though our system is reputedly based on theirs, according to the law. It is written that to the tree people, every song is a spell, and every spell is a song. Considering how much they like to sing, it's no wonder they enjoy this reputation. It is also written that they knew everything there was to know about witchstones, which is why I was very anxious to confer with them. Their culture is elegantly primitive. They eschew the written word in favor of memorization and oral history. Their mastery over and fascination with trees is famous, hence their name. They can do amazing things with wood, growing a tree into whatever shape they desire, it is said. Their poetry is magnificent, what little we know of it. They are adept musicians, and though their style of music is utterly inhuman, it is beautiful beyond mortal invention. No human could sing as sweet. They have a 4-octave range, although it's on the upper end of the scale, and they can sing for minutes at a time between breaths. It is said that the treefolk have no separate word for music, story, history, spell, or record. It's all covered by a single word, kala, which just means song. They didn't seem to use writing until they learned it from us, and then they only use it to humor us. They just remembered everything. Useful, that. While generally peaceful, we know they warred among themselves and with other races. We know that they once had a great civilization before we came here, the ruins of which still dot the duchies. Whatever happened to it, they have retreated to their tree houses and given up iron and steel, kingdoms and conquest. They don't really need it. Their enclaves are nearly impossible to enter by force. If anyone has ever done it, archmage, god, or demon, I've never heard about it. No sane person attacks a treefolk clan. They use no gold or other precious metal to trade. They abhor worked metal at all, preferring to shape their tools out of wood and stone, so they have nothing worth stealing. They use small bows and tiny arrows tipped with a wide variety of poisons that can either make you go into a peaceful sleep for a few hours or die horribly and painfully over days. Their skill at archery is legendary, but if you made war on the treefolk, you probably won't get close enough for them to use their bows anyway. They are sneaky buggers who use magic like we use pots and pans. They know you are coming long before you get there, and when you do show up, they can make you blind, throw up illusions to perplex you, cause your horse to rear in confusion, make you lose direction, make you forget you were looking for them, or infest you so badly with biting insects that you would just rather go home. They were once masters of this world, they have told us, and we suspect from their own sagas they have shared with our lore-masters. One legend says that they were overlords of the other races in ancient times. They are still held in respect, if not godlike awe, by most of them to this day. Long before man came to these shores from Perwyn, they were overthrown, says one theory, or secluded themselves voluntarily, says another, abandoning their high civilization and retreating to their forest fortresses to enjoy lives of quiet contemplation. No one really knows how, when, or why the treefolk gave up their great civilization and went back to their trees, but speculation has been rampant in academic circles for centuries. When asked directly, they are annoyingly silent on the topic. Whatever their mysterious past, they now interfere little with the affairs of the world beyond their trees. though they still can have an effect on the larger world when they choose. When the tree folk appear in our own legends and histories, it is usually in the role of wise observer, divine avenger, or mysterious magical benefactor. It's interesting. The Olka Alon and the Gurvani had a roughly similar level of technology. Both lived by primitive agriculture and hunting and gathering, and both dealt in rudimentary trade with us and each other. Both used magic, had laws after a fashion, and practiced religion. The Gurvani even had a slightly higher level of technology than the tree folk from our perspective, as they used primitive metallurgy, while the Olka Alon abhorred using iron. The goblins also wore clothes, after a fashion, while the tree folk ran around wearing only the occasional belt or harness for carrying tools and pouches, or a reed flute, or whatever else they want to carry, and left their privates exposed. I met my first tree folk in the jungles of the Parisian Peninsula during that bloody campaign. They were never treated well by the remnants of the old empire. My people saw them as semi-divine, but then again we rarely had congress with them up on the northeastern steppes. That adoration and awe after their conflicts with the Doge made them delighted to help our army through the jungles and mountains, including providing us with supplies and the occasional dry place to sleep. I was impressed by their hospitality back then. I was even more impressed by their culture. Their babies are always happy, their elderly are respected and admired, and their clans were models of both efficiency and aesthetics. If there was ever a bad-tempered tree folk, I'd never heard about it. The Gurvani I had met on the campaign, by contrast, seemed to have a more brutal culture by human standards. After a short infancy, children are expected to viciously compete for resources, and the weak and sickly are given no favoritism. If they die, then the tribe is stronger for it. Tribal leaders rule by strength of arms and come to power in individual duels. Shamans are forged by cruel trials that are both physically punishing and mentally challenging, and many do not live through the ordeal. Those who do are extremely powerful, and often serve as tribal leaders or advisors to war chiefs. They use writing much like we do. The Gurvani written language, if you can call it that, is a hieroglyphic system that contains only around 60 symbols. To their credit, it is their own invention, developed long before humans came to this part of the world. You can still see Gurvani hieroglyphic inscriptions on stones in Beauval and far out into central Ulster. Locals call them goblin stones. While not overly warlike, despite folklore to the contrary and recent events, the Gurvani rarely attack human settlements. They do have an elite warrior society, quasi-religious in nature, whose job it is to defend the tribe. The favourite weapons are the javelin and the club, either wooden or iron, although tribes who live closer to humans have picked up the bow and sword, and use them quite effectively. They use magic after a fashion, though their murky system is unlike either the Imperial or the Olka Alon in most ways. They feud against each other, indulge in jealousy and hatred, and use force to settle most disputes, not negotiation. In short, the Gurvani are a lot more like us than the tree folk are. Perhaps that's why we dislike and fear them so, and vice versa. The Olka Alon, not the Gurvani, are the undisputed masters of magic on Calador. It is said that even the gods seek their help when it comes to the art. Their spell signature is so distinct as to be unmistakable, and so efficient that some fairly minor tree folk charms have lasted well over 1,000 years. But finding them these days is hard. Their enclaves are found in rugged, inaccessible places, remote from dense human populations, places like Beauval Vale. Some claim that they have enchanted forests and glades even in the middle of our civilization, but seeing how difficult it is to find one, that could easily be myth or wishful thinking. But we knew they were out there, among our lands. Ranging from small settlements of a few hundred to living cities of thousands, they are content to sing and grow wood and wander aimlessly through their own lands, unmolested by the outside world. The settlement at the northern end of the valley was reportedly a large one, and had been here since before any human had trod these vales. While I hadn't visited there yet, this seemed as good a time as any. The tree folk were sure to know something about the Gurvani raid, I figured. Whether or not I could get them to tell me was another matter. The massive bulk of Beauval Castle loomed ahead on the road east, as we hurried along on horseback, high on a promontory that gave it command of the surrounding vale. I was no stranger to military fortifications, and this one was unusual for a region so remote in the Wilderlands. A castle large enough for a prosperous baron or count, perched on a prominent hill in a mountainous valley far from the nearest human foe. That's what Wilderlords usually defend their territory from, other Wilderlords. That elaborate pile of greystone represented a tremendous expense of resources. Yet Beauval Vale had no natural enemies here in the mountains. Even goblin raids were a rarity. So how was so great an expense justified? And, more importantly, where did Sire Cousy find the treasury to have it built? Not by taxing the cheese trade, that was certain. While it was definitely a strong part of the Lord's income, it would have taken 5 centuries of merciless cheese taxes to raise enough to build Beauval Castle. Another mystery of this beautiful valley I wanted to know the answer to. My young apprentice's initial excitement about the trip wore off by noon, though he continued to be interested in seeing the scenery and being seen on horseback by farm girls. Tyndall had been born on a dirt farm, a few miles south of the castle, so he wasn't yet in unfamiliar territory, but he had any kid's interest in the countryside. After peppering me with questions for 15 minutes, I decided to use the time for something a little more constructive, instructing him in magical theory, specifically enchantment, a subject vital to developing beyond the hedge mage level of practice. He settled down when I began lecturing, eager to pick up a new skill or two. That afternoon, as Tyndall and I crossed the ford at the Row, I could tell my apprentice's head was buzzing with questions that his mouth didn't have the courage or words to ask. I let him stew for a while, to see how long it would take, and I was rewarded when we halted to let our clothes dry in the quickly fading sun. It gets dark a lot faster here than in my native land. "Make a fire," I commanded as I unloaded the horses, "and I don't want to see a tinderbox in your hand either." He grinned and went to gather wood. He hadn't used a tinderbox to start a fire since he learned that simple ignition cantrip, one of the very first he was taught. When he returned and started laying the fire, the dam broke and the questions started coming. "Master, why have the goblins attacked us?" "Tyndall, they are the mountain folk or the Govani. Only the ignorant and superstitious call them goblins." "Master, why have the Govani attacked us?" he repeated. "Good question. I wished I knew." "Well, I think it has something to do with that green stone the shaman was using. I think he found it somewhere, and then he used it to influence a whole tribe to attack the village. With that kind of power, it would be easy to influence the weak-minded." "Do you think there will be more attacks?" "It's hard to say," I admitted. "The Gorvani aren't exactly peaceful, but they aren't usually so aggressive. I think it will depend on whether or not they get their hands on more Irianite. Man for man, a Gurvan cannot stand up to a well-armed human. It is only in large groups, under a fearsome leader, that they can have an effect. From what Sire Cousy says, they do make raids every few years, and I guess it's about time for them to do so again. Who knows what enmity they hold for humans?" My apprentice looked thoughtful. "It is said that they inhabited this valley once, and that Sire Cousy's great-grandsire finally drove them back up into the hills," he mentioned. "Perhaps they want it back then." "They want it back?" Tyndall shuddered, pulling his light mantle around him. The night attack had left a mark of trauma on him, I could see. Of course, no one likes hearing that his home is coveted by another. He built up the firewood into a stack while he thought. With little effort, he then ignited the wood with his cantrip, using dry leaves he had found for tinder. As the fire belched smoke into the air, I noticed a sudden change in his expression, from fear to determination. It's a possibility. As motives go, it's a fairly common one. And, you know, that's probably not too far from wrong, I admitted. "Well then, perhaps you should teach me how to fight," he said, trying to hide his eagerness and fear. I kept my face stern, but inside I couldn't help but laugh. It seems every boy imagines himself as a great warrior. If they only knew the truth about war. "Perhaps I should," I finally murmured, reluctantly. Swordplay, however, is difficult to master. You should learn the rudiments with a staff. The bow you are familiar with, though you're a bit young for a great Wilderland's bow. But the easiest weapon for a mage to learn is the war wand. I will teach you how to make one, I think, and will leave more robust training at arms for a later time. It is hardly more difficult than a cantrip, and you have mastered each of the requisite techniques. Enough for a simple essay into the craft, I think, I decided. First, fetch a willow branch, as straight as you can find it, the length of your arm from wrist to elbow. He dug around in the firewood he had gathered first, and finding no such stick, he trotted back into the copse to search. While he did so, I began preparing dinner by toasting sausages over sticks and slicing cheese. He returned a few moments later with a stick that I examined very carefully, while I explained how vital it was to check the wood for arcane flaws. Not every branch was up to the charge of power it took to make a wand. Using a poorly suited stick for a war wand is generally a bad idea. I then made him use Mage Sight, a spell he had only recently learned, to discover any hidden weaknesses in the wood. He spotted the one I had seen toward one end, which pleased me, and it took him little time to whittle it away and re-inspect the wand. "Good," I said when he finished. "Now, dry the wand in front of the fire after you have stripped off the bark. While it is drying, I want you to build up power, as much as you can, and hold it. When you can hold no more, construct in your mind the Kaaba form, and fill it. The Kaaba is a thought form, a psychological construct that most Imperial tradition wizards use to contain raw magical power. Depending upon the mage's skill, a Kaaba can contain a tremendous amount of pent-up power, and it is often the starting point for powerful spells. Tyndall had successfully constructed a few of them over the last month, with increasing facility, and he'd been practicing the skill. Using Mage Sight, I could see the blue cube he was building spinning slowly in front of him. Without Mage Sight, it merely looked like he had a bad case of indigestion. Perfecting the Kaaba is one of the hardest yet most essential techniques a mage must master, especially for enchantment. His progress was adequate, even advanced for his age and experience, and I was proud of him. After 20 minutes of filling the cube, he looked up at me, sweat beading on his forehead, and nodded that he had finished. I checked it, and it was indeed full. "This will be the most basic form of war wand," I warned. "Not the sort of thing a trained war mage would use, but effective enough in its simplicity. Take up the wand in your hand, and take your second knife out. Inscribe the glyph for holding, the Igra, about an inch from the base of the wand." I waited for him to do so. "Now inscribe the directional marker pointing from the Igra to the operational end of the wand. Then inscribe the Salan rune, the rune of release, as the old sages call it, at the end of the directional marker." "Good, good. Now carefully transmit the power of the Kaaba into the Igra." I watched him struggle to do this. Tyndall had only learned how to transfer power very recently, and this was a difficult step for him, kind of like directing the course of a river by using just your hands. It took another 20 minutes for him to manage, and at the end of it he was out of breath and sweating profusely. Those who say it's as easy as magic don't do a lot of magic. "Now, inscribe a binding rune. Make it a simple one, like Bella or Jagath. Those are the best when dealing with raw power. You can use Goramon or one of the other complex ones if you wanted the power to convert to, say, fire or frost or something. This basic war wand is just pure arcane power." I watched proudly as my apprentice finished one of his first enchantments, and then I took the wand from him and examined it carefully. It was actually better than my first war wand, which bode well and which I neglected to mention. It was brimming with power and tightly contained. I handed it back to him. "Excellent work," I praised. "Now, every time we stop for the night, I want you to put another charge on it. The wood is strong enough to handle 4 or 5 without burning out, unless I miss my guess. Each time you add another, simply inscribe another Igra and add a point to the Bella. Understand?" "Yes, master." "Shouldn't we test it?" he asked eagerly. "In due time, apprentice. I have passed it. One does not discharge a war wand lightly, especially when there might be foes about, or friends for that matter. They are dangerous to those unshielded.
Yes, master,
he said, his eyes focused on his creation.
You will teach me how to shield, then?
In due time, boy. You've done very well here. Now, eat up. I know you're tired. Magic improves both hunger and desire for sleep. I'm going to set the wards for the evening. I'll tell you what, though. We'll stick around long enough in the morning to both add a charge to our wands before we continue our journey. He looked like he felt a little more secure about that. Heck, I'm sure I did, too. It was all an illusion of safety, but we humans cling to such illusions tightly. As we settled into sleep, safe within the wards, I felt a twinge of sympathy for the boy. Had someone attacked my home village, I would have been eager to strike back, myself, at his age. Even though I hadn't grown up here, it was still my home of 6 months, and I still felt a sense of violation as I recalled the attack, and the number of dead neighbours it left behind. After our morning mediation and wand charging, we were on our way down the road to Himmas, the largest town in the Beauvau Valley. Where I'm from, it would hardly qualify as a large village, but here it was an urban centre of sorts. Himmas is the central market for all of the villages in the populous southern part of the Vale. As cities go in the far west, it is large, nearly 2,000 souls in and around it. The shops and houses are all made out of the abundant local grey stone foundations. Above, exposed beam frames covered with wattle and daub. The roofs were of thatch or tile, if the owner was affluent, and everyone had brightly painted wooden shutters. The 4 main avenues are all paved with cobbles and define the city limits nicely. There is no city wall. The idea of such an expense for such a small town is laughable, with Beauvau Castle only a few miles away. But there are small stone watchtowers scattered throughout the town, providing light and security through the night, as well as a good view of the forests around it. Fire is more of a threat here than foes. Himmas sits just half a mile from the shores of Lake Heiko, where a tiny fishing village of the same name provides fish and eels to supplement the beef, poultry, barley and wheat, and, of course, the famous cheese found in the market. The market, just off the main square, was elaborately decorated with hanging posts and little shrines to the gods, especially to the important deity Bova, the cow goddess, as well as Trig and Ishi, but to the others in the Narasi pantheon as well. It was an interesting point about Beauvau Vale that it had no real temples to the gods, something I found very strange in a domain this size. In most Olshari towns larger than 500 people, you can almost always find an enterprising land brother, herb mother, or birth sister who has set up a temple or at least a shrine, but not here. I tried to find out why when I first arrived, and the rumours varied from Sire Kusi's desire to keep his people's money in their pockets, or his, to the whisper that the valley was cursed, and no priest would try to sanctify ground here. That didn't mean the gods weren't worshipped or prayed to, just that they had no place to live in between prayers. The tiny shrines in the market, tended by lay societies devoted to particular deities, were the extent of organized religion in the region. Except for the religious festivals, where ordinarily virtuous women found religion and drink a heady enough combination to lay aside their virtue for an evening, I can't say I missed it much. About half of the population fished the waters of Lake Himmas and traded their catches with the other half of the population, which farmed the loamy soils around the lake. There were plenty of artisans for a town of its size. Himmas was practically a metropolis compared to the other villages, having 2 blacksmiths, a large stable, a sprawling market area, potters, cobblers, wainwrights, carpenters, masons, barbers, several cheesemakers, flax weavers, and even a glass blower. The market was comparatively quiet that day, but with autumn already hinting its arrival, there was a small but steady stream of merchants preparing for the caravans that would soon come to buy the cheese made over the summer. We skimmed the edge of the quiet confusion, dodged a few porters and waited for a cart to turn around before we found the house we were looking for. Just off the main square on the affluent northern side of the town, tucked in between the apothecary shop and the glassmaker, was the residence and laboratory of my biggest competitor, a a self-important little twit with the pretentious and unlikely name Garkescu, self-styled Master Garkescu the Great. He was the only other imperially trained mage in the valley, though some of his techniques seemed closer to hedge mage styles than the Academy classics. He had been practicing here in Beauval for about 10 years, and had a decently prosperous urban practice and 3 long-suffering apprentices. His position so close to the market kept business coming to his door. His prices had kept those in serious need coming to mine, the cause of some professional friction between us. His shop was well kept, but his entryway was cluttered with many mysterious-looking objects of no real magical value. So was mine, but his just looked tacky. I wasn't fond of Garky. He was just the kind of pretentious ass my profession can do without. Condescension and pretense dripped off of his tongue like honey, and he frequently resorted to vague threats of the higher powers and unclean spirits during fee negotiations. He did quite a bit of oracular business, which most imperially trained magi shun, as well as the usual sorts of love and fertility charms that are every spellmonger's bread and butter. He skirted that line between legitimate practice and hucksterism as closely as any professional mage I'd ever met. Only someplace like Himmus could he get away with it. Garkescu built his practice on impressing the bumpkins with his greatness and magical power, and until I showed up, he half pulled it off. His bearing was haughty and supercilious. He dressed in outrageous costumes, many with coloured feathers or brightly coloured silks, including a truly shocking rendition in black velvet and cloth of gold of the traditional 4-pointed mage's hat. From the moment I met him, I knew I could compete successfully against him and have a lot of fun doing so. There's an old adage that a spellmonger practicing in a village will starve to death, until a second one moves in, whereupon they will both prosper from their clients paying to fling spells at each other. We hadn't actually flung spells at each other yet, but there was definitely some lively competition between us already. He was terribly polite to me when I first showed up, and even graciously offered to allow me to apprentice with him for a year or so before setting up, say, at the far northern end of the valley, where his previous biggest competitor lived before his death a few years before. I politely declined. I hadn't ever been apprenticed. I was academy-trained, but I had studied for months with some of the better Al-Shari spellmongers in Tudri and the outskirts of Ralone. I didn't need his help, or his hand in my purse. When I told him I had taken a shop in Minden's Hall, the tiny hamlet in the west, he had a very hard time controlling the level of his vitriol. I found out later that he had bought the old bookseller shop across the street from his own, at great price, on the misplaced rumour that I was planning on setting up there, to keep me from having it. But my choice was still far too close for his professional comfort. Minden's Hall might as well have been across the street, not halfway up a mountain, as far as he was concerned. I would be just as available as he to the rural clients, and Minden Hallers wouldn't be coming his way any more. Folk from Winnacore wouldn't mind the extra few miles of travel for quality service, and some of his regulars had already shown an interest in changing their trade. Garky viewed the competition as a subtle, personal attack. It wasn't, but he was the kind of mage who made everything personal. I tried not to antagonize him, but it was hard sometimes. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing against a little harmless self-promotion in the course of performing your duties as a spellmonger. When I took up residence in Minden's Hall, one of the first things I did was dress up the reception area of my shop with dark fabrics, painted with glowing runes, added a few animal skulls and other revolting stuff, put out a few impressive-looking books of poetry, almost no one in Minden Hall could read anyway, and always kept some incense going on the brazier, just to add to the spooky atmosphere. It contributes positively to a spellmonger's reputation, and even in a town where there is no competition, a wizard's reputation is still worth quite a bit. I won't go as far as to say that everything I did was quackery. Far from it. But the locals feel better about plunking down their hard-earned silver, or a chicken, a wheel of cheese, a sack of potatoes, or whatever else they have to trade, if they get a bit of showmanship along with the spell. After all, removing warts is a pretty simple affair. If I just walked in, did the spell and walked out, it would do little for my reputation. So I add a few nonsense words, wave my arms about vigorously, and burn some nasty-smelling incense before I complete the spell. It keeps my customers satisfied that they're getting their money's or their chicken's worth, and every wizard and spellmonger I've ever known does the same thing. Garcescu, though, took it a bit far. He had apprenticed to the former court wizard of the Duke of Ulshar. Well, the former Duke of Ulshar, since Duke Lenguin had assumed the coronet a few years before Faris, who had served as a baronial court mage at the time, and to hear him talk, it might as well have been Irenisha herself who schooled him. He used the title Master, though I knew he had no more than a journeyman's letter tucked into his papers. He had never been to any of the academies. He had never been anywhere south of the northern Riverlands, and was slightly scornful of me the first time I met him and mentioned it. Himus was his town, he made clear, and he didn't need any fancy academy-trained mage to mess up his business. Garcescu had a corner on the magic market in the southern part of the Vale for a decade now, and to prove how powerful he is, he stopped riding about on a horse like a normal person. Instead, he had a Ramiran-style litter built, and he hired 4 big, strapping farm boys to haul his lazy ass around town when he needed to go somewhere. He looked ridiculous, and the people said so behind his back, but I had to admit it did get folks' attention. That's just Garky's style. Around 45 years old, 2 decades my senior, he regularly wore the most garish purple silk robes I've ever seen. He treated his hair with lime, an old magi trick, and he weaved bleached horsehair into his beard to appear much older, and presumably wiser. To complete the picture, he wore the professional hat in the old imperial style, centuries out of date and completely ridiculous-looking, with gold tassels sprouting from every peak and 2 long firebird feathers poking out at odd angles. The 3 surrounding points weren't even sewn to the cone. They flopped around his ears like a beaten dog. Garky hobbled around on a staff he didn't need for support to make himself appear more venerable. Before I showed up, it had been working. People paid him a fair amount of respect for the comparatively simple work he did, and didn't complain about it until I began undercutting his high prices and providing better, more practical spells. Had he chosen to work, or even travel anywhere outside of Beauval, any serious professional wizard would have laughed him out of the country. Now that I was around, he had lost all the business he used to have from Minden's Hall, and quite a bit from Himus. But he was also wary of me once he learned I knew war magic, too. Every now and then he tried to sully my good name without seeming to do so, but he wouldn't challenge me directly, as he knew I was a war mage and in any magical duel I'd win, no question about it. Mostly I ignored him, and occasionally sent some of my sillier or more annoying clients to him as referrals, to keep him from getting too nasty. Every wise tradesman needs a rival he can pawn the worst of his clients off on. My dad taught me that. I didn't really want to spare the time, but I felt obligated to warn him about the Arianite in Govani possession. As the second best mage in the valley, okay, maybe third best, Zagor the hedge mage up in Malin was actually pretty good at most practical kinds of magic for a self-taught fellow, and he didn't take himself nearly as seriously as Garky did. I thought he deserved to know that the possibility of serious magical attack existed in our quaint neighborhood. I had Tyndall take the horses down to the market stables to be watered and rested while I reported to him. Tyndall was eager to comply, just to see the big stables. The boy had a great understanding and appreciation of horses. In fact, I discovered him doing simple wild magic in a stable. I didn't bother knocking at Garcescu the Great's ornate and ostentatious shop. I went right in and immediately felt the pull of a minor door-warding spell that obviously alerted Garcescu, a pointless expenditure of magic. A bell would have worked as well. His reception area made mine look barren by comparison. He had an entire stuffed Wenchari cat bear in one corner, its glass eyes glaring balefully down at his visitors, and there were 3 times the number of skulls, musty books, bizarre-looking rocks, and dead things in jars of alcohol sitting around as I had on display. The reek of cheap incense was overpowering. From behind the curtain, in the bowels of his shop, I heard his voice, augmented magically by a cantrip to inspire fear and excitement. It's a cheap gimmick. "Who have dared disturb the work of Garkescu, the great, mightiest wizard of—" "Oh, Minilan, it's you. Good day." "And good day to you, too, mighty wizard," I said with just a trace of smirk. He suppressed a scowl. He looked down at my road-stained clothes and my well-worn weapons belt, and suddenly became afraid. His hands disappeared in his robe. What can I do for you today, Master Minilan?" he asked nervously. "Perhaps there is some service I can perform for you?" I could feel a flit of magic brush up against me. "No, you can't. And knock off using the soothing voice spell. It doesn't work on me, and you should know better." "If this is about Varno's bull, let me first tell you that Varno is a well-known liar. It's not about Varno's bull. But now you've intrigued me," I said, crossing my arms in front of me. "Pray tell, what would Goodman Varno be lying about?" Varno ran a prosperous farmstead just outside of Beauval Castle, and his kin were the envy of the valley. I'd treated his prize bull for lazyfoot, a common disease of mountain cattle, just a few weeks before, and he had seemed quite satisfied at the time. Apparently Garki hadn't been able to master the malady, despite 3 visits, each more expensive than the last. Obviously Garkescu was telling tales behind my back. Not that I was worried. I do good work, and the farmers knew that. "Oh, nothing, he assured me. "Merely a misunderstanding with a client. Now, I'm sure you didn't come all this way to discuss mere cattle, Master Minilan. What may I do for you today?" I ignored the jibe and delivered my news. "You may not have heard yet, but the night before last, Minden's Hall was attacked by goblins, and killed almost 40 people. That got his attention. 40? Slain by goblins? That's horrible," he said, and honestly looked horrified. I could almost hear what he was thinking, too. 40 clients killed. That's horrible. He caught himself as something occurred to him. "Wait, wasn't the village warded?" "Of course," I answered evenly. "Ah," he said condescendingly, "the farmers up there are a sturdy but stubborn folk, with little mind of such arcane matters. The value of quality oft escapes them in their ignorance, but no doubt they will reconsider their wards when they are done burying their dead." He tried to suppress a small smile and almost succeeded. "Well, that is unfortunate. I've always been rather adept at wards myself. Years of practice, you know. Practical experience you just don't get in the academies. Perhaps I can spare some time if you'd like to study with me about some of the more advanced functions." "Damn it, Garki, those wards were perfectly sound, and would have stood up to even the likes of you," I said forcefully. It had become a sore point in our strained relationship when the village elders voted to let me provide the wards on the village for free when winter broke, instead of paying Garkescu to do his usual half-hearted job. "My wards are twice what yours are, and you know it. They were military grade, and they were sliced through by the Gavani shaman. My wards would have stood up to the primitive attacks of the tribal Cassadalane," he sneered, openly this time, arrogantly using the proper imperial term for the Gavani to put me in my place. "Not a primitive Cassadalane armed with a bloody witchstone," I pointed out flatly. "Not unless you've gotten significantly better at your craft in the short time I've known you." "What?" he asked, alarmed. The shaman had help. He had Erionite. I almost enjoyed watching the blood drain from his face at the news. "Witchstones? He had Erionite? A goblin witch doctor? How do you know?" He was scared, but his first impulse was to challenge my veracity. Idiot. "Because I took it off of his body after I slew him," I said, trying to sound casually dangerous. I suppose I succeeded, because Garki's face turned even paler at that. If there was any doubt before about who was the superior mage, it was gone now. Still, he tried to turn this to his advantage. That was just his nature. "So you have this witchstone," he said softly, his eyes shifting rapidly with opportunistic thought. "Well, such things are exceedingly dangerous, as I'm sure you've heard. Not to mention prescribed. They shouldn't be tampered with lightly. A young man such as yourself may not understand the subtle dangers of such powers. Why don't you leave it here with me, where it's safe, and perhaps I can study it and find a way to neutralize its power?" "Not in 1,000 years," I said amicably. "I have had some personal experience with Irianite, if you recall, in the hands of the Mad Mage of Faris. He was an imperially trained adept class mage, too, not a rustic village spellmonger, and even then the power drove him mad. I have no desire to turn it over to you and risk the safety of everyone in the Vale." "But Master Minolin," he began to object, his tone turning from arrogant to obsequious. He did both quite well, I had to admit. "I shall keep it for the moment. As a matter of fact, I'm on my way to the north end of the valley to talk to the tree folk about it. I'm hoping they can shed some light on this disturbing attack. But the important thing, the only important thing, is to be ready against another attack. If the Gavani have stumbled across a cache of Irianite, our lives aren't worth a broken wagon wheel. There are dozens of Gavani tribes in the hills to the west of us. If they ever got organized, with Irianite behind them, they'd be unstoppable, and we would be destroyed." "So why have you come to me, if not to enlist my aid?" he asked, sniffing haughtily. "Professional courtesy," I said, emphasizing the word professional, "and because I have a feeling that Sire Kusi will retain you to build up the defenses of Himus, so I thought you'd like a little advance warning, enough time to make some preparations." Garkescu looked like I'd kicked him in the metaphorical groin, an expression of anguish and despair that would have been funny under other circumstances. He could see his shop in flames, his clients dead, and himself a poverty-stricken refugee in the Eastlands, competing against serious magi for the first time in his life. The thought terrified him. "I'm sure it was just a simple raid," he tried to dismiss. Even he didn't believe it. It was a large, well-organized group. My professional opinion tells me it could be a scouting force for a much larger attack. In that case, Sire Kusi will have to prepare a defense, and will likely be sending for you soon to assist. I would impress upon you the importance of strong wards in such a case, Master. Your strongest wards, and no cheese pairing. That was a local expression. When cheese merchants made the rounds of the creameries in the Vale, it wasn't unheard of a farmer to trim the cheese lightly after it was weighed, and neglect to inform the merchant. "What? Oh, of course, He looked like he swallowed a spinefish. "Wait, you said you did recover the piece?" he asked. "Intact? A witchstone?" He looked around, as if there were sensors hiding behind every door. "Can I see it?" I almost said no, but I could understand the irresistible allure. And yes, I felt like showing off to a barely respected professional colleague, because I am not without an ego. I nodded, reluctantly, and pulled out the pouch. Never taking my eyes off of him, I displayed the rough chip of green amber. His eyes nearly blazed at the sight of it. He swallowed several times before finally pulling his gaze away. "My goodness, this is an amazing find," he whispered. "Absolutely amazing. A thing of such power. You know, I really do think it best if a mage of more experience than one so young should be the one to explore its properties." "Stop it, Garky." He hated it when I called him that. As far as the censorate is concerned, possession of Irianite is illegal. Since there isn't a censor in 500 miles, I'm going to overlook that. But I'm not about to give it to you. The stone is mine. He shifted from obsequious to haughty in a heartbeat. Clearly, he felt that such a young mage, a foreigner, and budding competing tradesman, should submit to his age, wisdom, and experience. He got angry, and his nostrils flared. "By what right?" he sputtered, throwing up his hands in frustration as I put the stone away. But I wasn't a peasant to be bullied by this tepid spark. "By right of single combat," I said in my best commanding voice. To the death. I stood toe-to-toe with the shaman and bested him, spilled his blood and took it from his dead hand. Do not try my patience right now, Garkescu. I've seen too many corpses since last sunrise, and that makes me irritable. I stopped by to tell you this out of professional courtesy, to warn you to prepare yourself. Not because I like you, not because we're friends, but because that's the kind of man I am. He wasn't about to let it go. I still think that my experience and unique perspective as a long time... Enough! I finally demanded, all shreds of civility tossed aside. The stone is mine. Look to your spells and defend your people, or flee like a coward. It's your choice. I am going to consult the tree folk, and I'll tell you what I learn. But don't try to wheedle this jewel from me again, I said, tucking it away inside my shirt. I don't trust you or the strength of your mind to bear its power without any kind of oversight. But if it makes you feel better, I don't trust my own strength of mind yet. I've studied it, but I have not dared to use it yet. That's uncommonly wise of you, he said sinisterly. He wanted it. He lusted for it visibly. Hell, any mage would. But letting him play around with it would be a waste of a witchstone. I decided to point that out. Besides, where would you begin your study, Master Garkescu? I had no idea you were a trained thaumaturge. My master concentrated on far more practical concerns, Garkescu said sourly. Of that I was confident. Thaumaturgy, magical theory, that is rarely taught with any vigour out in the provinces to apprentices who are expected to earn real coin with their art. Only imperial magi with wealthy patrons had the time and energy necessary to study it in any detail, and even fewer magi had the brains for it, or the need for it. Luckily, I did. One of the first rules of practical thaumaturgy, Garkescu, is not to poke your mind into strange artifacts. Until I know more about it, it is a very dangerous, very expensive jewel. Nothing more. One more thing, I said, enunciating each word as I turned to go. If, upon my return, I discover that you have suddenly taken a holiday with your great-aunt Boofy in Remir, I'll find you, Garkescu. I'll hunt you down like a wounded rabbit. You have a responsibility to these poor folk that you've been cheating all these years. They are your people now, like it or not. I assure you, he began indignantly. I stopped him. I didn't want his assurances, and wouldn't have believed them if he'd voiced them. This attack may have been an isolated incident. I surely hope so. If it isn't, though, then you, me, our apprentices, Zagor, and even the Boliek sisters in Roby Hamlet will have to stand up to them, because swords and lances aren't going to do squat against Gervani combat magic with witchstones. I'm sure my eyes were blazing, because I was livid at the thought of this little worm trying to slink off into the night while his clients and neighbours were slaughtered by bloodthirsty goblins. The least he could do was stand and die with them. He looked at me, his head bowed slightly, and he sighed. Then he surprised me. He conceded. You are right, my friend. I will prepare what defences that I can. You need not worry that I shall try to escape. You'd better not, I warned, leaving his shop. When I returned to the square, which was much more of a proper town square than Mindenhall's quaint commercial district, I treated my apprentice to a well-earned meal at the only decent inn in Beauval Vale. I'd been looking forward to it since our paltry meal on the road the night before. The Lakeside Inn was a small, ramshackle building that served what little traffic passed through Himmus, mostly cheese merchants from the east, itinerant clergy, and tinkers and such. I'd stayed there only once, when I first came to Beauval looking for a place to settle, but I'd been impressed by the place. The innkeeper was a large, friendly woman named Mother Breda, who treated everyone who crossed her threshold like family. That isn't always a good thing. Her 4 grown sons helped her run the place, whether it was cooking, slaughtering a goat, bringing up beer from the cellar, splitting firewood, doing laundry, or changing the straw in the mattresses. The 4 boys, I use the term figuratively. The eldest was over 30 and the youngest was 17, scrambled around hectically, while their mother sat on the stool by the fire that was her unofficial throne and yelled orders. I don't mean that she casually shouted, like Mamma would occasionally do. I mean this woman screamed her desires at the top of her lungs. From anywhere within a half-mile radius of the lakeside inn, you could hear her bellow. When I say she treated everyone like family, that meant that she felt free to shout at you, as if you were one of her boys. If you were actually in the same room with her, it was deafening. Concerned that she was going a little deaf herself, I'd casually checked her hearing and such a few months back and found her in perfect health. I guess she just liked to shout. We were among only a few guests that day. There were a small number of peasants from Winnaker in town on business, stopping in for a pint of ale before they made the long walk back home, and there was a single pack trader who lingered over a bowl of stew. But that was it. I ordered from Mama Breda, who bellowed the order back to her youngest son, and then joined Tyndall at one of the trestle tables. Tyndall was hacking into an excellent hunk of bright yellow Beauval cheese, and a half of a loaf of her bread. Not as good as Dad's, but whose is, and was waiting for a bowl of the stew that was bubbling over the fire and filling the air with such gastronomical promise. He had thoughtfully ordered a tall mug of ale for me already, which I used to wash the road dust from my mouth while I was waiting for my own lunch.
"How did Master Garkescu take the news, Master?"
he asked between wolfish bites. "With his customary grace," I said, making a sour face. He tried to convince me to give him the stone. I tried to convince him that he needs to prepare for a war.
"Do you think it will be war, then? The goblins, Gavani, have always been peaceful. Since we took the valley away from them, that is."
He looked worried and scared and excited all at the same time. Yes, well, apparently at least a few of them want it back. Did they look particularly peaceful last night?
"Not really,"
my apprentice admitted between bites. If this band wasn't alone, then this could be just the opening move in a larger conflict, I warned him, depressed at the prospect.
"Then we'll be ready for them."
Tyndall tried to sound savage and brave, and might have, if his voice had not chosen that moment to break an octave. I grinned and then fell to eating when the stew appeared. It was 3-meat, 3-bean stew cooked for days with wine and vegetables. Wholesome and hearty, and with the cheese, it was exquisite.
"Do you really think the tree folk will be able to help us, Master?"
Tyndall asked me again, after his mouth cleared. "Honestly, Tyndall," I confessed between bites, "I'm mostly going to the Alcalon to see what they know about Erionite. Thanks to the censorate, it has been so scarce in the duchies that it's considered legendary. The piece I'm wearing around my neck is enough to buy yourself a decent-sized barony, if you were to sell it to one of the rich old imperial families, and not attract the ire of the censorate." His eyes lit up. Nothing inspires a poor peasant lad like the idea of wealth.
"You should sell it, then,"
he exclaimed enthusiastically. I laughed and shook my head. "No, I'm going to hang on to it. It is very dangerous, and I just don't know enough about its properties and abilities. No living man does. The last one who did was the mad mage of Faris, and he's dead. Before that, he was mad, and likely not terribly helpful."
"But the tree folk, no?"
he asked, intrigued that the childhood legends of the little people he'd heard might not only exist, but be talented at his new profession. "The tree folk use it frequently, it is said. Their spellcraft, it's far more subtle and elegant than ours. No human mage has ever successfully found proficiency at it, let alone mastered it, though many have tried. I'm hoping that perhaps, if we ask nicely enough, they will consent to teach us how to use the stone. It would be invaluable in our defense against future raids, not to mention educational in its own right. I didn't mention powerful enough to rouse the military strength of 3 duchies against it, but I didn't want to complicate the boy's thoughts with political reality.
"I wonder what got them all stirred up like that. The goblins, I mean. My ma used to see them up in the high meadow sometimes. Said she would trade meat and leather and eggs for iron tools and sometimes even gems. They make good ironwork, she said. but they never gave us any trouble.
I don't know, I admitted. The Gavani I met on the road to Faris were warriors, but they kept to their own territories up in the mountains and rarely bothered the human tribes. Not until the Doge's troops started trying to conquer their mountain passes. I can't imagine what would drive them to this. Something pretty powerful, I expect. Or it could be as little as a single shaman with a witch stone, trying to prove his worthiness to impress a girl goblin. I fondled the stone in its pouch. I guess he failed. That got me thinking, a bad habit of mine when I'm eating. Tyndall knew enough to leave me alone when I lapsed into silence like that. After a while, I turned back to him with a question. How did this valley come to be settled here anyway? What's the history? Well, I don't know much. Mostly what Ma and her friends told me, but almost 200 years ago, Sire Kusi's great-great-great-grandsire was given this land for his assistance in the last of the Goblin Wars. The last battle was fought here, near Beauval Castle, actually. Sire Kusi's ancestors did something brave in battle, and the Duke of Ulshar himself granted his family the lands of the Vale as a reward, and also gifted him with a harp of gold, 20 cows, among the finest of his herds, and 2 strong bulls named— Hold, I said, putting up my hand. Did you say the last of the Goblin Wars? I believe I did, Master. Then I think I may have discovered the reason we were attacked. I knew the Gavani tribes fought against the Alshari when pushed beyond the frontier established by the Majocracy to settle. I didn't know the last battle was here. But it makes sense. The Alshari Wilderlands were the last to be settled, and then only sparsely. We, that is, we humans, were never supposed to go this far into the territory, according to imperial history. He shrugged. Does it make a difference, Master? The Majocracy has been gone for centuries now. It might. I know the Imperials in the east still hold a grudge over the old Imperial Palace, the site of their last battle. That's why the Eastern Dukes built new ones when they took over, and gave the old Imperial Palace at Remes to the priests of Goma. Where did your ancestors come from, Tyndall? Before Beauval? Well, on my mother's side, we came with Lord Kusi's company. He gave us the Heights in return. The Heights was the name of the farm that Tyndall's drunken mother owned. She barely held it now, and she and Tyndall rarely spoke. He often mentioned how nasty she could be, one reason he sought employment elsewhere when he was old enough to leave the farm. Of his father, he spoke even less. Apparently, he and his mother had been a very brief acquaintance. Ever see any of the Gavani artifacts around? You don't just put those up because you like to decorate. Well, there are the forest stones, these carved rocks you can find in the woods. But Ma says the tree folk put them there, not the goblins. There are plenty of caves, though. We used to play in them, the small ones near the pastures during the summer. I even saw a few goblins once, hunting. They even waved. There might be a few things of theirs left in them. Ma would never let me go to the ones higher up. Very wise of her, I said. I couldn't help teasing him a little. While the Gavani don't eat human flesh as a rule, it has been known to happen, and children are, I imagine, pretty tasty. Good to know, Tyndall replied, wide-eyed. After that, the conversation turned to the usual daily bull session on magic, where Tyndall asked me questions, and I tried to answer them without getting frustrated. I was starting to realize that teaching was a lot harder than I'd expected. When we had sopped up the very last shred of stew and drained our mugs, I paid the shot and had the horses brought around. We got back on the road. I wanted to make as much time as possible before sundown. The Gavani are nocturnal. We made good time, too. The roads in Beauval, where well-travelled, are not bad for a rustic domain. The weather was pleasant, just a slight chill that presaged the coming winter, and the bright autumn sunshine warmed our faces as we rode. I continued the lesson on war wands from the saddle, as well as I was able, and I was impressed at how quickly Tyndall was picking up the theory. Recent events had spurred his interest in the subject, of course, and he wanted to know everything at once. We were about 2 hours north of Himmas on the North Road, when we heard screams in the distance, followed by a particular snarl that I'd heard all too recently. I glanced at the sun sourly. They are supposed to be nocturnal. Another scream, another snarl. Someone was in trouble, and I was the closest thing to a hero within shouting distance. Tyndall was startled too, his eyes wide at the sound. He was immobilized by the scream. "Shit! Tyndall, arm your wand and follow me! Don't worry about attacking, just keep them off my back," I said, as I stood in the stirrups and summoned my defences. My Roundsea steed, Traveller, lurched forward eagerly. I didn't bother looking back to see if my apprentice was following, partly because of the potential embarrassment I would have felt if he hadn't, and partly because I was trying to foresee the situation ahead of us. Trying to sling spells from the saddle is a very refined art, a specialty of some equestrian war magi who can get it right most of the time. I'm as good a horseman as a baker's son has any right to be, and had ridden extensively during my professional career. But I still had difficulty concentrating enough to complete the simple reconnaissance spell properly. The fuzzy result gave me only vague awareness of the situation ahead. It was, of course, more goblins. I could foresee a knot of them clustered around one or two humans. That was adequate enough intelligence to determine my plan of action, but far from ideal. I put spur to flank and drew Slasher with one hand, a war wand with the other, and bravely rode into the unknown. In moments I entered the scene of destruction, no doubt cutting a dashing and heroic figure, if anyone had been there to observe carefully. There was a whole band of them, almost a score, or at least there had been. 2 lay still and bleeding, and 2 more clutched their heads and screamed piteously in the overbright sunshine. But the others were surrounding the humans and poking at them playfully with spears and clubs, and laughing at their torment. I was coming upon their band from the rear. They had just started to turn to the sound of travellers' hoofbeats when I was upon them. Slasher swept the heads off of 2 as I barreled around the bend. Travellers' hooves trampled a 3rd. He's not a warhorse, but he's quite intelligent, and he knew what to do when I commanded him like this. The momentum of our charge was enough to bowl over a handful of them in a tangled heap. My wand played across the pile of Gavani as I leapt, or fell, depending on how you looked at it, from the saddle. I was gratified that it chewed holes in their bodies, enough to get their attention. The goblins had been taken by surprise, but that didn't stop those of them who hadn't fell in my attack from regrouping. Suddenly I was faced with a small and angry mob of hostile little furry buggers. While I was not thrilled with the prospect, they had turned their attention from their victims to face me, and I hoped that helped. Before my boots had skidded to a halt, Slasher was parrying their nasty little clubs and spears, while I lined up more targets for my wand in my mind. I didn't have much in the way of combat spells prepared and hung after the busy night I'd had, so I just fought like hell. A couple of times I even used my wand as a club. The goblins pressed me aggressively, threatening me from almost every side, but their smaller stature and the potential for hitting allies in the battle made them cautious. I had no such handicap. I poked my sword wherever I felt it would do the most good, slicing arms and legs and eyes indiscriminately. One by one they fell back, some of them permanently. I used one of the last of my offensive spells to blast a knot of 3 of them to shreds, and discourage a few more behind them. Traveller, too, was having a grand old time rearing and stomping. He hadn't seen action in almost a year, and I saw at least 1 crumble from a bolt from Tyndall's new wand. Their number had suddenly dwindled to 5 increasingly panicky little warriors who were visibly considering fleeing from my attack, when they were hit from the rear by one of their intended victims. A young farm woman was wielding a stout cowherd staff with anger and precision about their furry ears. The Gavani squealed in frustration as she brained the first, no doubt disheartened by being attacked from the rear twice in one day. A sweep of the staff and she knocked another off of his feet, where Tyndall ended his attack and his life with a clumsy dagger blow to the chest. The added distraction of the farm girl's attack made cleaning up the others a lot easier, with Slasher and Traveller, and within moments all of the Gavani raiders had been dispatched or fled. I heaved for breath while my nerves tried to recover from the excitement. It was easier to do this kind of thing when I was augmented, and I made a mental note to re-hang the spell tonight. I was covered from head to toe in hot blood and black hair. I regarded the woman over the heap of bodies. Indeed, I recognized her. She was young, perhaps 20, and her hair was plaited in 2 long braids over each ear. Her dress was the stout brown plaid wool that was favoured in Beauval, and it, too, was stained with blood. But so was the end of her staff. Her laboured breathing made her breast swell appreciatively, and I was suddenly reminded of one of my natural reactions to combat. She was quite an attractive woman, I saw, handsome rather than pretty, and she held that staff like she meant it. I was intrigued. As I said, I recognized her, but in my 6 months in the Vale, I had met a lot of people, even a lot of pretty young women. That didn't produce her name in my mind, unfortunately. Can you help me with him?" she said, glancing at her companion, who lay in the dirt next to the road, clutching his shoulder and moaning. She didn't drop the staff. Yes, of course," I said, confused by her casual reaction to violence. Most women would be squealing and screaming at the carnage and how close they came to death. Hell, I guess I expected her to swoon and shower me with kisses, but she was acting as calmly as if she were selling cheese in the market. I stabbed Slasher into the ground nearby while I knelt by the fallen. Tyndall came up beside me, eyes wide and darting as he looked for more foes, his short bow now strung and his war wand in hand. "That was all of them," I said, not as sure as I sounded about the fact. "But keep an eye out for stragglers, while I tend him. This man needs help. Bring my bag from the horse, but keep your eyes sharp." He nodded and turned, but that wand never left his white-knuckled fist. He threw a casual wave to the woman, whom he apparently knew, and trotted off. The injured man was a little older than the woman, maybe 28, and he had several wounds to boast about. He also had a bloodied harrowing knife in his hand. He stared at me with unreal eyes, and I could tell that there was a problem. The woman knelt beside me and cradled his head in her arms. "He's going into shock. Tyndall, your cloak. Is he your husband?" She shook her head. "My brother-in-law, Sargal. We were headed to Himmus for tomorrow's market, and they came out of nowhere. How bad is he?" "I'm not a healer," I warned. "I know who you are," she said, her pretty eyes flashing. "And it's not a healer. I bet you can do something. Or are all you good for is tracking down wandering cows?" She was right. I'm not a healer, but I had learned plenty of combat aid in the army, and every spellmonger does a little healing on animals or people, depending on his situation. "You know, I'm quite good with wandering cows," I said, blushing indignantly. I summoned mage sight and pushed my awareness into the muscles and bones of his shoulder. It was a holy mess. The scapula was cracked, and the humerus was crushed, but not beyond repair, and certainly not life-threatening. A stab wound in his gut was more worrying. It wasn't bleeding badly, but it was dangerously close to the intestines. A punctured gut could lead to peritonitis, which would kill him in a few painful days if he wasn't tended to. But that would be in a few days. He needed to be stabilized long before that. Tyndall brought his cloak and covered the man as I opened the leather satchel that I had carried to Ferris and back. My supply of bandages was low, but there was enough there to cover the gut wound. I opened a vial of Memphor's liquor and poured it onto the bandage before I pushed it into the wound. The man moaned, and his eyelids began to flutter. I took half a dried charrow root and crushed it between my palms before sticking it in his mouth and holding my water skin to his lips. It would need a little time to work, but it would likely keep him out of shock if we could get him off the road. "What's his name again?" I asked the woman while I began to fashion a litter out of Tyndall's cloak. I used my staff for one side and hers for the other. "Sargal. He's married to my sister Ella. Their farm is about half a mile back up the road. She's going to go insane when she sees him, just to warn you. What's your name again? I just remember that you're the new spellmonger." She didn't seem impressed, so I tried to impress her. "Master Minolan of Castal, among other places, at your service," I grunted, "warranted by the Duke to practice general spellcraft and thaumaturgy." "That's right. I remember you.
You set the fire wards at Goodman Jarl's place last month. I saw you there that day. My holding is just behind his, up the ridge and north.
So, now you know me, what about yourself? Do you have a name?
Tyndall and I took the ailing farmer and placed him as gently as we could in the stretcher. He moaned in pain at the movement, but he seemed to be a little more comfortable. Of course, Alia, daughter of Roral, of Hawk's Reach. That's our farm.
I've heard of it. Your dad, too. Well, Alia of Hawk's Reach, I hope you're fond of your brother-in-law. Goddess willing, he will survive. If you are not fond of him, there is still time to poison him before he gets home. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She grinned and showed a fetching set of dimples that paled in comparison to her smile. No, I really am fond of him. He was friends with my late husband. A lass as young as you, a widow? I asked, surprised. I shouldn't have been. A lot of things can kill you in the Wilderlands.
Yes,
she said, her smile fading.
He died in a riding accident 1.5 years ago. I gave our farm back to his parents and moved home. I help my father run the creamery now.
I'm sorry, I said, and I meant it. Damn it, I wanted that smile back.
Thank you. Now, can you answer me this? Where the bloody hell did all these damned goblins come from?
Her voice broke at the memory of the fight she was just in.
We were headed out to Hemmas to see about some shears and some tonic. Sargul's got a sick calf when they sprang out from the trees. At first I thought they were begging. That happens sometimes, she explained, and I've traded with the mountain folk food for firewood often enough. But then out came the clubs and suddenly we were fighting for our lives. I'm so glad you showed up when you did, she said gratefully.
Finally. When one does go out of one's way to rescue a damsel in distress, an outpouring of heartfelt thanks and gratitude is to be expected on the part of said damsel. Perhaps some light kissing and hugging. Occasionally the offer of a reward, either monetary or sexual, is added, and usually refused by the noble. But the regulations governing such things are pretty straightforward on the gushes of gratitude, from what I recall of the legends and sagas. It was no trouble. My apprentice and I were just passing.
Yeah, it would have taken me most of an hour to finish them all off myself, she said, without a trace of doubt. Sargal might not have made it by then.
I stared at her just a moment too long, and inspired a blush that showed off every freckle on her face. Well, since they were obviously interrupting your busy schedule, I'm just happy I could help out.
They are just Gervani, she said dismissively. I don't know about this lot, but most of them would scatter at a loud noise.
My face turned serious. It's not just this band. 100 or more of them attacked Minden's Hall 2 nights ago. Almost 40 people died. Buildings burned. It took Sire Kusi and his cavalry to drive them away.
That's terrible. We hadn't heard yet, she confessed.
She glanced back at the bodies of the fallen goblins, some still twitching, while I finished my improvised stretcher.
Not many beggars in that lot either. Lots of clubs, a few spears, lots of snarling fangs and bloody claws. They did mean to harm us. I just never expected they would do that.
My lady, I've seen the Gervani fight, deep in the jungles of Faris, and I assure you that they are a most capable foe when properly roused. From what Sire Kusi tells me, I said, on the theory that dropping the name of the local lord might possibly impress her, they haven't been a problem here since the Goblin Wars.
That's right, she agreed thoughtfully. They've always been very respectful to us. Can we move him back to his hold? It's not far.
This litter is ready to go. Tyndall, help me get Goodman Sargal home to his wife. Goody Alia, I have no idea what has troubled them so, but now they are troubling me and other good folk, and that is something for which I cannot stand. I tried to sound brave and resolute, and only realized after I said it that it sounded pompous and self-important. Luckily, I still had some points left from saving her life, and she overlooked it. Tyndall pulled the litter behind his horse, while I let Alia lead traveller, and I cleaned my sword. We walked slowly and warily, but that also allowed me a chance to speak with her at length about all sorts of completely unimportant but vital things. The walk lasted 20 minutes, and by the time we approached the front gateway to her sister's house, I was genuinely smitten with the pretty young widow. Quite odd for a first date, I know, but, in fairness, I've been on worse. Things don't always turn out the way we planned them, as anyone familiar with the gods should know. Trig knows my life didn't.
Dad, what can I do?
I whined when I was 13, seeing my world crumbling around me. I didn't want to be a mage. I wanted to be a baker, like him.
Do? He asked, eyebrows raised. Well, the first thing we'll do is go up to the castle to be seen by the mage, he said, scratching his beard. It's possible that you have an erratic or weak talent, he admitted. This morning's fire could be a unique occurrence, in which case nothing much will change. But the responsible thing to do is to get Master Tilo to test you. Or perhaps you are favoured of Brigga, the fire goddess and patroness of bakers. While he was a little unsure about the differences between a spell and a miracle, a devotion to the flame that burneth bright might lead me to take religious orders in her name, which would have pleased him immensely, I knew. On the other hand, you could possess enough talent to warrant further training as an apprentice mage. There's plenty of good work for a spellmonger or a hedge mage, if they know their craft, and the post of court wizard is a notoriously cushy and lucrative one. Though it's not as stable or as honourable tradition as baking, he said. When I knew he wasn't mad at me, I felt immensely better, and only partially because of the liquor that warmed me from the inside out. I suppose we should go ahead and start. Wait here. I'll get Goron to run the shop this morning. Goron was my oldest sister's husband, and second in line for inheriting the shop and the charter after me. He'd married my eldest sister the year before, after apprenticing with Dad for 2 years. I liked Goron, more than I liked my sister. Goron, I knew, would be pleased at the idea of me leaving the baker's trade. He didn't relish the idea of eventually working for a lad half his age. I nodded and grabbed the jar for another sip while he was gone. It took us most of the morning to walk up to the castle. It was a strange and happy time for me, walking along the slightly muddy road next to the river at sunrise, my dad joking and laughing with me, nervous but at ease at the same time. The liquor had warmed me, and Dad had had the foresight to grab a few sweet rolls for breakfast on his way out. He made me feel a lot better about the whole thing just by being there. By the time we reached the gates of the castle, I knew that I was still his son, and he would always love me, even if I was suddenly special. It took us another half hour to get in to see the Vice-Castellan, a snooty Remiran who obviously thought that we needed getting rid of. Dad wasn't about to be brushed off like some dirt farmer, though. He was an artisan of note. He stood his ground, and I was surprised at just how quickly we found ourselves in front of the Baron and Baroness, who were just starting breakfast when we were ushered in by the Vice-Castellan. At the time, I thought it was because Dad was such an important person in the village. The Baron treated him with respect, though in retrospect, the hot, freshly baked sugar rolls which Dad presented to Baron Lethar may have had some influence. You could smell those things across the room. His Excellency listened with great interest to my father's story. Then he asked us to sit with him and the Baroness while we waited for Master Tilo to arrive from his tower at the other end of the great castle. I was in awe and didn't make a sound. We were breaking our fast with nobility. Master Tilo showed up in good time, just as the Baron was finishing telling us of his son's recent tournament victory. The old mage was resplendent in his decorated robe and richly embroidered woolen mantle. He arrived in the hall blowing hot breath through his hands. The castle seemed far colder than home, I noticed, and remember feeling sorry for the Baron that he had to live in such a draughty place, and he was just as delighted by the sugar rolls as the Baron and Baroness. He, too, heard my story, and after grabbing the last sugar roll off the table, he agreed to test me. I remember those tests pretty well. He led me back to his tower, through the maze of the castle, and into his mysterious workshop. Master Tilo was thorough at his craft, and wasn't satisfied with the first,
or even the 21st arcane test. He placed stones on the back of my hand and had me tell him about my earliest memories. He had me hold a stick in both hands and spin around clockwise, then counterclockwise. He put a bag over my head and asked me about my favourite colours. He wrapped me in red thread and had me sing. I felt like an idiot. When my stomach reminded me that it was closer to noon than dawn, Tilo finally sat down, lit his pipe, and bid me absent-mindedly to sit.
"Well, my boy, it looks like you do have a lick of talent after all," he admitted kindly.
I swallowed hard. "I do, Master?" He nodded, his grey head wreathed in smoke.
"Yes, more than we can safely ignore. In fact, in terms of raw talent, I believe you have more than both my apprentices put together."
My chest swelled with pride even as my heart sank. "So I'm to be a mage, then?"
"Just like that?" he laughed. "That remains to be seen. Any idiot can be born with the talent, Minilin. Talent is just the beginning of magic. If you have not the intelligence, the discipline, the focus to master the talent will master you. And wisdom. Always wisdom. The most powerful mage in the world falters if his wisdom fails him. I think you might have the wits to learn, but I detect a tinge of foolishness in you that could prove deadly in a mage," he added warningly.
"I am but 13, Master," I said somberly, fibbing my age up a bit. I would be 13, come autumn at least. "I am prone to foolishness." He laughed, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing out of his nose.
"So you are. Can you read?"
"Only a bit, Master. Not well. But I know my letters," I said proudly.
We will need to fix that, and soon. Minilin, we have established you have talent. Let us see what we can make of it."
For the next 3 days I went to the castle at dawn and did not return home until long after dark. My days were spent in lessons on the very basics of recognizing my talent and learning how to feel its utility and power, and learning how to really read. Sometimes it was just Master Tilo and I, and sometimes his apprentices helped. The court mage asked me thousands of seemingly simple questions and wrote the answers on a long piece of parchment. I was worried at first that I might get them wrong, but he threw them at me so fast that I didn't have time to worry about one before the next one arrived. We would take a break every hour or so, then back to the testing and the lessons. I had no idea what the tests were about, but later I realized that my talent was impressive enough so that Master Tilo was considering sending me elsewhere, where it could be more properly developed. In the meantime, everyone at home was in a tizzy about my display of talent. Mamma was not happy, of course. I was her baby. But my eldest sister was about to make her a grandmother, and that deadened the pain a bit. My sisters were, in general, loath to see me develop the talent. Ura, especially. Only 2 years older than me, most of my chores would fall to her until she found a man stupid enough to marry her. My sisters all began to dote on me even more than usual, as if I was sick and would never get well. All but Ura. When Dad told the story about how I started a fire because I was so upset with her, she began keeping her distance from me. Mamma tried to act like nothing was wrong, and Dad put on his most patient expression when I was around after that. He spent a lot of time in his workroom. On the 4th day, Master Tilo visited the bakery before I could come to the castle. He and my parents sat me down at the kitchen table, where Mamma had set a healthy-sized snack and our best glassware, and he unrolled that long piece of parchment. The results were finished, he announced with a stone face. I was not only extremely talented, but Master Tilo had determined that I had more brains than the average peasant. I could very easily become a spellmonger, perhaps even more. I was proud, and felt quite the man. Minilin, I was lucky enough to be trained at the Inarian Imperial Academy of Magic, Master Tilo finally said. I didn't serve a normal apprenticeship, like most magi. I was taught in the classical manner, just like the magi of the magocracy, While I could take you to apprentice here in Talry, I already have 2 apprentices. Taking another would be unfair to all of you. My heart fell. Now, I could likely arrange for an apprenticeship with one of my colleagues in Kuri, or even in Dretzel, but I really believe that you would benefit the most from a more classical education. You have that much potential.
Yes, Master,
I said, my mind spinning out of control. I had a copy of your test results made and sent to Inarian yesterday, with a letter introducing you to the rector. It will be weeks before we hear back, but you may actually have a chance to attend. That is a chance few common-born magi ever have. I hope you understand. A certificate from Inarian will guarantee you a position in a court somewhere.
Leave Talry? Leave Mama and Dad?
I squeaked. Suddenly, I didn't feel so manly anymore. Master Tilo nodded sagely.
It will be a great adventure, lad.
Long and hard study, and twice as hard, as you are not of noble birth. And it will be lonely, but the rewards are worth it, my boy. Pursuing the art arcane and learning from such masters is well worth the price.
But the choice is up to you, Mama blurted out.
There's no guarantee you will even be accepted, son, Dad said. I knew in his heart he didn't want me to be. They were both trying to be brave and think about my future, not their dashed dreams of a baking dynasty.
Can I think about it?
I said in a small voice. Certainly, Master Tilo said with a kindly laugh. We have time, but think well and hard on it, and use what little wisdom you have to aid you. A week before, I would have run away and hidden in the ash heap until he was gone. It had been a busy week, though, and I was no longer the boy I was when I stacked that firewood on that fateful morning. I felt the enormous pressure of abandoning the only life I knew, all of my dad's plans for leaving me his bakery, for the chance at something almost completely unknown to me. I solemnly agreed to think about it, and then went outside to play. In the days that followed, I noticed that the change in attitude went beyond my family, as my mates were starting to treat me differently. Mooley, one of my best friends, would hardly even talk to me, and Tico was scared I would turn him into something unnatural if I got angry. While I kind of resented their distance, I also revelled in the importance my nascent talent had granted me. I actually used it to win them back as friends again, by showing them the 2 or 3 of the simple cantrips Master Tilo had shown me already. The ability to light a candle with my finger, for instance, made me powerful among the boys of Talry. Soon they were all vying for a position as my best friend, and if I took unreasonable advantage of the situation, I can only plead immaturity as my excuse. One area that did not suffer because of my talent was my relation with the girls of the village. I had started noticing them a year back, but had not impressed them overmuch with my strength, speed, or prowess at games and races, and therefore hadn't garnered much attention. Now they showed significant interest. A spellmonger's wife was at least as high an aspiration as a baker's wife, and the thought of being the wife of a court mage, with all of its supposed luxury, was hard to resist to the village girls thinking about their futures. A few became ardent admirers, though they shyly kept their distance from me. But one girl, Hetty, the miller's daughter, was so intrigued by my magical reputation that she was willing to overcome her typical village girl shyness. She was 2 years my senior, and while not the prettiest girl between river and hill, she was handsomely built and had pretty eyes and soft brown hair that smelled really good. She was a curvaceous 14-year-old vixen I'd always had a crush on, and she finally took enough interest in me to relieve me of my virginity behind her father's warehouse. I was, if you'll excuse the expression, enchanted by girls after that. By the end of the summer, I had convinced 4 other village girls and 2 farm girls to steal my innocence from me in various ways, and I began to see that there were definitely some benefits to the trade of magic. Master Tilo continued our daily lessons, which included teaching me to read and figure, as well as schooling me in some of the more basic magical exercises every mage needs to know. But for one solid summer, I was the boy every other boy wanted to be friends with, and the boy every girl wanted to pick flowers for. As the leaves began to turn colour at the end of that glorious summer, a message arrived from downriver. I had, indeed, been accepted to the academy. I was to report 6 weeks hence to the Master of Novices in Inarian Academy for introductory training. I was shocked. I never expected to get in. After all, I was a peasant, or at least a commoner, and the Inarian Academy was built for the magically inclined nobility. Old imperial nobility at that, or at least wealthy coast lords, sea lords, or river lords. Ignorant Narasi commoners became hedge magi or village spellmongers. They just didn't go to one of the finest schools in the 5 duchies to learn the arcane arts. At the time, I figured that I was just so especially talented that they couldn't ignore me. What actually happened was more political than magical in nature. Baron Lethar was a vassal of Count Andro, who in turn swore fealty directly to his grace, the Duke of Castall. While the coastal Inarian Academy was technically within the Duchy of Castall, by tradition and inheritance, the local lord of that land had always sworn allegiance to the Duke of Remir. But since the district would starve without the upriver traffic from the rest of Castall, a sophisticated compromise was reached between the 2 ducal houses in which the Lord of Inarian, who actually lived 7 miles upriver of the town, swore fealty and military allegiance to Remir, with the understanding that Inarian domain would be neutral in any military conflict between the 2, and paid a tribute to the Duke of Castall in the name of good relations and low tariffs. Many other feudal obligations and privileges were also split up. Included in the negotiations was the right of the Duke of Castall to name 18 qualified appointees to the ancient Inarian Academy of Magic every 2 years. That year, 16 of those appointments had already been made. The Duke wisely deferred the actual selection to his court mage, of course, who had found 16 noble sons from across Ulshar who had at least a lick of talent in them to fill the quota. My scores were better than most of them, so including me in the application was not a problem. On parchment. It was politically astute as well. By admitting me under his auspices, Count Andro was able to gain favour from Baron Lethar, an established riverlord from a distinguished house who had a vote on the county council, which could elect the count's successor and affect policy on the council, and was respected and influential among the petty nobility of the region. When Master Tilo explained all this to me, I was anxious that I somehow owed Count Andro for the boon. But the court mage waved away my objections and gave me my first real lesson in feudal politics. It was all part of the complex exchange of favours, goods, services, rents, rights, and fealties that made up the feudal economy of the 5 duchies, he explained. My appointment was just another line in the ledger, like an estate's revenue or the number of fish taken from a river. To send a commoner from his baronial village to the great Inarian Academy of Magic brought personal and institutional honour to Baron Lethar, and if he someday wanted a favour in return, he might expect me to be well disposed to him. But there was no outright debt. It was a matter of honour. Baron Lethar was so proud of me, in fact, that he contributed a sizable purse toward my upkeep while at school, in addition to a little contribution from Master Tilo and Dad's own generous, though decidedly smaller, gift. I won't say it was a fortune, but it would have set me up nicely on a small farmstead had I spent it that way. My last few weeks in Tolri were bittersweet. Never had the colours seemed so vivid, the smells so potent, the village girls so accommodating. Even my mates were sad to see me go. My family was as restrained as a house full of doting sisters could be. Mama was a sobbing wreck. Dad was grimly encouraging, dispensing a lifetime of fatherly advice with every breath. Me? I was terrified. My parents threw me a huge party on the eve of my departure, inviting all of my friends and a good number of general well-wishers to the shop to celebrate. It was at this event that girls 3 and 4 made the acquaintance of my magic wand, as I had taken to calling it. The morning of my departure I was almost glad to be going. I was exhausted. I'm not saying I had been completely celibate during my 6 months or so in Beauval. There were enough maidens and widows and lusty wives eager to reduce their fees by being accommodating, but I had wisely decided against embarking on too many entangling affairs until I had a good handle on the local political situation. No need for a pitchfork wedding or starting a blood feud, if I could help it. That was poor professional practice. I had managed 2 or 3 visits a month to a few friendly ladies around the Vale for quite satisfactory and unentangling encounters. But Alia made me want to stand taller in a way that those casual boards did not. I wanted to impress her with my strength, enchant her with my wit, and do pretty much anything I could to continue speaking to her. It was an unusual feeling for me, who had been a renowned lech in my previous incarnation as a war mage, and as a student. But there was something genuinely noble in her bearing, far beyond that of a simple farmer's daughter, which had captivated me. Yet her warmth and wit kept me at odds and excited. It was very disconcerting. Her sister Ella, a taller, thinner version of Alia, threw a fit when she saw her poor, battered husband. Luckily, the Charo root had taken effect by then, and he was able to reassure her. Had he been unconscious, there was no telling what she would have done. Ella had little of her younger sister's composure. Quite the opposite. Alia was calm in the face of peril, while Ella seemed to look for every excuse to get excited. I watched in amazement as the older woman managed to call on nearly every deity I'd ever heard of, and some variations that were new to me, while she simultaneously berated and babied her husband as she led him to their bed. When I was sure he was comfortable, I let Alia lead us out of the house and into the kitchen courtyard and away from her emotional sister.
"Give them a moment," she insisted. "He will need more medical attention soon, if I'm not wrong. I'll run into Hemus and summon the barber. But if you don't let Ella fuss for a while, you won't get the chance to examine him."
She sounded frustrated and tired, and I realized what course the barber in Hemus might take with the wounds. Sargal might be looking at an amputation. It was hard running a farm with one arm. "He's stable for the moment, but don't get the barber. I should be able to help, if you don't mind me using magic." Alia looked relieved, then concerned.
"Would that work?"
"I've set broken arms before," I offered, not mentioning that it hadn't gone well, "and I've tended men with combat wounds. It might take a while, but he's not bleeding profusely anymore. But I could use a good wash-up before I tend him. Tin, why don't you grab the kit from the horses and bring the blue bag, too?"
"Use the trough,"
she said, gesturing towards a wide wooden trough near the well. The water seemed clean enough, and sufficient to remove at least the top layer of grime. I shrugged and stripped off my shirt.
"That was very brave, what you did on the road,"
she said conversationally, as she dug around in a bucket looking for soap.
"I expect that from the castle men. Strong and stupid is how Kusi likes them. But you're a spellmonger. With a sword, granted, but still just a spellmonger. Why did you do it?"
I told her just enough of my recent military past to earn a few admiring glances, though I think she was more impressed by my giving up the supposedly lucrative and exciting life of an itinerant war mage to become a spellmonger. Or it could have been my shirtless chest. I was kind of hoping it was the former, but I wouldn't turn away interest in the latter. I could tell she was a no-bullshit kind of girl, so I kept the embellishments of my exploits to a minimum, but I will admit to gratuitously flexing my muscles a little, seeing as how my shirt was off and all. I wasn't as well-built as I'd been in my army days, but I was proud of what I had and didn't mind sharing. As I finished washing up, she provided me a rough homespun towel and started to help me struggle back into my clothes, when she noticed their condition. She clucked over them, stained with sweat, road dust, black hair and blood.
"Don't you know any cleaning spells?"
she asked sarcastically.
"Plenty. They all take 2 or 3 days to do.
Except with Erionite," I reminded myself. "Then it's supposed to only take a blink and a wave. It's usually easier to wash them by hand. I pay a woman in Minden's Hall once a month to do them."
"I was afraid you would say that,"
she sighed.
But these are unacceptable. I'll get one of Sargal's shirts for you while I get Ella to wash this one. You won't want her in the room with you while you're healing, or do you?"
"Brigger's bright brow, no," I exclaimed, imagining trying to concentrate on spell work while the older sister clucked in the background. "Give her a task, any task, by all means. Have her boil some water. That should keep her busy," I suggested. "I'm going to need a lot of focus to put that shoulder right. I couldn't so much as light a candle with her fussing about."
"As I figured," she agreed with a smile. "I'll set her to it."
Soon I was kneeling next to Sargal's bed, wearing Sargal's oversized shirt, examining his wounds more circumspectly. I had dosed him with a mild anesthetic to keep him calm during the process. I was sure to inflict a lot of pain while I worked, and I didn't want this big bear of a farmer to come off that table swinging in a panic while I was in a trance. Tyndall sat on a stool just behind me and to my right. He held a wide, flat, black bowl full of water, and a few drops of Sargal's blood, of which there was an ample supply, splashed into it. It was part of a scrying spell I could use to see the details of his injuries. The spell is a variation on Mage Sight, with the bloody water acting as both a scrying medium to help focus the accuracy of the reading and a connection device to the patient. Once Ella was out of the room and I attained the right state of mind, I was able to use it to see inside of Sargal. And he was a mess. The gut wound was the most serious, so I attended to it first. The small intestine had been nicked, and the kidney was bruised by the force of the goblin's blow. Extending my awareness deep into his body, down to the lowest level of those blocks from which all life is built, I was able to understand the extent of the wound, and began the subtle spells to repair it. Such work is time-consuming and painstaking, requiring a tremendous amount of focus. As I was racing against sepsis, I did it the easiest, fastest, and sloppiest way possible. Imagine grabbing 2 bricks in either hand, then force them together and apply mortar, with your tongue, while you are in a driving rain. Yes, it is that difficult, and it was not my best skill by far. But the wound was not extensive, just deep. The worst of it also the least of it. Little could be done with the bruised kidney. It would have to heal on its own. But the nick in the bowel that could end his life with infection was mended slowly, but before it could leak much of its contents into his abdominal cavity. As soon as I was sure that there were no leaks in my repair, I withdrew. At least an hour had passed. I was ravenous, and my borrowed shirt was soaked through with sweat. The exertions of the last few days were beginning to remind me of the worst parts of my army days, when we would fight and march for days on end without a real rest. All I wanted to do was collapse next to my patient, but there was far more work to be done. Tyndall gave me a big draught of cold water and a few sips of wine before I started on the arm and shoulder. I doubled the dosage of pain-killing herbs for this. Fixing a gut wound is hardly even painful compared to resetting bone. I was a little better at this part, though. Bones are easier for me. Why, I don't know. But this wasn't a simple fracture either. Each individual sliver of bone had to be coaxed back into place. It takes a great deal of patience and causes a lot of pain. The spell that adheres wounded bone back into place is much harder than the relatively simple grow spell I used on his gut. Each tiny shard had to be aligned and then mortared with a rune, and each took a profound effort and no little expenditure of personal power. I was halfway through with the arm when I realized that I was about to collapse. I had expended far, far more energy in the last few days than my body could afford, and healing work requires intense focus and concentration compared to war magic or spellmongering. It wouldn't have been so hard had I been back at the academy, or even in the army, but I'd had the vigor of youth to assist then. The power of imperial-style magic is the ability for magi to combine their efforts to avoid the perils of just this sort of expenditure. If I'd been working with someone on this, they could keep me going by feeding me power. But I was effectively on my own here, no help in sight. Tyndall was years away from the proficiency he would need to actively assist in an arcane power transfer. There was still far too much to heal in that shoulder before the threat of amputation was over. I was about to give up, fall over, and consign myself to oblivion and an amputation when I noticed a pool of power just waiting, asking, begging to be used. The Witchstone. I didn't want to do it. I knew the hazards of messing around with strange magics. I didn't have the slightest clue about its proper use, or of the dangers involved. Just possessing it made me a criminal under the bans of magic, and using it could theoretically compel the censorate to seek me out and put me to death. That was beside the fact that it was an unknown device of immense power from a non-human race, which I had no real idea how to use. My reckless behavior to the contrary, I am a coward at heart when it comes to thaumaturgy, but I could argue that my judgment was impaired by exhaustion, distraction, and anxiety. After debating long and hard with myself, I didn't see how I had much choice. I didn't even take it out of the pouch. I was afraid to touch it with my bare hands. But it throbbed with arcane potential there in the pouch, calling for me to use it, like a crystal glass of purest water in front of a man 3 days parched. It was just too easy for me to extend my awareness and pull forth the tiniest thread of power. So I did. Suddenly I was energized, awake, aware, and bursting with vitality. This, I realized, was what all the fuss was about. The thread turned into a stream, and then I welcomed the torrent of the energy into my system, raw, untamed and unturned. My mind directed it without my consciousness, sending it where it needed to go. Every fibre in my body and soul was washed in the refreshing potency of that torrent. I took just a moment to revel in the power, and then finished setting the crushed bone in seconds, drawing the fragments together like a lodestone draws metal filings. The spell that had seemed nearly impossible to continue a moment before was suddenly trivial. While I was at it, I healed the spider web of fractures in the scapula too. It fused together under my command without the benefit of an organized spell. Just to be sure, and as an excuse to use the power, I bound the whole thing up with a particularly difficult binding spell, the kind that you usually use to fuse giant blocks of stone together. It's a permanent enchantment, the kind nobles pay large sums for, and it usually takes days or weeks of preparation and execution. Every other bone in Sargal's body could be smashed to a pulp, and his left arm and shoulder would remain pristine, I was confident. I couldn't stop there. If I was to be hunted down and hung by the lads from the censorate, I wanted to make certain it was worth it. I didn't even need to turn to the bowl for scrying. I could use simple mage sight and see the damage. I went back and did a more elegant job on the intestine, secured the zeolite placed on his veins, and then probed his bloodstream for signs of infection as an afterthought. I was almost disappointed when I didn't find any. I was like a kid with a new toy, and I wanted to use it. Finally, I forced myself to let the power go. That was hard. When it withdrew back into the eerie night, I remained energized, like I had slept for a week. I understood how the mad mage must have felt while he was raining magical death down on my squad. It was like the best parts of being drunk and doing magic and having sex and every other wonderful thing in your life, all at the same time. That level of potency was addictive, I realized, and I could see the danger in using it. More disturbing was the echo of the spell when I finished. Among the feelings produced by the after-effects was a tinge of malevolence, perhaps a vestigial vibration left over from its previous owner. I brushed it off. Compared to the great advantage of an endless font of power, a little dark murmuring in my soul was nothing. I made sure that Sargal was resting comfortably, then went outside with Tyndall and splashed more water on my face to rinse the sheen of sweat away. I felt strange. My senses were hyper-acute. I could feel the breeze against my face like a whirlwind, and the sounds of the farmstead were amplified to the point where I could hear each individual chicken scratch the earth. Every smell was vital in my nose, from the dung on the great pile to the herbal smell of late summer wildflowers dying in the rafters of the croft. I was breathing hard, just to enjoy the feel of air in my lungs. The feeling started to pass almost at once, but already I wanted to delve into the stone's power again. Coming out of the state was like putting a sack over your head and trying to go about your daily life. That was even harder under my circumstances. I was distracted by the thought and the intoxicating smell of Alia as she helped us get cleaned up. She had taken the opportunity to wash up after the unexpected battle herself, and the herbal scent of her hair was nearly enough to drive thoughts of limitless magical power clean out of my head.
"Is there much more?"
she asked worriedly.
"I'm done,"
I said, marvelling at the echo of my voice inside my own voice had.
"Sargal will be fine.
There should be a few days of weakness while the spells are working, but the bones are healed and the rent in his gut is sealed. A few days of rest and then he can go back to tossing cows around the farm as usual." She sighed gratefully.
"Thank you. What do we owe you, Master Minilan? We aren't wealthy, but we aren't destitute either."
I could tell she was a little anxious about the fee, and I couldn't blame her. That kind of spellmongering was expensive, especially if you were used to Garkescu the Great's usual fee schedule, and it usually isn't much more effective than whatever crappy spells he would have charged a fortune for. With the Arianite, I had done months' worth of labour in a few hours. Even being generous, in an economy that was based on cows, I had just rightfully earned a healthy heifer or two, not just a chicken or a jug of cider. That would be hard to keep in my purse, of course. One of the inconveniences of country practice. Forget it, I dismissed. Yes, I wanted to impress her with my generosity, but as I had just performed some technically illegal magic, and I had no way to measure how much it was worth on the open market, I felt justified in doing the work for free. I was just helping out. To be honest, I'm glad I could save him the use of that arm. He's a strong man who doesn't deserve to be maimed for his bravery. If you had summoned the barber, well, he'd be Sargal the One-Armed.
"I insist, Master Spellmonger,"
she said proudly, and a little indignantly.
"We are not charity cases."
"It wasn't charity," I said, stretching my aching shoulders. The stone had replenished my energy, but my muscles were still not happy. I usually like to do a few free spells for a potentially lucrative new client. Usually I just make eggs appear out of my ears, I joked. She didn't laugh.
"But this time you saved a life."
"I saved two," I reminded her. "Heroic entrance, remember?"
"I could have handled those goblins just fine on my own, thank you very much," she said, her eyes flashing. "Thank Trig you went into magic and not professional jesting. I repeat myself. I insist. Name your fee."
She didn't seem to be compromising her stern farm wife demeanour. I thought very carefully for a moment, and considered naming such a brazen and lewd act that she would either slap me and stomp off, or feel obligated to pay in such a bawdy fashion that we would both be embarrassed afterwards. It would have served her right for not acting the role of properly rescued maiden. But in truth I was afraid of the consequences, I discovered, regardless of the outcome. This was no mere lonely farm widow. This was a young, strong, vital woman who was becoming increasingly attractive to me. I decided instead to name a less expensive, but just as unmistakable request for payment. "Fine, then, goody Alia. For my fee I wish to walk with you, alone, into some secluded meadow, with a bottle of wine and a picnic lunch, and spend an afternoon speaking of matters of philosophy." It was more polite than crude, but my meaning was inescapable. She was well within her rights to refuse for the sake of propriety. Me, I was just trying to get her to forget the idea. She bit her lip, searching my face to gauge how serious I was being, and then decided to take the proposal at face value. But then the wench had the temerity to try to bargain. "Then how about a walk to a meadow now, with no lunch, no wine, and no philosophy? I have something I want to show you," she said, with womanly dignity. I nodded, remembering that the miller's daughter who stole my virtue had used a similar line of reasoning. I'd had a rough couple of days. Alia was pretty. She smelled really good, and my use of power had created other urges than hunger in me. Done. But I reserve the right to come back for wine and lunch at some future date. The philosophy I'll cede. Not my best subject, anyway.
Done. Now come with me, quickly.
She led me behind the collection of wooden outbuildings every prosperous Bovali cow farm has, through a stone fence separating pastures, and into the stand of woods that bordered a small stream. A path took us up a rise and to a wooden gate, the entrance to another pasture. She hopped the gate, rather than untying the thong, which was expedient, as well as giving me a healthy glimpse of well-formed leg far up her skirts. I didn't mind. I followed. She could have walked across broken glass, and I would have followed that shapely leg.
This is our smallest pasture,
she explained, businesslike, as we walked.
We use it for carving or sick beasts. In the far corner there is this rock,
she explained as she took me by the hand. A rock? You want to show me a rock? I asked, confused.
A goblin rock, we call them. You can find them all over the valley. It is said that they were built as shrines by the goblins before we came here. Kids have all sorts of stories about the nasty things they will do if you mess with them, but I'm convinced that they really are just rocks. Nothing strange has ever happened around them, apart from legends, and nothing really magical, as far as I know.
I was a little disappointed. I wasn't interested in seeing a rock. I wanted to see the other leg. But if she wanted to show me a rock, I'd admire a rock. I've heard less likely stratagems used by maids to get a man alone. The rock in question came into view, and I started to have a sinking feeling that this little walk wasn't going to go the direction I had intended. She wasn't using it as a pretext. She really did want me to look at a rock. I saw that the rock in question was actually a pillar of stone, dark black limestone, I guessed, about 12 feet tall and 3 across the bottom, 1 foot across the top. It was smooth, though uneven, fashioned by hand and weathered-worn at the edges. No vines or briars grew on it, I noted, though they covered the rocks around it. A perfectly ordinary monolith, the kind many cultures would use as a standard ancestor memorial or phallic shrine, as was erected by tribal peoples just about everywhere, particularly in the wilderlands, where temples are few and far between. It was just a rock. Only the air shimmered around it, like it was hot. I could see the dance of arcane energy pulsing through it, and I didn't need to use mage sight.
Until an hour ago, while you were healing Sargal, she agreed in a low voice, I was keeping Ella busy, and went to check on the stock for her. There was a sickly yearling here I knew Sargal wanted to take to market soon. That's when I saw it. It was the humming that drew me to it.
The cow was humming.
The rock was humming, she corrected with a roll of her eyes. The cows won't go near it now. They've cluttered up on the other side of the other pasture. But it was humming. The humming stopped just before you came back outside. Now, why would a rock hum?
Because it's content with its lot, I offered.
I have no idea,
but I'll take a look. Cautiously, I summoned mage sight and examined the black pillar. It was pulsing, all right, though it was diminishing in both duration and intensity while I watched. The surface of the thing was covered with wild-seeming spellwork that stood out in mage sight like holes in a lantern. I'd never seen anything quite like it, but I could tell it was an ancient thing, a thing of arcane power, and it had the distinctive spell signature of the Gavani all over it. I considered using the witch stone around my neck, just to see what would happen, but I had had enough excitement for one day, and this promised to be a very interesting development. Thaumaturgically, I was intrigued, but it paled in comparison to the prospect of exploring the Irianite. Besides, there was something that compelled my attention more than even the allure of thaumaturgy at that moment. I took Alia by her hand and swung her around, making her scream prettily. Just guessing, but I'd say it's a powerful fertility totem, I told her confidently, clearly designed to incite lust and desire. Ishi's tits, I can't help myself. And I kissed her in a moment of feigned compulsion. Okay, mostly feigned. It only took her a few seconds to return the kiss, reluctantly at first, but then she surrendered to the moment. I could feel the monolith pulse a little faster, probably due to our proximity, or perhaps that of the witchstone, and I tried to ignore it. This was far more fun than magic. "Your father doesn't happen to own a flour mill, does he?" I said as I broke that magnificent first kiss. She looked confused. "No, just a farm and a creamery. Why?" "Just checking a theory I have," I said, and returned my lips to hers. Damnedest first date I've ever had. Chapter 4. Zagor the Hedge Mage. After leaving Sargal and Ella's farmstead, Tyndall and I rode north all day and into the night. Just as the waxing crescent moon was at its zenith, we finally pulled our horses off the road and into a copse of woods on the outskirts of the hamlet of Malin. Malin is so small, it almost didn't have outskirts. It's even smaller than Minden's Hall, not more than a few hundred people who lived in a score of neatly thatched stone cottages in a rough circle around the road in a picturesque hollow between hills. A tall, thick hedge of evergreens and thorns surrounded the hamlet, more to keep children and chickens in the hamlet than to keep invaders out. But the lone cottage we sought was not inside the hedge that offered the illusion of protection for the village. It was within what the locals call pissing distance, up a steep and rocky incline to the north of the hamlet. It took almost an hour to reach it. It was so remote from Malin. It was a squat, one-room affair of timber, stone, and daubed clay, with a neatly trimmed swath cleared around it. To the south side I could see an herb garden and a spring house, and the intoxicating smell of wood smoke. Freshly harvested herbs and goat droppings filled the air. "Are we there yet?" my smart-mouthed apprentice asked for the 10th time that night. His boredom and exhaustion after the excitement of 2 battles in as many days had worn through his patience and changed his demeanour. Not for the better. "Close enough," I said tiredly. I was tempted to use a spell to refresh myself, but the past few days had drained me to the point where I was loath to attempt it on my own. The witchstone was calling me to use its power for the spell, but I resisted. There was something menacing about it, I felt, and that humming megalithic monument had scared me. Not enough to keep from thoroughly molesting Alia in a pasture in its sight, but enough to keep it in mind when more important things should be taking that space. I was here to see the treefolk, not discuss Gurvani iconology, I reminded myself. While Tyndall was seeing to the horses, I approached the cottage and almost walked straight into a trap. I could feel it spring up around me like a snare. Cursing, I raised my mage sight and studied the ring of wards and glyphs that spun around the simple hut like a golden garland around a pig's neck. They were all homemade, of course. They didn't have the familiar and recognizable shapes and feel of imperial-style sorcery, but they were effective nonetheless. And because they were made with wild magic, cutting through them or disarming them would be difficult and time-consuming. "Hey, Zagor!" I called, cupping my hands around my mouth, hoping I was loud enough to penetrate the tiny windows of the cot. It took a few moments, but soon the little door opened and a large, and I mean huge, black dog sprinted out at me. He sniffed me heartily for a moment, unsure about whether or not my intestines needed ripping out. But in the end I guess he recognized me from the last time I had been here. He wagged his tail twice with a heavy thud and allowed his tongue to sprawl out lazily from the side of his mouth. While I gingerly scratched behind his ears, his master, dressed in a soft fur wrap, came to the door. "Minalan, if this is another one of your middle-of-the-night drunken visits, I'd just as soon you went and bothered someone else," the hedge wizard coaxed, tiredly. "I've been up all evening trying to cure Goodwife Cassa's baby's colic, and I've no time for your foolish revelry. Some of us have to work for our bread." Zagor was an old man, perhaps in his 60s, but still vital and whole. His beard and hair were still black, and his eyes were merry even as he complained, but the wrinkles around his eyes and mouth showed his age. He was large as Sargal, over 6 feet tall, and burly, built more like a woodcutter than a mage. Not the kind of man you envision when the term wizard is said. But the talent doesn't discriminate about such things. He had it in spades, and had spent a lifetime of learning, mostly on his own, mind you, about how to use it. Zagor was a native to the Beauval Valley, having been born to the parents of trappers in a high mountain homestead. He once told me that his mamma let him chew on Kellersarth twigs while he was teething, and he'd had the talent since he was 6 years old. Usually it doesn't emerge until adolescence. Zagor had been adopted by the tree folk and taught basic magic in their style after his parents died. Then he had been apprenticed briefly to the only mage in the valley at the time, and when the old man died, Zagor took over his clients and moved to Malin. He had been doing the simple, practical work of a hedge mage ever since. What's the difference between a hedge mage and a spellmonger? Not much. Traditionally, a spellmonger has a shop and sells his services to people in the village or town, just as any proper merchant or artisan does. A hedge mage, on the other hand, usually lives just outside the village, usually just behind the hedge, hence the name, and sells the same sorts of spells. More technically, I suppose, you could say that hedge magi are not trained in the classic imperial methods, don't rely on texts and books, many are illiterate, and pretty much make it up as they go along. Technically, that's known as wild magic, practice frowned upon by traditionally trained wizards. A spellmonger almost always has recourse to at least the most elementary texts for reference and refuge. As hedge wizards are also rarely licensed to practice, they are therefore also technically illegal under the bans. The Royal Censorate of Magic spent a good part of its time and resources rounding up such unwarranted magi for punishment in more populated regions. That was one of the reasons I had left more civilized parts and headed for the remote regions of the duchies. The nearest censor in the Alshari wilderlands was probably no closer than Verone, the summer capital, hundreds of leagues south. But unlike many of my snobbish academy-trained colleagues, I don't believe that they have any less power than we do. Their biggest difficulty comes in working with other magi. The standardization of academy training is based, in theory, on using the powers of several magi in concert, using standardized spell components and a common lexicon of terminology, while hedge magi, because of their unique training, techniques, and talents, can rarely pool their powers as effectively. There is also the matter of trade secrets. Zagor and I were on pretty good terms, but I'd seen villages where hedge magi jealously guarded even the simplest of spells to keep the dragon share of clients to themselves. I often wondered what kind of magi Zagor would have become if he had had the benefit of my schooling. But I didn't hesitate to consult with him on a difficult case, or just show up with a bottle when the desire to talk shop was strong. "No, old man," I said as friendly as I could, "I come on business, and have not a dram of wine about me." That wasn't entirely true. I keep a flask of winter wine for emergencies, but the last time I was here would have been memorable had I not been so drunk I couldn't remember it. "Can we come, my apprentice and I, and beg a fire and a stretch of dry floor? I have a boon to ask of you." He glanced at Tyndall and me, no doubt using his own version of mage sight, and grunted his assent. With a casual toss of his hand, a half-dozen of his protective wards came down, and his dog, whose name I suddenly remembered was Blue, escorted us inside. The interior of Zagor's hut was crammed to the rafters with herbs and other ingredients. In a hamlet this small, he had to be his own herbalist and apothecary, of course. There was none of the mystical crap that adorned Garkescu's shop, or my own, actually, just a few skulls and interesting rocks. Without direct competition, there was no need to impress anyone with his mystical powers. Zagor was in the business of making magic, and he did so without fanfare. People knew what he did, and how well, and he didn't need to advertise or impress anyone. I found that impressive. He kicked a few stools out from under a table and threw another log on the embers in the fireplace, while Blue circled around us and sniffed in awkward places. When we had seated ourselves, the flames from the fire illuminated the room enough to see each other's faces. Zagor took a moment to toss Blue a strip of raw hide before he grabbed an earthenware jug, took a sip, and passed it to me. He might have disliked drunkenness, but he didn't eschew strong drink, and the evening was chilly. I tipped it up and drank a few swallows of the cold, clear cider that was just beginning to go hard before I passed it to Tyndall. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and grunted in approval.
"Now, young man, just what brings you all the way up here to disturb an old man's rest?" he asked, his tone belying his strong words. He was happy to see me, I could tell, but he couldn't let the grumpy old man persona slip. I wished the situation had been less important. "Nothing good, I'm afraid. The night before last, Minden's hall was beset by Gavani raiders, almost 200 of them. We were nearly overtaken, had it not been for the timely arrival of Sire Kusi and his knights. 40 or so were killed." "'Tis about time for another raid, I suppose," he grunted gloomily, "though that seems far greater than the mountain folk usually muster. There hasn't been a serious attack in almost 20 years. But it is time. The fairies are stirring, no doubt. I've seen the signs."
"So I have been told. But this one was no chicken-stealing raid. There was a shaman with them who cut through my wards like a knife through cheese." "Because he carried this," I said, taking the little bag from around my neck and tossing it to him. Garkescu I wouldn't trust to even hold the thing, so greedy was the little twit. Zagor wouldn't covet it, though. He had been a wiser mage in his teens than Garkescu would ever be.
"A witch stone,"
the hedge mage said, without a trace of emotion or surprise. He didn't even take it out of the bag at first.
"Large one, too. Rare it is that they grow to that size."
The old man said a few words in a language I didn't know, before he unwrapped the tiny bundle and let the bright green stone spill out into his palm. His face contorted with thought, or something. "That's why I came here, to seek your advice on it," I agreed. "What do you make of it? Was this an isolated incident, or do we have to worry about more such raids?" Zagor was silent for a while as he probed the gem magically and set it glowing with a soft green light. I waited for sweat to break out on his brow, as it had with mine, but he completed the task with no more visible effort than he had made lifting the cider jug.
"We have trouble, I feel,"
he said finally, his eyes reflecting his tiredness in the fading glow.
"This is not good, Minilan. There will be more raids, more death, more fighting.
And more witchstones," he added, almost as an afterthought. "More? How do you know? Did your probe reveal—"
"Look at it,"
he said, holding up the stone.
"All the surfaces are smooth and clear, except this one. The flat area, here," he said, pointing at the stone. "This shows that the witchstone was once part of a larger piece, and was broken off."
"Larger?" I asked, amazed.
"Much," Zagor agreed. "The stone that this came from was perhaps the size of my head, maybe larger."
"How can you tell that?" I asked, mystified. Tyndall just stared at the wizened old man, his mouth agape.
"In my probe, I saw the bands of the stone. Witchstones build up in layers, usually, like an onion. In this one, the layers are very wide, not narrow like they would be if this stone formed on its own."
"But a piece of Irianite that big is impossible."
"Nothing is impossible, lad,"
Zagor countered, a smile in his voice. "Zagor, I appreciate your wisdom, but you must realize that a piece of Irianite, even as big as that fragment, is rare, almost unheard of. To find one any larger would be the discovery of a century, perhaps the biggest magical discovery since the fall of the magocracy."
"The stone does not lie," he said simply, "and you do not know everything, spellmonger."
With that, he set down the witchstone and pulled a similar bag from around his neck. Moving almost reverently, he pulled another piece of Irianite out of it. It was as big as a hen's egg. I was astonished, and it showed. The few Irianite particles that the censorate held in its custody were minuscule, yet obscenely powerful. The tiny fragment that the mad mage had used against us had been overwhelming. The gem I gleaned from the fist of a dead Govani shaman was likely powerful enough to destroy the valley and everyone in it, should its power be unleashed fully. But Zagor, the humble hedge mage of Malin, wore around his neck a stone that could have brought him a duchy, or conquered a few.
"These things are not unknown in the mountains," he said casually. With a pass of his hand, the stone burst into illumination, and suddenly the air in the cabin was thick with magic, and our faces were alight with greenish light. I realized just how those tough wards had got there. "My father found this stone in a brook, and set it in my crib when I was a child. He saw it as a gift from Trig to bless his family. It sings with me now."
Zagor, do you realize?
"Minalin, I know what power is here. I am not that old or that foolish, and I know of those who would seek to take it from me and forfeit my life. This stone has been my companion since I was an infant. I know it as well as I know my own mind."
"And you don't do anything with it?" Tyndall burst out.
"What great feats of magic could I perform that would make the lives of my people better?" he asked with a smirk. "I use it when I must. That is all. Not to seek riches or do impressive tricks. That is not what they are for. To do otherwise would betray Trig's gift." I sighed and watched as the glow subsided. Zagor carefully wrapped up his massive stone and put it away before handing the smaller shard to me. I was still stunned. I'd known him 6 months and never even suspected. "So, is that what you wish to know?"
"Actually, Zagor, I came up here on my way to visit the Alka Alan, but you seem to have answered some of my questions for me. If there is more than just this stone, something I would not have believed had you not told me, then it looks like the Govani will continue to move against us. I guess we can skip our visit to the tree folk and head back south, to pack and flee."
"No, Spellmonger, don't do that," he insisted. "The Fair Ones know far, far more about the witch stones than I do. They showed me how to use mine. They have used them since the beginning of time. They will have the answers to the questions you don't even know to ask."
"Such as just how common are these things?" I asked. "Where do they come from? How did they get in Govani hands? What is the Govani's purpose in using them? A tithe of those answers would be helpful, don't you think?"
Zagor shrugged. "Tomorrow you may ask the tree folk. Tonight you must rest. We have a difficult journey ahead, even though the way is not long, and you will need your rest."
The next morning, the previous night's revelations felt like a dream. But I knew that the bulge under Zagor's jerkin was real. The old man seemed to have grown mightier than I remembered him. I had a new respect for a wizard who had that kind of power at his command and still had the willpower to not use it casually. I would have been king of all Calador had my dad given me a stone like that. The old wizard woke us with the sounds and smells of frying bacon, hot cereal, tea, and a warm loaf of dark bread, almost as good as what my father made, while Blue went from knee to knee begging scraps. When we went to saddle the horses after daybreak, we found a third beast, a shaggy mountain pony, already loaded next to them. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You are going to accompany us, then?"
"Aye,"
Zagor grunted, pulling on a long bearskin cloak.
"This danger threatens the entire valley. The furries have no love for our kind. There will be many more raids, perhaps the worst ever. The Council of the Tree People will be telling."
I shrugged as he made a casual wave of his hand and reset the wards on his hats. I had always envied his facility with them and had thought that they were the product of his wild magic. They were so strong, I noticed, that you could feel them and almost see them without mage sight. I shuddered involuntarily, now that I knew why. We went through the tiny village and up a steep trail that climbed the gradient of the mountain to the north at a dangerous clip. It was only a ridgelet, Zagor told us, a final hill before we came to the little valley of the Tree People, but it seemed pretty steep to me. I guess it discouraged casual visitors. Just over the ridge, the forest of the Alka Alon spread out before us, different in nature than the forests to the south. It was a lighter shade of green, I noticed, than the forest that skirted the western mountain spur at the middle of the valley, or the majestic and uncut woods in the sparsely inhabited region at the very southern end. The trees were a mix of deciduous and evergreen, mostly Natavia, with a few importasta, and an intoxicating aroma wafted up from it.
Zagor led us down the back side of the ridge, where the trail petered out, and stopped at a lone sharamine tree that stood about 50 yards from the edge of the forest proper. And then we waited. What are we waiting for? I wanted to know. Shouldn't we ring the bell, or knock, or...
Use your wizard eyes,
he said, pointing. I slipped into mage sight and studied the edge of the forest. I saw a wild tangle of overlapping wards and spells that would have prevented an army from passing through. They made Zagor's home ward seem like a stick fence. I didn't recognize most of the forms, but I knew a strong defense when I saw it. There was easily enough power in that magical barrier than I had ever seen at the Academy, or even guarding the citadel of Faris. And they were ancient, I could tell, older than many of the trees around it. It indicated a magical culture that refreshed the wards for such a long period that they had become part of the landscape itself, a hallmark of the enchantments of the treefolk. The trees, I noted, were actually part of the defense, each tree on the frontier a veritable magical tower against intruders. I whistled in appreciation and tried to explain to Tyndall what I saw. Of course, even with his low level of sophistication, it was hard to appreciate it.
"So, how do we let them know we are here?"
my apprentice asked in a hushed voice.
They knew the moment we crossed the ridgeline,
Zagor said. The tree people are subtle, lad. They will let us wait here while they prepare a proper welcome. Then they will send a guide to take us through the forest. That is the way of the fair folk. Sure enough, less than 5 minutes later, a solitary Alka Alon strode out of the forest to stop at the base of the tree. He was naked, of course, save for a belt upon which hung a tiny pouch and quiver, and one of their diminutive wooden bows was slung across his back. The Alka Alon stood 4 feet tall and weighed maybe 40 or 50 pounds. His skin was a pale and mottled greenish tint, and his hair was the darkest black where it spilled over his shoulders. He looked up with his big soulful eyes and regarded us contemplatively, one at a time, and lingered longest on Zagor. While he was staring, Blue came up and sniffed his butt, and I almost fell off my horse, laughing. Luckily, I didn't offend the little man, who also found it funny. He laughed, a sound like a box of crystal bells falling off a table. The Alka patted the grateful dog on the head and finally spoke.
"We bless you in the name of your trig, young Zagor, and welcome you and your friends to our refuge,"
he said in the Narasi common tongue, his accent perfect and his voice like a silver flute.
"What brings you to our eaves?"
"We seek the wisdom of the Aronin, my Lord Watcher," Zagor answered solemnly. "We have questions we hope he might answer." The little creature considered thoughtfully for a moment.
"It is not our practice to admit strangers to our groves. You, young Zagor, we have met before. Who are your companions?"
It was strange hearing Zagor, who is old enough to be my grandfather, called young, but the tree people live a long, long time. "This one is Minolan, a mage from the east, who has come to serve the people of the valley, and this is his apprentice, Tyndall, who was born here. They seek the Aronin's wisdom concerning the Gavani, and other matters." The smile faded from the tree folk's face.
I see. I am known as Ardre, Watcher of the Southern Eaves.
"I will guide you into the heart of our land. Stray not from the path, lest you find yourself lost in immortal realms, and perform no magic without permission, lest you upset our own works,"
he warned, after thought. That was fair enough. Not only was it common magical courtesy, but after seeing that ward system, I didn't want to accidentally spring anything nasty on us. I had a suspicion that the results would become interesting. Watcher Ardry unhurriedly led us along a pathway through the outer eaves that I'd swear, before Trig and Brigger, just wasn't there an instant before. Obfuscation magic, I noted, the kind that the tree folk had a reputation for. Crossing into that forest was like entering an entirely different world. How to describe it? Words don't do it justice. Human words, at any rate. And singing about it in any of our languages would just demean its beauty. The air is richer there than even clean mountain air, with the scents of loams and mosses and hidden flowers. Despite the overhanging boughs, there was plenty of light, though it took on a softer, more golden tone. There was little underbrush, unlike more mundane forests, and the little that poked up from the clear forest floor was arranged like little gardens. There was almost no deadwood to be seen, although I saw at least one fallen tree that had been left in the clearing it had made. It seemed more like art than firewood, though. And the spells. Strange spells, wrought of alien shapes and organic-looking contours, both wild and at the same time utterly ordered, their purposes unknown. That didn't stop me from trying to know. Some of them seemed to be encouraging plants to grow, or water to flow, and some, I suspected, had been hung where they were purely for art's sake. The first few 100 yards were almost deserted. I only saw a few Alka working or meditating or hunting. They seemed to take little notice of us, as if humans and horses dropped by for tea and a chat with their chieftain every day. Then we came to the first big clearing, and I learned the true meaning of the beauty of the Alka Alon. In my previous encounters with the Tree People, in the jungles of Faris, they had aided us and supplied us, but we never got close to their hidden refuges. Oh, they invited us into the tree houses that they set up at various points in the jungle, small, elegant affairs that looked hardly strong enough to hold one of them, but were quite capable of supporting 2 or 3 heavy humans in armor. They used these shelters as lookout posts, hunting cabins, and travellers' huts, they informed us. But we never saw where the Alka Alon really lived, or how. "Behold," Zagor said, motioning to the display in front of us, "the refuge of Amadia, where the Eronin alone rules all." I was speechless. I had always considered the Alka Alon to be primitive, yet sophisticated. Amadia convinced me that the tree folk only affected to be primitive, out of aesthetic choice. Their sophistication was so great that it only appeared as a style of rustic magic. Amadia was gorgeous. The towers at the edge were made of living Natavia trees, soaring 100 feet in the air, with slender bridges running between them at various levels as light as spiderwebs. The trees near the interior supported large globe-shaped structures like wasps' nests or beehives, made of a natural-looking material that I couldn't identify. Round windows let in the sun at various points, and small, graceful balconies jutted out from the bulbs, allowing tree-top gardens in clay pots to add even further to the greenery. At the very centre, there was one huge tree, at least 150 feet tall, and at least 15 feet thick, upon which was the most massive sphere of all. Obviously a last line of defence, and a central civic building, a palace or a temple, this central globe dwarfed the others by many orders of magnitude. Around the edge of the whole urban grove was a swiftly running stream that seemed to flow from one side of the circle to the other, without the interference of gravity, a delicate, natural moat that seemed more scenic than strategic. The whole place was so powerfully enchanted that I had to drop my mage sight, lest I'd be blinded.
"Come, my friends, I will lead you to the Hall of Welcome,"
Ardre said, gently in his beautiful voice. We followed dumbly, awed by the majesty of the place. Even Zagor, who had lived here, so he said, was quietly reverent. Ardre led us over the moat, across an elegantly arched bridge, and suddenly, as if a door had opened, we heard the singing that some spell kept contained from the outside world. Calling it singing in the human fashion seems insulting. It was glorious. Thousands of voices, singing hundreds of melodies all at the same time. It was better than a symphony of flutes and harps. It mimicked and improved upon the songs of birds, the tinkle of streams, the laughter of children. Once you hear the songs of the tree folk, human music always pales by the comparison. Ardre led us to a slender stairway that climbed the trunk of one of the interior trees in a spiral, bidding us to leave the horses to their own devices. I had no problem doing that. There was no way that they could get into trouble here, unless they took a liking to one of the trees that someone was living in, and I doubted that even Traveller was that stupid. We climbed the mighty stair and entered the underbelly of one of the larger globes, and I was surprised to find it almost as bright inside as it had been in the morning sun outdoors. The walls were translucent, and the windows were more for ventilation than illumination, I found. To add to the light, there were luminous teardrops made of magical light, mage lights, like human wizards use if they have the ability, hanging in mid-air like lamps with a dozen wicks, set every few yards. We finally came to the Hall of Welcome, which was rather welcoming. There we were attended by several Alka Alon, mostly females, I guessed. It was hard to tell back then, who provided us with sweet water, juices, and tasty baked morsels for which my father would have traded one of his children, or probably my sister Ura, to get the recipe. Nor were we unexpected. There were exactly 3 human-styled chairs there, made of simple wood, unblemished by tools. Yet they were more comfortable than any chair I could remember. There was a fire in a central stone pit that warmed the place comfortably, providing little light and less smoke, yet made the whole place seem friendly, warm, and alive.
"I shall leave you here now to refresh yourselves, while I return to my post," Ardry said in his musical voice. "Worry not. Amaras will be along presently to escort you to the Aronin. Be well, and be welcome, my new friends."
With an elegant bow, he departed. "Damn," I said under my breath. "I had no idea." "Few mortals do," agreed Zagor with a rare smile. "The fair folk treasure their privacy and go to great lengths to bar any incursions into their realm. Mortals who wander into their forest are rarely seen again by man."
"But you did it,"
accused Tyndall in a whisper. "Aye, lad, and I was but a year or so older than you when I did. But I was desperate, and it was only by the grace of the fair folk that I was allowed passage. I lived here for almost a year, though it seemed but a day."
"What was it like?"
I asked, intrigued. "They kept me as a pet to be coddled and played with before they returned me to Malin. They taught me tricks, as you would a favoured hound. But even their grace and patience has limits."
"They expelled you?"
I asked, surprised. "Only when they had taught me what I needed." He sighed. "They let me return at need, but to do so only makes the longing for this place worse. The music, the laughter, the magic of Amadia makes the human places in the world seem dull. But that is why they do not tolerate mortals for more than a few months at most. You can grow addicted to this, need it so badly that you would do anything to get it. Yet if you did live here all the time, you would soon go mad because of your own mortality. No amount of magic can make you into one of them."
"Who is this Aronin that we are going to see? Is he a priest, a mage, or a king?"
"All of these and more," the hedge mage answered. "The Aronin founded this colony countless years ago, away from even his own people. That is a title, and not a name. It means guardian. He has nurtured and protected Amadia. All the tree folk have one ancient of his sort to look to, though he does not command like a human lord. He is the master of their magic, a living embodiment of the forest and the people together. He is ageless, and a great master of wisdom. He sees into the past, the futures, and peers into the realms of darkness and light." That last bit was straight from one of the Alka Alon epic poems I remembered studying in school. The realms of darkness and light were where the Alkan culture hero, Amiril, travelled to gather allies against the demons of legend during one of the fabled wars between ancient Alka Alon clans. I guess Zagor picked that up here. To my knowledge, he was illiterate. We sat a while in silence, staring at the fire, drinking a strange liquor from wooden cups, and nibbling the wonderful confections. I almost felt like going to sleep when a very tall, over 5 feet, Alkan woman came in. Unlike the watcher and the attendants we had seen before, she had long golden hair, and a body that seemed more mature, less childlike. In fact, her body so reminded me of a female human that I became suddenly uncomfortable with the naked display of her tiny, greenish nipples. I had never felt arousal associated with a non-human. I've heard rumours of those who have, and the legends speak of unlikely romances between human and Alca-Alon lovers. But I also have heard rumours that Goodman Silau's sons take their pleasure more with their sheep than their wives. You know how rumours go.
Lady Amaras, Zagor said, his voice hushed in reverence. Trigg's blessing upon you for favouring us with your grace.
Amaras was achingly beautiful, her long and graceful neck supporting her glorious face like a slender tree trunk. I swallowed hard and realized my heart was pounding as I jumped to my feet.
"Welcome, my friends," she said, in a voice like a silver dream. "I trust you have been well treated and refreshed."
We all nodded like dumb animals. Hells, we were dumb animals compared to her graceful beauty. Even Alia wasn't as much a woman as this female Alka was.
"Excellent. I know your errand must be urgent for you to have travelled so far to our realms. The Aronin has foreseen this and is expecting you. Come with me," she quietly commanded, and beckoned us to follow.
She looked pretty human from behind as well. The path we took was circuitous, and Amaras explained that it was partially for defence, partially for enjoying the view that the paths between houses were so constructed. What was odd was the fact that we never seemed to climb up. No stairs or inclines that I could see, but several times I made the mistake of looking down, and after the vertigo passed, I realized just how far up in the trees we were. We passed what must have been homes and workshops, and balls full of happy, squealing Alca-Alon children on our way to the central palace. I was not surprised to see the entrance flanked by two serious-looking Alca-Alon, carrying bows and stone-tipped spears, who eyed us with suspicion and watchfulness, the first negative emotion I had detected in this beatific place. I was surprised that I didn't see more, to be honest. They were, after all, guarding the embodiment of the forest, guarding the guardian. They bowed low before Amaras as we passed. Us, we were just animals to them, animals to be watched. The interior of the great hollow ball was huge, enough for a great gathering of treefolk. I'd almost say that it was empty, except that there were several dozen Alca-Alon walking around on errands or conversing quietly, or just singing by themselves or in quiet duets. I looked around for a throne or some other sign or symbol of authority, but I saw none. I guess the treefolk didn't do things that way, at least not in Amadia.
"The Aronin will be with you in a moment, my friends. He is in his inner chamber, preparing. Tell me, is it true that our cousins, the Govani, have attacked again?" she asked, sadly, as if she were hoping that it wasn't true, and as if the last raid had been a few weeks, not 20 years before. "Aye, my lady Amaras," I said, using my best court manners. I felt like a rustic peasant, but I tried to please her with every word. "They raided my village, Minden's Hall, but 2 nights ago. Nearly 40 of our folk were killed. There have been other attacks, too. It is largely about them that we come. But you called them your cousins. What do you mean by that?" I asked curiously. She smiled and answered as if indulging a child. I didn't mind. Her smile was beautiful enough to forgive 1,000 outrageous insults. "It is a pity that your people are so short-lived, Master Spellmonger. Else they would have remembered the truth. Even with your quaint form of writing, your folk seem to lose more than you remember with each generation. But as for the Govani and the Alca-Alon, it is a long, sad story." "I can think of nothing more important than listening to your beautiful voice, my lady. I would dearly love to hear the story of your people." She smiled at the flattery. Some things go beyond species. "A single story of my folk would take years to tell properly to you mortals, and much of import is lost in your brevity. The one you request would take lifetimes to tell properly. But very well, I shall be brief. Many, many centuries ago, as it is measured among men, and long before your folk were spawned by the void, there were 3 peoples in the world who were Calador's children: the Alon, the Vundel, whom you call the Sea Folk, and the Deliolai, the ones your people sometimes called giants, before they hunted them to the brink of extinction on this continent. The Alon were the lords of the land, ruled over by the wisest of Alka. The details are subtle and manifold, but over time our great cities went to war with each other, and the very land was split and divided among us, and divided again, until the very peoples of the Alon were sundered from one another by sect, faction, nation, and tribe. Our species itself was divided. Thus parted, their many paths diverted, and across the millennia the Alon became several peoples. The Alka Alon, of course, remained the truest to the old Alon in both form and culture. Our lives grew to last thousands of years, but the others strayed far from their roots. The far northern mountain tribes of Alon were lesser in stature and in lifespan, as they endured many hardships in their seclusion, though their numbers increased. Once known as the Nara Alon, they were long sundered from the rest of the other Alon, and rejected much of their own history as such. Instead, they took their name, Gurvani, from their ancestral spirit, a famous leader of their folk named Gurvos, who had led their people out of the devastation of the southern wars and into the safety of the mountains. They hid from their enemies in caves, or lived in rude huts, venturing out only at night to escape their enemies. They learned the secrets of working metal from their neighbours, the Alon Dradrian, the clans of those you call the Iron Folk, she said with slight distaste. That was to prove the Dradrian's undoing, for the Gurvani went to war with them eventually, and their cousins, the Karshaki, and drove them deep under the earth. Only a few clans of them still hide in the roots of the mountains, and they breed slowly, though they are long-lived. Then there are those Alon who survived the cataclysms by abandoning the old ways entirely, and instead hugged the riverbanks, the Tal Alon, the Hoyal Bini in Old Pewanese. You call them the river folk, or the hill folk, and they are small, simple creatures who farm and are eager to adopt the ways of man. They have all but forgotten that they were once part of a great people, and their lives grew even shorter than yours. There are the Hulka Alon, who roam the great valley of the north, the Ferisi Alon of the northern coasts, and the Gora Alon, who dwell the deserts. And there are still others, races yet unknown to your people, shards and splinters of our ancient race that have blown across the lands of Calador like seeds in the wind and taken root of their own accord. But they were all Alon once. Therefore the Gurvani are our cousins, though they are poor relations.
All this was news to me, but I nodded my head like I understood what she was saying. Trolls, the Hulka Alon, I had thought were mere legend, despite the number of unsavoury tales I was told about them as a child. The sea folk I had seen myself, for they still swam in great numbers around the coasts and harbours, and traded with us between their great voyages. I also knew about the near-mythic Karshaki and Dradrian kingdoms, deep in the Kulin range to the east, only because they supposedly aided my ancestors against the Majocracy, before fading back into the obscurity of the impassable mountains. They were the nearest in form to humans, similar enough to be mistaken for stunted men. To my knowledge, few had seen a living dwarf in 2 generations. But the river folk were well known to me. The brown-furred Hoyal Bimi were an agrarian species, sometimes derogatorily called rat folk or rabbit folk, and they had, indeed, clung to the margins of human civilizations. They dwelt on the banks of rivers and hilltops, living underground or in crude little thatched huts, a peaceful folk who lived much like the human peasantry. There was a tiny village of them just a few miles downriver of Talri, I'd heard. Some of them were civilized, and they were quick to adopt the ways of humans when allowed to. They were great vegetable farmers, though they rarely tried to grow grain. They would also steal anything that wasn't nailed to a tree. They had a reputation for petty thievery that was only half deserved, and were often found borrowing stuff from peasants. Dad used to trade his extra bread and cakes to them occasionally for nuts and berries, which they excelled at collecting. They had a greater tolerance for staleness than his other customers. And the others? There were rumours, legends, and myths. I'd never heard of the Farisi Alon or the Gora Alon, but then my worldly experience was limited to Alshar and Castal, with 2 years in Faris and 6 weeks I spent with a classmate, all right, girlfriend, on her spacious estate in Ramir. From anyone else I would have insisted on some kind of proof of their existence, but if Amaras wanted to tell me that she had a cow that gave wine instead of milk, I'd believe her and buy a cup. I see. I nodded, more sagely than I should have. But if the Gavani... Bide, the Aronin arrives, she said suddenly, her eyes pointing the way. My eyes followed, if for no other reason than to keep hers company. They lighted on the tallest Alka Alon I'd ever seen, taller than Amaras by 5 or 6 inches. He too had long golden hair tied into an impressive ponytail, and on his head he wore a garland of tiny white flowers. His face was stern and wise, and as handsome as Amaras was beautiful. The Aronin wore a wide belt around his waist, and a dark red cloak of some material I couldn't identify. As most of the other Alka were naked, it's likely he donned it merely to impress us. It worked. He carried an ornate spear like a staff of office, not a weapon. This, I could see, was the epitome of Alka Alon nobility. He could teach the art to a duke. "My lord," Zagor said, bowing low. I did the same, as did Tyndall. "I thank you for the grace of seeing us." "In truth, I have been expecting you," said the Aronin. His voice sounded deeper than the others, and a bit gruff, but no less full of grace and beauty. "Young Zagor, you and I shall speak later. Right now my attention needs to be with the spellmonger." That was it. No further ceremony, no further explanation. I felt like a dog being shown off to a neighbor. With that, he motioned me to follow him, which I did. Tyndall, thankfully, took the hint and stayed put without protest. In fact, the way he was looking at Amaras told me it was unlikely that he would leave her side for anything less than a dragon attack. Probably not even then. The Aronin led me up a narrow ramp and into a much smaller chamber. It had the same simplicity of design that the others shared, but there were boxes and bags of leather and cloth scattered about, and there was a large area full of cushions off to one side, which was where he led me. We were seated, and he poured 2 glass goblets full of some potent but soothing liquor that defies easy description. He sat and sipped silently for a long while, regarding me patiently until I felt like I was sinking into his eyes. Finally, he spoke. "I foresaw your arrival here, spellmonger," he began, after staring at me for a few moments. "It bodes ill for my people that you have come." "No less for mine," I replied quietly, "but the errand is urgent for us. We have been attacked by the Gavani." He looked troubled. "There is little we can do about our cousins," he admitted, "and no aid that we can lend. But I will give what counsel I may," he conceded. "How does it bode ill for your people, my lord?" I asked, surprised. No one troubled the tree folk, history taught us, or not more than once. "Our cousins have risen in their might once again, having discovered their strength. They bear both our people a grudge in their mind, and this time they will not be easily defeated. The attack on your settlement was no idle blow or casual sortie. It was merely the vanguard. The Gavane will come and come, spellmonger, until the valley below is a black sea of their faces." "But it was only a raid," I protested. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Not even a real army. "We drove them back," I said weakly. "The Gavane do not raid so, and never into this valley. You see, it is sacred to them," he explained. "Sacred? Sacred how? I've noticed a few artifacts," I said, remembering the goblin stone Alia showed me. "Among the northern Gurvani tribes there is no more sacred place. It is said Gurvos himself was born here, millennia ago, blessed by their gods. His children learned their style of magic here before they led their people away from the ancient wars. Their short history, such as it is, arises from this place. Being driven from it by the treachery of the Humani was blasphemy, as I understand your term. Recovering it is a holy endeavor. That is why they have come in such force. If they wanted it so badly, why haven't they come before now? Man, we Humani, has been here since the end of the Goblin Wars, and not in any great force.
So it has. He conceded. They were driven forth a long time ago to you, a very short time to my folk. It has been even longer to the short-lived Govani. They have waited and prepared for generations for this day. They seek to drive your people from the valley, for they have grievances with you for past wrongs. Then they will remake the valley into a mighty fortress, from which they will war on all Humani. So I have foreseen, and when they do so, they will likewise war on my people, for they forget our ancient kinship. At the least, they will drive my poor folk from this place of quiet refuge, and force us to again be subject to the outer world. A pity. We enjoy it here.
That was an appalling notion. Not only did I not want to see this beautiful place destroyed, as well as my adopted home in Boval, but I also didn't want to see the valley turned into a staging area for an invasion of the rest of the Alshari Wilderlands. With Irianite and good organization, they might be able to challenge the Wilderlords of the sparsely populated regions, but I couldn't see them standing against the combined might of all 5 duchies. But I also knew that it would take months, if not years, to organize a decent resistance with our feudal system before we could bring any kind of military might to play. Wilderlords are tough knights, and the Wilderland's great bow was devastating, which made both top recruits to mercenary units in the south and east. But the population here was sparse and spread out. Defending it would be as difficult as conquering it. My lord Aronin, how can the Govani come against us in those kind of numbers? The attack on Midden Hall was nearly 200 strong, and those were defeated by a bunch of peasants and a handful of Wilderlords. Surely they have neither the numbers nor the organization to do so much damage.
So they, like our own folk, turn to magic to make up the difference, he replied, smiling serenely, and they have planned for an extended engagement. The war party that attacked your huts was a mere test of their power, not intended as invasion, as much a survey of their strengths. Our cousins have been planning this for a long, long time, by either of your race's reckoning, Spellmonger, since long before you were born. They have hollowed out breeding pits in their warrens, and they have built huge smithies deep underground in the ruins of the Dradrian's old realms to prepare for it. Their numbers are once again high, though crowded, and they are led by a war leader long dead. Now that took me aback. He proceeded to tell me a long tale about how my ancestors, after they had conquered the Magocracy, had turned their eyes west. He was lecturing me about my own history, in other words. Back then, I knew, the present-day duchies of Castal and Alshar were settled by humans only along the coasts, mostly by Cormyran pirates-turned-sea lords, imperial merchants and nobles, and retired veterans from the Magocracy granted their legacies as rich inland farms, who became coast lords, before King Kamaclavan granted them to his 2 youngest sons. The Magocracy had even signed a treaty or something with the Alka Alon and the Govani, promising not to cross into those lands north of the Scarred Lands and other natural defences. Back then, the interior was dominated by the Alon races, notably the Govani and the Riverfolk, though the Alka Alon were also present in small numbers in remote cities, refuges, or simply wandering parties on extended nature walks. The human settlements in the interior were small at first,
expansions of the old Magocracy's coastland outposts on the frontier. Mostly the Arch-Magi kept their promises. But then my ancestors had to ride down from the northeast and dash all of those plans. Kamaclavan's descendants were content with their rich strips of land and stately plantations for only a generation or so, before they tore up the Magocracy's ancient treaty and began claiming whatever lands their barbaric knights could hold against the non-humans. Once we came north and west of Gilmora, say, they didn't like us much as neighbours anymore. The Govani were pushed out. They fled from the fertile lands we sought for ourselves. Year by year we forced them back, taking over their richest lands and hunting the non-humans like animals. By the time of the first of the Goblin Wars, they had only a few organized settlements in the Minden range of mountains, Boval Valley being one. That slow push into Gilmora and beyond brought us humans closer and closer to the Gurvani's most sacred lands, eventually struggling against the non-humans in what is often known unofficially but popularly as the Goblin Wars. This wasn't a real war, more a sustained series of conflicts, skirmishes, raids and battles between the Alshari Wilderlords and the tribal Govani. What we saw as legitimate expansion into the iron and timber-rich lands beyond Gilmora was to the goblins a tragedy that continuously uprooted the Govani and pushed them deeper into the mountains. The Aronin explained that from here, the Govani's last desperate counterattack, a mere 150 years ago, had been organized under two charismatic Gurvani brothers, a mighty war leader named Grogora, and an inspirational shaman named Sharul. Grogora was a great chieftain who united the disparate Govani tribes under his kingship, while Sharul tapped into the forces of Irionite with his sect of shamans and unleashed horrible plagues and magical beasts on humankind to stem the tide of advance. They were successful for a few years. Alshar was suffering an interregnum and dynastic dispute at the time, thanks to our disorganization and their increasing numbers. Then the new Duke of Alshar came to power and decided to end the Govani harassment of his northernmost territories for good. He wasn't necessarily bloodthirsty. From what I recall, Alshar needed the great forests of the Wilderlands for the timber to construct yet another great fleet. The Duke sent 10,000 heavy cavalry north beyond Gilmora, when the smouldering conflict with Castal finally permitted him to. He rewarded the men with ample holdings taken from their conquest, and it gave him something to distract the great nobles in the rich coastal regions from the wide trail of bodies, some of them family, he'd left behind him on his way to the throne. That much I remembered from history. The Govani, the Aronin assured me, were unable to stand against the aggression of armoured Nasari cavalry. From then on, they lost every major encounter, their tribal infantry and small bows being ineffectual against the new Wilderlords. They gathered their forces for one final push, and about 200 years ago, they came streaming forth from the Sacred Valley and their other warrens to strike at the few major strongholds of Alshar. They got their furry little asses handed to them. It was a nasty, brutal war, with quarter neither asked nor given. The nocturnal Govani made every night a hell of screams and flames, and every day the gleaming steel and thundering horses of the knights hunted down the goblins and destroyed them utterly when they found them. Shaman and war mage strove for the upper hand in the arcane sphere, and caught many innocents on both sides in the crossfire. Few pitched battles fought, and when they were in our favour. Mostly, the wars were a series of bloody skirmishes against isolated settlements on both sides. It all came to a head at the Battle of Green River, 100 miles northwest of Varun, when the main Govani army crossed the ford at dusk, using magic, Govani hate water, and ambushed the Duke of Alshar's encampment. If it hadn't been for the timely arrival of fresh Gilmoran cavalry, history might have made a different turn. As it was, Grogoror was slain, and the surviving remnant of his forces were driven back up into the hills. In the weeks afterward, the ducal armies defeated the isolated pockets of Govani resistance in their mountain strongholds again and again. Eventually, through subterfuge, say the histories, or treachery, implied the Aronin, the Duke of Alshar's men tracked the remnants of the Govani force to their sacred valley, captured and beheaded the surviving brother, the shaman, Sherul, and had his head publicly placed on a pike, and paraded around for the prisoners to see in the style of the Alshari coastlords, who loved to do that sort of thing to their enemies. The Govani were aggrieved by such a disrespectful display, it was said. The head was stolen away that night by his disciples, who vowed revenge, but the war was effectively over. A few small bands continued to resist the Wilderlords, but most of the Govani fled, the resistance broken. The rest of the conflict was really just mopping up, ushering in an era of relative peace for the wild country. For the humans, that is. The Sacred Valley was given in fief to Sire Kusi's family, House Brandmount, on the condition that they keep it clear of all Govani. The defeated Govani of the Vale put up little resistance, and retreated again into the higher mountains of the Minden Range and the lands beyond. The Aronin himself was here to see this, he reported. To him, it was as if it had happened a few years ago. I could see why they were so pissed at the treatment. Alshari coastlords have a reputation of playing nasty during war, since most of their ancestors were brutal Cormiran corsairs who enjoyed such displays over their enemies. The Govani had pretty typical tribal ideas of respect and honour for your fallen enemies, which they saw as being violated in the treachery and execution of Sherul, especially if their ancestral culture hero was born here. Now the threat is even greater, the Aronin said in his calm, musical voice. The Gurvani have been plotting and preparing for revenge for the last 200 years, since Sherul was slain. They have been biding their time in the mountain fastness, building up forces, making weaponry, and waiting. For us to get fat, dumb, and happy, I sighed. The raid on Minden Hall was just a test of our forces and their response. Indeed, the wise old Alkan said gravely. Nor will they repeat the errors of their ancestors. They would not chance a raid like that, unless they could follow it with a more serious threat. The real attack will be orders of magnitude greater, and it will come on or before the new moon. Is that prophecy, Aronin? I asked, not knowing a proper form of address. Imperial magic and the bands forbid such spells for humans, but the tree folk didn't recognize our laws. Our cousins are not stupid, though they might be ignorant, the king of the tree folk continued patiently. They are determined to return to their previous dominion and drive you Humani as far from the Minden Range as possible. Here, take my hand, he said, suddenly offering his 5 slender, childlike fingers. He was doing more than being friendly, as I saw something like an apis of curious design form over his palm. I considered trying to create a similar apis, then decided that it might be seen as arrogant. The Aronin knew what he was doing. I took his hand. Flash. We were still seated across from each other, but the room had faded away around us. It was as if we were hovering in the air, several miles over the valley, and all of Boval was spread out before us. I realized that we were in the other world, the land of dreams and nightmares, where serious magi do their hardest work. It took me several hours to prepare myself for such a trip, but the Aronin had brought us there as casually as I would have opened a bottle. Spellmonger. Look at the numbers of our cousins. I looked. In the mountains all around me I could see the tiny sparks that indicated, apparently, knots of Govani. They were gathering on all sides of us, with denser clusters approaching the Moor Tower, Boval Castle, and the fortress of Brandmount. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Such things are difficult to tell in the other world. But we would be hard-pressed to hold out against them, should they all attack at once, I realized, even with Great Boval Castle as a fortification. Then I saw the hundreds more bands still waiting in the western mountains, and yet more on the way, and suddenly I felt great despair come over me. There were enough to easily overwhelm any defense we could put up, and probably enough to mount a credible invasion of Alshar. See the magics our cousins bring to bear against you. The scene changed slightly. and I witnessed the number of shaman that accompanied the warrior bands. In most there was a greenish glow that I concluded meant they bore shards of Irianite, similar to the one I had captured. That made me all the more despairing. There were hundreds. If they had even half the wit to use them, my little speck of witchstone would be of little avail. Then I noticed a huge green glow in the centre of the greatest knot of warriors still left in the mountains, a glow that dwarfed the other sparks below us to near invisibility. Some titanic force was there to aid them. Not just a mere shaman, even a king among shaman. This was something else, something so powerful that the mighty Aronin was concerned. I suddenly understood why the single Gurvan shaman I slew looked so triumphant, even in death. He had that power on his side. The Gurvani were resurgent, and they were taking no chances. "We are doomed," I moaned. "Perhaps," agreed the Aronin. "Perhaps not." "Can you not help us?" I pleaded. "Nay, we shall not take up arms against our cousins, save in defence, nor shall we do so for them. Yet they pose a threat to my people as well as yours. The great glow you see is troublesome. A knot of magic that large has not been seen outside our realms since elder days. It is controlled by a strange intelligence that rebuffs me every time I try to go near it. I'm afraid that once our cousins are finished with you, they will war with us out of spite." "Don't count us out yet," I countered, a little irritated at his assumption. "We beat them once. We can do so again." "Brave words, spellmonger," he said into my mind. "You shall need such bravery to face the horde that descends upon you. But even at the height of the magocracy, when the greatest archmage ruled with the emerald staff and the crown of souls, the Imperium did not have the might to withstand this power." "What is it?" I asked, mystified. "It is abhorrence, what they have done. An abomination. Our cousins are not evil themselves, but some great force, full of hate and malice, has possessed them and promised them glory and power. I know not how they fashioned it so, but the power there," he said, indicating the bright spot on the horizon, "is greater than any since the fall of our greatest cities. It is unlikely that even the remaining realms of the Alka-Alon can withstand it." "Then what can we do?" I asked gloomily. The Aronin seemed to know his stuff, and if he was worried, I felt utterly doomed. This node of malevolence is well protected now. It lies buried in the heart of the mountains, within a maze of warrens. To strike at it now would be futile. If it can be drawn out, however, then perhaps it can be destroyed. But to do so, you must be cunning and stubborn in your defense, so that only the node could break you. It may well cost you your life and destroy the valley, but it may ultimately save your people from enslavement and death. You want me to stand against that? With every fibre of your strength, he acknowledged. I was hoping for a little more in the way of guidance than that, I admitted. Aronin, I'm just a pretty fair spellmonger and a mediocre war mage. I have the respect of a few villagers and the friendship of one pipsqueak wilderlord at my disposal, not armies and professional war magi. How can I possibly make a stand here? You do not give yourself enough credit, spellmonger. Yes, you are young, even by the count of your own race, but you are vital. Yes, you have few forces to set against our cousins, but you shall soon have more. This I have foreseen. You are trained in the arts of war and magic, and you have little experience. But you shall strive, spellmonger, with our help and the help of others. Fate puts us where we are needed. Even your crude, ignorant race can see that. That is why we help you thus. I cannot foresee if you will be successful, but I know that you will try, and if nothing else, lend hope and inspiration to your folk. If you can last long enough to draw out this abomination, then other forces may be brought to bear on it. That sounds good in theory, Aronin, but where is this help you are speaking of? Am I just supposed to pull an army out of my ass? Am I going to find the staff of the Archmage under my bed? Will I be able to pick up Defender of Empires at a junk shop? I was starting to get a little peeved. I came up here looking for advice. What I got was a tale of woe and doom and a lecture on public service, and a lot of mystical shit about me saving the duchies. The Aronin had all but said defending the valley was pointless, but he was encouraging me to do so in the face of overwhelming odds. Sure, I'd give it my best shot, if I absolutely had to, but after seeing the forces arrayed against us, I would just as soon go become a swineherd on the other side of Upper Vor, and leave all this behind me. I said as much. I braced myself for his fury. No one speaks to an Alka Alon that way, much less the king of the local grove. Not without consequences. Luckily, the Aronin had a sense of humour. He smiled pleasantly, and suddenly we were back in that untidy little room. The assistance I spoke of is here. First, let me see the stone you took from the shaman. I handed it over with no witty sarcasm. He took it in his hands, closed his eyes, and began rubbing it back and forth between his palms. It is part of a much larger piece, a piece that commands it. It was foolish of you to attempt to use it. The one which controls the larger piece instantly knew your thoughts by doing so, had he been paying any attention to it. Here in Namatia, it is shielded from even that connection, and I can easily break it. He sat there, rubbing it for a while, and all around him powerful forces came into play. It was intimidating. It was an awful lot like standing right next to someone who was performing an elegant and graceful dance, while you stare down at the hobnailed boots on your 2 left feet. He was directing titanic forces without breaking a sweat, and it was making me feel pretty inadequate. Finally he stopped, and presented the stone back to me, glowing in the centre of his palm. It was no longer rough and uneven, but had become a smooth sphere, a marble of vivid, translucent green almost an inch wide. I reached out my hand to take it, when he grasped my hand again, pressing the marble of pure power between our 2 palms. I felt a surge of energy like a lightning strike, and suddenly, I saw everything, clearly. I had access to more power now than I ever had. The Archmagi of old couldn't have wielded forces this great, I felt. My every thought was magnified 10-fold, 100-fold, and compared to before, when I had to struggle to build up enough power to fill 1 measly kaba, now I could fill 100 and not tire. But I also began to understand just what we were up against. From our cloud-top view, I had seen hundreds of shaman with these things, and from what the Aronin had said, they were all connected, like some giant Apis array, to the severely potent central force, deep in the heart of the Minden Range. Trig and Brigger, help us all. You are now connected with the stone at your very core, at your Shen, he said, using the old imperial term for your magical soul, the center of your being, your consciousness. This stone will now aid you, for not only have I introduced you to its power, but I have left my own mark upon it. Should this stone be placed in contact with one of the lesser stones you face for a time, then at your will the connection to the center will be broken, and the stone will henceforth be yours to command. Its will? I asked, dumbfounded. Use this gift wisely, spellmonger, for it is not given lightly. You also may communicate with me through this stone, but at great need only. The rest is up to you.
My thanks, my lord. It is not an army, but it will be a good place to start.
I admit it. I was drunk with power. How could any Govani shaman stand against me? Lastly, you spoke of mighty weapons. While I will not lend you my spear, for that is not our way, should you come to the halls of the Kashak Alon, show them this, and they will aid you as they might.
Right.
The Kashak, I said, dazedly staring at the little globe that shone in my palm. This, too, seemed to amuse the Aronin. The feeling you have will pass in a few days, spellmonger, and you will soon grow used to wielding this kind of power. I have searched your Shen, and I believe that your body and your spirit are strong enough to bear this burden. Maybe he was right. It seemed foolish and vain to even contemplate such a thing, but maybe I was just the kind of crazy Humani mage who could orchestrate a resistance to this gathering storm. I finally looked up at the Aronin and feebly tried to grin. I shall do my best, Aronin, for my people and for myself. Even should I fall, they will remember the name of Minalan the Spellmonger to frighten their pups with at night. Our cousins are nocturnal, Aronin reminded me gently. Oh, yeah. Chapter 5. Preparing for Siege. 3 days later found me back in the southern part of the valley, preparing for another long journey. We had left the tree folk in the evening, after being feted in grand style. Zagor renewed a number of acquaintances among them, and Tyndall's eyes nearly fell out of his head as he witnessed wonders and beauties that he had never imagined in his previous life as a stable boy. I think the lad would have stayed there forever, just to be close to Amaras. I can't say I blame him. We stopped in Malin only long enough to warn the townsfolk to take whatever they could to the stronghold at Brandmount. There had been sightings of Govani among the ridges, but no attacks this far north yet. They were wary, but the prospect of raids was enough to spur them into action, particularly with Zagor's respected opinion added to mine. Then we rode back by the old castle, a square, squat tower surrounded by a thick stone wall that seemed woefully inadequate, suddenly, to drop off Zagor and inspect the preparations for siege. The place was already abuzz with activity, as cows, horses, and chickens were loaded into the inner recesses of that mouldy pile of rocks, and militias drilled inside the barbican. Don't mistake me. Brandmount was a perfectly adequate fortification, and kept in good repair by Sir Remelan, the vigorous younger brother of Sire Coucy, but next to the recently completed Beauval Castle, it seemed paltry. Hopefully it would be enough to withstand the coming assaults. From what the Aronin had shown me, I had my doubts. It was designed to protect the people of Malin, Brandmount village, the hamlet of Roby, and the outlying farmsteads, and I was pleased to see the castellan in charge of provisions had not been neglectful of stocking up on staples during peacetime, as they often did. I left Zagor in charge of the magical protection, and he promised he would draft the Boliek sisters, 2 self-taught witches in Roby, to assist. From Brandmount, we rode back through Himmas town and witnessed a similar buzz on a larger scale. Garkescu's shop was closed already, I noticed, as was the lakeside inn. Commerce had been suspended, and the cheeses, normally stored for sale to merchants, were being loaded into wains to be taken to the castle, as per Sir Kay's orders. We stopped in town only long enough to bake supper from a bakery, one of the clients I stole from Garkescu, actually. I used the secret handshake of the Bakers' Guild to do it, too. Hooray for artisanal nepotism. They were feverishly turning much of their stored flour into hard tack for the castle, so I didn't bother them much. But with my newfound powers, I couldn't resist trying out a small spell that would conserve heat in the ovens, thereby using up much less precious firewood. We reached Beauval Castle by nightfall, and I could see that Sire Coucy was doing his damnedest to prepare. There were sentries crowded into the towers and along the battlements, and the inner bailey was, if anything, more crowded than Brandmount had been, even though it was almost 3 times as big. Sir Kay was busily directing each new arrival to their designated spot, storehouse or post. We turned our horses over to the stable boy, a friend of Tyndall's, I found out, and sought out the sire himself. We found him in the donjon, the massive square central tower and place of last defence, in a chamber that served as a combination office and conference room. We could tell where he was without asking. The constant stream of messengers indicated his whereabouts. We waited patiently in line at the door until he saw us. He smiled, waved away the others, and invited us in. "So, Master Minilan, how fared your quest for knowledge?" he asked, smiling through a tired face. "As well as I could have expected, Lord, and perhaps even better. I now know when the foe will attack, and I know their approximate numbers." "Then you were a success indeed. Do we have anything to fear in the next 3 days? That's the soonest that I'll be able to have the peoples of Minden's Hall and Himmus safely within my walls, and it will take another 2 days for those in Winnacar to join us. I've sent knights to escort them, lest they be attacked on the road. You should have no more direct attacks for at least a fortnight, my lord, and likely not until the new moon, 3 weeks hence," I answered confidently. Alas, that does not stop their skirmishers from harassing our folk as they struggled to bring their worldly goods into safety. Their scouts spy on us even now, concealed among the peaks and ridges. We broke up one such attack on our way north. "There's nothing to be done about it, I'm afraid," Coucy sighed. "I've increased patrols along the roads and given what escorts I can spare. But 3 weeks will give us adequate time to lay in a larger supply of stores. As it is," he said, referring to a slate on the table in front of him, "the Castellan reports that we have enough wheat, hardtack, barley, dried fishes, cheeses, beans, salt pork, dried beef and desiccated vegetables to keep everyone in the castle fed at full rations for 5 months. In addition, the herds that are being brought in could feed us for an additional 3 months. The cisterns are full and the well is deep. That is where we stand now. With this extra time, we might be able to stretch it for 10 months or longer." "Excellent, sire," I said, knowing we couldn't hope to last that long. I didn't mention that yet. No need to plunge the man into despair when he was feeling so optimistic. "And how are we disposed for fighting men?" Sire Coucy sighed more heavily. "Alas, we are not a warlike country, Master Spellmonger. I have 18 mounted knights, another dozen squires, and maybe 24 sergeants and 100 trained men-at-arms. With the militias called in, we can arm another 600 or 700, mostly bowmen, 800 fighting men to man the walls, and every one of them precious." I almost didn't have the heart to tell him about the number of Gavani arrayed against him. I tried to break the news as gently as possible, pointing out that his gentlemen were the match for any 3 goblins. But he was no fool. He sagged when I hinted at the numbers he was facing, that we were facing. Looking grim and worn, he stood defiantly and declared, "They will take this valley only after standing over my bleached bones and a mighty heap of their own corpses." "Well spoken, sire," I said with an enthusiasm I didn't feel. "But we are not lost yet. Apart from the intelligence which I gathered from the tree folk, they lent me magical aid which might turn the tide of battle." I didn't elaborate, because the technical details would be lost on this warrior, as well as raising his hopes falsely. Never tell a client too much information. It makes them uneasy. "But we need more men to man the towers, that much is true. What of aid from Gans, or Pressan, or the Count? Has word been sent to Duke Lenguin?" "Word reached both baronies only yesterday. If our messengers were not taken on the road, I have had no response yet, and I fear that both barons will be more concerned with protecting their own domains than sending assistance to us, a poor mountain relation. That is what I would do, after all, and while I dispatched a messenger to the summer capital, he has already departed from Verone for the winter.
He will not arrive at the southern capital for at least another week. Mayhap a messenger could overtake him on the road, but if Trigg's grace be with us, it would be months before any help could be sent.
If, then, the Alshari dukes had a history of ignoring the Wilderlands portion of their realm unless they needed more timber and iron for their precious fleets, we could not wait that long. We needed more fighting men, and we needed them now. Then we must secure more warriors another way. My lord, as you know, I am recently discharged from the ducal army of Castal. There and after, in my travels as a war mage, I became acquainted with a number of mercenaries. While I realize that you are not a wealthy man, compared to some lords, still there must be enough in the treasuries to hire a few score warriors to buttress your defence. Am I mistaken?
Nay, save that you perhaps underestimate the pass my house holds. When the first Lord Brandmount came to this valley, he captured much in the way of treasure from the goblins. It was still substantial, even after we paid our lawful tribute to our liege. Have you not wondered why a land this small could afford a castle fit for a barony, much less 2 lesser fortresses? We did not do so by selling Bovali cheese, I assure you. Yes, mercenaries would be most welcome, but the closest city in which you might be able to hire them is Tudri, some 5 days' journey by horse. Deploying them would take much longer, unless your magic can speed them along.
My lord, I propose just that. I shall travel to Tudri and arrange for as many companies as I can to come to our aid, and spread the word that you are hiring more. Many of the free companies lack for work since the end of the Parisian campaign, and they despise ordinary garrison duty. It should not take much to convince them to ride here for the promise of good pay and a worthy foe. I wouldn't, of course, elaborate on just exactly what odds they faced. Many had fought goblins before, and would see the duty as pleasant exercise, not a serious fight for their lives. Fools.
Kusi shrugged. I have no objection, Spellmonger, provided that you oversee the defensive magic preparations your, colleague, Garkescu, has been working on before you leave. You will find him in the West Tower, which I have assigned my magical corps. He said it with a thin smile that let me know what he thought of the other spellmonger in his realm. As you wish, sire, I said, returning the grin with a slight bow. I took my leave then, as a long line of messengers and soldiers on errands had piled up behind me. My trip downriver to the academy was an exciting, grand adventure that took 2 weeks. In retrospect, it was no different than any other river trip I've taken, but when you are 13, have never been more than 5 miles from your birthplace, and journeying on your own such a trip is an adventure by default. I saw stevedores and polemen, merchants and river pirates, and met strange, exotic people who were not all that different from the folk in Talry. I did see a village of river folk, my first glimpse of non-humans, but we passed by their little settlement without stopping. One of the crew taught me the finer points of dice, and another introduced me to Cormiran wine. I proved lucky enough at the former to subsidize the latter without dipping over much into my purse. I arrived at the river port near Inarian, a much more worldly man, ready to meet my schoolmates and embark on my education. When I first arrived at the academy, a mix of high imperial and post-conquest imperial revival architecture, I learned later, I could see the beautiful spires and hulking mass of the central building over the tops of the townhouses and shops by the gate, and I was suitably awed. I was much less awed by it a week later. The academy, pretty from a distance, was a dump. 600 years old and poorly maintained, the spires around the top were roped off due to severe structural failure. Apparently, the spells originally used to allow their graceful slopes to defy gravity were long lost, and not much effort had been put into rediscovering them. Most of the buildings originated in imperial times, which means that they were sadly neglected and in need of repair. The main hall on the first floor was built to impress, and its shabby opulence remained stunning, despite the years. The classrooms on the second and third floors of the building were less impressive, but completely functional, while the journeyman labs on the fourth floor were almost as dangerous as the decorative spires.
The masters, of course, had much better facilities, usually in outbuildings built more recently. Inarian Academy was founded almost 1,000 years ago as an adjunct campus to the more prestigious Gorinal Academy in Cormyr. Gorinal was destroyed in the Mage Wars, before the late Magocracy was established, so Inarian is technically the second oldest academy in the duchies, after Allah, and the most prestigious in the western duchies. It sits within its own section of the city wall, and has been defended 4 times in its history. Inarian Academy is a little city within itself, as self-contained as any castle, complete with its own attendant village, known as Tower Town. The academy holds about 300 students at any one time, with another 100 visiting scholars or guest instructors from other academies or magical firms. Almost every student there was of noble birth. I don't think I really appreciated that until I showed up at the registrar's office, barefoot and dirty from the trip, and was told with a scowl that the kitchens were in the rear. I tried to explain myself 3 times, and finally had to produce my letter of acceptance, before I was firmly escorted to my quarters by the registrar herself. I was assigned to the South Tower, where, I found out later, all the low-status students were housed. Children of merchants, burghers, country knights, and successful farmers, plus a few students from the petty nobility. Too poor to blend well with the Imperials in the West Tower, or the High Lords in the North Tower were housed there. The East Tower was the faculty quarters. We were the social dregs, which made the tyranny of the few noble-born students in South that much harder to bear. Of course, the South Tower was the least maintained. It was rumoured that the whole purpose of putting us in such decrepit quarters was to encourage us to learn those spells that contributed to comfort, and I can't say with certainty that the rumours were untrue. I know I studied my ass off to learn how to do heating and anti-vermin spells and the like. To be fair, we weren't treated that much differently than the other students. The instructors didn't really care who your sire was. They cared how well you did in their courses. But our clothes were never as splendid as the Narasi lords, or as silken as the imperial students, and we had no servants of our own. The entire tower, from first form to 5th, depended on the good graces of a few old groundskeepers, 3 wrinkled maids and a single cook. We ended up doing a lot of the cleaning and chores ourselves. I was placed in a 3rd-floor suite with Dexterdot, Dex, to his pals, of Haring, the sandy-haired son of a poor knight, and Timian of Lister, the son of a wheat merchant. For the next 4 years, they would be my best friends and confidants. Both had similar initiatory experiences as I, and both had been sent to the same extra remedial tutors as I was. These were mostly lessons in reading, writing, elementary math, natural history, and basic rules of etiquette. That is, how to behave like nobility and not like peasants. Since the bands required those with talent to give up their noble titles and legacies, we were all legally commoners, but that did little to protect us actual commoners. A few of the noble boys started to literally lord it over us about these classes, but my mates and I took this guff for only a few weeks before we got fed up with it and staged a peasant revolt of sorts, which turned quickly into a spectacular brawl. After that, we had their respect, if not their friendship, and were allowed to proceed with our studies in relative peace. Magi, at least according to the academy, were to be accorded the respect of minor nobility, regardless of birth status or station. The nobles and the ducal houses, I have noticed, don't always adhere to this rule. Regardless, as most of our clients would eventually be nobles of one stripe or another, our professional survival depended upon knowing the rules of courts of all sizes. These extra tutoring sessions were in addition to the regular courses. They started in heavy, with magical theory and symbolic systems, and before I had been there a week, my head buzzed nightly with the arcane symbols of my new craft. That didn't leave much time for trouble, much to my dismay. When I wasn't slogging through some dusty text in my loft, I was in the kitchen, helping the cook with the baking for an extra 3 coppers a week. All of the boys were required to help with the maintenance, cleaning and upkeep of the academy grounds, which provoked much grumbling from the former nobility. but a few of us were good enough at what we did to get paid for it. The first time I made rolls for the cook, she had me put on the pay ledger. Dad was proud of that. Those first few years at the academy were a long, pleasant, hazy smear in my life, although at the time they seemed almost hellish. I attacked my lessons with glee, pushing ahead beyond my classmates at every opportunity. I had a strong talent and a quick mind, and I mastered the basic lessons easily. I also demonstrated a facility for the obtuse subject of thaumaturgy, the science of magic, and scored top marks in my class. This got me enough attention from the journeymen who instructed us that I was selected for special tutoring that first year. Most importantly, to my eyes, I was introduced to the magic of the written word, and then turned loose on some of the best libraries in the duchy. I discovered that I loved reading, after mastering the art, and spent as much time as I could in the academy's dusty libraries. I learned to master my mind and force the elements of nature to do my bidding. I was guided down the intellectual path trod by generations of students before me, back to Lost, Perwyn, and the first Archmage. History, poetry, and thaumaturgic texts were havens for me. I actually went home between my 3rd and 4th years for my youngest sister's wedding. Ura had finally talked a stuttering one of Dad's apprentices into marrying her, and I wanted to surprise everyone. I had made a little money doing spells on the side, completely against academy rules, but those rules were often overlooked, and I managed to secure transport on a river barge, hauling iron ingots up the Bureen to Talry and points north. It was a complete surprise to my family, of course. My dad didn't even recognize me when I first came into the shop, and my reunion celebration nearly overshadowed my sister's nuptials, to the point that I earned several evil stares from her. This was her celebration. It was my first time meeting my nieces and nephews, though, and I wasn't about to fade into the woodwork until I had a chance to ooh and ah over them. I saw several of my childhood friends, most of whom were farming or running their father's shops. I spent some important time with my very proud parents, who wanted to hear about everything I was doing at the mysterious academy. After the wedding, I caught up with Master Tilo, who looked even more wizened than the last time I saw him. He was almost as proud of me as my parents, and he even allowed me to show him a thing or two in the way of technical advances on some minor spells. He had another apprentice now, and I was put in the uncomfortable position of being held up as a good example of a good mage. I wasn't used to being a role model. I still am not. But the acknowledgement was good for my ego. But something troubled me that entire trip. I just didn't fit in Talry anymore. My sister's husbands had the shop well in hand. Dad rarely worked at anything but overseeing the most demanding of bakes, and Mama was deeply involved in her grandchildren. I was an exciting curiosity to them, but not much more. Oh, they still loved me, without a doubt, but I was a stranger to them after just a few years. I suppose that after spending all that time being homesick at the academy, that I expected the clouds to part, and Trig and Brigga and a host of gods to welcome me back home in triumph. Instead, I stood in the bakery and tried not to get in the way, while my family worked. In an effort to console my self-pity, I went by Hetty's cottage, remember the miller's daughter, to visit. Her husband, a prosperous farmer, was in the fields, of course, but she introduced me to her 2-year-old and let me pat the tummy in which her second kid was growing. It was the same old Hetty, though, wild at heart. With a wicked gleam in her eye, she pointed out that, as there was no way she could get pregnant at the moment, that there was no obstacle to us reliving old times. I was in a weakened condition and didn't have the courage to turn her down. We did it on her kitchen table, while the baby was asleep. While she was just as enthusiastic as I remember, and far more skilled, marriage had been good to her, I knew that this was merely an illicit thrill for her, not a heartfelt homecoming. I left her home feeling even more out of place than when I arrived. I had to face a very depressing reality. Talry was just not really my home any longer. Garcescu had, indeed, taken over the second and most comfortable level of the West Tower for his own use and that of his apprentices. He had 3, all touched by talent and somewhat knowledgeable in the theories of magic under his tutelage, but none of them the equal of Tyndall. The boy had learned more in 6 months of study with me than they had learned after years with Gargi. Unfortunately, they tended to make up for their lack of skill by parroting their master's arrogant attitudes and mannerisms, which made the whole second floor unbearably unpleasant. Garcescu had managed to move a fair amount of his equipment and much of his overstuffed furnishings into the quarters from his shop. The West Tower was inside the inner barbican and attached to the main donjon by a series of buttresses and bridges, which made it unnecessary for defence until the outer bailey had been penetrated. It was as draughty and cold as any other place in the castle, but I noticed, as I climbed the stairs, that Garcescu had an insulation spell going to supplement the brazier burning in the centre of the room. That could only mean that my floor, above, which should normally benefit from the heat from his fire, would be ice-cold. The 2 older apprentices were unpacking crates moved from Himmer's town, and looked at me with barely concealed sneers when I walked in. Garcescu himself was overseeing the 3rd young apprentice, who was unpacking his master's bedding. He still wore that colourful robe and ridiculous-looking hat. "Master Garcescu, it is good to see you settling in," I said, a friendly tone in my voice that belied the expression in my eyes. The bastard was enjoying more comfort in here than the peasants who camped in the outer bailey could dream of. Garcescu looked up, his eyes growing wide when he saw who it was. Then they narrowed. "Master Menelan, good of you to join us. I took the liberty of choosing these accommodations in your absence, due to the larger size of my party. I trust you and your apprentice will have no difficulty with the next level up. I figured that a man of action such as yourself would prefer a vantage point where he could oversee the field." It was a thinly veiled challenge, meaning, "I dare you to try to move me out of my quarters." Had I more time and less patience, I might have tried. But he was right. The 3rd level would be better for me and Tyndall, as I would have access to the uppermost battlement, and therefore would be able to see farther at my convenience. It also made for a better position for launching defensive spells. Magic, or artillery, high ground is usually more defensible. I still remember how effective such a position had been when Oral Pratt had defended the citadel of Faris. "Absolutely correct, Master Garcescu. In fact, I will have my apprentice bring my things up tonight. But I wanted to steal a moment of your time to discuss the overall defense strategy." He gave me a sour look, but motioned me over to a table he had fetched from his reception area. Cleared of the useless clutter, it seemed fairly serviceable, and I was surprised to see an accurate map of the castle and the surrounding lands already laid out upon it. At various places, Garcescu had inscribed symbols for spells he was apparently planning. I glanced at them and was mildly impressed. It was by no means complete, but it did have some clever essentials at more or less the right place. Just because I didn't like the man didn't mean he was incompetent. We went over what he had done, and I suggested a few more. Things like preservative spells on the stores and cisterns, strength runes on the gates and portcullis, the sort of thing he could get his apprentices to do without difficulty. We managed to complete the conference without arguing, which I counted as a minor victory, and then I told him about my next trip. He was not happy. "So you wish me to cast all of these spells on my own, then?" he asked sarcastically. "None of them seem too difficult between you and your apprentices. If you aren't up to the task, however, I can always send for Zago, or—" "I am quite capable, thank you," he said haughtily, "and if it makes the difference between victory and defeat, I will do all I can." "I'm sure you will," I said smugly, and went upstairs to inspect our new quarters. Garcescu had done me no favours in selecting the lower chamber. The 3rd level, a 3-story section of tower with wooden floors and lofts, was perforated with arrow slits. While there were wooden shutters on them, the sheer number made the entire chamber as draughty as a bell tower. Still, it was more than enough room for Tyndall and me to work in, and I knew I could rely on the boy's ingenuity to make it as comfortable as possible in my absence. I made a few mental notes of items I would want from the shop in Minden's Hall, and others that would have to be purchased in Tudry. Then I went to the roof. Garcescu was correct. From the peak I could see all around the castle, save the spot just beyond the east tower, which was the same height as the one I was on. I had no problems with the quality of the fortification. Indeed, it was among the better ones I had seen on my travels through the Wilderlands, where rough towers of ashlar and rough stone walls were the rule. Most baronial castles in the Riverlands were ancient things, whose stones were held together by 200-year-old mortar, or they were the remains of imperial buildings that had been added to, not really designed for defence, but pressed into service by need, and kept because of the expense of building proper defences. Beauval Castle, though, was almost brand new, compared to the castles of Castal and Alshar that I was familiar with. Begun by Coucy's father at the start of his reign, the fortress had taken 20 years to complete, and had employed hundreds of local labourers and dozens of imported masons, carpenters, and other craftsmen. Cut out of native grey basalt from the quarry north of Minden's Hall, the walls and towers of the structure were well designed and resolutely strong. It was also roomy, about 3 times as large as the population of the valley warranted. House Brandmount was foresightful enough to know that their lands would prosper. They built large, in anticipation of a larger population, or a goblin invasion. The entire castle was surrounded by a 20-foot-wide ditch, with a berm of earth 10 feet tall on the inside edge. A 12-foot-thick stone barbican, surmounted by an impressive battlement, protected the castle should the ditch be overrun. The outer wall was punctuated with 9 small round towers, spaced 50 feet apart or so, as well as a large stone gatehouse to the north and a double-sized round tower at the southern point. This last feature was a miniature fortress in its own right, including the siege engines ensconced in the top of the structure and the separate well and stores at its base. The outer bailey was separated from the inner by a curtain wall 6 feet thick. This made the outer bailey an ideal killing zone, should the gate be overwhelmed. Until that happened, it was also the main residence of the peasantry who took refuge here, and their herds. A makeshift corral had been set up near the stables in the outer bailey. It was filled to overflowing with pigs, sheep, and a truly astounding number of cattle. The roadway between the main gate and the inner bailey had been kept clear, as had a path to the stables, but every other square foot of space was being used for tents, wagons, dogs, cats, livestock, laundry, children, and the like. The only other clear space was one in the centre of the largest grouping of shelters on the larger eastern side of the bailey, where refugees from Himmus had gathered. The central clearing was being used as a public gathering space and drill field for the militia. It was interesting. Not only had Himmus congregated together, the folk of Minden's Hall had clumped near the main gate on the western side, and the few people who had made the trip from the tiny hamlet of Winnaker had created a kind of village in exile along the curtain wall near the stables. The inner bailey was less crowded, as it was reserved for exclusively military personnel. That made it far, far more roomy than I would have preferred. In a siege, wisdom said, one should have 1 fighting man for every 5 civilian non-combatants. Despite Sire Coucy's estimates, I could see the numbers for myself from my tower perch. With the militias and the few professional soldiers, there were about 200 men-at-arms, and many that were not that well armed, available in the inner bailey, another 100 or so in the keep, and yet another 100 camped in the towers around the wall. Around 50 had packed themselves into the gatehouses and other outbuildings. Even if one considered another 100 out on escort duty and errands, that was several hundred shy of the 800 Coucy had estimated. That wasn't good. It took a minimum of 40 men to patrol the walls and man the various essential fortifications, but that was far from ideal. Right now, the civilians outnumbered the fighters 8-1, not counting the children. There was a recruiting effort going on among the people, and about 20 men a day were pressed into service. But it was clear that there were limits to what these peace-loving farmers could do. We would need several hundred more trained and equipped men if we wanted to hold out for more than a few months. Our tower was one of 2 that straddled the wall between the baileys. They were largely empty of people, except for us, and used for storage, but they could accommodate a few hundred more. The first level of each was 2 stories high, stacked with firewood, cowhides, arrows, bolts of homespun cloth, sack after sack of wheat, and barrel upon barrel of salted meat and other consumables. And cheese. Lots of cheese. Each was topped by a small wooden observation tower, perfect for us wizardly types who enjoyed a view. I felt safe here, and it was hard to imagine anyone able to break through that much stone. But the tall stone towers and thick walls were only as strong as the men who defended them, and in that we were sorely lacking. In the centre of the inner bailey was the donjon, a huge 5-story square block of stone that was the castle's ultimate defence. Should all else fail, the donjon could hold more than 500 for quite a while, even against superior forces. Attached to the donjon in the south were 2 more blocky towers that rose above the rest of the castle and provided an excellent vantage point for directing forces in a siege. That was where Sire Kusi would be when the time came. It was secure for the moment, or the closest thing to security that we could hope for under the circumstances. I liked the vantage point up there. It would do, I decided. I could peg a goblin outside of the walls from here with bow or warstaff. A real magical core could have held this castle from nearly any force, indefinitely. But we were poorer in arcane measures than we were in armoured knights. Even with my shiny new stone as a reservoir, it was just Garkescu, me, and our half-trained apprentices, against around 100,000 savage goblins, as well as potentially hundreds of shamans with their own witchstones. As sieges went, it was starting to sound like the beginning of a bad joke. But that problem, at least, I might be able to do something about. I knew people who owed me favours, or wouldn't mind me owing them favours, and I now had a currency beyond mere gold to offer. That evening I decided to try to gain some unexpected allies by magic. I made myself comfortable in the centre of the roof, seated on a cask of arrows, and began a complex spell that I just had not the strength to attempt before. It was time to talk to Pentandra. My 4th and 5th years at the academy flew by, and every year my techniques and understanding of the magical arts improved. By the time I was ready to produce journeyman-level work, I felt as cocky and adept as any old archmage. Many of my peers were already opting to take the exams and go into private practice, but I was enjoying the academic environment too much to try to make a living with what I'd learned so far. I submitted to the board a spell that I had worked on for months, and after rigorous review, it was accepted. They allowed me to partake in the journeyman trials. In a way, they prepare you for the trials from the day you arrive at the academy. Every scrap of magical lore you have ever learned comes to the fore, as you face one master after another, and they direct you to answer questions or perform spells. The trials last a week, and are held in a specially built building at the very edge of the academy's grounds. It was grueling. Only 6 out of 18 of us made it through the first time. When my name was called as one of the successful candidates, I was amazed. I'd thought I'd screwed it up royally. We successful new journeymen, or senior students, since we weren't technically apprenticed, were given 2 weeks off to celebrate, while our less adept peers gave it a second go. I spent my 2 weeks either stalking through the booksellers in town, looking for obscure texts, or chasing girls around the taverns of Tower Town. I also thought a lot about the big decision I had to make. In the 6th year at the academy, if we elected to continue with our education, instead of seeking work elsewhere, we were asked to choose a particular field of study in which to specialize for the last 2 years, before grand practicum and final master examinations. I chose magical theory and thaumaturgy because I was interested in it and good at it, certainly not because there was a high commercial demand for such specialties. It was pure, poverty-laden academics, but it was fascinating. Master Theroniel was an astute instructor with an eye for a good scholar. He took me as one of his assistants, and guided my independent studies into the wheels and gears of how magic works. It was through him, then, that I met Lady Pentandra Anna Beneviel, a pretty imperial girl from Remir. Now, I had been anything but celibate at the academy. Tower Town was full of young maidens anxious to become the wives of prosperous court magi, and even the ugliest students in the tower could enjoy the favours of young ladies without too much difficulty, as long as the lighting was dim and they could tell a lie with a straight face. As for myself, my liaisons in Anarion began when the tower's baker sent me with a wagon to the local mill, where I met Misha, the miller's daughter. What is it with bakers' sons and millers' daughters anyway? And began a long career as a ladies' man. Over the years I'd accumulated quite a following among the town girls, never pledging my heart, but frequently hinting that I might. Once or twice a girl would try to get me to commit to marriage, but I'd managed to avoid the issue without causing too many broken hearts. As a future professional, it just didn't seem wise to give away my commitment, and my heart, to just anyone. I might have pledged it to Penny. Pentandra Anna Beneviel was the third daughter of an imperial family that traced its lineage to several noteworthy arch-magi, and, allegedly, even back to some important people from Lost Perwyn, before the inundation. While they were now a shadow of their former glory, House Beneviel still ran several highly prestigious and profitable family magical practices in Remir. Penny had started at Alar Academy, but had come to Inarion to pursue her esoteric studies with Master Theroniel. While she appeared to be the very picture of the demure and reserved imperial noblewoman, she was, in fact, a kind of demented magical prodigy in an obscure field of thaumaturgy. In short, Penny studied sex magic, and she was looking for a partner. Sex magic, eromantics, if you want to be technical, was discussed mostly in theoretical terms at the academy. The faculty wisely broached the subject just often enough to pique the interests of the students, but rarely went into detail until the last few years of study. Even then, such a lurid topic was just too much for most of the sage fellows to do more than discuss in the vaguest terms. Once a popular element in imperial magic before the conquest, sex magic has fallen out of favour in the last few hundred years, owing in large part to the prurient attitudes of my barbarian Narasi ancestors. Imperial families, I've noticed, don't bat an eyelash at things that would make the average Narasi peasant, myself excluded, die of embarrassment. During the height of the Empire, the study of the magical aspects of sex, or the sexual aspects of magic, depending upon which school of thought you adhered to, was a highly respected, if obscure, field of study. When King Kamaclavan the Great smashed the magocracy into pieces, sex magic, as it once was practiced, was dealt a profound blow. Under the repressive regimes of the early dukes, magic was suppressed as an imperial tool of oppression and decadence. Many of the advanced techniques in eromantics were lost altogether, and the practice went largely underground. Designed to harness the power implicit in the physical practice of sex for arcane purposes, as well as act as a medium for spellwork itself, the simple spells of the Narasi wizards rarely needed that kind of sophisticated approach, and the sexually conservative nature of the Narasi nobility considered the field so scandalous that patronage of eromantics was all but stopped. Penny was doing her level best to single-handedly revive this lost art. Quite early in our acquaintance, she decided that I had the intelligence, the talent, and the stamina to aid her in her quest, and she didn't often take no for an answer. Our relationship began when I was assigned to her the first day she was there, fetching books from the various libraries she wanted and giving her a tour of our facility. She seemed unimpressed with Inarion's rough-hewn stone, coming as she did from the baked brick splendour of Alar Academy in Wenshar, but she was interested in everything else around her, and everyone. I thought she was just curious, which she was, but the truth was that she was already looking for partners with whom to conduct her research. She thought I was cute, intelligent, and had stamina. Before I knew what was happening, we were studying and sleeping together, though little actual sleep occurred. I was already a decent thaumaturge, but with Pentandra's help, I accidentally learned more about sex magic than most wizards ever do. That was in large part to Pentandra's native fascination with the art, and her dedication to her craft. I consider myself lusty, but Penny's capacities were endless. Luckily, Master Theroniel was eager to see the results of Penny's research, and was liberal with both resources and time for experimentation. I never quite knew what to make of Penny. Now, I'm not the handsomest man in the world, or even the barony, if you want to be particular, but neither am I particularly ugly. Puberty had been kind to me, giving me a healthy body which had grown stronger, lugging around flour sacks and firewood, a full shock of light brown hair, and 2 gleaming blue eyes. Still, that didn't get me much natural credit in Penny's eyes. I was a commoner, I was relatively poor, and I possessed only the rudiments of court manners. There were love-hungry former noblemen at the academy who would have lined up for a chance just to dance with Penny, much less sleep with her. But she chose me. Trust me, she had other offers aplenty. Why did she select me? Trig alone knows. I asked Penny often enough. She usually just said that she really, really liked baked goods, and left it at that. I've heard worse rationalizations for a sexual relationship. We studied together regularly, almost daily, and I quickly learned to respect her intellect and dedication. I appreciated her vast knowledge of magical minutiae and thaumaturgy, too. She had cut her teeth on stuff it had taken me years to learn. In her family, the intricacies of spellcraft were bandied about the dinner table the way my family would talk flour and sugar. We could and did talk for hours about obscure topics of mutual interest, or about nothing at all, and count the day well spent. She was certainly attractive enough. Classical imperial features, down to the grey eyes and the long, straight black hair. She seemed awfully fond of me, I knew, and I of her. But for 2 years, I wrestled with my feelings for her. In love, in lust, out of love, out of lust, I was never quite certain what our relationship held. Penny seemed to revel in my confusion, claiming that the added emotional tension created a more powerful magical energy field. But she would never commit herself to anything beyond experiment, study, and the occasional good time, nor would she allow herself to become emotionally entangled with me. At this point, I'm sure you're figuring that I fell madly in love with her, and followed her to the ends of the earth, with assorted run-ins with her evil relatives and equally desperate suitors dogging my heel. You would be mistaken. Despite our intense level of physical intimacy, we never really became more than just good friends and colleagues, though I would have been hard-pressed to say no to such a woman if she'd wanted a more permanent arrangement. She came from one of the great magical families of Remir, and they do not sully their family bloodlines with the mongrel barbarians who had conquered them, no matter how talented we might be. I didn't take it personally. It is hard to argue with their generations of success at producing strong magi. Besides, Mama and Dad would probably not have approved of me marrying a girl from foreign parts, even if she was rich, which she was, compared to my family. I met her evil relatives on a 2-month trip to her family's estates, and despite her dire warnings, they were all really quite decent. Pentandra's father, or Osorio, indicated his respect for any hard-working mage, even to the point of letting me know a friend of Pentandra's could always get a job in Remir, but also making it quite clear that any more formal relationship between his youngest daughter and a barbarian Narasi commoner was out of the question. He even knew what we were doing upstairs. He didn't mind. I found out later that Penny had been experimenting on the servants since she was 15. He respected her work and didn't judge. It took me a week to get over the idea that he wouldn't be bursting into the room with a wand in his hand every time Penny and I tried out a new theory. I had spent the majority of my active sex life consciously avoiding parental scrutiny, after all. The freedom, once realized, was unsettling. We just didn't do things that way in Talri. It wasn't all sweaty sex and magical nights, though. Penny was a researcher, and by default, so was I. Our pillow talk was highly technical in nature, not romantic, and often we ended our bouts with detailed journal entries or a quick jog to the library to look something up. Her passionate brilliance on the subject, coupled, no pun intended, with my flair for thaumaturgy, produced no less than 5 short papers in 2 years, 2 of them proposing some groundbreaking theories. If it wasn't for the sheer prudish conservatism of magical academics, we might have been invited to lecture somewhere. Eventually, Penny completed her studies at Inarian and returned to Ramir, where she continued studying on her own. She had proven her place as an authority on her obscure subject, and that's what she had been after. Her father was terribly proud of her, granted her a small estate, and kept her on retainer with his firm, which provided her an income. I felt a great debt to her, as our work together helped establish my academic reputation in thaumaturgy in professional academic circles, albeit a bit of a lurid one. Our goodbye was tearful, but inevitable, and we parted great friends. Truth was, I was relieved. As much as I liked, even loved, Pentandra, and as good as she was at what she did, I was getting a little bored. I was anxious to return to chasing peasant girls and millers' daughters again. They may not have her skill or dedication to the pure erotic, but then they never got up in the middle of it to take notes. The other world is largely unknown to mundane folk, though they travel there nightly in their dreams. It is the realm of imagination, only anchored to our own reality by our thoughts. Some sages argue that it is a byproduct of consciousness. Some argue that it is independent of our thoughts, and neither side had been able to prove their case. Such is the nature of a subjective reality. Even among the Magi it is poorly understood, and much we think we know about the other world is likely wrong. It is peopled by our subconscious minds, and a few natural denizens unknown to all but the most learned. The spirits of the tree folk and the sea folk, and even the Gavani, travel here, though it is rare to encounter such alien consciousnesses by chance. We are not in the same enneagrammatic phase, or something else arcanely significant, which tends to support the byproduct school of thought. It is not the realm of death, exactly, though you can encounter the dead there, nor is it the realm of life before life, but one can become lost and surely die if the utmost caution is not practiced. The landscape is similar to that of our world, but essentially different. While natural features can often be seen, there are other structures, towers erected by magi, palaces of court magicians and long-dead arch-magi, floating castles whose builders have retired to the inner confines of their minds, and even stranger places, congruent with our world, but not of it. I was planning to erect one myself eventually, once I settled in a single spot long enough to do so. It is a realm not ruled by any god or demon, though they too come here upon occasion. It is a kingless kingdom of shadows, a world turned inside out and upside down. I mean that last part, literally. When a mage is in the other world, there are no stars above him, only an eternal grey. Instead, the sparks of light that can be seen in the distance are the slivers of sleepers' minds that intrude here unknowingly. They collect in the spaces that correspond to towns and villages in the mundane world. Only magi traverse this place of their own will, and few are brave or powerful enough to do so with any regularity. It is a highly specialized skill, one that few have the courage or need to master. But it is essential to know of it and its rules to perform many different kinds of spells, and there are times when knowing how to get there is important. We had been introduced to the other world at the academy, taught its ways and the methods of survival, and then strongly cautioned against ever coming here lightly. Those who forsook the advice foolishly ended up dead or mad. It takes tremendous concentration, purpose, and more power than you might think to escape beyond the small regions we visit in our dreams. But I had purpose, and I now had access to oceans of power, thanks to the little green marble around my neck. Flying through the other world was liberating, I discovered, when you do not have to struggle with every step. I'd taken the drastic measure, for no less purpose, to summon help, or at least tell someone of my increasingly dire circumstances. Since a letter might take months to cross 3 duchies, I instead elected to use arcane means. After drinking a calming and utterly revolting herbal draught to encourage the process, I went into meditation, invoked the right runes, entrained my subconscious mind to my conscious mind, and then allowed my dreams to become lucid. As I wasn't technically bound by space and time, not to mention gravity in the other world, I flew to my destination. No need to wear out my imaginary boots or acquire phantom blisters. I followed the trail of tiny lights across the outer ring of mountains that bordered the valley, and down across the fertile hills of Ulshar. The settlements below were flickers of sparks, collections of dreamers in hamlets and villages that were sparse where I started. Soon enough I began to encounter larger places. Cities stood out like swarms of lightning bugs, with the sparks from fellow magi producing brilliant fountains in their midst. I flew across Ulshar and then Castal, used the bright lights from the academies to orient myself, then skimmed along the coast, narrowly missing a pod of sea people who were collaborating on some errand of their own, and slowed only when I neared the correspondent point I sought in Ramir. That's when the real work began among the ancient phantom towers and constructs of magi past and present. Once I had the right place, I had to find the right light. I was searching for a particular spark, a soul light, if you will, and after only a little fooling around, I eventually found it. Pentandra's light. She had, of course, erected her own tower, a theoretical construct that resembled a classical imperial structure, all graceful arches and dainty points. She was working, I saw, as the top of her tower was lit with the magnificence of a mage raising and using power. I took just a moment to firm up my own mental self-image before I intruded. When you have control over your dreams, and can look like any representation, it's foolish not to put your best look on, particularly when you're calling on your ex-girlfriend, whom you haven't seen in the flesh in years. Of course, all that otherworldly light indicating magic in action on Penny's estate should have given me a hint of what she was doing, but I managed to be a little startled anyway as I approached her. Floating in midair was a small, lithe, translucent woman, naked and beautiful in outline, with a wild cascade of gravity-defying hair made of sparks that sputtered and crackled with energy as she moved. She had her thighs spread, and I could tell from the vaguest of outlines that she was mounted upon someone. Around the imaginary bed was a complex magical construction, specialized items akin to Kaaba and Apis, but infinitely more delicate, all hooked together in conjunction. Her eyes were closed, but I knew that as soon as her climax hit, I can be patient. It was fascinating to observe the effect that orgasm had on one's otherworld self. I didn't have long to wait as she silently threw back her head, arched her back, and thrust her breasts forward. Her eyes snapped open in ecstasy, and I saw the brighter-than-starlight illumination shoot forth. The spell she had carefully constructed sucked in the energy and started moving like a watermill's gears. Then she noticed me, and it startled her enough so that her creation oscillated out of control and shattered, sending harmless shards of arcane form everywhere.
"Son of a bitch!" she screamed at me. "Minalan, do you have any idea how hard it was to build that?"
I can guess by the complexity. It was pretty. What were you supposed to be doing? Penny closed her eyes and groaned in exasperation, though her hips never stopped moving.
"It wasn't really important. Just a spell I was experimenting with. I was trying to boost the amount of power I can raise through sex magic, so I can try some of the really, really big spells that no one thinks about anymore. It took me a month of research and a week of preparation. You have no idea what you just ruined. But you always did have poor timing."
"My timing is fine, Penny. That's not fair," I argued. "You should have put up some signal, a do not disturb sign at the very least."
"I did."
"In the other world?"
Everyone around here knows not to disturb me when I'm working. I hadn't anticipated a bumbling country spellmonger crashing in on me during my moment.
Ouch. Sorry. I really am. And you know I wouldn't have done it without great need. She looked at me through the other world for a moment.
Yes, I do. It must be pretty damned important, actually, for you to make the journey.
It is, I admitted. The little valley in the Mindens I'm working in is about to be overrun with little black-furred goblins. Cassadolane. They're very upset about something. There are a lot of them, and we're going to be wiped out if I don't raise some help.
Gavani. Interesting.
She considered.
But why can't you just zap them? I heard you got pretty good with that sword during the war. And after.
I sighed. She made it sound so easy. Penny never wanted me to go to war or learn war magic, thinking it a waste of a good thaumaturge, but Duke Rard hadn't really given me much choice. It would be no problem if there were only a few hundred. Hells, I helped mop up that many just the other night and almost got killed. But there are just too many for easy zapping. And more on the way. There will be thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, in just a few weeks. They plan on making Beauval Valley a staging point for invasion into the duchies.
Beauval? Isn't that where the cheese comes from?
Yes, that's where the cheese comes from.
I thought so. It's really good. Goblins, huh? What do you expect a peace-loving young maiden like me to do about that?
She asked, batting her magnificently illuminated eyelashes coquettishly at me. Well, it isn't just Gavani, I said, shaking my head. And you haven't been a maiden in almost a decade. It's Gavani light infantry backed by powerful shamans.
So what do you need my help for?
I need for you to hire me a real nasty bunch of mercenaries to get here double quick before we get cut off, and send these buggers back to their holes. Professional war magi, preferably, but we'll take anyone. I need you to gather together a powerful magical corps. We need more weapons, too. Anything. Arrows, spears, swords, bows, the lot.
Again? Mercenaries are no problem, as long as you can pay for them. Daddy cut my allowance after an incident, but finding qualified war magi who will be interested in signing on for a defensive backwoods campaign in the ass end of nowhere is going to be hard, no matter what kind of money you're offering. They're making too much money stinging each other in these silly baronial wars, like you were doing, until you decided to embrace your peasant roots.
My folks are bakers, not peasants, I reminded her patiently.
Commoner, then, but that's hardly likely to inspire them more than if you were a peasant.
Time to play my trump. Tell them that the coin I will pay them in, they won't find elsewhere. Tell them that participants will have a good chance to get their hands on Erionite.
Erionite? Are you serious?
Sparks shattered off her hair as she jerked her head up suddenly. Very. Here's the proof. I held up my spectral hand and opened it, displaying the ball of raw magic I was holding within. Most unenchanted objects are not reflected in the other world, but Erionite has power even here, and casts a thaumaturgic shadow. The green marble glowed brightly, vividly, obscuring even the light from her eyes. In the potent glow, the faint outline of her supine partner disappeared altogether.
She's titanic. Titties, Min! Where in the six hells did you find that?
A Gavani shaman gave it to me. He wasn't using it anymore. And if the local treefolk chieftain is to be believed, and why wouldn't he be?
You do know that they're illegal, right?
Only if I get caught, and there isn't a censor for hundreds of leagues of here. But there are plenty more. Any war mage who enlists in my cause and fights for the duration has a decent shot at a peace. But it will be a hell of a fight, I guarantee.
Wait, the goblins have Erionite. Can they do that?
They don't seem to pay much attention to the Royal Censorate of Magic, I said dryly, but they've discovered a cache of it, or learned how to make it, and there are dozens of them, if not hundreds, thus armed and headed right for me. This was the piece I took from their scouts, but their main force is still a few weeks out. Do you think that might persuade a war mage or two to come? I asked, almost pleadingly.
Ishi's tits, Min. If you're offering Irianite, I'll come myself. I think I can convince 4 or 5 of the locals to join me. I think a few are sweet on me, and I can get more on the way. Once word gets out, you'll be up to your eyebrows in war magi. My father might even come for that.
That might not be enough, nor particularly helpful in your father's case. It will be a tough fight, Pen, and I don't want you in the middle of it. Hire them, equip them, send them on their way, but stay put.
You mean that? You sound like this is serious,
she said, biting her imaginary lip, just like she does in the material world. This is perhaps the greatest threat that the 5 duchies have ever faced, I decided. Seriously. But don't spread that around too much. I don't want to scare anyone off. But if this assault isn't squashed here and now, while they're still in the mountains, then it will get much, much bloodier once they get past the ridges and out into the Alshari wilderlands proper. Alshar will fall, and most of Castol too. Hell, they might make it as far as Ramir.
You're joking?
Yes, I risked my mind and my life coming to you like this through the other world as a huge practical joke. No, I'm not joking, Penny. I'm desperate. I'm going to need help with this, and I don't know who else I can turn to.
I see,
she said, slowing down her gyrations a little.
Min, if you say it's important, I'll trust you.
But if you have even a pinch of Irianite, it will take more than one little goblin army to keep me away.
Do you have any idea what a mage can do with that?
After keeping one in my pocket for a week, I'd say I have some idea.
So, how is it? What's it like to do magic with Irianite?
She asked eagerly. Magnificent, I confessed. More magnificent than you can imagine. Like having an endless font of power that allows you to skip the crappy parts of spells and get right to the thaumaturgically valid parts.
Then I'm coming too. I've been getting bored with city life anyway. Daddy doesn't like it when I travel, but he's also getting tired of me scaring off the suitors Mother keeps lining up for me.
Penny, I'm serious. You stay the hell away. This is a war zone, not an academic conference.
And I'm the scion of a great and powerful family of magi, some of whom were actually war magi, she countered. Tell you what, give me a couple of days to get organized, and I'll get to your little bumfuck valley just as soon as I can. Whatever help I can hire, war magi, mercenaries, professionals too, not like those country bumpkins from Alshar. But you have to save me a piece of Irianite, okay? Promise? It would be most valuable in my research.
Deal, I agreed, reluctantly. Considering my situation, I didn't have a lot of choice. And thanks, Pen. By the way, who is your victim? I asked, nodding towards the invisible body that supported her. She looked down and thought for a minute.
Gustaro, I think. One of the new servants. He's not the brightest fellow, but he has the right, equipment for the job.
And stamina, too, I see. I chuckled.
Not really, she objected, but I dosed him good with a sustaining aphrodisiac I rediscovered. He should stay ready for most of the night. He'll feel like hell in the morning, but
I'm sure it's worth it, I said, feeling a little wistful. Penny and I had some very good times trying to wear out our bunks back in school. Her experimentation with aphrodisiacs was hit and miss, but it had led to some very memorable times. I could feel my arcane body start to fray with the effort of sustaining it so far from home. Penny, I've got to go. I've got a lot of stuff to do, including hiring some local talent to shore up our defences. Sorry for wrecking your experiment. I'll be in touch.
Goodbye, Minolan, and good luck.
Remember to duck, she said with a starry grin. She had said the same thing to me when she had seen me off to the War College, before I'd been deployed to Faris. I smiled back at her, waved, and just to be flashy, I had my image explode into a golden shower of sparks as I snapped back into my body.
"Show off!"
she called after me as her image faded away. I opened my eyes and saw that I was still sitting in the chair on the roof where I'd undertaken the spell. I took a few moments to reorient myself back in mundane space, and 2 cups of wine before I felt fortified enough to stand on my shaky legs. Travelling in the other world can inspire a type of vertigo that you never get used to, and if you move too quickly, you can acquire a malady known as reality shock. I've heard of magi who got killed because they lost their bearings and did something stupid, like accidentally falling off of a roof. Once my head was cleared, I went in search of my apprentice. There was, indeed, a lot of work to be done. Remember, get everything you can think of. There's no telling what we might need, and it would be a poor reflection on our abilities if we were 1 dram of quicksilver shy of a spell, I reminded my apprentice. Tyndall grinned, but I could see the strain on his face. He was relieved that I had returned from the scary other world unscathed. After all, I'd told him and warned him about the place. But he had been shocked when I told him that he would be responsible for setting up shop by himself, while I went trawling for mercenaries for Sire Cousy. He had borrowed a wain from one of the farmers he knew to make a final trip back to Minden Hall, and had recruited 2 older lads to help move stuff. But he was clearly unused to either the authority or the responsibility.
Master, what if Garkescu wants to intrude into our...
That's Master Garkescu, lad, and don't forget it, I reminded him. I know, he's a pain in our profession's backside, but we must deal with him as best we can, which means paying respect to his position even if you dislike him intensely. As far as any intrusions go, stand your ground. That is my area, as he and I have already discussed, and I charge you to keep it private. That's a master's order to an apprentice, and he must respect that. If he persists, go to Sire Cousy if you have to, but use that only as a last resort. Oh, and here, I said, tossing him a purse I had prepared. Use this to smooth the way if you run into any difficulties. There are about 15 silver pennies and thrice that in copper in that purse. Don't spend it all. And here's a list of items I'd like to have, in addition to the stuff at the shop. Don't worry if you can't get it all. It's just a wish list. We'll make do if you can't find, say, willow bark. No matter what, though, I want you back inside the castle walls within 3 days. Understood?
Yes, master,
he said humbly. Good lad. Colin's luck be with you, I said, invoking the god of horses and thieves. He grinned at the blessing. With that, I spurred Traveller on his way, and began my long journey towards Tudri. I knew I'd need divine luck myself to make it there, complete my mission, and return in time for the coming invasion. I only hoped that the Bovali could hold out that long without me. Chapter 6. I recruit an army. Tudri is a piss-poor excuse for a city, but it's the best that the Alshari Wilderlands has to offer. It got started as a military camp, a staging area for my ancestors' settlement of the wild areas north and west. It lies at the juncture of the Moran and the Anfal rivers, and is the largest city north of the ducal summer capital of Verone, which was both too far away and too political for my purpose. Tudri is the official baronial seat for the barony of Megalin, and is a major centre of trade in this sparsely peopled part of the world. It's also ugly as hell. The original fortress is perched on an artificial motte built up at the river's fork, and the town proper spreads out behind it like a ragged cloak. The area closest to the castle isn't too bad. Local wealthy merchants and petty nobles have constructed townhouses on the 3 streets closest to the castle, a region known as Old Tudri, which is technically anything inside the old city wall that cuts from river to river on the north side. It's telling that in order to enter Old Tudri, you have to have a pass that lets the guards know that you know someone inside who has money. Outside the outer wall, though, is a vast slum of poverty-stricken porters and carters, artisans and shopkeepers, living in wattle and daub homes not far advanced of the countryside peasantry. Most of these people's parents and grandparents were lured into the Wilderlands from other parts of the duchy, with the promise of cheap land and great opportunity. There is plenty of both in the Alshari Wilderlands, as I'd seen, but for some reason these people never made it any farther than here. The iron mines and the sawmills employ them when times are good, but times haven't been good here since before the Parisian campaign. As it is, there are nearly 40,000 people who call this sludge pit home. As a side effect of the crowded living conditions, there is an overabundance of unemployed youth, with virtually no prospects beyond day labouring or peasantry. For most, the only way to leave the slums is to work at the mines just to the north, become a dirt farmer, or join a private army or bandit troop, or both. Most choose the first, which confused me, considering the life expectancy of the miners was often measured in months. Trying to build the rocky soil into a prosperous farm when produce and grain is already cheap at market is likewise an exercise in heartbreak. That left a career in arms. But most people aren't cut out for army life. I know I sure as hell wasn't. Most of the youth available were mere spear holders, but even a casual mercenary can make a basic living here. Wizardry was the only real place in the region where a baron or a baronet or a count could recruit enough hired swords to prosecute a private war against another baron or baronet or count. Then the two hired armies would go at it for a few months, inflict light casualties, take a fortress or successfully defend a fortress, and be discharged back to the slums of Wizardry to spend their wages on the hundreds of providers on Whore Street. Yes, they actually named a street that. That tells you a little about the place. I made exactly one trip into Old Town upon my arrival, and that was to pass a message from Sire Coucy to the local baron's castellan on site, informing him of Beauval's predicament, and then to a moneylender who took Coucy's letter of credit and issued me a letter of credit in his own name, which the locals would recognize. This was absolutely necessary if I was going to hire any serious warriors. Next, I rented a room at an inn just outside the wall, on the imaginatively titled Wall Street. I had heard that this particular inn catered to officers in private armies, and that I could expect to find the men I needed here. It sounded promising, at least, and the rough-looking crowd in the common room was evidence that there were cell swords available. I was exhausted from the trip, despite liberally using the power of the stone to use war magic to refresh myself and my horse along the way. I napped for a good 6 hours before troubling the innkeeper to send up a couple of whores. It had been a while since my last intimate encounter. My tryst with Alia hadn't progressed nearly far enough to be completely satisfying, despite the comfort of the pasture, and the recent events had left me quite tense. I think he sent me his own daughters. I wouldn't put it past him, but I didn't care. They were young, around 15 and 17, clean, and if not up to Penny's standards, they were at least enthusiastic and terribly impressed by my battle scars. I was gratified by the female attention, and more gratified that I could charge the expense to Sire Coucy. Getting laid on someone else's coin is always a luxury. After a few hours, though, I kicked them out of bed and got down to the business at hand, hiring an army. It was about time I was on the other end of that particular job. After Penny left, my final year at the academy flew by. My advanced standing in thaumaturgy allowed me a certain amount of leisure, but I knew eventually I'd have to do something productive with my life. So I was spending a lot of time contemplating just what I was going to do after graduation. Theoretically, it is possible for a journeyman to go directly into further study with the academy to become a teaching master. In actuality, they almost never allow this. The masters want to see a journeyman go out and get his feet wet as a practical mage, either as a court wizard or as a general spellmonger, before you even apply. They also don't particularly like young, talented magi to be sniffing after their comparatively cushy jobs. Realizing that I had little chance at the former, even baronial courts disliked non-noble magi in that position, I knew I had better find a position in practice as quickly as I could. Otherwise I'd likely become one of the often despised class of itinerant magi known as foot wizards, a derogatory term that implied a disreputable and sometimes fraudulent mage who was constantly moving from one domain to another, sometimes just ahead of the censorate, who considers their trade borderline illegal. They are often without the benefit of a horse, hence the descriptive name, and usually strive to avoid the mundane law as much as the arcane law. That wasn't the bright and glorious future I wanted for myself. I might not know much about the world, but I know I hated walking for a living. I finished my last few classes, tended to some administrative affairs, and my practicum and field work came and went like pleasant summer breezes. Graduation day approached, then arrived, and suddenly I was standing dressed in full, silly wizard regalia, including the four-pointed hat, in front of my parents and hundreds of other spectators, accepting my diploma and my professional license from the rector and headmaster, and bowing before the Magister General and swearing my professional oath before the gods. For 20 golden, sweet seconds, I was a man of destiny, a mage with full legal credentials and the ability to practice my trade anywhere in the 5 duchies. I felt like a god. I shook hands with my instructors as I wandered off the stage, and when I shook the hand of Count Moray, representative of His Grace, the Duke of Castal, he said congratulations with a smug smile, and handed me an elegantly calligraphed envelope. I thanked him and stumbled down the stairs, imagining it to be an invitation to ducal service, perhaps a post in the magical service, or an appointment to the staff of his court mage. I got the damn thing open just as I was taking my seat. "Congratulations," it read. "It is an honor for me to have the pleasure of welcoming you into the ranks of professionally chartered magi. Under the most sacred oath you have just sworn, in the eyes of your peers, your lords and your gods, you are required to render assistance to the duchy and your people. You are hereby summoned to now render that service, and should consider this notice to be your induction into the Duke's magical corps. Please report no later than 3 days after the fullest of the moon, the 4th day of the harvest month, to the Commandant of the Ducal War College at Relancourt for induction and training in the military service of the duchy. May the blessings of all the gods be upon you and your family. Duke Rard IV, House of Bimin, Duke of Castal, by Lord Raymond of Lancelorn, Ducal Scribe." I blinked and reread the letter twice, to ensure that I had not dreamed it all. As the last of the graduates was accepting his credentials on the stage, I realized that my post-academic life was suddenly in clear focus. Shit. I was drafted. That night, I set up a table in the common room of the inn, had the barmaid bring me a mug of the best ale they had, which was still pretty wretched, and hired a couple of kids to spread the word among the remaining mercs that I was looking for people. Bugger if there wasn't a mercenary shortage. Apparently, 2 baronial houses to the east of Tudry had reinvigorated a feud that had been smouldering for almost 100 years. I forget the names of the principals, but the basic quarrel had to do with a dinky little fief less than 2 miles wide and half a mile thick, a tiny estate, in Wilderland terms, which included 2 tiny villages and a run-down temple to Huin, the agricultural deity that had fallen out of favour a generation ago in more civilized places in the duchies. The revenue from the estate was far, far less than the cost of either army, but the 2 lords involved both just had to have the domain, and so they squandered a great deal of money on nearly every decent mercenary company in Tudry. Within an hour, I realized the dire state of the labour market for mercenaries. There was precious little cavalry left in town, and what infantry there was consisted of escaped serfs from the south, drunks, rogues, idiot spear-holders, and overripe gallows fruit. It was a disappointing evening. The first 2 officers I met with were dead drunk. Now, I don't hold that against them. I didn't drink seriously until I was drafted, and we were in an inn after all. But before the interview I set up a little truth-tell spell, and both gentlemen were stretching the truth with how many men and how many horses they had under their command, and in what condition they were in. When I pressed them on it, they got huffy and stumbled away. No great loss. The next fellow was a blacksmith-turned-mercenary captain, and I could see that he was in it for the money and would shirk his duty the moment he could, including deserting an unfavourable position, preferably with full pay in hand. While I was in desperate straits, I wasn't desperate enough to be cheated. I sent him on his way after the 3rd lie in less than a minute. The fourth officer I was finally pleased with. His name was Captain Ferrando, and he claimed, and the spell didn't disagree, the bastard of a high Remiran noble. Apparently his father had set him up as a captain of a mercenary horse company on the condition that he leave Remir and never return. Ferrando seemed melancholy, but after quizzing him for 20 minutes, I decided he knew his business. He had references from several previous employers, and while he did stretch the truth a little concerning the actions he had led his troops in, I chalked it up to a soldier's natural inclination towards embellishment. Ferrando accepted my commission for 3 months, with an option to extend an additional 3 months. He would bring just over 100 well-equipped light cavalry to our cause. The unit was known as the Black Flag. Their banner was nothing but a sheet of black cloth, and consisted mostly of Castali and Wenchari horsemen armed with bows, swords, and light lances. All had seen combat. Ferrando seemed a little foppish. He oiled his moustache and beard, and he wore a threadbare Remiran silk coat that was utterly out of place among the wool and leather of the Elshari Wilderlords, but blooded and capable, and he was very pleased with the bounty I paid, even if he was uncertain about the foe. Apparently he had never fought non-humans before. While cavalry were good, I didn't expect we'd have much need of them during the campaign, not when we were looking at a siege. Still, every man I could put on the wall counted. We could always eat the horses if things got bad. I started interviewing infantry after that. That was another mixed lot, mostly armed gangs of thugs who I suspected would desert at the first sign of battle. Them I didn't need either. There were exceptions, and I took advantage of every one. A 60-man light infantry company from the Gilmoran barony of Stillwater, the remnant of a larger auxiliary troop that had been caught raiding their own supply train, was desperate for a posting. Thanks to their larceny, they were well equipped now, though few local lords wanted to take a chance on a troop with a reputation. They were more than happy to get as far away from Stillwater as possible. I'd have to keep my eye on them, but I knew they'd fight. 2 30-man heavy infantry units who were looking for easy garrison duty. I fibbed a little myself then. They would be garrisoning the castle, after all. They didn't have to know against who. They didn't ask, so I didn't mention it. An impromptu light infantry company formed on the spot when a number of local individuals found out I was hiring, but only hiring full companies. I spoke with 4 of the elected officers, and learned only 2 of whom had had serious previous military experience. Still, that was another 50 bodies to put on the walls. I paid them less, too, since I had to arm more than half of them. The best finds of all, though, were 2 groups who came in just as I was about to pack it in for the evening. First there was Brother Edund, who commanded the Elshari Wilderlands chapter of the militant order of Gobarba. The Gobarbs, as they were known, are a fanatical cult of warrior monks, dedicated to an old imperial war god. The Majocracy had outlawed the cult decades before the invasion as a threat to imperial security, but the order merely went underground or into the hinterlands. After the invasion, no one cared about them. The Imperials had taken to worshipping our gods, for the most part, and Gobaba was a wimp compared to Duin the Destroyer. In the last 400 years, they had become a semi-nomadic cult of religious mercenaries that few lords cared to employ, as they had a regimen of strict dietary customs and other religious laws that they insisted on following, and they had a nasty habit of torching the temples of rival deities when they got drunk. If they wanted to torch Gavani shrines, I wasn't about to object. The brothers were stalwart, and they would bring 300 well-armed, well-trained infantry to Boval. Their specialty was the pike, which was an unusual weapon, but the pike had been Gobarba's ritual weapon. Besides, they were cheap and enthusiastic. 7 of them could read. Last, and best of all for my purposes, were the 3 funny-looking brothers who stumbled in as the commanding abbot was leaving. They were short, broadly built, full-bearded, clad in furs, and had amazingly unkempt hair that they greased with rancid butter. The smell was vile, but the axes in their belts were impressive. They sauntered over to my table and introduced themselves as Furtak, Posnak, and Jordak. They were princes, they said, of Crinrock. I barely contained my laughter. Crinrock, for those of you unfamiliar with Alshari Wilderland's geography, is an arid, hilly region between two spurs of mountains to the far north of the duchy, beyond the North March Towers. Two different peoples inhabit it, the Crinrock tribes to the west, and the Falad tribes to the east. The Alshari dukes spent the last few hundred years pacifying them. They were the reason that there were North March Towers, that is, making them subject to tribute and the ducal laws. But that hasn't stopped their belligerent ways. The tribes, clans, and families frequently raid each other with glee, and spend almost as much time raiding the tiny settlements between the Kasari tribes and the Pearwoods. The only real difference between them, besides language, gods, and a few obscure elements of culture, is that the Crinrock are short and thick, with shaggy brown hair, and the Falad were short and skinny, with straight black hair. They both claim dominion over the entire region, though neither claim is recognized by the duchy. The Crinrock brothers, as I took to calling them, had been exiled by their clan for some transgression or other, and had taken up the life of the mercenary soldier in civilized parts. Since they were short, smelled bad, talked funny, painted their faces in lurid designs, they were generally viewed as poor troops. They fought with axe and mace and shield, and sometimes went to battle buck naked, though most wisely wore waxed leather armour. Not the kind of warrior the Wilderlords liked to represent them, even though they were ferocious fighters. I didn't see too much wrong with them myself. Apart from the Order of Gobaba, they seemed the best organized company of the lot. What I didn't realize at the time, though, was the fact that I was not just hiring the brothers and their men, which came to just under 500, but also their wives and children. Indeed, many of the wives, little roly-poly women with wild brown hair, would fight alongside of their husbands in battle, and wouldn't dream of being left behind, their virtue unprotected. Nor did they mind fighting Gervani. They seemed pretty enthusiastic about it, actually, and quickly boasted of all the skirmishes they'd fought in their crappy little land against the mountain folk, which I found encouraging when the truth-tell spell didn't call them out on it. So I ended up with nearly 1,000 short and smelly Crinrock in my little army. One thing I'll say for them, though, they were very, very loyal. Once they swore my oath and took my coin, they were my fiercest supporters. The next day I went around to every weaponsmith I could find to buy arms. This was somewhat easier than I expected. For some reason, even with the squabble in the eastern part of the Wilderlands, there was a surplus of weapons on the market. A lot of down-and-out mercenaries sold their swords, literally, when there was no real work to be done. A man has to eat. I made several quick deals with smiths eager to dump their inventory on me, arranged for their transportation, and inspected lackluster but serviceable samples until I was satisfied that my little army would have at least basic arms. Then I turned my attention to buying supplies to provision it. Mostly, I focused on the dried meats and fish, salt pork, beans, hardtack, salt, maize, barley and oats that were readily available in the market. I even bought a few hundredweight of the local cheese. Everyone thought it was a hoot that I'd be sending cheese to famous Beauval, but I bought it anyway. I had only spent about half of the coin Kusi had sent me with, and I'd rather have too much food than too little. The last stop I made was to the only real war mage in town, Master Cormoran. He was an older gentleman, as much smith as mage, with the bearing of a Wilderlands knight down to his bushy grey moustache. He claimed he was semi-retired, which is the only reason why a man of skill was languishing in the picturesque but unprofitable pimple on the arse of civilization known as Tudri. But later that evening, in his shop, he confided that he liked the low overhead and easy access to high-quality, low-cost iron here, and had settled in Tudri a decade before because of that. Come to find out, one of his former apprentices was in service to Castal, and had made my army-issued mage blade, Slasher. He even clucked over the technique, though he pronounced it a serviceable enough blade. While I was there, I took a look at his impressive stock, and made several additional personal purchases, though none of his best work, unfortunately. His high-end mage blades were magnificent, far more elaborate than Slasher, and far out of my price range. Some of the blades on display he'd been working on for years. Some were pretty, some were powerful, some were both, and all would have cost me more than I make at spellmongering in a year or more. Master Cormoran was fascinating to me, and I only wished I'd met him before I'd gone to Beauval. I've always had a thaumaturge's interest in enchantment. That's when you imbue an object with a spell, in case you didn't know, and my time in the army had given me a respect and appreciation for quality war magic enchantments. Cormoran was part of a tiny independent order of enchanting war magi, known as the Order of the Veelicti, specializing in crafting magical weaponry, specifically mage blades. In fact, he was the greatest authority on the subject I'd ever met, and I invited him to join me at Beauval Castle with the possibility of Erionite to lure him. Master Cormoran wasn't interested in participating in the coming siege after I'd outlined my situation, but he was intrigued by the news of the Gavani invasion and took my word seriously, particularly once I'd shown him my new witchstone. He was also helpful in that he spread the word to other, younger local war magi who might be interested in the prospect of Erionite. I retired that evening, feeling more satisfied and confident than I had in a while. I liked the old guy, and if I did survive the coming war, I promised myself to try to acquire one of those beautiful blades. My last day in Tawdry, I assembled my forces just outside the city wall. They were certainly not the most uniform or most attractive group of sellswords I'd ever seen. It was a piecemeal ragtag bunch of mercenaries, mostly afoot, but they were men, and they were armed, and they were the best I could get. They would have to do. And I was in command, for a change. As soon as the wagons were assembled, the rolls were read, and the rules were read aloud to everyone, we set off on the greatest martial bitchfest since the Parisian campaign. No one can complain like a soldier, and no one has more cause. But really, these guys complained bitterly about every rut in the road and every poor meal they cooked. The veterans complained about the leadership, and the unblooded rookies complained about the rules. I had to intervene in inter-unit disputes several times, which led me to creating my own little officer corps to control them, demoting 2 of the elected petty captains in the process. The only ones who didn't bitch were the Crinrocks, who treated the job more as a family picnic than a column of war. I included in my staff the 3 barbarian princes, the commanding abbot, Captain Ferrando, and one Captain Bessa, who was the most professional of the officers, from one of the smaller Merc infantry units. I chose Bessa because he had also served in the Parisian campaigns, and my guts and my spell work told me he was a good soldier, despite his fallen circumstances. This caused a lot of grumbling among the other mercenary captains, but after an afternoon of listening to their complaints, I got fed up and told them to shut up and soldier. That didn't go over real well. A few tried to fight or desert, and there was one abortive attempt to mutiny the first full day on the road. But then my hairy Crinrock brothers demonstrated their loyalty by threatening to eat anyone who didn't obey an order. I almost believed them, even though I knew that they weren't cannibals. The mercenaries apparently weren't aware of that, thank Duin. I won't bore you with the long, slow journey north and west over glorified goat trails and through backwards little villages toward Beauval. As I am sure you can guess, it was both long and slow, but not entirely unproductive. I was able to pick up another dozen mounted Wilderlord knights at a hilly domain called Kelso, mostly unlanded gentleman warriors, who were bored and greedy, and who saw our little war as a way to pick up some quick cash. They at least had some experience fighting goblins, due to the periodic raids from the Minden tribes. They were well-horsed, and their lances were sharp. But the truth is, I would have traded the lot of them for a few dozen competent archers with Wilderland's bows. Apparently, Hewin didn't see fit to provide those, so we settled for the petty nobility. We arrived at the Moor River ford in western Gans a week and a half after setting out, which I counted as a major victory. I was already sick of being in charge, though in truth the worst of the complaints had settled down the 3rd day when I used war magic to quell a second rebellion. Moor Tower, which guarded the only traversable pass through the ridges to Beauval, was supposed to be a finish line for me, of sorts. I expected to pick up more men there, too, as the pleas from Sire Kusi had gone out to his fellow nobles almost 2 weeks before, and the 3-story Moor Tower had been set as the place for recruits to gather. Instead, I got stopped at a roadblock. The Lord of Gans had apparently decided that the Govani threat to Beauval Vale was just too serious. There had been an increase in raids even into his lands, and defending his neighbour Sire Kusi's lands instead of his own was unwise. Instead, he was putting up defences on this side of the Moor Pass, and wouldn't let anyone in or out. He sent one of his young Wilderlords to guard the ford, and the 100 men gathered there that I'd expected to include in my army instead drew their bows and swords against me. No one, the barely moustached young Wilderlord snapped imperiously. That included a little mercenary army led by a common spellmonger. I really don't like being snapped at by a man who has never stood in combat, and who further believes that his noble status justifies poor manners. I saw plenty of good men die in Faris, because such self-important men commanded them stupidly. This fair-cheeked snot was quite adamant about the Lord of Gan's order, though, proclaiming the Beauval Valley was a lost cause, and broadly hinting that my forces would be better spent defending his own realm instead of Kusi's. I let the rage burn a little in my heart, then called upon a powerful domination spell. It's actually a pretty easy spell to master, as it has no physical effects. It's a blue magic spell that just makes you seem 3 times as dangerous as you appear normally to the ones you want to dominate. To the pipsqueak lordling I suddenly became 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and fighting mad. The last part was not intrinsically part of the spell. I was just pissed. I looked at him, looked at his little roadblock of 100 or so men, and looked back at my troop column of over 1,000. Then I told my staff to prepare for action. "My lord," I said as calmly as possible, "we are going through the Moor Pass on our lawful business, in defiance of your lord's wishes. You may elect to try to stop us."
"By Huin's axe we will stop you," the teenaged knights insisted haughtily, "and it will be the last fight you ever see."
"Oh, you misunderstand me," I said, my eyes narrowing. The boy was taken aback, and put his hand on his sword. He was clearly ready to fight us, even against overwhelming odds, in furtherance of his chivalric ideal. I'm not a knight, though. There are some things the nobility fears even more than glorious death in battle. If you do try to stop me, I will not order my men to fight."
"You won't?"
he asked, confused. "No, my lord. I will merely release all these men from their contracts. After they are released, they will have nowhere to go and no money with which to support themselves. They will doubtless turn to raiding, and inside a week your domain will be stripped so bare, the Govani will have to go around it to find anything worth looting. So what shall I do, my lord?" I said, intensifying the spell. The Wilderlord considered the matter carefully, a look of confusion on his acne-covered face, for about 5 seconds. The Crinrock alone made the rest of my mercenaries look respectable, but not by much. Clearly, the thought of them all looting the cots and holds of Gans was vivid in his mind. He let us pass, and, with just a little more pressure, grudgingly promised to petition his lord to send 50 archers to Castle Brandmount as a visible token of his esteem and support for his sister domain in its time of need. After all, he pointed out nervously, Beauval and Gans both served the same baron. We went past and into the valley without further human disruption, but neither could we expect human intervention. From the time we passed the Moor Tower and its 30-man garrison, I had everyone prepared to be attacked at any moment from any hillock, wood or ridge top we crossed. We began to see signs of Govani raids along the road, including a few furry black corpses that some lucky archer had got to, but we also saw a few corpses of humans who had been slain and left by the side of the road. More unsettling, a quick scrying told me that there were Govani sentries and spies hiding about, too, but I was more concerned for getting my troops and their wagons through than hunting them down. We arrived at Brandmount Castle without incident, and I detailed several wagons of arms and food to be deployed there, as well as assigning the Gorbaban Order and about half the independent mercenaries to Sire Kusi's younger brother, who looked like he would break into tears of gratitude. They needed the infantry badly. Brandmount was an older fortress, not designed to be defended by cavalry, nor had it accommodations for that many horses. The Order's pikes would mean more there than at Beauval Castle, and splitting the mercenaries kept them from fighting amongst each other. The rest I took south, toward Himus, to reinforce Sire Kusi. The landscape was eerily quiet as we rode south, passing Himus Lake and the isolated farmsteads and pastures that surrounded it. The cottages were empty. I saw few farm animals and even less people the closer we came to the castle. But there were signs of struggle here and there, not just abandonment. Occasionally I saw the head of a van or two stuck on a sharpened stick next to the road. It was a uselessly defiant, overly gory gesture, but one that was good for human morale. At least security near to the fortress was good. As we approached Beauval Castle, we were stopped no less than 4 times by sentries. The first 3 were jumpy peasant militiamen in leather jacks and wielding spears, axes, and pitchforks, while the 4th were real men-at-arms, spared from the castle for the duty. Each time my long train passed a checkpoint, the Bovali broke into cheers. As we lumbered up the last stretch of road approaching the castle proper, peasants lined the roadway to cheer us on, throwing flowers in our path. A first for my Trinrock barbarians, who were more used to less savoury objects being thrown at them by Narasi presents. Sire Kusi himself was waiting at the main gate of the castle in full armour and mounted on his war-horse. His tired face split into a toothy grin as I rode ahead of the long columns spread out behind me. He stood in the saddle to shout a greeting. "Hail, Master Spellmonger, well met!" he bellowed to me over the cheers of the crowd. "I see you have hired us an army." "Of sorts, if you aren't too picky about the term," I said, glad the men were mostly out of earshot. "I left just under half of my forces at Brandmount Castle with your brother to shore up defences there, but I have over 500 with me, plus friends and relatives, and arms and ammunition as well." "They are graciously welcomed. I had no idea that you would be able to secure so many so quickly, but I applaud your efforts. Feeding them might be difficult in the days to come, but every man on the battlements is one more who can slay goblins." As to feeding them, I took the liberty of buying several wagon-loads of provisions while in Tudri, enough to cover the mercenaries, and then some. They are at the rear of the column, along with a fair number of additional arms. Sire Kusi looked impressed and relieved. He hadn't discussed that before I'd gone. He nodded toward the mercenary cavalry and the Wilderlands knights, who were in the vanguard of the march. "You are a wizard indeed, to have chosen so well and with such foresight." I grimaced uncomfortably. I felt more like I was leading a circus, not an army. But after leading them, I was more than ready to turn them over to their new master. "I'd like to think so. Your neighbours in Gans gave me trouble about crossing their lands, but I convinced them to let us pass. They may yet send some archers to Brandmount, though I wouldn't put them on the rolls until they arrive in earnest." The old knight looked wearily at the eastern ridge and sighed. "I know all about that. I've had 3 messages in your absence. My fellow Wilderlords were not pleased with the developments in Beauval of late, despite the increase in goblin raids on their own lands. Things have been busy here. You may have seen the severed heads along the road. Yet Gans and Pressans have not had a tithe of the action we've seen, and cluck in alarm like frightened fowl, not brave knights. They have yet to send us anything but their tepid good wishes. They fear for their own lands, and I suppose I cannot blame them. But come inside. Much has happened since you left, and there is much to discuss. Join me at luncheon, and I will brief you." Far be it for me to pass up a free meal, especially after eating trail rations for the last week. I nodded and rode in, Kusi himself leading Traveller to the stables as a sign of honour, while the castellan came forward and started organising the arriving mercenaries, arranging for their camps to be pitched inside the inner bailey, away from the villagers. A good move. The locals would object to foreign warriors sharing their rations and ravishing their daughters, and the Crinrock in particular might take offence at some of the Bovali peasants' harsh jibes at their tribal ways. Best to keep a good strong wall between them. After seeing to my horse, I followed Kusi into the great donjon and up into his private chamber, where we found lunch was already set. It was quieter than the last time I had been here. We were only interrupted thrice between our first bite and our last. "So," the old knight said as he wiped honey away from his moustache with his finger, "exactly what have you brought me, and how much did it cost, Master Minilan?" I took out the manifest I had prepared and slid it across to him. He read over it and nodded. "Excellent work, my boy. Not what I hoped for exactly, but well under the budget I gave you. A few more knights would have been helpful," he muttered. "No matter where they're from, the chivalry think that heavy cavalry is the epitome of the warrior's art. Well done, nevertheless. Now, let me fill you in on what has passed since your departure." For the next hour he told me about the steady increase in Gavani raids across the valley, interfering with his folk coming to the castle. Most were mere skirmishes at dusk and dawn, the time when both races were awake. Some had been full-on nocturnal attacks, picking off isolated crofts or caravans on the road. Small squads of 5 or 6 Gavani would set upon whatever isolated peasants they found, but avoided our warriors, like the sunshine, and never attacked at all unless the odds were distinctly in their favour. That didn't always help. Kusi's brother and 2 of his men were ambushed riding towards Boval Castle a few days ago, though they had been driven off. Apparently the Gavani weren't used to attacking cavalry, or well-armed humans, and the younger Brandmount had left a pile of 7 heads next to the road as testament to their foolishness. Kusi was quite proud of that. More often the resistance was weaker, and the goblins got the better of the bargain. Mutilated human bodies had been found in the fields and ditches of Boval every morning since the first attack on Minden Hall. They were usually stripped and despoiled, and occasionally positioned obscenely, in ways designed to terrorize the human population. The Gavani struck without regard to gender or age, and that had raised the ire of Kusi's already frightened subjects. But it also speeded their preparations for a siege. No one wants to wake up and realize that Grandma is lying outside the chicken coop, stripped and eviscerated, or that Junior has wandered off to meet a girl by moonlight and had his testicles cut off and stuffed. Well, no need to go into that. The attacks had had one important benefit. Everyone was taking the goblin threat seriously now, and wasted no more time in getting their families and livestock relocated behind stout fortress walls. When I inquired after our laughable magical core, Kusi nodded approvingly in a way that made me automatically nervous. He told me how Garkescu had led his apprentices on a 3-day whirlwind tour of the castle grounds, laying wards, using strengthening runes on the walls, gates, and towers, making suggestions about firefighting battles scattered throughout the area, and generally being far more useful than Kusi or myself had expected. Was this a new side to Garkescu? I really couldn't say. To be honest, I barely knew him, even in a professional capacity. While I found his business practices questionable and his skills overrated, perhaps there was something more to the other spellmonger than bluff and blunder. It bore some investigation, at least. After I traded news with Kusi over the wisdom of spreading the word of the impending crisis, I bowed out of his office and let the man work. It was time I checked on my own preparations. I passed through Garkescu's empty quarters on my way and went up the wooden stairs to my new chambers. It was my turn to be impressed. Tyndall had done a masterful job arranging the barren tower into a genuine workspace. He had found ample private space for my professional items in those cramped quarters. I still wasn't completely happy with the situation, as I saw the plain straw tick where it sat on the floor. The castle was infested with rodents and bugs, and that just didn't look particularly inviting, not after enjoying a fluffy wool-stuffed tick back at the shop. But it was the possibility of rats that got to me more. I've disliked rats intensely ever since Faris. They grew as large as dogs in that tropical climate, especially in an occupied city with plenty of corpses to feed upon, and they were all over every ship that took port there. I remember seeing them strut across the decks in broad daylight, like they owned the ship, and the best efforts of the ship's cats and my own magical rat traps barely put a dent in the population. Then I remembered the sailors' trick for evading the pests at night, and I decided to have Tyndall secure a bolt of cloth wide enough to construct 2 hammocks we could sling from the stone walls. I've liked hammocks ever since I saw them in use at sea. They seemed especially helpful in the tight quarters of a castle under siege, and that would also free up more space for our work. Essentially satisfied, I went back down to the grounds of the Inner Bailey to make certain the mercenaries were settling in well. While their contract was technically with the Lord of Beauval Vale, since I was the one who recruited them, I felt obligated to see to their comfort. The Crinrock brothers were actually settling into their camp on the eastern side fairly well, though in a circular arrangement that reminded me of a nomad camp, and was difficult to integrate into the rest of the encampments. The regular mercenaries encamped on the western side of the donjon, and while their tents were lined up in a reasonably orderly fashion, the illusion of organization stopped there. I almost felt ashamed. The Crinrock were barbarians, outsiders, tribal savages. The other mercenaries were my people, Narasi, and they were botching up just about everything they touched, and arguing over every point they could. I tried to gently intercede in one of the dozen or so conflicts between factions that had formed in the unit, but quickly became entangled in the opinions and supposed rights each unit claimed to have. I finally got pissed enough to discharge a particularly loud cantrip to get their attention. Interesting note, even simple magic was much easier to do with the Erionite. Before, it had taken at least minimal concentration to perform even a candle lighting, but now I tossed out my hand and a flashbang smoke cantrip materialized with almost no effort on my part. "May I please have your attention, you misbegotten sons of poxy whores," I began politely, as I stepped on top of a pile of crates just to be heard in the silence after the cantrip burst, but before the smoke cleared. It was a flashy effect, but it worked admirably to get their attention and remind them just who the 9 hells they were dealing with. "Since you obviously don't have the sense to pour piss out of a boot, I'm going to have to restore some order, or the locals will start confusing you with the Crinrock. If anybody takes offense to that, they can bring it to my attention, right here, right now," I said, patting Slasher in its sheath over my shoulder. "We will be glad to discuss whatever petty concern you have and settle it quickly, one way or another." There were grumbles and chuckles, but more of the latter than the former. They had spent almost 2 weeks on the road with me and knew my stern face well. Dozens of their own faces looked up at me with a mixture of surprise, regret, and anger, but they quieted down. They took me true to my word. Most of the trip I spent concentrating on the march and hadn't worried much with the quality of troops I was leading. That had to change now, and for the entire afternoon I dived into the task of integrating them with the rest of the besieged army with a vengeance. It was actually pretty simple. It turned out that apart from the Crinrock, I had a few hundred infantry of various sorts, and a few dozen cavalry troopers. Most were the Black Flag, and therefore under Captain Ferrondo, who was pretty good about keeping discipline. My infantry, however, was rotten. They weren't bad, man by man, but they were definitely not a unit, and some were questionable even as arrow fodder. I reorganized them into 2 50-man companies, dissolving previous units to create them, and told off 7 as officers. I put Captain Besser in charge of the whole thing. There were some older and presumably wiser heads there, but I liked Besser. For one thing, he listened to me. He reminded me more of the professionals I had met in Faris, and he didn't take any shit. Nor was he very heavy-handed, which sounds like a contradiction, but isn't. Of the other 6, I made 2 lieutenants, each in charge of a company, and 4 ancients, each in charge of a 25-man platoon. I had the ancients wear a yellow sash, the lieutenants got a blue one, and I made Besser wear a bright red plume in his helmet, much like Ferrondo's. In any regular war situation I would have worried that the insignia would be confusing during pitched battle. Coloured sashes are commonly used to distinguish sides in regular, civilized warfare, but I figured that when the enemy is uniformly short, dark, and hairy, the colour of a man's sash wouldn't matter. Then came the hard part, arming them. Almost all of them had swords of one sort or another, because in Alshar you weren't a fighting man unless you carried one. These were personal items, not usually supplied by the client, but after inspecting some of those rusty sticks, I had over a dozen sent back to the smithy for repair or replacement. I had purchased a few score short infantry swords, the type useful for defending a narrow passageway, or the top of a battlement, and I distributed them among the mercenaries who needed them. The rest were more difficult. I had a pretty fair-sized armoury at my disposal, so I had good choices to make. In a siege, though, which weapons are going to be most useful? Long, sharp, pointy ones, or heavy, blunt, short ones? How about archery? In Castall, and in the coastal regions of Alshar far to the south, I knew the siege weapon of choice was the crossbow. They are ideal for keeping besiegers at bay, or, conversely, clearing battlements of defenders. You can teach a peasant how to use one in a few days, and they are both relatively accurate and extremely powerful. But they also took a skilled artisan to create and maintain, and the Wilderlands was short of quality arbalists. But nearly every peasant in the Wilderlands hunts for game, or has to contend with predators after their herds and livestock. That made them somewhat skilled at basic archery. Much of the peasant militia were armed with the great hickory and yew laminate bows known elsewhere as the Wilderlands bow, as tall as a man and ideal for sniping at wolves and bandits. But arrows were something that I knew we would be perpetually short of. Wilderlands bows fire arrows up to 3 feet long. Ideally, they are also laminates, the shafts made of hard hickory on the front and lightweight cedar in the rear. They used iron or steel points and were fletched, usually with goose feathers. Every archer tended to make his own arrows, and though Kusi had a goodly supply stashed in his storerooms, it wouldn't take long to empty them during a busy siege. But shooting at wolves and shooting during war are two different things. Archers are most deadly when firing in volleys, something most of my men had only a vague idea of how to do. The Wilderlands bow takes up a lot of room when it's employed, too, not an ideal for battlements where men frequently stood elbow to elbow. They're also constructed to fit the man who will fire it. Though there were a few score of them in storage, they aren't like crossbows. You can't just hand them out and expect folks to be proficient with them. I finally told off one platoon, which seemed to have an abundance of bows already, to serious archery practice, while I made the other platoon in that company sword and shield men. To the other company I issued spears, perhaps not as long as the pikes of the Gobarban order, but several campfire conversations with the commanding abbot had given me ideas about just how they could be useful in a siege. Once the troops were well ordered, I set their new ancients to drilling them in basic maneuvers, while I dealt with the unit where egos were more important to success than arms, the horsemen. I showed up for my induction into military service on time. I was hungover, hored out, and ready to piss myself in fear and anxiety. But, Duin and Trig helped me, I showed up. It was partly out of fear of the Censorate's famed hunters, who would pursue a mage as an oath-breaker if he did not. But I also showed up partly out of a sense of relief that I didn't have to decide what to do with my life just yet. Even with my credentials, it would be hard to get a position, I knew. Despite my academic success, few professional firms want to invest in a mage right out of school, untested and untried, unless there was nepotism or family ties involved. I was looking at a year's worth of wandering around, starving to death and trying to establish a name for myself, had I not been drafted for the campaign. At least His Grace's summons gave me a steady, if paltry, income, meals, a billet, and some direction. The same held true for about a third of my class of new war magi. Everyone who was not related to someone powerful enough to buy their way out, or pull strings, was present at the ancient, hulking fortress of Relancourt that rainy autumn day, not out seeking a position. Not, coincidentally, many of the guys from my tower were there. But we weren't all born commoners. Some of the North Tower lordlings, sons of knights and lords, were eager for the combat experience. There were also a few gutsy Remirans who weren't ready to settle down with the family firm just yet. The magical core seemed like a decent proposal for all of us at the time, which just goes to show you how woefully ignorant we were of the political situation at the time. While we were in school, the renegade province of Faris had been systematically raiding the trading fleets that regularly made the lucrative trip from Shutek, Unstara, and the southern archipelagos to various parts of the duchies. They'd also raided the important shipping between the rich port cities of southern Alshar and the eastern duchies, disrupting the cotton, tobacco, and wool trade, not to mention taking high-born passengers for ransom. This was nothing new. The Parisians had caused trouble for the powers that be since before the inundation of Perwyn. Faris isn't even really a country. It's a kind of city-state. It was founded about the middle of the First Majocracy as a pirate haven for Cormeran corsairs, who used it as a base to raid imperial shipping between Alshar, which had been settled by fellow Cormeran corsairs who had retired with their riches to become wealthy landowners, and the rest of the Majocracy, and it remains a port city to rival any in the duchies to this day. Its location at the cape of the Parisian peninsula gave it a perfect position for raiding. The city grew up around the port and extended north to foothills. It was a good place to spend pirated loot or retire to after a life of trading and raiding. When the pirates got too bad, the Archmage, I forget which one, sent a fleet to reason with, conquer the miscreants and establish order. In their place he installed one of his distant relatives he feared was conspiring for the throne. The new imperial regent took the title Doge, and from that point on Faris was an outpost of imperial civilization and an important trading port. The Doge ruled the province in the name of the Archmagi, and things settled down. Then, a few hundred years later, my ancestors, a bunch of horse-riding illiterate barbarians from the great northern steppes, had gotten tired of being pushed around by the Archmage and decided that enough was enough. With some assistance from some treacherous rebels and disaffected magi, the Narasi clans invaded the Valley of Vor, swept away the lackluster imperial military resistance, and conquered all of the old Majocracy within 2 lifetimes. Except for Faris. My people are not very good sailors under the best conditions, and we were apparently so involved with looting the pristine civilization of the mainland that we overlooked that remote little outpost. The Doge continued imperial traditions and took in plenty of expatriates, fleeing the barbarians. A few even tried to form a Majocracy in exile in response to my ancestors' heavy-handed approach to magical regulation. But the Doge would not surrender political power, and most of those pretenders fell as quickly as they rose. Faris, both the city and the narrow strip of cultivated land around it, is at the end of a long southward-jutting peninsula that is almost impassable. Jagged mountains form a spine for the land, and savage jungles on both coasts cut off any decent access from the mainland. It was far easier and cheaper for merchants to sail around it between Castal and Alshar than to contend with the wild tribes of Human, Gavani, and Alka Alon, who range these areas. The local wildlife is especially vicious. Strange diseases often infect those who venture into the jungles, and the near-constant rain makes travel all but impossible. So if you want to attack Faris, you'd better have a strong navy, stronger than the Farisi. The Doge and his cronies had been left alone by the duchies for the most part during the last 400 years, but that didn't mean they didn't stop raiding. The Farisi seemed to think that just because they controlled the strategically placed Parisian peninsula and had a powerful native fleet, that they had a right to tribute from any ducal ships passing by. This had happened before, of course. Usually it was an excuse to shake down the Coronet Council for protection money, and usually the council paid with only a little grumbling. But there had been an incident involving the family of one of the dukes. The Doge's pet magi had started using dangerous spells, and Irianites, as we discovered later, and one thing led to another toward war. By the time I left the academy, the Coronet Council had decided that an independent Faris was a luxury they could not tolerate. In a rare show of solidarity, the 3 westernmost of them, Alshar, Remir, and Castal, had authorized a joint mission to secure the rebellious old Imperials. they pooled their military assets and went to war with the Imperial Remnant, intending to invade. This was actually the second time an invasion had been ordered. The previous year, the Coronet Council had authorized a punitive fleet to trim back the pirates in a show of naval force. It had, after all, worked for the Magocracy. It was commanded by a mariner friend to the Castali ducal court. He proceeded to ruin the fleet in a series of vicious battles in the Parisian Strait, narrowly losing or destroying every one of his 40 great warships, and hundreds of ships carrying occupation troops, because the Doge employed his court wizard, Oral Pratt, to destroy and confuse them with magic. The designated admiral at least had the good grace to die in battle at sea and avoid the shame of his failure. But like their horse-lord ancestors had done with the Magocracy, the Dukes of Ramire, Castal, and Alshar, with the tacit support of the other two, finally had enough of the situation. The added insult of losing 20 warships to the Farisi was too much for the honour of the 5 Narasi dukes. Invasion plans began afresh, and a fully staffed magical corps was called for to combat the Mad Mage of Faris. As it was easier and cheaper to draft magi fresh out of school than to hire well-established mercenaries, the warlord had us pressed into service before we could find real jobs. The campaign warlord figured he could take the pesky little city-state within the year, with a few hundred well-trained, well-armed war magi at his disposal. Only it hadn't quite worked out that way. The Doge's ally, Oral Pratt, might have been unstable, but he had also acquired a chip of near-mythical Erinite from somewhere, and wasn't afraid of the censorate or the dangers of using it. No great fleet could approach Faris by sea while he was on watch. By the time I arrived at Relancourt, he was wreaking havoc on even the light patrol boats the Dukes used to regularly probe the Farisi coastal defences. Large squadrons were broken up by mage-wrought storms, or sunk when their hulls began leaking uncontrollably, or burst into magical flames. The might of the Mad Mage was such that even the most powerful magi in the eastern duchies were unwilling to face him. Defeating the combination of his magic, Faris's unassailable geography, and the sailors who expertly handled the shallow-drafted, yellow-sailed penances of Faris was not going to be easy. But it had to be done. The Dukes said so. Which is how, 3 weeks after graduating from Inarian Academy and finally getting my credentials to practice magic, I found myself instead standing in a soaking cloak in a continuous drizzle, drops of icy rain running down my nose, while a strange man with a jaw like an anvil screamed into my face and questioned the legitimacy of my conception and birth. I found my time at the War College constructive. For the first 9 weeks we were shoved in a barracks with the young nobles who were training for officer status in the infantry. Indeed, most of our training was identical to theirs. Swordsmanship, horsemanship, archery, unarmed combat, small unit tactics, logistics and supply, scouting and reconnaissance, command of battle, siegecraft and field fortifications, war rites and battle rituals, leadership, first aid, and all the other crap they feel every officer should know. We weren't technically field officers, but the magical corps traditionally billeted with them, so we learned what they learned. Like marching. We marched. A lot. Too much, I thought at the time. Not nearly enough, I know now. We marched in armour and out, with packs and without, and even without shoes for 2 unbearable days. We were outfitted in the standard magical corps armour, a kind of wax leather vest with steel plates sewn over the vital areas, and taught how to give them basic enchantments to augment their protection. Despite their ugliness, they did have a one-size-fits-all kind of security about them. The basic pattern left plenty of room for movement, wasn't too heavy, and didn't keep you from casting spells in combat. Mostly. We also got our mage blades. Those are the specialized weapons of war magi, somewhere between the length of an infantry sword and a cavalry sword, with a point, a double-sided blade, and spaces cut within to lighten them and allow for custom and theoretically devastating enchantments. The style had been around since the Magocracy, and they are traditionally worn on the back, attached to a leather harness and drawn over your shoulder. They, too, were standardized and unadorned. but nearly every student eventually paid to have theirs customized to fit them better. A few even learned enough blacksmithing to do it themselves. We were required to give them names to aid in spellcasting. I named mine Slasher, because that's what it seemed best at. After we were reasonably trained in the standard ways of war, and were given the opportunity to participate in the mysteries of Duin, I declined. The only goddess I really worshipped was Brigga, who has little to do with warfare. The weather began making it more practical to study indoors. We were separated from the rest of the officers to learn the ancient and potent craft of war magic. Even with my years of study at Inarian, I was still amazed by the things I learned at War College. Inarian gave me a theoretical basis for understanding spells. At Relancourt, I took my precious knowledge of the human body and learned how to destroy it 1,000 different ways. I learned things about the forces of light and shadow, photomantics, fire and ice, pyromantics, and toxic, corrosive and explosive chemicals, battlefield alchemy, that I never would have dreamed were possible at Inarian. I learned how to build a war staff, war wands, and 100 nasty magical traps and weapons. I learned the art of illusion, concealment, and misdirecting an enemy's gaze to where I wanted it. I learned to strike without hesitation or remorse. Just kill, 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 until my objective was complete. Our head instructor was the legendary one-eyed Master Durgan Jol, a war master and war magi famous a dozen times over. The scrappy old man gave us the benefit of his 40 years as a magical mercenary, working with each and every one of us until we could all hold our own in duels, both magical and mundane. Support magic was a big part of the training. War magi are rarely frontline troops. We're specialists, and usually we specialized in keeping frontline troops safe, comfortable, and informed. We learned spells to inspire our friends and drive our foes to despair. We learned to clear fear from our minds and focus utterly on the task at hand. Late in our courses, they taught us advanced war magic techniques, how to supplement our own body's energy with magical energy to restore ourselves from fatigue, how to speed up reflexes and hone my perceptions with magic until I was more than a match for a regular infantryman. War magic allowing us to move 3 times as fast as the fastest mortal and twice as far in the same time. We learned his seemingly endless bag of battle cantrips, small spells not inherently dangerous, but useful in the faster-than-a-blink world of the war mage. Camouflage, stealth, armor spells, clairvoyant spells designed to gather enemy intelligence, counterintelligence spells to avoid enemy intelligence, and a special 3-day tutorial on healing battlefield traumas that was as useful as it was morbid. It came complete with fresh corpses. We practiced war games all winter, and I adapted myself to the soldier's life. Very different from the life of an academic, but just as rewarding in its way. When spring finally came, we were deemed ready to face the Doge and the Mad Mage. They split us into 3 groups, depending upon our overall performance. Group A was comprised of those whose physical performance was not considered strong enough to make the trip. Group A would be in charge of strategic magical support, keeping the weather in line for the amphibious assault and scrying enemy positions. Group B was made up of those who excelled at one particular type of war magic, the sneaky type, the brutal type, or the healing type. Group B was taken aside for advanced training in their field of excellence and destined for special missions. Group C was anyone who was left. I was in Group C. It seems thaumaturgy and magical theory were not considered highly useful battlefield skills. I didn't mind. I was ready to go and wreak havoc on the enemies of the duchies, thanks to the miracle workers of the War College. Master Durgan Jol and his fellows had taken 200 bookish students and turned them into a pack of vicious and highly efficient killers, adept at the craft of war magic. A pity he never made it back from Faris, but then neither did many of his students. The Black Flag Mercenary Company were about as professional a cavalry unit as I could have hoped for in the Wilderlands, setting up their camp and seeing to their horses without too much acrimony. The Kelso Knights, however, were a haughty bunch of aristocrats who had been born with silver candlesticks up their arses. They didn't want to bed down next to common troops. They didn't like the food. They objected to the wine. They complained about the pay. They didn't like the duties they were assigned. They didn't like the entertainment possibilities. I almost put them with the Crinrock out of spite, after one particularly nasty debate, when Sire Coucy arrived and saved the day by hosting his noble Wilderlord peers in the keep. The Kelso Knights profoundly irritated me. They were just as much mercenaries as the rest of them, but for some reason a noble mercenary feels he has the right to bitch that the sky is the wrong shade of blue and the water is too wet. They tend to think that regular military rules don't apply to them. The chivalrous mercenaries were warriors, but they weren't really soldiers, used to taking and executing simple orders. Everything was open to discussion, debate, and everyone felt entitled to advance his stupid opinion before any course of action was carried out. Sire Coucy offered them a large chamber, which they complained about, and seats in the hall, instead of making them eat with the common men, to which they reluctantly and vocally agreed. I was just as glad to get rid of them as they were causing trouble in the Black Flag. Ferrando may have been a nobleman, or at least raised as one, but the mercenary captain knew how to soldier, and the Wilderlords just didn't. It took a whole day of arguing to finally sort out where they would live and what they would do. I let Coucy deal with the matter of their pay. I was just too tired. As dusk approached, and I was reasonably certain my men were well provided for, I stumbled back up to the tower. Garcescu still wasn't in, but I found Tyndall unpacking the gear I'd purchased in Tudry like a good apprentice. I spied one package in particular, and decided that it was as good a time as any to present it to him. The last few weeks had taught me how much I appreciated the lad's thoughtful consideration, and his genuine desire to please. Sure, he was an uneducated commoner, but I had a newfound appreciation of his pragmatic earnestness after dealing with the Knights of Kelso. After a brief inspection of our quarters, I sat the boy down on my own stool, poured him a glass of mediocre local wine, and toasted him like an adult, if not an equal. Though he was bordering on embarrassment, he awkwardly returned the toast before he downed it with a satisfied sigh. I'd have to watch that. He was starting to drink like me. Tyndall, you know perhaps better than anyone else in the castle what we are up against here. We may not, we will probably not survive, but we at least will go down fighting like men, instead of being murdered in our beds or ambushed along the road. But that means each of us will have to do some fighting, and if we are to be fighting men, then we should be adorned as such. With that, I pulled out the oilcloth-wrapped bundle that he, thankfully, had yet to put away, and undid the coarse string that bound it. Within were the weapons for which I had paid a high premium to the Tudry war mage, Master Cormoran. First was a mage blade, similar to my own slasher, only built to Tyndall's height and arm length. The scabbard was plain black, unadorned leather, and the hilt was brass, but the blade was superior to that of a mere infantryman, worthy of any golden hilt and bejewelled scabbard. It was by far the least of Cormoran's stock. The Veolicti Ordo were fine weaponsmiths, and produced superb steel mage blades that were flexible enough not to snap, yet strong enough to cut through all but the stoutest armour. The edge of the sword was keen and flawless, and the flat was brightly polished. Most importantly, it was made to bear offensive spells, like a war wand. Cormoran had thrown in a small war mage's harness for just a few pennies more. Tyndall was in awe as I belted it around him and slung the blade over his right shoulder. Next, I gave him the bow I had picked out, a little too short for open battle, but well suited to the siege I was expecting. There was nothing especially magical about the bow, but it was well built and strong, and the 20 of professionally made arrows I purchased were well fletched, with gorgeous grey goose feathers. Every boy in Beauval knows his way around a bow. House Brandmount had not seen any reason to limit hunting rights for its yeomen and freemen, and I suspected that, with practice, he would learn to shoot exceptionally well. The goblins should give him plenty of practice. Lastly, I gave him the professional-strength war wand I had bought for him. It was a multi-purpose weapon, as it could use the regular magical blast, or convert that power into either flame or steam. There weren't that many charges on it, but he could always add more, once I taught him precisely how.
"Master, I have been busy while you've been gone,"
he said smugly, after accepting my gifts gratefully and graciously.
"I've been practicing what you showed me."
He handed me the war wand that he had started on the road, his first. One I never expected to work particularly well. It was all but covered with runes now, and I could feel the vibrant power in it. I raised an eyebrow. I was impressed. "That is superior work, my boy. But don't add any more, now." He looked disturbed.
"Why not?"
"Because that's not the best wood for the use. You've loaded the thing up tight with arcane power. Add any more and it will break. When a war wand breaks, it will usually kill the wielder and destroy everything around it in a sudden and unpredictable explosion or wave." He paled when I said that. I chuckled. "I wouldn't worry about it, lad. It's a stout enough wand. Keep it close at hand. But in battle you should work on the larger one I bought you for now. It's more efficient and can handle a lot more energy." Pacified, he poured us each another glass, unbidden. "To the life of a spellmonger under dire circumstances," I toasted, and poured it down. I suddenly realized that I was very, very tired as the wine hit my belly. I sought out my mattress and sprawled out, pausing only long enough to take off my boots and my harness. The hammock idea would have to wait. If I saw any rats, I decided as I drifted off, I'd just change them into something a little less interesting. The next morning I was up with the dawn, on the roof of the tower, overseeing the magical situation. Garkescu and his oldest apprentice were with me, still a little sceptical of my abilities and my judgment, but unwilling to argue with me openly any more. I had produced an army, after all. That wasn't something Garki was able to do. I was surveying the hills with mage sight, looking for scouts or skirmishers in the forests. I wasn't having much luck, but mage sight, even with the benefit of Irianite, doesn't work nearly as well in daylight. While I was up there, however, my attention was distracted by a lovely young girl, who looked about 17 or so, bathing in the outer bailey. The curtains that were suspended from poles protected her modesty from passers-by were long and opaque, but from my vantage point I could see everything that Trig had graced her with. She had dark blonde hair and a shapely figure, and I could tell she had a pretty face, too. I'd been so involved in war preparations that I had almost forgotten that there were women aplenty in the castle. Indeed, the outer bailey had almost every woman in the valley within its walls. This one was quite lovely, well-formed and delightfully female. I made a mental note to make her acquaintance, then suddenly realized that I already had. I increased the focus on my mage sight and confirmed that yes, indeed, it was the farm widow Alia who was bathing so enticingly. She was kept from further lechery at a distance by my irritating colleague.
"Master Menelan, is that a rider?"
Garkescu pointed to the road in front of the gate. I swore under my breath and turned away from that lovely sight to the realities of war. It was indeed a rider, I saw, and one on a very lathered horse. I magnified my mage sight with a whispered command. The man was an armoured wilderlord who bore the banner of Brandmount Castle from the point of his lance. "He must be bearing news," I said, forming a spell to allow me to hear his words. Clairaudience, the long-ears spell they taught me at Relencourt, has never been a strength of mine, but everything was easier now that I had my witchstone. As the spell activated, it was as if I'd had a plug of wax removed from my ears, and I could hear the man's breathing and the panting of his horse as he rode past the guards into the stables, as if I was riding next to him. One of Cussie's senior staff, Sir Norlian, was there and demanded the message.
"The goblins have attacked Moor Tower, cutting off the Moor Pass," the messenger said between laboured breaths, "and a large band of the bastards has the temerity to raid Himus itself. I saw as I came past."
"Guess what, Master Garkescu?" I said, a lump in my throat.
"We are at war,"
the older mage replied. I was surprised. I didn't think he'd had time to hang the same spell I had. nor the power. Hells, I doubted that he even knew of the long ears.
We are at war, and Himmoth is burning.
Yes, you're right, I admitted. How did you know? I asked, turning to face him. He and his oldest apprentice were staring at the distant town, where a long black plume of smoke rose up over the trees and hills.
I saw the portents in the sky, he snorted dryly.
So the rider agreed with my assessment? With one addition. Moor Tower is under attack, and escape out of the Vale is cut off. He hung his head sadly and looked depressed.
Then we are at war, and we are all going to die, he said.
I didn't say anything in reply, although it was the perfect time for some optimistic chatter. When I heard the rider talk of Moor Tower, I suddenly felt as if an iron door had slammed shut. The reality of our situation came to bear. There were thousands of Gavani creeping down the mountains, angry and determined, led by shamans armed with Erionite. There was a malevolent force that was urging them on. There really was no other way to get in and out of Beauval unless you wanted to try the Gavani-infested mountain ridges. I suddenly didn't know what in the nine hells I had done to get trapped in such a situation. A quip, or at least a hopeful phrase, might have cheered the other spellmonger. I couldn't think of one offhand that might serve. But mostly, I didn't say anything, because I had to agree. We were all going to die. Chapter 7. The Last Charge of the Beauvali Knights. Castles stink. They look so lofty, strong, and imposing from a distance. The peasantry often considers them palaces, but they aren't. They're oversized military fortifications with a fairly small resident staff. In peacetime, the number of residents is small enough not to notice the many odours involved. Most people who have been fortunate enough never to have to depend on one to save their lives will not appreciate this. But castles in wartime smell worse than a pigsty. First, there was the barnyard stench of the tightly packed livestock, which fades into the background pretty quickly, especially if you are accustomed to it, as most of us are. Personally, horseshit smells pretty good to me, almost symbolic of the majesty of the beasts. Usually it was saved up to be spread on the fields as valuable fertilizer, but in a siege, it just got piled up outside of the castle wall until better times. Add to that the aroma of pig, chicken, the ubiquitous cow, and miscellaneous small critters, and it can get pretty ripe, especially around the slaughtering pit. Most of the offal was fed back to the pigs or mixed in with the manure. But in addition to the aroma of the animals is the mass of infrequently washed agricultural humanity crowded into the outer bailey under tarpaulins. A few thousand men, women, and children, none of who bathed all that regularly in the best of times, were suddenly crammed ass to elbow into a confined space, along with enough privies to, theoretically, service them all. Hastily dug latrines dotted the outer bailey, but that's a lot of poop. It all went into the moat, the protective ditch that surrounded the castle, as a deterrent to invaders, but also because, frankly, there wasn't a better place to put it, where it festered and fermented and stank like, well, poop. It gets worse. Mixed in with the natural sweat of men and women working diligently on any number of labours was an almost palpable stench of fear, I noted. These ordinary people were confronted with the possibility of violent death from an inhuman enemy, and that produced a particular smell, distinct from the ordinary sweat of daily living and honest toil. The barbers and physicians had set up shop and contributed the odour of vomit and diarrhoea to the air. They hung evergreen boughs from their tents to try to mask the smell of sickness, but it was laughably ineffective, unless you held it directly under your nose. Odours of wood smoke from cooking fires, and the mouldy smell emanating from barrels of stagnant water placed strategically around the castle in the event of fire added to the stink. The worksheds that lined the castle walls and housed all of the artisans necessary to keeping a siege running contributed to it. Blacksmiths, with the associated acrid tang of coke fires, chandlers rendering tallow into candles, tanners with the ungodly stink of purification and powerful tannins, all added to the revolting stench, until it was almost overwhelming. The combination of this riot of smells forced me to use a cantrip that deadened my nose just to get through the day. While I couldn't taste my food properly with the spell, I wasn't missing much. Castle rations are poor even for officers, but it was a small price to pay for the luxury of not gagging every time I inhaled. Thankfully, it was potent enough to combat the worst of the odours and let me do my job. The only smell that was powerful enough to make it through the spell was the sickening scent of fear. That smell permeated every nook and cranny of Beauval Castle, and with good reason. The smoke over Himus on the horizon caused quite a commotion in the castle the day before. The peasants and townsfolk camped in the outer bailey saw it just a few moments after we did, and quickly gathered to peer over the walls in dismay. A frightened moan ran through the crowded campground as the grumblers and whiners, who had been certain that the rumours of Gervani attacks had been exaggerated or fabricated entirely by the nobility, suddenly realised, as their shops and homes burned in the distance, that their lives really were in danger. The black cloud made them anxious and restless. Some spread the rumour that a massive goblin army had already arrived. If a stout little town like Himus could fall so quickly, the reasoning ran, then an attack on Beauval Castle surely couldn't be far behind. I couldn't argue with that, especially after witnessing the pillage that the Gervani vanguard put to Himus town by means of mage sight. They stole everything they could and burned the rest. Any civilian stragglers were captured and slaughtered, and the remaining men-at-arms patrolling the town were driven back to the castle. That many anxious folks inside the castle, witnessing their life going up in smoke on the horizon, made the smell even worse. They didn't know what was happening to their homes, though they could imagine well enough. So when Sire Cousy ordered a cavalry force organized to investigate and, if possible, drive off the goblins, I volunteered just to get away from the stench. While I knew it was probably a futile effort, it was psychologically very important for us to at least appear to strike at the goblins, so that the Wilderland peasants would cling to some hope of better days and brighter futures. Besides, I figured we might as well use the cavalry we had available while we could. In a matter of days, if not sooner, I fully expected us to be locked up in this pile of stones where horses were more of a liability than an asset until the meat ran out. For now, I wanted to escape from the smell of fear of terrified men, more than I feared the smell of goblins. Sire Cousy decided to lead the horsemen himself, as was his chivalrous prerogative. He sent a messenger to me that afternoon ordering me to prepare the mercenary cavalry for a patrol with his gentlemen and to meet him at the gatehouse. I honestly wasn't yet trusting of their loyalty, so riding with Sire Cousy, Sir Stancil, and his other sworn Wilderlords seemed a fair idea. So I strapped on my weapons harness and found Captain Ferrando, who had anticipated the order and had the men already preparing their mounts. The Black Flag moved with more military efficiency, if not quite precision, than the Wilderlords. While the knights' horses were being saddled and their armour was being strapped on their bodies by squires or other attendants, I sat with Sir Ferrando and briefed him on the geography of Himus. The Kelso knights rode out of the stables almost merrily, and seemed eager to get out of the castle and into glory. I ignored them while I discussed the situation with Ferrando. Sire Cousy joined us presently, and I made formal introductions between the mercenary captain and the Lord of Beauval Vale, whom they served, purposefully slighting the Kelsoi. I'm just that way. The two men were a study in contrasts. Cousy was, of course, far older than the mercenary captain, and shorter in stature. His longish, grey-white hair and beard spilled out of his helmet onto his shoulders, giving him a stately mantle that seemed to embody what he was, a Wilderlord knight, trained from birth to fight with sword and lance in the defence of his lands. He wore a shimmering coat of well-blued chainmail, augmented by steel pauldrons, and he wore an ornately decorated longsword on his hip. His surcoat was emblazoned with the simple device of his house, a white cow on a green field. He had a look of grim determination that barely masked the fear and anxiety I knew was in him. Fear not for his own life, but for the lives of the people entrusted to his care. Ferrando, on the other hand, had the weary look of the professional campaigner about him, as well as the cautious air of a mercenary. Tall and lanky, he wore his long, dark hair in a serviceable ponytail under his unadorned steel cavalry helmet. His well-scuffed leather and steel armor seemed a little too large for him in places, though he seemed to be able to move with alacrity in it. He wore no surcoat or device, only a black headband around the brow of his helm, and a black wool mantle to identify him as captain of the Black Flag. His sword was a plain, serviceable cavalryman's longsword, with a triple spiral of trig on its brass pommel. He had a short-handled mace, dangling from his belt by a lanyard, as well as a long dagger tucked behind the small of his back. Neither was decorated, that I could see. Though he bore a serviceable lance, it was a tool in his hands, not a sceptre of office, and it lacked a pennant. Ferrando ordered his subordinates about without recourse to vile profanity, though he used the ordinary sort as liberally as any military commander does when dealing with mounted troops. His mood was melancholy but practical, and while he had some fear in him, it was no more and no less than the fear that any professional soldier has before going into battle and uncertainty. He was just doing the job he'd been hired to do. The two men got along famously. Coucy outlined the plan quickly and succinctly. This was not a punitive expedition. This was an attempt to locate the enemy, engage them if numbers were favorable, gauge their defense, and retreat safely back to the castle. Ferrando agreed wholeheartedly. A mercenary captain doesn't like to risk his men unnecessarily if he can help it, and a captain of horse is more protective of his beasts than of his daughter's virtue. The two commanders traded war stories and advice, until messengers arrived reporting on the readiness of both the Black Flag and the much smaller Kelsoy heavy cavalry unit. "My lord," I said as Coucy strode purposefully towards the step that led up to his mount, "I beg leave to come with you. Most probably the Govani have shamans of their own with them, and I am loath to leave you undefended against magical attack." Coucy looked concerned. "I had expected you to stay here, in case this is a ruse designed to lead us away from our strongpoints. My lord, this castle will not fall on the absence of one man, even a war mage. The wards are as tight as they can be made. I inspected them myself, and Sir Kay is firmly in charge of the defence. But if I might say so, as you are one of our strong points, my lord, should we risk your death, that news would be devastating to your people. Yet I know that you want to see the foe with your own eyes. Therefore, I think it would be best if you were accompanied by a war mage, and there is no one more suited to the task than I." Coucy scowled, but nodded. "Have your Rance brought around, spellmonger? Today you shall see how the knights of Beauval comport themselves in battle. Huin, willing." There was a fire in his eyes that was part pride and part frustration, like a boy being made to wait overlong for his name-day presents. I bowed and went to see about Traveller. Much to my surprise, he was already saddled, and Tyndall was grooming him in the stable when I entered. He grinned when I arrived and told me he had guessed that I would want to accompany the troops. Traveller looked magnificent. The boy had a keen eye for horses, and I could tell that he'd also used a few subtle cantrips to make his coat look even glossier than it would have anyway. For a Rouncy gelding, he was almost as handsome as a destrier. Tyndall also brought down my war staff and my blue riding mantle, and another one of the war wands I'd purchased in Tudry. I thanked him and gave him a few instructions about the tower before I trotted Traveller out to where the other horsemen were assembling. I was actually looking forward to the expedition as much as Coucy. If nothing else, it would get me away from that smell. The battle plan for the Parisian campaign was simple. Not as simple as the first disastrous marine assault on the sea fortress, but not much more complicated. Another great fleet would head out with troops from the Remire and Castal, and nearly 1,000 mercenary crossbowmen auxiliaries, Merwin's contribution to the fight, aboard, including an entire elite magical corps assembled specifically to try to combat the storms the Mad Mage wrought with his Witchstone, and eventually storm his palace. Meanwhile, under cover of deceptive spells and departing in darkness, a second force would land 300 miles north of Faris, on the eastern side of the narrow, mountainous isthmus that connected Faris with the rest of the world. Its mission would be to hack its way through the jungle, up the mountains, down the mountains, to eventually come up through the swamps north of the city-state and attack Faris in its unprotected rear. Brilliant strategy, unless you happened to be in that group. I was. The invasion force set out a full 2 months ahead of the planned naval assault. 5,000 al-Shari infantrymen, 200 combat engineers, a medical corps, and about 50 of us new War College graduates landed on the western side of the peninsula, at the only possible landing point between the mainland and Faris. 6,000 men set out on the long march. Count Odo, a Castali lord with considerable experience in the arts of war, was given command of the overland expedition that hit the beach in the nameless eastern cove that was our staging ground. Cavalry was all but useless there, where the paths through the jungles were too narrow and soft for real horsemanship, and the vegetation so thick and wild that horses could not properly forage. We did have 20 wagons loaded with supplies, but they were drawn by oxen or mules, not horses. Most of the infantry were horribly overdressed. The Narasi ducal troops were used to the much cooler temperatures in the north, not the subtropical climate of Faris. As a result, they left much of their heavy armor and woolen gear behind them on the trail south. Within days, the entire column was dehydrated and ill. Disease was rampant, as were injuries due to heat exhaustion. Desertion would have been common had there been any convenient place to desert to. It took more than 60 days to negotiate our way through the passes and woodlands of the Farisian mountains. Wild human tribes and Govani clans held much of the territory, and to make matters worse, we heard the tantalizing sounds of the tree folk revelling through the jungle on our tortuous trip. We even met with their representatives a few times to try to gain their support. They were polite and steered us clear of dangers they knew of, but they would not aid us directly. Faris had done better than we at gaining friends in the mountains, but then they had more practice. 7 times human tribes friendly to the Doge ambushed us. Only twice were we able to camp peacefully, in the territories of Govani, who hated the Farisi and their human tribal allies. As helpful as they were, they could not stop the bodies piling up from skirmishes and disease, nor could they feed our large army successfully. We ran short of food, water, medicine, bandages, and other amenities before our march was half over. That endless march through the jungle remains one of my most intense recurring nightmares. The days were a long, hot, and humid exercise in endurance. As a war mage, it was my duty to protect my company from magical attack, but even magic has its limits. It is difficult to concentrate on something as complex as a warding spell when you are dehydrated, physically exhausted, and sleepless. The nights were just as hot, perhaps, but filled with the noise of thousands of creatures our tired minds could only imagine. Snakebite, and bites by other things that weren't snakes, took their toll. If it weren't for the anti-insect cantrips we had to renew thrice daily, we would have been eaten alive by bugs. Nor were we unopposed as we marched. Despite our attempt at surprise, you just can't disguise the movements of an army that large, no matter what spells you cast. The Farisi had centuries of history defending those passes, and while they never brought a real army against us, they sent plenty of warriors to slow us down. There were periodic raids and ambushes, snipers and kidnappings by the Farisi bad guys. I killed my first man on one of those, almost accidentally, and I lost several good friends to the brutal raids. The dusky Farisi warriors were good soldiers fighting for their homeland, and many of the human tribes in the area were allies of Faris. I'd like to say we gave as good as we got, but that wouldn't be true. Most of the time, the feather-clad warriors faded into the jungle before we could get our defenses ready. We didn't feel like an army expedition. We felt like a bunch of scared and tired little boys lost in the woods after dark. And that was just the jungles. Once we were in the mountains, it got worse. The heat let up because of the altitude, but the cold became worse with every step we took. Massive thunderstorms swept in from the sea almost every night. 4 times we got lost as we tried to navigate the maze of ridges and passes of that wild place. The Farisi resistance was even more pronounced. Every morning, it seemed, we would lose another man or 2 to something nasty in the night. If it weren't for the timely assistance of the Alca Alon steering us away from a hidden Farisi fortress ready to slaughter us, we wouldn't have made it at all. We were 3 weeks late when we finally spotted the towers of Faris in the distance from the mountain passes. When we drew up to our planned camp, only 3,300 men remained in fighting shape. Only our sheer numbers and a few good commanders got an army to Faris proper at all. It was on the long march that I met Sire Kusi and his men. A Wilderlands mountain lord from the farthest west of the duchies, he had volunteered to serve with 100 of his folk. He had a quaint accent and an engaging smile, and led his troops well. I was assigned to support his unit a few times, and I found him a pleasant companion and a doughty warrior, one of the few knights who kept his armour despite the heat, and rarely complained about the lack of horses. Sire Kusi was always encouraging his men to do their best, and do their duty with honour, under the most trying of circumstances. When Count Odo died of a fever, he was part of the noble council that met to elect his successor. Even at the end of the march, with a third of his men dead or lost to the jungle, he persevered in his duty and kept up the morale of his troops as we prepared to attack Faris from the rear. I respected that, as well as the way he could drink. He was a leader worth following. The damage to Himus town wasn't as bad as what we anticipated, though I knew the townsfolk would be devastated by the sight. The Govani had torn through the town, throwing torches at anything that would burn. They had written what I assumed were obscenities in ash and blood on every conceivable surface, and the blood of whatever farm animals were unfortunate enough to be caught by the goblins was splattered all over the place. Only about a dozen homes had actually burned completely, thanks to the rainy weather and damp thatch, but there was plenty of damage to the others for the sheer hell of it. Doors were bashed in, furniture was hacked with axes, feces were used to pollute household shrines. The streets were strewn with all sorts of cast-off goods rejected as loot, then destroyed for the pleasure of its destruction. A few Govani lingered there, likely as rear guards or picket troops. I scryed to scout the town as best I could, and discovered a dozen or so camped out in one of the shops. When I told Kusi about it, the old knight angrily dispatched a dozen troopers to torch the place and kill any who tried to escape. While they sought retribution, I rode Traveller to a quiet spot and tried a more potent location spell. I wished that I had time to construct a proper mage map, like I had for Minden's Hall, but Himus was not my town, so I had to make do with ordinary battlefield scrying. I knew that the Govani were still around. The fires and the mess in Himus were too widespread and thorough to be the work of only a few. The Irianite sphere made it easier to find them by far. I wished I had it in Faris. As I took a mental walk through Himus, I did indeed discover a few more outposts and scouts, but the troops I figured had to be massed someplace were not within the town limits. Then I found an area just outside of town that seemed to belie magical scrutiny. Obviously, someone was trying to mask their location, which ironically revealed it to me. While I am not terribly familiar with the town, I did remember a copse of trees to the south of town, known as Riza's How, where some of the local devotees of Yinka, a minor fertility and nature goddess, originally from one of the wild human tribes that the Narasi settlers had adopted, performed their rites. It took a little arcane pressure, but I was able to warp the defending wards and discover the approximate size and nature of the foe. There were a few hundred goblins encamped in a hollow near the centre of the grove. That made sense. The Govani are not an urban folk. Most of their settlements are small, and a town like Himus would seem a strange and foreign place to them. They would not try to occupy it as a human army would. The grove gave them a better defensive posture, and one they were more familiar with. The trees would protect the goblins' sensitive eyes from the daytime sun, keep them in comfortably familiar surroundings as they rested, as well as make a cavalry charge dangerous for the cavalry. Once I'd told Sir Kusi about it, I knew he'd try anyway, and count on the armour of his men and their ferocity to carry the day. That wasn't a particularly bad plan. I didn't relish the thought of fighting tree to tree, but I had a better one. Of all the elemental magics there are, fire is the easiest to summon and the hardest to control. The candle-lighting cantrip is usually among the first spells a student ever learns. It's quite easy. Focus a stream of magical power on one spot, convert magical energy into a directed burst, exciting the atoms of the tinder to incandescence, feed it oxygen, and then heating it up to the point where it bursts into flame. I've seen some magi who were so good at this that they could cause a block of granite to burn like coal. What I had in mind was, by comparison, much easier. While the magical wardings protected the Gavani from any direct arcane attack, you can't really hit what you can't see. We human war magi are subtle. In this case, I wanted to smoke them out. In 10 minutes, I started a dozen tiny fires at different points in Reese's How by employing the substantial resources of the Witchstone. While it had been almost a week since the last strong rain here, the topmost leaves in the How were dry enough to burn better than the thatched roofs of the town. The cloud cover that the Gavani shaman had summoned was dark, but not rainy. Most of the woodlands around here could be counted upon to hold a fair amount of underbrush, and the How was no exception. With a little magical encouragement, I found some dry spots that could be ignited at a distance, and once a fire like that is started, it quickly dries the water out of the surrounding vegetation enough to burn it. I placed my tiny blazes well enough to know that their smoke, if not their flames, would become a problem for our Gavani visitors before long. Then I set my own wards, to keep us from being as easily detected as they were. It's not that their wards were poorly cast, it's that they were unsophisticated. Experience had taught me how to go about it properly for situations such as this. I trotted back to where Sir Kusi and Captain Ferrando were milling around on their horses, overseeing patrols and the like. Ferrando was smoking a longish pipe of pungent socal root shavings, a nasty Ramiran habit left over from imperial times. My people smoke vobril, a pleasant and sweet-smelling herb. Socal root smells like a used pair of infantry boots when it burns, but the Ramirans love the stuff, and Sir Kusi was consulting a small parchment map of the area he brought from the castle. The Lord of Beauval Vale looked stricken upon seeing his lovely town and revenue centre damaged so callously, but his chin was set with determination to take the destruction to his enemy. "My lords, I've scryed the area," I began, not bothering to bow, which is hard to do from a horse anyway, and while I still have a sensible commoner's respect for nobility, I learned in Faris that a count and a peasant are virtually indistinguishable when they've been disemboweled. "Your report, spellmonger. Have you found them?" Sire Kusi asked, worriedly. "The devastation they have wrought. I have detected a large troop of goblins in the little wood known as Reese's How, just to the south. I used my regular wand to point out the spot on Kusi's map. Their numbers were hidden from me by magic, which means that they have at least one shaman with them, probably using a witchstone. From the size of the shield and the other signs, I would say that there are at least 500 goblins in those woods." Kusi paled a bit, but nodded. Ferrando looked grim and even more depressed. We had less than 200 men with us. "Our horses would be cut to pieces if we got among those trees," the Lord of Beauval Vale said, shaking his head discouragingly. "While I know goblins prefer holes and caves, I can quite imagine that they would take advantage of the trees and drop on our cavalry, should we try to drive them from the wood. It's what I would do in their place." Captain Ferrando nodded in agreement. "I concur, Lord, which is why I took the liberty of igniting a number of small fires in the wood by my art. In a quarter candle's time, there should be enough smoke and even some fire to drive them into a clearer space nearby, where we can attack them while they are in disarray." "Where is this place?" Ferrando asked curiously. "Will we have room for a proper charge, or must we send for archers from the castle?" I tapped on the map at a spot, just to the west of the How. "If memory serves, this adjacent pasture here, Goodman Ishaf's, will be a natural place for them to regroup from the How, and a suitable battlefield for us. It is low, at the base of the rise that presages the town, and clear of stumps, if memory and magic serve. We can hide our advance from their scouts behind the dome of this hill to the north, and still manage enough room for a cavalry charge, who and willing. And they aren't expecting us," I reminded them. "They think we're all still holed up in the castle, I doubt their scouts have reported back, if your men were thorough in their attack. What of magical intelligence? Ferrando asked thoughtfully. Will their shamans not see us coming? I have placed a shield over the entire town to protect against that, and it is more cleverly designed than their wards. While the goblin witch doctors are canny enough to cover their troops, they did so very selectively. Selectively enough that the very absence of return on that one particular spot in essence revealed their position. That is a mistake I will not repeat. Everything from the lakeshore to the southern road is blanketed by my cloak now. I had done that almost as an afterthought. Easy to do with Erionite. While my wards might reveal the presence of magi to our foe, it would also hide our movements enough to attack. The witchstone made them stronger than I could manage on my own, too. It wouldn't hold up to concentrated scrying, but it would make a casual glance at our troop formations difficult, and screen us from a direct arcane attack. "Well done, Master Spellmonger," Sire Kusi said, a gleam returning to his eye. "Captain, if you will tell off a score of your more lightly armoured riders, we can send them around the backside of the How through this field here, and hit them in their flank just before our knights charge." "Let's make it 20, the Remiran said. "My light troopers are not as well equipped to make a direct charge, unlike your knights, my lord." That was true enough. More than half of the mercenaries used javelins and bows, not the heavy lances favoured by the Wilderlords. By doubling their number thus, we present a more credible distraction. I'll put them under Ancient Iric. He is the most experienced skirmisher in the Black Flag, and has the wisdom to know when to break off. "Quite right, Captain. Herald!" Sire Kusi called out for his messenger to relay the orders. "That's a good plan," I agreed, rubbing the growing hint of beard on my chin. "I think I shall accompany the skirmishers, if you have no objections, Captain. I've no lance, and Traveller is a Rouncy, not a charger, and I'd be almost useless in the full assault. But a spell or two might just convince the goblins that the force they face is the real threat, or at least confuse them, which will give the knights ample time to build up speed for a charge." The orders were dispatched quickly, and before too long I was riding with Ancient Iric and around 40 other horsemen, south and west, around the back of Riza's How. Iric was typical of the mercenary soldier I'd seen, deadly serious about his craft and full of black humour. He was perhaps the shortest cavalry trooper I'd ever seen, just a hair over 5 feet, but he rode like he was a growth on his horse's back. We chatted while we rode, but I kept a constant eye on the growing trails of smoke that were coming from the grove. A little more power from the witchstone to feed the flames oxygen kept the smouldering fires lively, and the damp leaves only added to the smoke. I could hear the alarm calls and harsh coughs of the Gavani even without a spell. By the time we had made it to the southern end of the How and crossed the streamlet, more like a ditch, actually, that bordered it to the west, the woods were actually ablaze enough to see flame, not just smoke. Twice we came across individual Gavani who had escaped from the smoke by fording the stream, only to be cut down by our arrows with the sun in their eyes. It almost didn't seem fair, and for the briefest moment I regretted the odds. But then I remembered the bodies of my helpless neighbours in Minden's Hall, hacked apart by night, and that steeled my heart for the slaughter to come. I felt a wave of magical energy pass just as we crossed the stream, and I readied a defence. But it was not directed at us, I thought. It took me a while to puzzle out the radically different style of magic used by my Gavani colleagues, but I sensed that the spell was more a hastily built fire-dampening casting than combat magic. No doubt the shamans concluded that some idiot on watch had let the cook fires get out of control, or something similar. That happened often enough when I was in the army. There are such idiots in every unit, I think. I was tempted to throw something nasty at them, but knew that might spoil the surprise of our attack when we were counting on it. Instead, I chuckled and countered with a slow, steady breeze from the west, which fanned the flames even higher, and covered the pasture to the east with a thick blanket of smoke. That would make a dampening spell more difficult. Gavani were already pouring out of the wood as it began to burn in earnest, as the pine trees, thick with sap, started to catch fire. Riza's How would be no more than a well-fertilized field when we were done. I hoped the goddess would understand. A quick check by scrying also told me that whomever had been holding that warding spell was distracted enough by the unexpected fire to let it slip away. My spell showed a large knot of little black figures spilling out into the eastern pasture, in no particular order. I waited until at least 3/4 of them were safely out before I began to hang a few more useful combat spells. When I was done, I signalled to Eric, and he quickly formed up his men for the charge. Being part of a cavalry charge is one of the most exhilarating and terrifying experiences you can have. On the one hand, your heart races as the artificial thunder of horses' hooves overwhelms every other sound, and the sensation of pure speed overtakes you. On the other hand, there is the very realistic possibility that your horse will mistakenly run into the point of a spear or a pike, or that he will simply step into a hole and send you flying. Traveller was a pretty smart beast compared to most horses, but even he got carried away in the charge. Horses love to run fast in a herd, and even a rouncy like Traveller must have fantasies of being a destrier or charger. As we approached the thick cloud of smoke and the thicker crowd of unorganized, choking and coughing Gavani, he did not slow or break stride. The foe ahead, a group of more than 100, finally realized they were actually under attack, and not just the subject of misfortune. They were clearly dismayed at our approach, an emotion enhanced by the 3 useful war spells I cast to aid us. One, an illusion to make our number seem twice as large as they were, one to amplify the noise we made, and one targeted directly at their fear. With the Witchstone, I was spending energy like a soldier on leave spends his pay. We closed in fast. Arrows twanged from bows, and javelins were hurled at the black mass of goblins before our men shifted to weapons suited to hand fighting. They might not have carried lances, but their swords, maces, axes, and hammers were more than a match for the goblins' comparatively puny weapons. As Eric's men ploughed into the mass of shrieking goblins, swords waving and spears thrusting, the confusion of the collision was sufficient to allow me to slow Traveller down to a trot and start slinging even more deadly spells. My first use of Erionite in combat was even more exhilarating than the cavalry charge. I had already cast more spells today than I would have in a week as a spellmonger, or as a professional war mage, for that matter, and I wasn't even winded. The screening spell alone would have made me tired before Erionite, not to mention the wind spell, the scryings, and the illusions. But with the little Erionite sphere in the bag around my neck, it was as if I had access to an endless well of magical energy, and I used it lavishly. Bolts of death flew from my hands as I struck down each Gurvan who crossed my path. Slasher flew from its sheath and hacked at their heads and necks at triple speed, as if it had a mind of its own. I fought using my mage sight, which allowed me to see through the thick smoke as if it were a light mist. I slew several Gavani who never even saw me. Traveller's hooves merrily stomped the shrieking survivors to pulp. We had maybe 4 minutes of pure, violent mayhem before the goblins got themselves organized enough to put up any effective resistance. Most, I noticed, were using crude but effective iron infantry swords, instead of their traditional maces and wooden clubs, and many had little round wooden shields, bossed with iron. Not that they did much good against trained war horses and determined mercenaries, especially not when their unit was as organized as an overturned beehive and half-blinded by smoke. A few spears and a few arrows flew at us, and 1 or 2 of Eric's troopers went down. But at that close range, I think the goblins did more damage to each other than to us as they flailed about. I was surprised at the number of bowmen, Gavani among them. From what I understood, the Gavani prefer slings and javelins to bows, but they had picked up the craft. Archers can turn the tide in a battle, of course, but only when their fire is massed and well-disciplined, and this was neither. The greatest advantage to a cavalry charge, on the other hand, is momentum. When you get a man on a horse moving fast enough, it takes an awful lot to stop him. But after our 4 minutes, that momentum was spent. Individual troopers were attacking knots of Gavani, but the Gavani were starting to come together in larger masses, groups big enough to pull a man from his horse if they worked together and had enough leverage, and once on the ground, the advantage was definitely theirs. Eric knew his craft. When he saw a rough defensive line start to form through the smoke, It was time to go. He blew a horn that signalled a strategic withdrawal to his men, which is different from a retreat, as they explained to us in War College. When you are winning, it is a withdrawal. When you are losing, it is a retreat. The horsemen obediently finished off the opponents in front of them, and then started back the way they came to regroup. I stayed, which sounds like suicide or bravery, depending on your point of view. But the truth was I could do more damage here, covering their withdrawal, than I could regrouping for another valiant charge. Kusi and his men would be hitting them shortly, and while our attack got their attention and hurt them some, there was still plenty of fight left in the goblin troops. I could at least do my best to distract them. Besides, it gave me a chance to try out a few of the more exotic war spells that we were taught, but that I never had a chance to use properly. Usually they take hours, or even days, to raise enough energy to hang. With this newfound power at my call, I couldn't resist playing around with them a little, any more than a brewer can resist sampling a new pint of ale. I wasn't that concerned for my personal safety, and perhaps I should have been. I was mounted only a few dozen yards away from the centre of their unit, with enough little black hairy bodies piled around me to make me a daunting target. My personal defences discouraged the few arrows they lobbed from hitting me, though they were becoming more numerous as the goblins gathered strength and organised. A few brave souls tried to rally their mates by charging directly at me, swinging their swords and growling. But as I burned them down, sometimes literally, their hair burns quickly and I favour incendiary spells in combat, as soon as they approached more than 20 feet, the number of volunteers to kill me diminished as the pile of bodies around my horse grew. For a long while, I just stared at them menacingly, as I decided upon which hoary old war spell to throw at the next one to attack. Goblins frustrate easily, and these poor idiots were already half choked with smoke and half blind in the sun. So they screamed at me and threw rocks and occasionally feces, but it was clear they were not at their best. They were pretty spooked by first the fire, and then the attack. They huddled together on one edge of the pasture, trying to put their shields together in some kind of rough defensive formation, while their shaman tried to counter every sorcery I was hurling at them. I had just decided upon a really complicated but satisfying spell to try out, a nasty one from imperial times that turned blood into a kind of congealed jelly. It usually took at least 4 magi to do it, when the shaman finally stepped out to challenge me. I could tell what he was instantly by the sudden glow in my mage sight. Using arcane power lights you up like a chandler's shop, but his costume would have given him away if my spellcraft hadn't. He wore a shaggy mountain goat's cloak, and a headdress made of feathers and bone and leather, and he bore a staff in his hand. That staff almost stopped me. It was a 4-foot-long section of very straight weirwood, about 1.5 inches in diameter. The heel of the staff was shod with a sharp iron spike, which made it a dangerous mundane weapon, as well as a magical one. The head of the staff was a cage of iron enclosing another chunk of Irianite. Shit. I should have suspected it, and in fact I did. But being faced with another witchstone in the middle of a battle was daunting. At least this time I had some parity. I abandoned my previous spell and concentrated on dumping power into a hastily created theoretical construction. After my last encounter with a Govani shaman, I wasn't willing to pull any punches. Whatever he was going to try, I wanted to be ready to counter. I didn't expect him to try to argue with me. The shaman lumbered forward, his staff held in one hand, unthreatening but undoubtedly at the ready. He came to the line of bodies I'd piled up, looked down at them, and then back up at me, his lip curled in a snarl. "Mage man," he said in Narasi, the language of the men of the 5 duchies. I was surprised. I shouldn't have been. I knew that the Govani were capable of learning human speech, and I'd even seen 1 or 2 who had been taught to read. "Mage man," he repeated, "leave this valley now. The Haku Gorvani come to eat your brains if you don't. Many, many Gorvani, many Kanga stones. If you love your life, you run away. Run away." During this charming soliloquy, the shaman had begun a kind of dance, rhythmically hopping from one foot to the other. "Madgeman, run! Your bones will be gnawed by our young. We will eat your flesh. Run, run! The great ghost comes for your soul, little man. He comes for revenge. He comes to take back what is ours." He ended his speech with a blood-curdling scream, which was echoed enthusiastically by the several hundred goblins at his back. Many were still coughing in the choking smoke, but many more were dancing on their own, brandishing their swords and clubs, or thumping them on their shields in an effort to be intimidating. I'm not ashamed to say that it almost worked. Here I was, alone, for the moment, against at least a couple of hundred screaming Gurvani warriors. An impulse to kick Traveller into a gallop in the other direction seemed awfully tempting. I'd be a liar if I said otherwise. But I stood fast. Pride or honour, or just plain cockiness, kept me from flight. Or maybe I was just eager to practice more war magic. I stood fast and raised my own warstaff. With mage sight, I could see the symbols of the shaman's magic whirl around him and across his troops, which explained why more of them weren't choking to death in the thick smoke from the grove. The spells he had up were very basic defences, from what I could tell. Simple, but extremely strong. Any arrow or rock aimed for him would miss. Any sword or mace would never land on his body. Nor was he vulnerable to regular war magic. A casually tossed bolt would dissipate harmlessly around him, or, possibly, be reflected back on the caster. Which was really a shame, as the spell I had been planning on using would have been very impressive. "Gurvani!" I screamed back. "You will die if you stay here. There are armies coming, armies that will drive you back into your dens in the high mountains. This valley will be filled with Gurvani skulls, and there will be no more young to gnaw my bones. You have attacked us, and we will strike back hard. Lay down your arms and return to your homes. Remember the Great War, Gurvani. Remember the fates of Grogoror, Gurvani, and the mighty shaman Sherul, who died at our hands." I was hoping that invoking their historic heroes and their failures might remind them of how outmatched they were. Much to my surprise, they started laughing instead. That wasn't quite the effect I was hoping for. I was even more confused now, but I was buying time, both for Sire Kusi to charge his heavy cavalry, and for Rondo to get set up for the second charge, and for a brilliant idea to come to me if they failed to do so. I was getting nervous. I would have felt better with more horsemen to back me up, and the sight of a small army of hairy little bastards laughing at my most vicious threats wasn't helping my nerves one bit. I tried to keep that from showing on my face. I don't think I was successful. The shaman stepped forward again and grinned unpleasantly. His canines had been filed into vicious fangs, and his voice was loud and harsh as he challenged me, waving that wand around. "I am Raiken, mage man. I am shaman of the Arinka tribe, the Red Hand tribe. My ancestors fought yours in the Great War. Then they fought for their homes and the sacred cavern, and you slaughtered them like pigs. Now, many years have passed. It is time for you to fight for yours. We will recover what was stolen from us. We will dine on your flesh. It is the will of the old god. He will bring justice to your people. Justice and death. But Raiken will have the honor of bringing death unto you." He seemed pretty sure of himself. I could understand why. There's nothing like a huge chunk of Irianite to give a mage confidence. By that time, I thought Kusi was never going to come riding over the hill, and I wondered what was keeping him. Did he stop somewhere for a pint? Did he have to take a piss? Prior social engagement? My brain was all out of subtle magics that might quickly take down his defences. So I improvised. I gestured with my finger, and the ground beneath Raiken was suddenly as soft as cotton under his bare feet. It's a spell that alters density, mostly in granulated materials, although I think it could work on solids if you powered it enough. I'd never done it on anything larger than a salt cellar, because it requires a lot of power to enhance the field. But then I had a lot of power, and the area affected was vast, about 3 feet wide. He sank, calf deep, into the suddenly loose ground, shrieking with surprise. In an instant he was about a foot shorter, and too surprised about the sudden change in density of the soil, not to mention his immobility, to do anything practical about it. Another gesture ended the spell, and he was mortared to the spot, just below his knees. His arcane defences were still up, but his attention had wavered enough to allow me to attack. Holding a magical, shielding spell takes concentration. He was too good to just let it expire, though, and while I weakened his defence, I had not dropped it. Just to be certain, I sent a magical bolt in his direction, and it missed him completely. Instead, it caught a goblin behind him for full effect, sending him reeling backwards among his fellows, much to the dismay of the other troops. The shaman began frantically waving his arms and drawing power from his witchstone in an effort to counter my spell, which allowed me a moment to knee Traveller forward and move Slasher into an attack position. If the others weren't going to do it, I could charge them all by myself. That's me. A one-mage cavalry unit. They teach you that at War College. When the conventional fight gets hard, rely on your spells. When the arcane forces you face are too strong, hit something with your blade. Hard. Or in this case, a horse. Traveller was a Rouncy, not a warhorse, but neither Ryken or Traveller apparently knew that. We were going at a quick trot in seconds, and the panicked look on Ryken's face was priceless, as he realized that I was about to run over his hairy little ass. But I wasn't, really. One does not waste a good horse, and your only mount, unless the situation was dire, and it wasn't, yet. I just needed to make him think I was. As I bore down on him, he did about the only sensible thing that he could. He reversed the staff, so that the sharp, pointy end was aimed at me, and he braced himself. It was bravely done. Had I really been trying to run him down, I would have probably impaled my horse on it, just before my horse would have collapsed on top of Ryken. But that wasn't what I was after. As I neared the struggling little bastard, Slasher was in my hand, weaving through the air, flashing in the sun. With a war cry I perfected in the jungles of Tharis, I aimed a blow at his head, which made Ryken flinch. Then I brought it up sharply against the body of the staff in an underhanded motion, the angle of the blow slapping the flat of the mage blade against the shaft. Ryken had expected to die, not become disarmed. The magical weapon leapt from the surprised Gervan's hands and flew through the air, where my free hand caught it neatly with the help of some war magic. Responding admirably to the reins, Traveller executed a neat turn around the left side of the flabbergasted witch-doctor, stomped on some furry black toes that were too slow in moving out of the way, and trotted me safely back to where we started. The whole episode took about 60 seconds, and now I had his witchstone, and the stick he carried it around on. Ryken was irate, screaming for my blood in his own language. He didn't have to translate. I knew what he was saying by the way his troopers suddenly grabbed their swords and started toward me. I held up the staff triumphantly and pointed at them, ready to blast the first one that crossed an imaginary line about 30 feet in front of me. It was a total feint, but they didn't know I didn't know how to use Gervani magic. "Tell them that I'll bake the first 6 that come any closer, Ryken, and after that I'll get nasty." "Do it! Do it!" I commanded, trying to keep my words simple enough to be translated. I guess the disarmed shaman tried, but his angry troops didn't respond. They swept forward like a black, hairy tide. I realized that I would need a far more potent demonstration than a few bolts could generate if I wanted them to be in a position to take a charge. Tucking Ryken's toy into a saddlebag, I pointed my new war staff and fired off an impressive ball of fire toward the group. That made them pause, at least those who weren't hit by the blast. Hair catches fire quickly, and a few goblins got serious burns from the spell. I raised my staff at them again, and they watched it like a conductor's baton. "You have wrecked Himus. I call vengeance down on you," I said, or something like that. I could already feel the rumbling. "You have all died for nothing!" You failed your gods long ago, and now you will fail them again. Here come the horse demons!" Kusi had finally arrived. My sphincter unclenched the tiniest bit. Battling down the hill like a shiny spear, the 100 or so horsemen I had been anticipating had finally arrived. The goblins noticed them too, and halted their advance to turn and gawk at them as they battled toward their disorganized flank in a V formation, their lances couched. I had to admit, it was almost as impressive to witness a cavalry charge as it was to take part in one. Sire Kusi, flanked by Sirs Ronsil and Stansil, and followed by the other Wilderlord knights, ploughed into the Gavani flank with a mighty clash and a chorus of war cries, and began sowing mayhem with sword and lance. Then the Black Flag's squadron, freshly reformed, attacked them from the other side, with ancient Eric leading his men into the thick of their band. There were less war cries and flourishes in their fighting, but the men knew their business. It really was beautiful, in a violent and gory sort of way. The slaughter took about 10 minutes to complete. Though the Gavani outnumbered the horsemen 3 or 4 to 1, they were demoralized and confused after being hit from behind twice in one day, and their short stature and shorter weaponry were designed for killing each other, not mounted armoured knights. They went down under the spears, swords and hooves of the Black Flag and the Wilderlords like ripe grain under a scythe. I didn't participate in any important way, although I helped Reserve Squadron keep any survivors from escaping to regroup or warn others. I would have helped the wounded too, if there had been any. It's not as if I was lazy or a coward. This was more massacre than battle, and there were men better equipped to deal with it than I. Ishi's tits. They lived for this sort of thing. I watched Raiken, still buried up to his knees, get wounded in the shoulder with a spear, unable to dodge or do anything else productive but bleed. He looked at me with a terrible anger and shouted, not a curse, as I expected, but a warning. "He comes, Mageman! The great ghost comes to damn you all! He is coming! He will—" Before he could utter another word, some trooper lopped off his head with a cavalry axe, then trampled his bleeding body until the legs broke off. When no more hairy foes moved in the bloody pasture, I rode through the carnage to meet a widely grinning Sire Kusi. Captain Ferrando was having a hard time finding anything to be depressed about. It was a victory. Cavalry charges are what knights are made for. We had but 3 casualties, and only 1 fatality, a broken saddle strap and a chance impalement. A remarkable result of what could have been a nasty encounter. "Have you espied any more, Spellmonger?" Sire Kusi asked, not wasting any words on battlefield reflections. I shook my head, but looked up at the mountains. These goblins were easy to spot, my lord. They were clumsy, unsophisticated, and mere raiders. But the day is failing, and come nightfall, I have no doubt that Himus will crawl with their kin. We have struck a blow here today, but we will not save the town, I'm afraid, nor the castle. This band was over twice as big as the one that hit Minden's Hall, and I'm afraid the next lot will be thrice this size. A mere vanguard, and little else. I would recommend that we police the area and return to the castle with all haste. "Very well," nodded the Lord of Beauval. "There is little left in town that cannot be replaced, though the cost will be dear. And I must say that these mercenaries of yours performed admirably. For sellswords, my own men did a poorer job of attack than the Black Flag," he admitted. The one fatality had been a young squire. "You have a good eye for fighting men." Captain Ferrando blushed and stared at his saddle horn, and I have to admit that I felt the weight of Sir Kusi's praise myself. You have to understand that the professional mercenary is not often commended for his work, particularly by the nobility who employs him. His employers often hope that he will be killed before he is paid, and the civilians he comes into contact with are usually annoyed that their hard-earned taxes have gone to support a fighting man with no loyalty but to his purse. Captain Ferrando did sit up a little straighter in his saddle. "Well, my lord, I can only hope that the barbarian infantry in your employ will fare as well. Ferrando nodded towards the rod I held in my hand. "I see you have picked up a souvenir." I thought it would look nice in my new quarters. I shrugged. But if nothing else, it was an instructive duel. We were damned lucky the thing didn't blow us all away, had something gone awry. These goblins play with powerful toys, sire, but they have little idea how to use them to fullest effect. Mayhap next time we will not be so lucky. With a nod and an uncomfortable sigh, Sire Coucy nodded, and then ordered Sir Ronsil to oversee the policing of the battlefield, while I did my best to suppress the fire I'd started in the first place. Most of the loot the goblins gathered from the town were left there to burn, but the troopers wisely took every iron mace, sword and axe they found. They could be reformed in the smithies of Beauval for things we needed, like arming the peasant militia, making arrowheads, or even nails. Ancient Irik's troops were detailed to collect goblin heads for display, and when we set off for the castle there were over 250 of the stinking things in sacks. By dusk, they were all impaled on posts at the crossroads near Himmers. I doubt that they did any good as warnings, but I know that the sight of a victory, however small, encouraged the morale of the peasants who saw them from the battlements. Nightfall was fast approaching when we rode through the gatehouse and into the outer bailey. I wanted beer and I wanted to bathe, after the day's exertions, and I wanted to deconstruct the Govani wand and remove its witchstone. As the last horse came through, the iron portcullis and huge wooden doors were swung shut and bolted. The faces we passed were anxious, but relieved to see us. Sir Coucy made a point of calling out by name to those of his folk that he recognized, and engaging in spirited banter. My new liege was well liked. That's an important consideration at the beginning of a long siege and a harsh winter. After handing Traveller over to the grooms, I made my way back to my tower quarters, more tired than I thought I'd be. I shouldn't have been surprised. While the magical power at my disposal was orders of magnitude above what I was used to, and came to bear as easily as breathing, my brain was still the same old brain. The intellectual exhaustion that comes from indulging in too many spells in too short of time can have devastating effects, so I vowed to myself to watch it after I stumbled twice on the stairs. Garcescu, I noticed, was enjoying a roast chicken dinner that made a waterfall out of my mouth. It wasn't standard castle rations, but I suppose he had a right to trade for extra food. That was inevitable in a siege. He even offered me some, but I could feel his apprentices glaring at the back of my neck, so I politely declined, knowing that they would split the leftovers from their master's table. I briefed him on the little cavalry raid and relayed the bare bones of Raiken's speech, and then excused myself, pleading exhaustion. I had taken the precaution of wrapping the Govani warstaff in my saddle blanket before I came up, to avoid his questions about it. If he had known I now possessed 2 pieces of Erionite, things might have gotten tense, not cordial. When I finally got my tired feet to drag me up yet another flight of stairs to my chamber, I dropped the wrapped staff on my workbench, grabbed a loaf of hard bread and a sausage from the larder, and washed it down with a jack of ale instead of wine. I needed my wits about me for this next bit. While the thought of a big cup of sweet red reward was tempting, I didn't want to fall asleep while working with such powerful magics. That might be awkward. I cleaned myself up a little, took off my weapons harness, noted with pleasure that Tyndall had erected 2 large hammocks out of broadcloth and suspended them, and generally puttered around the lab avoiding the thing on the workbench. When I couldn't think of anything else that needed doing, I finally sat down, removed the blanket, and began my examination of the first Govani magical weapon I'd ever seen. For the record, the thing was exactly 4 feet, 5.5 inches long from sharp, pointy spike to elaborately carved weirwood head. The wood of the shaft appeared to be some type of hardwood. Folk, probably, pretty common in the mountains, and very thaumaturgically conductive, and had been carefully polished and sanded. The spike was just an ordinary hunk of iron. The decorations on the staff head were made of bone and leather, and copper wire bound the stone tightly into it. The stone itself was around 3/4 of an inch in diameter, although only a portion protruded from its housing. I made notes and a quick sketch of the thing on parchment before I started tearing it down. The spells on the thing were powerful, of course, and almost completely unfamiliar to me. That didn't stop me. I was trained in imperial-style thaumaturgy, which is a well-organized and systematic approach to the subject of the science of magic that has been refined constantly since the first Archmage began writing it down. My own ancestors had used a more individualistic, shamanic approach, not unlike what Zagor used. There were other schools too, either derivative of the imperial schools, which were in turn derived from the Alka Alon, so it was said, or crafted by individual traditions, like the Cormeran Sea Magi, or the Wenshari witches. The Order of Avital, for instance, which is a Vorian clerical order devoted to the god of magic, whom no one pays attention to anymore, even in Merwyn, except the Avitalines, has a wacky but effective system that bears only a passing relation to the imperial school. Then there are the Sea Magi, the homegrown magi of the coasts, who have taken a cultic interest in the sea folk and use a derivative of their magics as their own. The witches of the Wenshari countryside use a hybrid of imperial styles and elements borrowed from the tribes in the Kulin Mountains. And then there are also the thousands of self-trained or apprenticed hedge wizards, foot wizards, and village witches throughout the duchies who have improvised personal systems that are loaded with superstition, expediency, and mixed with folk religion. My teachers at the academy used to sneer at them, good-naturedly, condemning their beliefs while mining them for useful information. The royal censors hunted them like dogs for their temerity and lack of credentials. The Govani system of shamanic magic was, I assumed, a lot like my ancestors' original practice out on the steppes, much of which has been lost. Most tribal people's magic is similar in function, if not in form, after all. The symbols are different, of course, but one thing we learned in thaumaturgy was that all magical systems are inherently similar. As I scanned the thing with mage sight, I could see at least 4 major spells whirling around the length of the stick. Unfamiliar, but not unknowable. I dug out my own sphere and began disassembling them with care, shunting the excess power I drained from them into karbas, which I could use later if I needed to. I was especially careful. I had a classmate who blew 2 of his fingers off when he was carelessly disassembling an old wand he found in the research library at the academy. He was kind of a tool, so it served him right, but the event had made me cautious. The enchanting spells were typical for a war wand, though cruder than I was used to. There were binding, holding, directing, and projecting spells to channel the powerful forces available through the witchstone at the head. When I had safely disarmed them, the physical object was no more dangerous than a walking stick. I was amazed that there weren't any anti-tampering spells on it, but guessed that no ordinary Gurvan would touch a shaman's staff. I pried the head apart with the blade of my dagger, and held my breath as the Irianite tumbled to the bench, just like any old rock. It was, indeed, about 3/4 of an inch thick, irregular, and had one fairly flat surface that lent credence to Zagor's assertion that these stones were cut from a larger piece. I still didn't know how that was significant, but I did know that it scared me. There was a taint to it. I recalled the Aronin instructing me. I didn't dare touch it bare-handed, yet. Using a pair of wooden tongs, I picked it up and gingerly set it into a wooden bowl. Then I set my sphere beside it, and went and poured the cup of the strong wine I'd promised myself. The link banishing process should have taken around an hour, according to Aronin. Just to be sure, I waited 2 hours before I went back and checked it. In the meantime, I wandered down through the crowded great hall and out onto the grounds of the Inner Bailey, and watched the Black Flag and the Crinrock tribesmen drilling for night battle. I was pleasantly surprised to see my young apprentice sparring with wooden practice swords with one of Ferrondo's troopers. Tyndall saw me and grinned, which was a mistake. His sparring partner took advantage of the break in his concentration and whacked him in the shins, then proceeded to lecture him about focus. I chuckled to myself and left, not wanting to be responsible for more bruises. The lesson reminded me of my first 3 weeks at War College, when ancient Zim was daily screaming in our faces about how we held our blades like broomsticks. Night had fallen, and soon it would be too dark for them to practice any more, even by torchlight. I didn't have the strength at that point to summon a real mage light, so I let them practice until they couldn't. I just wanted to watch. The Crinrock didn't have the polish that the Black Flag had, of course, but those dumpy, shaggy little men made up for it with enthusiasm. Their drills looked an awful lot like a game between children, right up to the point where one of them was knocked unconscious. Furtak and Jordak were the leaders of the opposing sides, while their brother Posnak watched from the back of a wagon and gave advice in their guttural barbarian tongue. I climbed up the wagon and joined him.
"I heard the horse boys wiped out a company of goblins today, Minilan,"
he grunted out in thickly accented Narasi.
"Yes, we took almost 300 heads," I remarked.
"Solak, keep your shield higher or—" Ouch, that must have hurt.
"Good work, Minilan. Plenty more goblins are coming," he said matter-of-factly. "Plenty more heads to take."
"You are right," I agreed. "How are the men here treating your people?"
Posnak shrugged.
"Well enough for horse boys. They call us names, thinking we don't understand, but they are happy to see us. We call them names too. Food is good, walls are thick, just waiting for goblins."
I couldn't argue with that. I took my leave of the barbarians and wandered to the outer bailey, using the excuse of checking on my horse to hide my true intentions, finding Alia, the freshly bathed widow I'd spotted this morning. The outer bailey had gotten a little more organized, but the stench of the crowded encampment was still just as overpowering, and promised to get worse. Militiamen bearing white baldricks and armed with cudgels patrolled the interior and did their best to break up fights, settle disputes, and make certain that the tiny cook fires allowed were being burned safely. A fire could wipe out most of the population of the southern Beauval Valley just as easily as the goblins could, and probably quicker, too. Fire protection spells only work so well in such a situation. Vigilance is the best ward against them. I skulked around the bailey anonymously after checking the stables. I said hello to old clients and cast a few useful minor spells where needed. Along the way I made a few subtle inquiries about Alia's whereabouts, trying not to elicit too much interest. I didn't see her, so I finally gave up when it got too dark to see, and I was too tired to continue, and went back to the lab. It had been over 2 hours. Tyndall was back too, toweling off the significant amount of sweat that he had built up during his swordplay lesson. He shot me an excited grin before regaling me with tales of his prowess at his newfound art. I listened patiently while I removed the now purified lump of green amber from the bowl and put it in a small silk bag. I wish I knew the trick that Aronin had used for reshaping it, but the shape and form didn't matter much when it came to arcane power. Or maybe it did. I just didn't know. When my apprentice had wound down a bit, he started asking me about the raid he'd heard the men talking about. I told him as much as I could, sparing him the details like the groans of the mortally wounded Govani that sounded almost exactly like the moans of mortally wounded men, and the look of terror on the faces of our foes as they realized that they were the objective of a cavalry charge. I almost felt bad for that. Battle isn't glorious on its face, particularly, but I wanted him to keep his enthusiasm, as he would need it sorely in the coming days.
"What did Raiken mean by the Great Ghost? Is it one of their gods?"
I shook my head. I don't know, and I have no idea. The mythology of the Govani hasn't been studied much, and the culture of this band seems to depart in many ways from the common run-of-the-mill mountain folk.
"How so?"
"Their weapons, for instance. They have far too many swords and shields and bows. Those are man-tools, and this pure hatred they have of us, that is unusual. The Govani I saw in the jungles of Faris were not overly fond of men, but they didn't go out of their way to give us problems either. The Great Ghost could be an avenging god, a lot like Rimi was for the East Islanders, or Brigga is for us. Yes, Brigga is a fire goddess, and the patron of bakers, smiths, and chandlers. But she's also a goddess of vengeance. We get a lot of use out of our minor divinities." Then I had to stop and explain how the inhabitants of the 3 small islands to the east of Vor, descendants of Merwini shipwreck victims who had become pirates, had fought against the Empire for decades at sea under the theocracy of Rimi, after their uncooperative priest-king had been assassinated by imperial spies back in the Middle Majocracy period, The Remy cult still practices today, I'm told, though without the fervour or bloodlust for vengeance shown in centuries past.
So, this great ghost, who probably is a god of vengeance, has some sort of physical form or an avatar who is leading this war?
He suggested, thinking. I had to admit, I was impressed. I had seen plenty of far more experienced war magi take a while to come to the same sort of reasonable conclusion.
So it appears.
The avatar is more likely. He's probably a great general or tribal chieftain, who is also a shaman, who lucked into a horde of Irianite. That isn't unknown. In fact, that's sort of how the magocracy was founded, by some accounts.
Too bad we don't have a priestess of Trig here. It is said they can keep any evil at bay.
Again I shook my head and smiled at the naivete of youth. Not to dispute the teachings of Trig, Tyndall, but a priest has no more or less power than any other man, even of the Great Mother. Perhaps spiritual power. There are some temples who have magical orders in them, but a priest is just a man. A priestess is just a woman. Without Rajira, or the presence of a divinity, their power is cultural. Besides, who is to say the goblins are evil? The question shocked him, and rocked him to the core.
But they attack us for no reason. They slaughter our people and burn our towns. How can they not be evil?
He asked, astonished at my intellectual temerity. To you, perhaps they are. But by those standards, your ancestors were just as evil. When the Alshari warriors you are descended from came to this valley, they burned Gavani villages, slaughtered Gavani warriors, and drove the few survivors into the mountains, where they had to fight the elements and each other to survive. In their minds, they are just taking back what is theirs, from us evil Humani.
That's different, Tyndall snapped. The Duke of Alshar granted us this land. It was ours, not theirs.
And who gave it to him? Not the poor Gurvani who lived here. They'd never heard of Alshar or the Duke. They lived here for thousands of years, and one day they get invaded by a bunch of men with swords and horses who have been told that they own their land. Of course, they fought tooth and nail, just like we're doing, to try to keep it out of the hands of evil.
I don't care, Tyndall said defiantly. I'm not going to leave my home for a bunch of stinking, stupid goblins to take over. We showed them today, and we'll show them again.
Tyndall, I said softly, don't underestimate them. I learned as a war mage that you must respect your enemy in order to defeat him. To not give your foe the respect that he is due gives him an opening in your defences that he can exploit. These Gavani are not only worthy of your respect, they will demand it. When I fought Raiken today, the only advantage that I had over him was better training and quicker wits, and a few score of cavalry. It could just as easily have gone the other way. So far, we've been lucky. The Great Ghost, or whoever is leading them, has just sent in scouting and raiding parties so far, the mere vanguard of his invasion. The real armies will come all too soon, and when they do, you'll see why bravado and courage are two entirely different things. I don't think I really convinced him, but I hoped I'd given him something to think about. I wasn't defending the Gavani exactly, but I was empathetic to their history. I'm certain humanity would have done the same in their situation, or at least some of it. Punishing them with moral judgments for what we ourselves would do seemed like the height of hypocrisy. That night, I sat straight up, not recommended in a hammock, my heart pounding and a vicious sweat breaking out on my face and body. My tunic was soaked through. I had a dream about Raiken, back on the battlefield, his bloody face turned to me in defiant anger, his voice echoing in my head. He is coming. I didn't know who he was, but I was suddenly so afraid of him that I had wet myself. Also, not recommended in a hammock. Chapter 8. Beauval Castle under siege. The brief thrill of our minor victory was completely gone 3 days later, when the siege began in earnest. It started when a cavalry patrol was ambushed not a mile from the castle doors, killing 10 men, 8 horses, and our jubilant mood. The survivors beat a hasty retreat back to Beauval Castle, where our archers turned the Gervani, pursuing them back with volleys of arrows. That was the last time we were able to freely send our horsemen out. From that point on, we were really under siege, not just preparing for one. The weather was not helping, of course. It was being magically manipulated by the goblins, keeping a thick cloud cover over the entire valley, which made it seem like twilight, even at noon. This was for their benefit, as it allowed them to put many, many more warriors on the field when the bright light of day was held in abeyance. It occasionally rained from the clouds, but mostly it was just dark and dreary all the time. It depressed our warriors and frightened our civilians. Night was almost a relief, except for the fact that it was at night when the Gervani were most likely to try to scale our walls. In an effort to counter this dreariness, I started casting mage lights in strategic locations. This is easier than it sounds. Mage lights are arcanely powered spheres of light that produce no heat and no smoke. Nothing actually gets burnt, you see. Most people don't realize that light is just a form of energy that can be produced from just about any matter. There is a whole host of technical terms in Imperial for the subject, called photomancy, but the upshot is, if you cause a piece of matter to be charged with magical energy in just the right way, it will emit light, hence mage light. The more energy, the more light. If you alter the spell slightly and use a rune or two, you can pump an object full of energy and have it released slowly over time. Useful stuff, but usually beyond the capabilities of the average spellmonger. I plastered mage lights all over the entire castle, gleeful at how easy it was with Erionite. Plus, it kept our spirits up and kept stray goblins from hiding in the shadows. At first, the bands that attacked us were the usual screaming, jabbering horde that would rush forward to the edge of the moat, hurl a few javelins and rocks over the walls before retreating a safe distance, usually carrying some wounded, as our little archer company was getting better with practice. Gradually, though, the black knot of Gervani who hovered just out of bowshot grew. By day 4 of the siege, there were almost 1,000 of them, and their sorties on the castle became more organized. So we prepared to repel them. For most, that meant drilling and practicing with our weapons. Our peasant militia had been so augmented by volunteers that we did not have enough trained warriors to lead them. Thanks to my shopping trip, however, they were all adequately armed, if not armored. Many also had their own bows, and the butts got plenty of use as they thudded practice arrows against straw effigies. But mostly they worked with the plain spears and short infantry swords from the castle arsenal. They drilled constantly in the inner bailey, working on small unit tactics with the Black Flag and our mercenary infantry. This basically consisted of rushing forward in a mob and killing everything in sight, which sounds like poor military tactics, except that this was a siege, and anything less than that level of viciousness could kill us all. For me, preparing involved casting complicated spells in anticipation of the inevitable arrival of more powerful Gervani shamans. Magical warfare comes down to various levels of attack and defense spells. It is quite straightforward in that way. If your offensive bolt is stronger than your enemy's shields, he goes down. If it's weaker, he gets the chance to chew you up. But there are thousands of subtle variations on this theme that make mage war a tricky and lethal business, and war magic a powerful help to it. Like any other style of warfare, to win, you must assess your own strengths and weaknesses as well as your enemies', and then concentrate on their weak spots while protecting your own. Our weak spot? Little hope for reinforcements, and too few magi to begin with. Their weak spot? Unsophisticated magic that concentrated a great deal of power in the hands of the individual shaman. To help our case, I had spent much of my waking time, and Tyndall's, when we were not lighting up the place, building a scale model of the castle and the surrounding countryside. This model was as accurate as I could make it, including elevations, types of material, and scale. While the effigy looked like a child's toy more than a sophisticated magical tool, it was a very good model for our situation, and it provided an excellent metaphor for the castle. It also took up a great deal of space in my workroom. But by using it as a kind of altar, a magical staging area, I was able to prepare a lot more damage to our besiegers than I would otherwise. Mostly, I used it in gathering intelligence. By marking out the area where the Gavani were setting up their camps around the castle, I was able to see exactly how many and what kind of troops they were assembling without leaving my quarters. The relative comfort of scrying and spying like that didn't make up for the result. It wasn't a pretty picture. On average, more than 500 Gavani were arriving outside the castle every day. By the third full day of the siege, I saw that they weren't just the scouts and vanguard troops that we'd seen up to now. Very large, almost man-sized Gavani warriors, complete with leather armor and swords and vicious attitudes, began marching into their camps, chanting aggressive-sounding war songs to the cheers of their fellows. Using mage sight and interference, as well as scrying, I learned that they were given the best rations, the best accommodations, and seemed in charge of the military situation. On day 4, some sort of general showed up, flanked by 2 shamans and accompanied by 2-wheeled wagons, pulled by a strange variety of draft animals, and protected by an entourage of big, ugly goblin bodyguards. It was the first time I had seen the Gavani employ oxen or other domesticated beasts, some clearly looted from some human farmstead, others raised themselves. The wagons were filled with supplies, mostly dried roots and salted meat, weapons and tools. Tools with which they could make siege engines. That was not good news. To my knowledge, the Gavani didn't utilize fortifications the way we did, and therefore would not know how to break through them. But I suppose after 200 years of studying the situation, you pick up a few things. After bringing this information to the attention of Sire Kusi, he doubled the fire watch and ordered me to do something about it. Well, ordered is a strong term. He requested that I make certain that as few siege engines as possible be deployed against his fortress, seeing as how it costs a literal fortune to build, and it was the only thing between us and certain slaughter. So I did. Their weakness was that they hadn't actually started to build any siege engines yet. That didn't mean that they were unprotected. The shamans who accompanied that column had learned from their predecessors' mistakes, or perhaps they were just a better class of witch doctor. But those encampments had powerful wards on them, wards I couldn't lightly break. Either way, my first few attempts to burn their wagons at a distance failed miserably. Luckily, I'm not a one-trick foot wizard. As most of the tools involved were metal, I decided to alter my tactics and use water and not fire against them. That was a more subtle and harder-to-defend-against type of war magic. I told Tyndall of my plan, explained the magical principles behind it, and together we cast a spell that caused the rapid oxidation of everything in those wagons. When I mean rapid, I mean that by the next morning nearly every axe head, adze, pick and shovel in that convoy was rusted to near uselessness. Iron blades had hidden flaws that made them snap when used. Shovels broke in two when any amount of pressure was put on them. Adzes had their edges rusted to the point where they were useless for serious work. In the meantime, Sir Kay, the Dur Castellan, ostensibly in charge of the castle's defence, had assigned Garkescu the duty of making life as uncomfortable as possible for the goblins. You might think I was irked at this plum assignment being handed off to the competition, but I had to admit, when it came to being a professional pain in the ass, Garkescu was the obvious choice. Even Sir Kay could see that. On the more practical side, Garkescu did have years of experience with the everyday types of spells a spellmonger sold, while I was a relative newcomer to the business. His work gave him an advantage. After all, if you can cast a spell to keep insects away, can it be that hard to cast a spell to draw them closer? He did, and the Gorvani camp was infested with irritating pests and stinging bugs for weeks afterward. He threw spells to make their foods mouldy and sour the bitter type of beer they drink for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He had spells that sent the odour of putrescence waft through their camp, and spells that produced blood-curdling sounds during the day, making it difficult for them to sleep. I found he was especially good at diseases, as any good village spellmonger should be, and by day 6 of the siege, 1 out of 3 Gavani was stricken with nasty diarrhea. Between the bad food, the rusted tools, the insects, the sleep deprivation, the stinks and the shits, those would-be invaders were getting further and further behind schedule for their mission, that is, slaughtering all of us. I admit I was impressed, and said so in front of Sire Cousy, which helped my immediate relations with Garkescu tremendously. Sir Cousy was not idle during this slowdown. Twice he sent cavalry sorties out to harass the teams of Gavani engineers, who were trying to put together a catapult, or some such, just out of bowshot. Our people were repelled each time, but we delayed their start for at least another week, and took only light casualties. The fateful day came, however, when they were able to get one lonely trebuchet kind of working, and we could see them with mage sight, having a really good time flinging rotten pumpkins over our walls. The trouble was, the machine couldn't handle a missile heavier than that without falling apart. The peasants began making jokes about pumpkin raids, and a few of the more far-sighted among them dutifully cleaned up the exploded mess and planted the seeds in pots and barrels around the castle. Before another week passed, the goblin army outside had tripled in size, with no end of reinforcements in sight. Someone high up in the hairy hierarchy decided that they were being made fools of by our subtle magic and big ugly horsemen. That night, day 10 of the siege, if my records are accurate, the goblins started making a mad dash for the moat, throwing in bundles of faggots, and then dashing away again. Our archers pegged plenty of them, and added their corpses to the refuse in the moat, but plenty more made it without injury. After a few hours of this, there was a swampy bridge of sticks that allowed a few of the little buggers to cross the moat, only to be shot at the base of the wall by our snipers. That didn't deter them. They continued trying to backfill the moat, and they continued dying. We could not let that stand and expect to survive. After I thoroughly scanned the area for hidden traps, we lowered a dozen men down from the walls on ropes, and they undid much of the filling. The bundles of sticks we hauled up to be dried and used for firewood. The bodies of the goblins were looted for iron and decapitated, their heads used for the traditional morale purpose. We even got back most of the arrows we expended. It went like that for another week. At night, the Govani would try to chew through our defences, both military and magical, and during the day we would undo most of the work that they had done. We were holding our own and trying to defend against the inevitable ennui. But their army kept growing. As we observed, the new troops were even better trained than their earlier brethren, marching in columns like a human army, and using superior man-weapons. Among the new units was a full company of archers, which made our defences a little more costly to man. While the Govani bows were shorter, they also seemed to be stronger in weight for their size than ours, so that their average bowshot was just a few score feet under ours. They also used a shorter, lighter arrow. Of course, we had a height advantage that they didn't, but they were figuring things out a lot quicker than I expected, and that had me worried. Clearing the moat became a little more dangerous for us, but the supplies of soggy firewood continued to be gathered every morning. Scrying their encampments was becoming more difficult, even with the model. Their shamans had started putting up shields that obstructed the view of a meadow just beyond the regular Govani camps, so I figured the likelihood of there being something nasty brewing was high. The Govani shields were too tough for me to remove by brute force. Directly contesting a spell with any mage who has a chunk of Erinite is hard, even if you have your own chunk. After they lost a few camps to raids, it seemed that the two were taking it in turns maintaining the shields of every camp. They also began taking stronger countermeasures against Garkescu's inspired annoyance spells, which meant that their troops were in a much better mood. As far as getting any more messages out, that was just unlikely to happen. I don't know how they did it, but I could no longer access the other world. That disturbed me. The lack of strategic intelligence was also bothering me. In our daily council of war at the castle, his staff, myself included, kicked around ideas about how to cure it in Cousy's study. Most of the conventional military leaders were quite content just to sit back and wait for the Govani to try to break the siege and then die gallantly defending the castle. But I wasn't. Sire Kusi, who was aging a year for every day that passed, agreed with me and authorized a reconnaissance action. So on day 15, I led a small raiding party over the walls at noon. While the goblins were able to fight under the overcast skies, they still disliked the brightness of the noon sun peeking through. I chose 20 Crinrock for my band, led by Furtak, and we conducted a raid of our own. The barbarian mercenaries were eager for war. They painted themselves various mottled shades of green, blue and grey, with mud and herbal preparations, and added some green leafy foliage to help disguise themselves. I added a glyph of unnoticeability to each one, just in case. You often hear in old stories about how the spies of the Magocracy used invisibility spells to slip by enemy lines, but at the Academy they insisted that this was crap and ancient politics. Invisibility is a terribly complicated photomantic spell. It involves bending light, which means harnessing truly titanic forces, and doesn't protect against any sounds you might make. Unnoticeability, on the other hand, is fairly straightforward. The key to sneakiness is not to not be seen, it is to not be noticed, a small but important distinction. The glyph I used was a War College standard and therefore probably unknown to the Govani. It's a blue magic spell that works on the minds of your foes, and simply causes them not to pay attention to the enemy sneaking through the shrubbery behind them. To that end, it actually worked better than any invisibility spell I'd heard, just not for the Govani. Whether you lived to see them or not, you could still smell them. The Govani are not overly fond of baths. I snuck through the outer defences of the camp with my merry little band of homegrown raiders and into the edges of their busy encampments for a few nights. Security was lax, even by sloppy Govani standards, with few pickets or patrols this close to the castle. You didn't need to be an adept to find your way around them. I was surprised how adept the Crinrock were at this type of operation. The warriors made nary a sound as they moved. Furtak explained that the Crinrock are good hunters, used to stealthy movement. As long as you didn't worry about the smell of rancid butter, they were able to move about without much notice. Despite the darkness, the ground was littered with thousands of goblins sleeping with their hairy cloaks thrown over their faces. The day shift. There were tents here and there made of crudely woven mountain hemp, but they seemed to be designed more for protecting equipment and supplies than housing troops. Several times I had to step over a snoring goblin to keep going, and on 2 hair-raising occasions my boot slipped, and I accidentally kicked one. Each time the Gurvan in question snorted and rolled over, oblivious to our presence. Why didn't we just slit some throats and retreat? We weren't there to start trouble. We were there to gather information. I had my barbarian band hide in the brush, while I crept into the centre of their camp, to the slightly more ornate tent that I guessed, correctly, was the headquarters of the besieging general and his staff. I found a comfortable spot behind a barrel of that nasty bitter beer, and started taking notes about the size and nature of the army that faced us. About an hour later I crept back to my barbarians. I was shaking. We made it back to Beauval Castle without incident, and I had 3 glasses of wine before reporting to Sire Kusi's war council. I had a hard time understanding them, I admitted, but of this there is no doubt. There are no less than 16 shamans now, all of whom are armed with witchstones. I reported quietly. There are thousands, perhaps tens of thousands more goblins coming, and each wave seems better armed for war than the last. They have foraged or made tools, so they are building a new collection of siege engines. Of what sort? Sir Kay asked, curious. Catapults thrice as large as the pumpkin thrower they started with, battering rams, protective frameworks, and at least 4 great siege towers tall enough to surmount the wall and cross the moat. We may have as long as 4 days, probably 3, before they make a serious advance on our position. Sir Olvi, one of Kusi's pet knights, and likely a distant relative, stood up and made an impassioned speech about dying valiantly in defence of the land and the people. Very poetic, but unproductive. Ideas about how not to die valiantly were tossed around. but there didn't seem to be any clear answer. I certainly didn't have one that could contend with all of those forces arrayed against us. I went to bed and tried to catch some sleep before the inevitable nocturnal skirmish. The attacks became more intense each night. We repelled them easily enough at first, but we started to lose men who couldn't be replaced. I did my part by illuminating the areas under attack with bright mage lights, so that our archers could see their targets, and occasionally took a turn on the battlements with my warstaff, as did the rest of the magical corps. But it still did not dissuade them, or drive them from the field. 4 nights after I had made my first daring foray, the first real siege engines started inching their way toward the walls, surrounded by a sea of black, furry faces. Stones were flung at our walls at far greater velocities than the pumpkin thrower had been capable of. They did little against the strong walls of the keep, but occasionally they would land in the outer bailey and hurt some of the peasants. The civilians soon learned which areas of the bailey were dangerous, and which were effectively shielded by the walls. The catapults and the ballistae didn't worry me much. Every now and then they would lob a pumpkin full of flaming oil into the castle, but our anti-arson spells and vigorous fire prevention program made this more of a bother than a threat. What worried me were the 5 siege towers that loomed like newly made mountains in the distance. Mountains pulled by oxen that were approaching at the rate of 20 yards an hour. The major advantage of a castle in a siege is the fact that the defenders have this whopping big wall to throw stuff down from. It gets pretty discouraging to the attackers if they get a rain of rocks and arrows on their heads every time they charge the gates. Ladders can be employed to climb the walls, but seeing as how easy it is for 1 or 2 burly infantrymen to push the top of the ladders over with the poles that were scattered across the battlements for just such a purpose, the Govani had stopped that foolishness quickly enough. Siege towers are made for getting around that problem. Basically, they are large wooden towers on wheels or rollers that can be pushed up against the wall of a castle, or as close as the attackers can get it. Once in position, they drop a plank or bridge over the battlements and over the moat, effectively eliminating the height advantage of the defenders. These were worse than normal towers, though, I saw, as each one had at least 1 or 2 shamans in their peak to direct and magically aid the attack. I could see them by mage sight, and could feel their witchstones approaching in my bones. It was easy enough to see their plan. Once their shock troops took a section of battlement, they would be free to lay about them with bolt after bolt of destructive magic. Those towers had to be stopped, somehow. We tried shooting fire arrows at them, to no avail. The goblins had been smart enough to cover the exteriors with wet hides and blankets, and the same sort of anti-arson spells we were using. We tried shooting them with rocks from our own ballistae, but the mass of the stones just wasn't enough to do much damage to the thick oak, hickory, and redwood structures. Our archers concentrated their fire on the oxen that pulled the towers into place, and their drovers. While fun, it was futile, as they had plenty of other drovers to replace the fallen, and ate the dead oxen. The towers were well protected magically, as I found out after wasting several standard shock bolts and fire bolts and such on them. All of our attempts to smash the menacing structures were in vain. They just kept coming. Like a dagger being slowly drawn across our collective throats, they inched forward. We prepared as good a defense as possible, but we all knew what our chances were if even one of those towers made it. One breach in our defenses would be all it would take to let the growing horde of goblins inside. I paced the top of my tower, staring out at the glacial progress of our foes, and tried to think of a plan while the civilians prepared for the assault below me. The possibility of dropping really heavy rocks on them had occurred to me. With the 2 witchstones I had, I could probably lift a boulder magically for a while. The problem was that it would take most of my power and all my concentration, leaving me wide open for a counterattack. I couldn't take that chance, not when I wasn't sure of the outcome. I could also summon a nasty storm. Weather magic is fairly easy, but very dangerous and harmful to nature, but that would only delay them, and make life for our folk miserable as well. Besides, the dark clouds that hid the sun from us for so many days were clearly under their control. The answer came to me while I was showing Tyndall how to strap on his new mage blade over his shoulder, fixing each knot with a cantrip to keep it from slipping, which could prove annoying and deadly in battle. That's when the answer to our problem suddenly hit me. Things were better after we arrived at the outer defences of Faris proper. After the jungle and the mountains, we would have fought with our lives just for a clean bath and a hot meal. That's almost what happened at first. More of a mob than an army, we attacked the Doge's storehouses, great brick fortresses full of food on the other side of the city from the port, where the main attack was expected. We slew the Farisi like vengeful spirits, and gorged ourselves on their rich, strange-tasting rations. After 3 days of rest and pillage on the outskirts of the city, we marshalled our resources and struck at the inner city in a highly coordinated attack with the fleet. The Farisi had not seriously considered that our little army of 3,000 might be a serious threat. As we never attacked the garrison until the odds were heavily in our favour, their losses were light, but strategically significant. When the final assault to capture the city was launched, the fleets of the 5 duchies pushed their way into the harbour and fought the Farisi squadrons to a standstill. Meanwhile, we used the leverage of our earlier raids to push behind the great encircling wall of the town and force the Doge to reposition his troops away from the harbour, which they desperately needed to defend. Caught between the two forces, even the Mad Mage's witchstone wasn't enough to keep us outside of the city walls and out of the docks. There were the usual lucky turns of events which contribute to a successful assault. Enemy stupidity happens in every military organization. Random factors falling in our favor. It helped our cause tremendously when their heavily bribed port commander led his marines against their former employers for the promise of a palace and a post in the new regime. The Mad Mage and his patron could only look on impotently, while one half of their army attacked the other half. The battle and subsequent looting of the city was ugly, perhaps legendarily so. Then the veterans of the Long March pushed into the center of the city, and it was bloody. The Doge's best troops were mostly pirate marines, infantry on boats, and they were tough. The city watch was likewise tough, and toward the end of the 3-day battle for the city, even civilians were picking up arms to defend themselves as the battle devolved into house-to-house fighting. I don't like making war on civilians, but if a man has a spear in his hand, to me it looks like he just joined the army, and I didn't hesitate to cut him down or blast him into bits. I was too tired to pay attention to the bronze warriors' loyalties. For 3 solid days we fought them without rest or quarter. The landward army, including a few crack Kasari rangers, was responsible for capturing a good third of the city before the naval forces were able to overcome, with heavy losses, the port fortifications and take another third. By the end of the 3rd day of fighting, we controlled the waterfront, the town, and the farms and plantations around the city. But we weren't done until Orel Pratt and his sponsor, the Doge, was defeated. We rested and systematically sacked the city, while our fearless leaders argued about strategy and tactics and politics. The only thing we didn't control was the Doge's palace, where the Mad Mage had his tower and 1,000 loyal crack troops. Our surprise attack turned into a siege. While this concerned the War Marshal and his staff greatly, we grunts didn't care. We were pillaging. A city with the size, age, and wealth of Faris has a lot of accumulated treasure to steal. I know I got my share. The looting was amazing. We took everything of value, and there was plenty. Antiques from imperial times, gold, silver, brass, silks, fine wines, tapestries, everything. Faris was a stronghold of pirates and merchant princes, and the only poor people were the slaves, many of whom turned on their masters and welcomed us as liberators, then joined us in looting. They knew where the best of it was, after all. I did my share of looting myself, and even acquired a stylish residence when the previous occupant got himself killed defending it. When things settled down, about a week after the attack, 3 other war magi and I moved into the pleasant townhouse and caught up on our sleep, while the generals tried to figure out how to smoke the Doge out of his fortified palace. But Orel Platt wasn't going to go quietly. Every few days the Mad Mage would unleash some new horror on us from his tower. We would defeat it, and then everyone would rest for a few days. Then we would try an attack, and he would beat it off with that damned witchstone of his. Then everyone would rest for a few days. One night I woke up to find the streets crawling with soldiers who had already been killed once. The Mad Mage had sullied himself with necromancy by animating the recently dead, of which there was an abundance, and throwing them at us to keep us occupied. Necromancy is one of those darker areas of magic that most nice wizards just don't talk about. But it isn't particularly hard if you have enough power. It was horrifying to fight the living dead, especially if you encountered someone you once knew and for whom you had grieved. The surprise zombie attack took us another 3 days to put down, and a special meeting of the entire Ducal Magical Corps was called to prevent similar spells in the future. 3 days after that, a mysterious plague broke out among the port-side infantry. That took us another week to cure, and we lost almost 1,000 men to the fever, almost as many as we had in the invasion proper, or the Long March. The week after that, nothing wooden could come within bowshot of the Doge's citadel without bursting into flame. We lost several siege engines that way, and not a few engineers, and even fire-retardant spells were useless against that kind of power. We figured the palace would be easy after the city, but the Mad Mage kept not dying, which was irritating. This went on for a month and a half. When a black mist that seemed alive crept out of the citadel to suffocate all who encountered it, the War Marshal had had enough. He was losing men without gaining anything in battle against the Mad Mage. He called upon his own Magi to do something about it. Finally, the famous Wenshari war mage, Master Loiko Vanaren, worked out a way to assault the palace and the citadel without slaughtering 1,000 of our men in the process. Just a few Magi. I won't go into detail about the attack here, perhaps later, but the Magical Corps played a large role in the battle. That final battle was the greatest assembled collection of war Magi since the fall of the Magocracy. Some of the finest magical warriors of my generation fought the Battle of the Doge's Tower. A special force from Group B assassinated the Doge once they broke into the palace, and the combined might of close to 24 war Magi finally contained the death-dealing Mad Mage. Master Loiko himself duelled the men, and ended up destroying the focus of a powerful spell at a crucial moment. The Mad Mage's head essentially exploded. We got the doors of the citadel open, and a flood of infantry came through to mop up the survivors. The next morning, to the cheers of his troops, the War Marshal made his triumphant entrance into the castle on a white horse borrowed for the occasion. The banner of Faris was struck, and the ensigns of Alshar and Castal were raised. The last vestige of the imperial Magocracy was conquered. Yay! Oh, sure, we had a minor guerrilla war to contend with. At least 5,000 Frisian troops had escaped into the jungle to form a resistance. But we held the city. Only 2/3 of us survived. But at the end of the battle it was the Mad Mage's head that was stuck on a pike, the Doge's palace a smoking ruin behind it. In the end it was a crack squad of nearly invincible veteran war Magi who penetrated his defences and defeated him after a lengthy and deadly combat. The Battle of the Doge's Tower revealed what a witchstone could do up close in the heat of battle, and it was terrifying. The Mad Mage flung power around like a child throws a new ball, converting it into 100 deadly forces that struck our men. The spells he worked that night were potent enough to have burned out the brains of any normal mage foolish enough to try them. There was little pattern to the way he did it. They called him the Mad Mage for a reason, after all. So finding adequate defensive spells was more a matter of luck than skill. By contrast, he batted away our attacks as though we were flies until Master Loiko Vanaren found a way. The stuff of legends. The best battle magics, my instructors at the War College used to say, are the little subtle ones that your enemy doesn't see coming. My plan for the siege towers at Beauval Castle was along those lines. I talked it over with my apprentice for a while, ran it past Garcescu, and ran a simulation on the model in my quarters. Once I had come up with a fully developed plan, I presented it to the War Council and Sire Coucy. They loved it, and despite some misgivings about their role in it, they agreed. The next morning, 2 of the towers were within bowshot of the castle, and the other 3 were not. The bulk of the Gavani infantry had retired to their shady hollows to rest up for the big battle the next evening, leaving only a skeleton force to guard the towers, catapults, and ballistae that were still being moved by the day shift. By skeleton force, I meant about 8,000 or 9,000 Gavani warriors, far more than we could handle. But it also meant 10,000 or so less than we would face on the battlefield that night. Yes, the goblins had been arriving in that kind of strength. I called my magical corps to the top battlement of the main gate, which looked like the most centralized position facing the foe. I had the archers keep up some harassing fire, and they were doing pretty well, considering that most of them had only been shooting seriously for the last few weeks. Garcescu, his 3 apprentices, and Tyndall gathered around me on the battlements as I explained the spell, explaining their roles to each in turn. When I was done, Tyndall looked out doubtfully at the swarm of goblins beyond the wall.
"Master, are you certain this will work?"
I shrugged. I have no idea, but I'm hopeful. He shook his head.
"Maybe we should have evacuated. That seems more sensible than this."
"While I dislike your apprentice's impertinence," Garcescu said solemnly, "I cannot fault his reasoning. If I knew that this was what we would be facing in this siege—"
"This is your home," I said evenly. "If you love it, it deserves to be defended. Don't worry. This spell should have an effect. Hopefully a dramatic one."
"Enough to break this damnable siege?" Garki asked skeptically. "Or are you expecting an army of relief from Duke Lengin for this forgotten little domain?"
"Perhaps he likes cheese,"
Rundal, his 2nd apprentice, offered.
"A lot."
"Regardless of what help may or may not arrive, the defense of this castle rests with us," I said firmly. "If we all play our part and manage to make this work, we can set back the goblins' plans for weeks, perhaps long enough for help to arrive before winter sets in. But that won't happen if we run away. Now, do you all remember your roles? Each one is vital in its way." To Garcescu, I gave responsibility for our defense. He would do his best to deflect or absorb incoming magics, which shouldn't be too much of a problem until we were well into the spell. Once the shamans realized we were gathering a great working, they would throw everything but my Aunt Bibi's butter churn at us to stop us. This was something else Garcescu was pretty good at. Once I'd taught him a few simple defensive spells, he'd become very proficient in their use. He didn't even challenge my authority on the matter. I guess he was as scared as anyone else in the castle and hoped I could pull off a victory. To Tyndall I gave the responsibility for masking what we were up to. He would play with the elemental chords, disguising our true spell behind a tapestry of interesting but misleading arcane signals. Nothing elaborate, just enough hints of spell elements to make them think we were hiding something big and powerful behind our wards. To 2 of Garki's 3 apprentices I gave the task of helping me extend the range of the spell. A spell usually needs to be directed by a conscious mind if it is going to work properly, and while I'm pretty good at that sort of thing, we weren't talking about curing a bunion here. We had to affect more than 8,000 Gavani all at once. By using the minds of Garcescu's 2 senior apprentices to extend the range of the spell, it was likely I could, I hoped, cover the entire force. The 3rd, youngest, Urik, was in charge of general support. Me? I directed the whole thing. This is what imperially trained magi are best at, working in a group. It gives us an important edge over our shamanic or solitary colleagues. By working together in concert, we can not only raise and channel more power, we can individually concentrate on specific aspects of a spell, content in knowing that the others in the circle will handle their parts without us. There is always the potential for failure, of course, as a hidden doubt in the mind of one person in the circle can cause a chain reaction that destroys the whole spell, sometimes explosively. But when it works well. I had my own doubts, but not in the circle. I had carefully selected each of the roles the others would play, and no one was assigned something that they couldn't handle. I set all of them to begin their meditations, while I spoke briefly with one of Kusi's officers, coordinating their mission with the result of our spell. This is more important than it sounds. Most war magi act as if regular warriors are only good for spell fodder, but I had learned better in Faris. If the magical corps and the infantry aren't properly coordinated, then the whole damn mission can blow up in your face and kill both divisions. When the Will-the-Lord in the Bailey signaled that he and his men were ready, I went back to the battlements and began the working. With a nod from me, my men each formed an apis, so that we could share power. More accurately, I would give them power. With a piece of Irianite in each fist, power wasn't going to be an issue here for a change. Sharing it was. Instead of a standard apis, I formed a stellapis, a magical form that allows a single source to shunt power to many others. It was unusual in standard imperial magic. After all, the reason that the apis is so important is that it is rare for a single mage to be able to raise enough power for a really big spell. But we had learned the technique as part of our training all the same. Slowly, I drew power from the stones and sent it to be distributed, causing the stellapis to glow in my mage sight. It began to flow out to the apis of the others, and I relaxed and focused on keeping it moving. Garkescu began his portion of the spell, laying a thick sphere of defensive magic about our circle. When it was complete, he nodded once. Tyndall then began his spell. When I was convinced that there were sufficient signs to mislead any self-respecting Govani shaman of our true purpose and counter it, I took a deep breath and started the major part of the work. I watched with detached interest through mage sight as the 5 towers crept closer. The Govani catapults were towed into place, and thousands of goblins scurried across the field like ants on honey bread. This is where it would get tricky. I began to form in my mind the glyph Terra, the unbinding. It was the polar opposite of Kere, the binding glyph that I'd used that morning on Tyndall's sword belt. Glyphs and runes have no innate power of their own. They are symbolic representations, visual and mental metaphors of abstract concepts. True, their shape usually has some relation to the concept. Terra looks kind of like 2 pieces of rope the moment they become untied, if you look at it right, for example. The concept behind Terra is just that, unbinding, loosing. Used in conjunction with other glyphs, it can be used to express quite a range of ideas. For example, Terra, drawn below the runes for rock and head, will help a spellmonger remove a rotten tooth from someone's head, although a barber's pliers help. Drawn above the runes for iron and secret, and most unhexed locks will fall open, as if you had used a key. It's a very useful, basic cantrip that most magi know. What I was doing in this spell wasn't technically any more complicated than using it to unlace the bodice of an unsuspecting peasant lass, one of my favourite tricks at the academy. I was simply boosting the power by orders of magnitude. The glyph glowed in my mage sight, safely hidden behind Tyndall's obscuring shield. I let power flow like life's blood from the Irianite stones in my fists and directed it into the glyph, empowering it into activity, and soon it blazed in my mind like a righteous star. Still I poured power into it, far past my unaugmented limits, far past the point where any spell so simple had been powered before, to my knowledge. I could soon feel the residual power crackle the very air, making the hair on my scalp stand at attention. Hells, my very bones vibrated with the power. With one tiny part of my mind that wasn't busy maintaining the glyph or directing power, I saw that the 3 apprentices had done their parts. The field ahead of me was scattered with tiny blue pinpoints, like candle flames, visible only to us. That was Rondal, the middle apprentice, doing the casting. This was a control spell known to the Imperials as Urandra's Net. Every one of those thousands of points was essentially the same as the blue flame that Rondal had cast on the edge of the Merlon in front of us. Every one of those points reflected every other one, like a fisherman's net with mirrors at the juncture of each set of chords. That was all. It wasn't more complicated than that. When I saw all was prepared, I waited for the moment of Pavad, the time of timelessness. That's a more difficult concept to explain to folks who don't use magic. Someday, If I ever understand it completely, maybe I'll try to come up with a perfect metaphor for it. What it boils down to is that at some point during the casting of a spell of this nature, there is a single instant that is the perfect time to release the power and activate the spell, like a professional archer loosing his arrow between heartbeats. Old Magi know the time by experience. Every mage tries to release the spell at the time of Pavad, but essentially we're all guessing. I know I was. I did it anyway, moving the huge glowing glyph into the blue flame by force of will, releasing my breath and discharging the spell. By the principle of Urandra's net, the glyph reflected itself to the tens of thousands of other blue flames. For all practical purposes, I had just cast the terraglyph 1,000 times over the host of Gavani at our door. The effect was sudden and explosive, and far exceeded my hopes. Everywhere among the Gavani army, wherever there was a tied knot or a fastened belt, it came undone. The knots that held mace heads to handles were unravelled. The knots that held on their cloaks and rough armour became untied. Bowstrings snapped, and arrowheads and spear points fell off of their shafts. Shields fell away from their handles. Harnesses unbuckled, and ropes frayed. In an instant, thousands of weapons and armour became completely useless. Most importantly, the siege towers that they had spent so many days building fell apart as the bindings that held them together ceased to function. Gavani warriors and shamans proudly overseeing the battle fell from the towers to their deaths, while others were crushed under the tons of lumber suddenly raining down on them. At other points, the massive pressure that was contained in the yards of sinew that formed the springs of the catapults were released explosively, killing dozens in their vicinities. Never have you imagined an army going to hell that quickly. It was a scene of utter chaos, and I had caused it. I took a lot of professional pride in that, but I wasn't done. At my signal, the gates below us were thrown open, the iron portcullis was raised, and the drawbridge was lowered, all in an instant. Every one of our horsemen charged into the suddenly unarmed, suddenly confused goblins, their lance heads, spear points, and swords flashing in the dim sunlight that managed to penetrate the clouds above. Behind them were most of our infantry, including 500 butter-stinking barbarians who looked as fierce as any Gavani warrior. I was drained by the massive spell, but even drained, I still had plenty of power at my command with 2 shards of Irianite to draw from. I knew I would pay dearly later, but we had to press this momentary advantage as far as we could, or we risked all of our lives. I signalled Tyndall to begin the second phase of the spell, the easy part. The net was still active, and Garkescu still looked to our defence, but Tyndall no longer had to fool any shamans. He started casting another simple rune, the light rune Eos, into the blue flame. It's the one you use to activate a mage light, only this time we weren't merely trying to illuminate. I fed power to him, as I was unable to concentrate on anything more complicated than that at the moment, and let him cast the spell. Below us, the dim battlefield suddenly flared with brilliance, as a light as bright as a dozen torches suddenly blazed across it. It was a spectacular effect, and not without an impact on the battlefield. The nocturnal Gavani detested bright lights, and our men could suddenly see as clearly as under a clear noonday sun. The Battle of the Thousand Lights, as survivors called it later, had begun. I wish I could say that it was a total slaughter, a rout, but that simply wasn't the case. Our men fought hard and well, but the Gavani did not turn tail and flee in a mass as we'd hoped. Oh, plenty of them did, but plenty more stayed to fight against our warriors with whatever scraps of weapons they could salvage from the pile of litter at their feet. They fought with savage bravery and vicious desperation, and many of our warriors died because of Gavani bravery. But enough of the enemy died too, and their siege-breaking plans were damaged. Within a half an hour, our Will-the-Lord cavalry were at the far edge of the field, establishing pickets and running down stragglers, while the mercenaries and the Crinrock mopped up the chaotic centre around the 5 massive piles of firewood. I watched tiredly as our hairy warriors hewed goblins with their axes like so much kindling. The Crinrock fought with great spirit and a surprising amount of precision, and they provided a stable centre in the battle for our more civilized warriors to depend upon for support and reinforcement. I just watched. As I said, I had done my part. What work was to be done had to be done quickly. I estimated we had an hour, maybe 2, before the surviving generals would be able to gather a strong enough force of his sleeping warriors to retake the field. Garkescu was toning down his defences. Nothing had challenged them yet, when Tyndall and I hurried down the stairs to join the fray. There a couple of stable boys were holding our horses already. In seconds, we were galloping across the field after the mercenary cavalry, the 1,000 lights casting our shadows 1,000 times. It was daunting. I felt dizzy and giddy and elated and exhausted, but Traveller is an excellent mount. He passed corpses without reaction, and leapt piles of debris in our way, the heaps of wood and skins that had once been a frightening offence. I could see our targets by the glows of their witchstones, which were blazing brightly in my mage sight. There were 7 of them scattered about the battlefield, and I aimed to gather every one, like a child gathers flowers in the spring. I'll spare you most of the gory details, the moans of the wounded and the cries of the dying, the gruesome sight of a young man in shock, vainly trying to stuff his intestines back into his body, the smell of 1,000 bowels loosed in death. Battlefields are all much the same, and best to be avoided if possible. I had been in them before and didn't want to be in one now. I had a mission. I tried not to think about the countless horrors that were happening all around me as I busied myself, harvesting fistfuls of arcane power from the dead and dying shamans. Here and there we came to knots of real fighting, where a few goblins had taken defensive positions and were managing to not get slaughtered quite as quickly. We helped the conventional fighters when we could, blasting the goblins with our wands at propitious moments before they could regroup, but we primarily focused on racing to find the green amber nuggets we sought. The only time we stopped more than a dozen heartbeats was to witness a duel between a Gavani warrior and one of the Crinrock princes, Posnak, I believe. The Gavani had taken a longsword from the hand of one of our slain warriors, and was using it quite efficiently to keep the hulking, bearded mass of Posnak away. In his other hand, he held a stick of wood that may have been a section of spear once, and this he used to knock the great iron axe away. They stood toe to toe, surrounded by soldiers who were unwilling to take a victory away from their chieftain, but also unwilling to allow him to fight unreinforced. I reined Traveller to a stop, as Posnak was executing an intricate series of passes with his blade. If you have ever seen a Crinrock axeman in action, you know it is as graceful as an imperial silk dancer, and as bloody as a butcher. The Gurvan he faced was doing a passable job blocking, but he was falling back slowly. The goblin returned the blows as well as he could, but the human-sized sword was too long for him to balance properly, and Posnak had the advantage. Still, the Gurvan fought with amazing coolness, and when he exploded into a furious attack on the Crinrock prince, I was almost unsurprised to see his unwieldy blade suddenly hovering a half an inch above the furry throat of Posnak. We were about to be short a Crinrock prince. The muscular Gurvan paused and looked around at the Humani warriors surrounding him, warriors who were preparing to strike on their own. The Gurvan glanced up to me, and then looked Posnak dead in the eye, and did the last thing I expected him to do. He threw down his blade and dropped to his knees in front of the Crinrock chieftain, chin held up proudly, black eyes squinting in the glow of the mage lights.
"Kill me, quickly, Humani,"
he said in passable, if accented Narasi. Crinrock shrugged, hefted his axe, and was preparing to strike. Something tugged on me, though, and I commanded him to stop, emphasizing the point by magically holding the axe in the air. "Wait," I said, pointing. "Do not kill him."
"He fought well,"
Posnak objected, scowling.
"He deserves to die honorably."
"We need him alive. He speaks Narasi. Bind him and have him taken to the castle dungeon. I will interrogate him tonight."
"At once, master,"
Posnak said, motioning to 2 of his men. They took the goblin and bound his hands behind his back. After this victory, the Crinrock treated me with the respect usually reserved for their own princes. Posnack himself patted the goblin on his shoulder in a comradely manner before returning to the mopping-up operations. It had been a good fight, and the Crinrock relish a good fight, like they enjoy rancid butter, but in a good way. I returned to my own task. We made our way to the site of the nearest ruined tower, where a group of our men were already hitching their horses to great timbers to be hauled back to the castle. Most were blood-stained and covered with black hair, but it was useful materials. There was a soldier stationed nearby with a spear, dispatching the wounded goblins entangled in the mess, and watching for surprises. "Sergeant, over here!" I shouted to the militiaman in charge of the salvage operation. "I need 2 more horses and a half-dozen men. Shift this beam here." I pointed, and for the next 10 minutes we disassembled one edge of the pile, searching by sight and by magic. At last I came to the shattered wand of a dead shaman, on which was a single green stone. Placing it into a specially prepared pouch, we thanked the men and rode on to the next one. We recovered 6 of the 7 witch stones, but we took some losses, too. The last shaman had speared one of the Black Flag, and escaped with his life and his stone on the man's horse. The others were dead or soon to be, and this pretty harvest made it all worthwhile. By the time we had finished finding the 7th stone, it was growing darker. Our mage lights had long since died out, and the screen of horsemen was beginning a measured retreat back to the castle. The defiant and outraged screams of the goblins could be heard just beyond the forest line, where they prepared a counter-charge. We had no intention of being there when that happened. We grabbed what we could off the field and headed back behind stone walls for the evening. By the time the sun fell behind the western horizon, the great gates of the castle were closed. The inner bailey was heaped with unsorted loot, lumber, iron, even leather and cloth, and some of the more edible foodstuffs we'd recovered. The civilians were climbing over the piles and cheering, save those who were tending the wounded in the field hospital Sire Kusi had erected near the front gate in preparation. Of those there were many. They cheered me and Tyndall and my magical corps, even Garkescu, when we entered the bailey. I wish I felt like cheering. As I came through, a messenger headed for Sire Kusi's study told me the score of the battle. We lost nearly 120 men in the attack outright, and almost twice that number had been wounded. That was light compared to the blood of no less than 5,000 goblins that stained the field. But the towers had fallen, and we had bought ourselves a little more time. When I finally climbed the stairs to my quarters, I noticed Tyndall saying he wanted to continue celebrating in the bailey. I should have suspected something was afoot then, as he said this through a yawn, but I was so tired myself that I nodded blearily and continued my stumble. As I shed my clothes by candlelight, I was too tired to use a mage light, I noticed a dark shape in my hammock. It leaned forward, and as a cascade of honey-blonde hair fell away from her face and spilled over her bare breasts, I recognized the face of the pretty widow, Alia.
"Your apprentice said you had an eye for me," she said in a sultry voice. "I feel it is my duty to show you how appreciative we are for your efforts."
I studied the curve of her throat and the shadows that the candle cast in the valley between her magnificent breasts. Despite my sorely used body, I had the usual reaction. Suddenly, I felt superhuman. "Well," I said slowly, "I guess it would be rude for me to refuse an earnest demonstration of appreciation." Damn Tyndall. Chapter 9. Urik's Rebellion. I didn't leave my room for 2 days. Tyndall kept us fed. At least, I think it was Tyndall. Every 6 hours or so, someone would leave a basket full of food in front of the door. But it could have been the damned Gavani for all I knew. I didn't see the boy once for 2 straight sunsets. The respite with Alia was that enjoyable, and the cold autumn rains encouraged me to stay indoors. I just couldn't think of any place else I'd rather be than in that hammock in her arms. Alia was the tonic my tired soul needed. She wasn't complicated, like Pentandra, and she wasn't opportunistic like most of the other girls I'd bedded. She seemed genuinely happy to be with me, and I found that intensely flattering. On the morning of the third day, I rolled over in the hammock, a feat which takes practice, and noticed that Alia was gone, and I tensed. Then I smelled frying bacon, and I relaxed. Soon the scents of fresh brewed tea and toasting bread joined it, and I allowed my eyelids to gradually lift themselves. I was rewarded with the sight of a naked Alia tending the small brazier Tyndall and I used to cook upon. Well, mostly Tyndall. That's the whole point of having an apprentice. Cheap labour. The light from the arrow slits told me it was mid-morning and not raining for a change. Then it did double duty by bathing her in one of those golden glows that you tend to associate with otherworldly creatures. She didn't realize I was awake, and I admit that I watched her with great interest as she went about the business of cooking breakfast. Naked. Alia was a real find. She was utterly beautiful, in a distinctive, peasanty sort of way. Her facial features were bold and pronounced. Her eyes were the brightest shade of blue-grey I'd ever seen. Her hair was a field of ripe, wild grains. She had the bearing of a queen and the body of a healthy, lusty peasant maiden. Her feet were a little big, which I had noted to our mutual amusement the previous evening. I didn't mind. They matched. We had talked incessantly when we weren't otherwise occupied, and I had learned a lot more about her than I had at our earlier encounter. The middle daughter of Goodman Roral, a prosperous freeholding farmer and herder of some repute at the hillside farm known as Hawk's Reach. She had taken charge in the cheese sheds for the last year, after returning home to try to forget her grief, and while the memory of her young husband still burned in her heart, she at last had started to entertain the idea of love again, when the Gavani invasion interrupted her courting prospects. I had made quite an impression on her, apparently, though she didn't think I was interested in a serious relationship or expected anything more than a quick tumble. I didn't admit that I was, but then I didn't say that I wasn't. I was still getting to know her. I was glad that she had made it to the fortress before the gates had shut. Her sister and brother-in-law Sargal were also here, out in the bailey, but it was her I wanted to see. Alia had seen me around the castle several times since she and her family had arrived, but didn't want to disturb me. She still thought I was handsome and charismatic, and she knew I was brave and resourceful. Her brother-in-law was doing very well now, but she didn't want to intrude or presume an affection that might not be returned. She told me that I was comely enough that she expected a long line of lusty maidens awaited me at my door every night. I found that hard to believe. While I am not as ugly as Furtak, I'm no handsome prince. After our fourth or fifth bout, she admitted coyly that she had been drawn to me since we first met, and even admitted feeling eyes on her that day when I saw her from the tower, though she could have been exaggerating. But my apprentice was aware of my interest. Tyndall had approached her in that lanky, too shy way of his, and asked if she was spoken for yet. He then mentioned that his lord had expressed an interest in her, and asked if she would be willing to meet with me again to pass the time, and fight the boredom implicit in castle life. She was agreeable, and my tower room was dry and heated, compared to her small allotment of space in the bailey. I enjoyed just being with her. Alia was smart, as well as beautiful. She had increased profits at her father's farm while she had been in charge of the cheese shed. She could read, at least some, which is rare in a woman in Beauval Vale, or a man for that matter. Indeed, she had actually read 5 or 6 books, which made her a scholar by local standards. She had an abiding curiosity about the world and a quick and sharp wit. Best yet, she had over a year of repressed tensions to work out. All in all, a wonderful companion during this time of stress and crisis. In my mind, her wholesome, noble image crumbled a bit when a strip of bacon popped over the coals, sending a drop of hot grease to splatter on her left breast. She shrieked and dropped the bread she was buttering, butter side down, of course, and rubbed her burned breast while she made a face. "Is she's tits?" she yelped, as she rubbed at the burn. The bacon grease instantly transformed her from the well-behaved woman back into a fussy peasant housewife. I couldn't help but chuckle, which startled her again. "You're awake." "Never fry bacon naked," I admonished her. "Or didn't your mother ever teach you that?"
"It was never an issue at our house, but I'll keep it in mind. It's about time you woke up."
I swung my feet over the side of the hammock and stood, realizing that I was naked too, then smiled when I recalled why. I quickly crossed the cold stone floor and bent to kiss her bacon-flavoured wound. Reaching out with my mind, I repaired the tiny burn without even tapping into the power of the witchstones. At least the blemish was gone and wouldn't chafe against her clothes, if she ever wore any again. The effect tingles, and it had a predictable effect on her nipple.
"Boo-Boo is all better now,"
I said, grinning.
"Damn, it really is. That's great. You know, you're a handy one to have around."
"Let me show you just how handy."
"After breakfast, you tireless lech. I'm starved."
She handed me a toasted trencher with bacon, fried eggs, and a thick wedge of cheese on it. I paid her a kiss in return and sat down at the small table, which I noticed she had cleared of all the debris that two bachelors can accumulate in a few weeks. That was the first unmistakable sign, I realized, that I suddenly had a girlfriend. Surprisingly, even with the prospect of death and doom just outside the castle wall, the thought pleased me. Alia joined me a moment later with her own trencher, still naked, and handed me a mug of strong country tea as she sat. Breakfast was excellent, as good or better as I could have done on my own, and the company was certainly engaging. We chatted lightly about nothing in particular for a long while. As I finished the meal, however, the way her tousled dark blonde tresses spilled over her chest, just managing to cover her nipples, started to get to me. I approached her with all the subtlety of a randy dragon and pulled her into my lap. Only a knock at the door spared her from a thorough post-breakfast ravishing. I groaned and let her free. She giggled guiltily and tried to throw her shapeless chemise over her head in a token of modesty, while I reluctantly pulled on a more or less clean tunic from a press. After being naked for 2 days, wearing clothes was suddenly a novelty. It was Tyndall at the door. My apprentice stumbled into the room looking like a refugee and smelling like a beer barrel. The look in his slitted eyes was all too familiar. I had seen it in a mirror on many occasions.
"Good morning, master,"
he mumbled, as he slewed over to the stove and poured himself a scalding mug of tea.
"Sleep well?"
I glanced at Alia, who had found the comb and was tugging her hair into shape. "Well enough. I'll have to find some way to thank you for such excellent service." Tyndall glanced up at Alia and smiled.
"I just thought that you being so busy with the defence of the castle and all, that you would neglect to reintroduce yourself." "Tyndall, I hope that we didn't throw you out of your quarters?"
Alia asked, concerned. The boy shook his head, which he immediately regretted, and shot her a shy grin.
"You aren't the only lady of the castle who is grateful to the magical court after the last battle. I did not lack for a comfortable bed. I just wish that I had declined that last mug of beer."
"Let me fix it," I said, grabbing the pouch with my sphere off the table. In seconds I had transformed the alcohol in his blood, although I could do little with the soured contents of his stomach or the pain in his head. Some things you should just have to suffer through. Besides, if they bothered him enough, he could manage the simple spell. Still, his eyes got wider and brighter, and became a less malevolent shade of red.
"Many thanks, master,"
he gasped gratefully as the spell subsided.
"I actually came here on an errand. Sarkozy has summoned you and Master Garkescu to the council room. All the officers shall be there. It is to be held at noon, which," he said, glancing out of an open arrow slit at the sun, "will be in about half an hour."
I grunted, disappointed that my lust would go unsated for a while longer. If the meeting was in the council room instead of his study, that meant that this would be one of those huge councils that accomplished little. It would be long and boring and wouldn't be over with until every junior assistant captain of the trash disposal committee had had their say. At the least, it would kill the afternoon. I sighed and grabbed another piece of bread. I had better ideas for how to kill an afternoon. But duty calls. "Very well, then. I guess I'll have to go. Tyndall, if you would be so kind as to fill the copper tub with water and then heat it. With magic, mind, no fires. I will have a quick bath before I go."
"I heartily agree," Alia spoke up. "You were starting to smell."
I gave her an indignant glance, reminding her silently of why I had worked up a sweat. Just for that wisecrack. You have to help bathe me. That would teach her. For 6 months after the last climactic battle of the Doge's Tower, I had the pleasure of being part of a conquering occupation force, with all the duties and privileges associated therewith. Mostly that meant loot, girls, guard duty, girls, drunken stupors, girls, reprisals against rebels, girls, indulgence in unimaginable luxury, girls, interrogation of prisoners, girls, bargain shopping, and girls. I even got a little sightseeing in. Faris was a very pretty city, even after we got through with it, and the people were nice, even after what we did to them. I liked the tropical climate and the exotic foods. I perfected my command of the imperial language of Lost Perwyn, which the Farisi spoke in a debased form, with plenty of Cormyran influence. That was helped by liaisons with a number of local girls, whose dusky and exotic imperial appearance reminded me pleasantly of Penny. The Coronet Council installed Master Vanaren as the military commander of the city, a rare token of respect for the ducal magical corps. That raised a lot of objections from the regular nobility who'd had their eyes on that position, but the council was clear, and Master Vanaren was mostly above the politics that infected the occupation forces. In return for our service in the battle, he made the quartering and boarding of the magical corps a top priority. After we won the war, there was a bumper crop of widows and maidens around, not to mention slaves, whose masters had been killed in defence of the town, and apart from some initial resistance, the victory was not marred by strife. The Farisi seemed content to be ruled from afar, again, after the mess the Doge had made of the city. It helped that Master Vanaren was not a punitive man, compared to the barons and counts in the occupying army. He kept order in the streets, making Faris a comparatively civilized occupation. But he didn't discourage fraternization, and I took full advantage of it. Had I not been careful to do the proper spells, likely I'd have a dozen half-dusky bastards crawling in that exotic port city by now. But after 6 months, even cushy garrison duty gets old, and without significant opposition to our rule, there was little reason to keep a fully staffed magical corps on hand. About the time we started growing restless, we began receiving orders to return to the duchies and be discharged from service. I was a little shocked.